Audiobook title, Better Off in Another World, 01-34, by Emman.m.p. Chapter 1, Brand New World, Brand New Me. I was lying in the grass, bathing in the rays of the sun. Beneath me spread something I had never touched in my entire life. Grass. Touching it felt special. It was more comfortable than any bedsheet I had ever slept in. For some unknown reason, I was naked, in what I assume was a forest. Although it was the first time I set foot outside the hospital, I felt more at home than I ever had in my room. With no one around, I did not feel the need to cover my breasts, which I could not have done anyway. My body felt alive for the first time since I was born. My normal fatigue was gone, and I wasn't going to complain about it. Standing up, it took me a few seconds to stabilize myself, and my first step came shortly after. Walking at 15 was probably a little later than most, but better late than never, and I mean that. Running was a dream I had given up on a long time ago, but still, it was strange to be able to walk so quickly after I got up for the first time. It all felt so natural. I was getting faster and faster, and after an hour I could even run. It was as if 15 years of being bedridden had never happened. Without having any idea where I was, I just walked randomly among the trees. Their leaves were magnificent for someone who had never seen so many. Their color varied between green, orange, and even blue. Even though I was literally here for less than 10 minutes, I felt more at home than ever. Walking was the opposite of boring, and as time went on, I never tired of doing it. The air was pure, the wind drifted a gentle breeze at the perfect temperature, and I could live here forever without complaining. There were more plants and flowers than I had seen on the internet, but there were also some that I had never seen before, and those had a very special radiance. Given the situation, it was likely that I was not on Earth, at least not in a known area. My completely healthy body and the strange circumstances of my awakening also pointed in this direction. Am I dead? I think. Therefore I am. That was proof to me that I was not dead yet. But if this was heaven, I would not complain. After hours of wandering, the sight before me eventually changed, and it was even more impressive than before. Flying sky islands were hundreds of meters above the ground, and I was on one of them. I could not see what was on the island above me, but most seemed to be just like mine, with many forests. Some were made up of simple grass, others looked more like swamps. Strangely enough, after all the walking I wasn't tired at all. On the contrary, with the sun on my face I felt more energetic than before. It seemed better to walk along the edge of the island than to return to the trees, so I did just that. My stomach did not seem to get hungry as the hours passed, but my thirst definitely increased, and finding a water source became the goal of my hike. When night fell, I simply laid down on the comfy grass. Surprisingly, I could see well at night, probably because the moon seemed to be bigger here than on Earth. But I paid no attention and fell asleep. The morning sunlight was the best good morning I have ever had, and my search for water eventually led me back to the forest. All was silent, and scarcely a sound was heard. A few small animals could be seen from a distance, but they ran away as soon as I came closer. I didn't recognize any, but at least the fact that there were animals was proof that a water source mustn't be too far away. After a while, I finally found what I was looking for. A small pond with water. I drank my fill of the fresh liquid and rested. I even took the opportunity to Washington. I wasn't particularly hungry, but I still ate a few plants that smelled so enticing that I wanted to eat them. I also felt strange sensations from some of them, but it was closer to spiciness than anything else. Even the unusual didn't poison me, or at least I didn't feel anything different. However, something strange happened when I picked up plants. Every time my hand came near a plant, the plant in question would lean toward my hand. It was as if I was attracting it. I confirmed this theory after further experiments, and the result was the same. With flying islands, strange ecosystems, and my own inexplicable circumstances. Frankly, I expected magic to explain it all. Waking up in the middle of an island in the sky, surrounded by things I'd only ever known from fantasy books and movies, was not an everyday occurrence. I almost expected to be a dryad, because that would explain my fondness for nature and sunlight and the plant's attraction to me. When I look into the water, I still look human. My skin was still rose beige, my hair hadn't turned green but had remained light blonde, and the water still showed me my brown eyes. I looked just like Emery, the normal incapacitated human girl. without the incapacitated part. If there was magic here, which is more likely than not, I could probably find a way to use it. And my best chance was my strange affinity with plants. I began to try to influence the surrounding plants and trees in various ways. From simply wanting them to grow to command them to grow, nothing seems to work. I succeeded in my first successful experiment when I touched a tree and stood there for a minute, concentrating on it. At some point, I felt a light energy circulating in its roots and all the branches and leaves. At first, it was a strange feeling, but I quickly got used to it. I tried the same with flowers and was surprised at how far their roots could reach for their small size. When I remembered the feeling, after a while I was able to feel them just by touching the ground under me. Meditating helped a lot in this case. Soon after, I was able to easily influence them and spread them out the way I wanted. It would have been scary to have them emerge from the ground like giant tentacles if I hadn't been the one doing it. After several hours of training, my head began to ache slightly, as if I had grown tired of doing nothing. Eating plants and flowers, even when I wasn't hungry, helped with the headaches, especially the blue ones. It didn't take long for me to get used to my new plant-based diet. I decided to make this place my temporary settlement. The pond was perfect for bathing and relaxing, the clearing was big enough and the only small animal that came just drank some water without disturbing me. With nothing to worry about, I spent all my time sleeping, eating, and training my plant magic. Somewhere along the way, my control has extended to vines and tree branches, which even leaned toward my hand when I tried to grab them. The vines were much easier to handle and could move quickly, even if their strength wasn't as great. If I ever had to fight, this would be my main weapon. I also made underwear with them. It wasn't much protection, but it would protect my dignity just enough so that if I met another person, it wouldn't bother me. I was used to loneliness, so being alone wasn't unbearable, but I'd never, ever complain about having someone to talk to. The days passed, and I did nothing but practice magic. My mastery started to get pretty good at that point, if I may say so. Since I would be staying here indefinitely, I decided to make a hammock out of the vines. It took me a few times to build a decent hammock with what I could remember from the internet. When it was finished, it was much more comfortable than anything I had ever slept on, which was not much. I have put up tree roots as fences to delineate at least a perimeter. I have not seen anything bigger than an oversized rabbit yet, but that was better than nothing. If I were on Earth, I would expect to see deer running around. But since this is a fantasy world, I should expect things to be a little more dangerous than they used to be. I even built a small house in case it started raining out of the blue. Speaking of water, I noticed an energy similar to the one I associated with the plants when I bathed. Trying to control it was difficult, much more difficult than it ever was with the plants, but by training with each bath I was able to learn the basics and was able to rotate a bit of water. Using magic was something I never expected but desperately wanted to do, and now I could do it to a small degree. Shooting a fireball was a dream that seemed within reach. If I could feel the energy of fire as I could with plants and water. Unfortunately, I don't know how to start a fire, and I haven't seen a fire-breathing dragon yet, so I don't have any flame to experiment with. My first week in this world got off to a much better start than on Earth, where the doctor clearly didn't expect me to survive the day. They never told me what my disease was, probably so I wouldn't look for it online. Now that I was free of disease, I, Emery, intended to enjoy life to the fullest. After all, I had to make up for all the experiences I had missed, even if I was doing it in another world. Anyway, the very next day, things got a lot more action-packed. The chapter 1 to 21 will be published in quick succession as these chapters have already been written. Each chapter come with an AI-generated image with the link to pikesci.art. https://s.pikesci.art/a/16032026358935259. 12. Chapter 2, Not Alone with Oversized Arachnids. I was under attack. It was a bit later than noon, and a group of 5 black spiders half my size were shooting their web at me. I barely avoided their surprise attack because of my connection to roots and trees, with which I felt their presence a bit before they got in my sight. Running away was an option, but I decided that it was my clearing, and it was now my responsibility to protect it from these unwelcome intruders. If I was to live on this island, I will have to fight whether I liked it or not. Entangling them with vine at distance was the safer option. Even if that did little damage, I could avoid their projectiles and stay out of range of any potential poison their fangs could have. Slowly but surely my vines were tightening on the spiders, crushing them in the process. There weren't many of them, so it wasn't long before the fight was over. I was surprised about how easy it ended up being. Without the element of surprise, they had little to no chance to trap me in their web. I took some time to see if I could get anything from them. Their web could be useful, but as long as I still have my vine, they were just an inferior and sticky rope. Their exoskeleton, aka armor, was not sparred when I crushed them. After strapping their fragmented chitin shell with vine and spider webs here and there, I was able to salvage their body and make some makeshift armor. It wasn't very solid since I used an already broken part, but I at least got something from that fight. After throwing the rest of their bodies off the island so that they wouldn't attract other predators, I spent the rest of the day cleaning the mess they did in the clearing. Even if that fight was unexpected, I still got valuable experience from it. First was the ineffectiveness of simply using vine to attack and kill. It was easy and relatively safe, but slow and unreliable if the enemy could dodge or cut the vine. Second is my lack of combat experience and agility. If their surprise attack had worked, I would be spider food right now. As for dodging, while their movements were restricted, there were a few close calls. I blame my slowness and lack of movement agility to my first week out of bed, but it wasn't going to keep me alive if I were to stay like that. Water magic was my second best shot at magic attack, so it was the obvious solution. Agility was less obvious to train without a clear training method, but it could prove its worth by saving my life later. Training is going to be my main focus from now on. The next morning was spent doing all kinds of athletic stuff like laps around the clearing, tree climbing, and doing backflips. Or rather trying to do some. Each time I face planted on the ground, it reminded me how much harder than I thought it was when I saw it on the internet. Thankfully, my armor only consisted of braces, a minimalist breastplate and plant leggings, so it didn't get in the way. After that and a bath, it was water manipulation training. It was less tiring than my agility training, but way harder. Controlling plants is like moving a muscle. If I concentrate enough I can do it. Comparatively, water is doing the same thing a bit more easily but with thousands of muscles at the same time. At first, I could only whisk it a little, but in the evening I was able to control a small finger-wide pillar of water out of the pond, but doing anything with it was still out of my range. Even if I just spent more than 8 hours to achieve that, I call it good progress for just a single day. Just when I was about to go to sleep in my hammock, I sensed it with the roots, movement and a lot more than yesterday. The spiders were back, and they were not just 5 this time. I wasn't able to count how many exactly, but at least 15 of them. I launched a preventive attack while they were still in the forest, and they could not see me. Vines spurted out of the ground, wrapping the spiders in their crush, with the only knowledge of their position being my roots. Most of my attacks were missed since I could not see what I was doing. Still, 2 of them were out before making it to the clearing. As soon as they saw me, a barrage of webs was raining. Some of them weren't even directly aiming at me. They just wanted to cover the whole place in their sticky web. While I put my vine to work, I alternate between dodging and hiding behind my fence. It didn't take long before a third of the place was not walkable. When the first spider was crushed, it wasn't long before more were joining it. The problem was that there were too many of them. Half of them weren't even covered in vine yet. Moving too swiftly for my vine to follow, I couldn't catch up to them, not while controlling this many vines already. At this point, it was night and a total of 9 spiders had fallen. With only a few spiders still able to move, it got a bit easier to dodge them. The only thing left to do was to wait till some die to assign the plants to a new target. Just when I was thinking it was going to end soon, it was when I felt it. More were coming. Not many more, but still too much. From what I could tell, they were only 4. It was still in a manageable range, but I was getting exhausted at this point. A full day of training didn't leave me out of breath, but with this fight, it was a matter of time. I already ate a lot of blue leaves during the fight to help with what I thought was mana at this point, but I couldn't last forever. Surprisingly, these spiders did not shoot webs but instead spit an acid substance that melted any obstacle that I tried putting between me and them. Worse, They freed some of the spiders who were about to die, and I had to start their slow and not unavoidable death all over again. If I count the new spitters, there were in total 10 spiders alive, 4 still entangled. The spitters were my new priority and needed to be dealt with before the web shooters. With my fatigue, it was getting harder to keep control over my vine, and the number that I could reliably control at the same time kept decreasing as time passed. The leaves I was eating were reaching the limit of their effectiveness. I needed a new tactic, and fast. If they want to play dirty, then don't mind if I do the same. I rush for the spitter near the pond and tackle it in the water, making sure it couldn't fire at me. I held it underwater till it drowned, distracting the others with vines. 1 out of 3 to go, I say with a big smile on my face, as I pull another one towards me and drown it the same way. In the end, they all finished in the pond, and I could finally relax and get a good night of sleep. Clearing the field first thing in the morning seemed like a waste of time with how much it got wrecked with web and acid. Training myself was the best I could do rather than trying to salvage this place, especially if they were going to come back again. Looking for a new place to settle would be too dangerous with giant spiders roaming around. It was a miracle that I didn't encounter them sooner. If they had come just a day before, I would have been dead by now. Contrary to my expectation, they did not come that day, but for safety, I slept hidden on top of a tree, holding myself with vines. For safety, I needed to find new ways to defend myself. My actual skill set wasn't going to be enough. Without knowing when or how many spiders will come next time, I got to work the next morning. The first discovery and definitively the best was the vine whip, since I could control it the way I wanted. Even better, I would finally be able to defend myself in closer range if one spider ever got too close. Actually getting closer was probably better now than staying far away. The other find was the use of magically hardened leaves as projectiles. If they rotated extremely fast, while I shot them at distance, so they could get momentum and speed, their sharpness was impressive, cutting even spider legs when I tried it on the dead cadavers of my enemies. Their main bodies were still too solid to be pierced by simple leaves, but without legs, I doubt the threat they could pose. Happy about my discovery, I got another calm night in the trees. Since I haven't seen them in 2 days, I finally decided to clean the mess of the previous fight. Even though I didn't have to dirty my hands and could do the entire work with plants, it was nonetheless annoying to clean up everything. When I got back to practicing my water magic, I tried applying my discovery to it, with decent success. The best I could manage was a finger-wide trail of water, but I was able to move it freely while it was still connected to the pond. Magic wasn't that hard to use, only the basics were. Once you master them, the rest was way easier. From the difference in difficulty between plants and water magic, I could tell there was probably some affinity difference at work. With time, however, I'm pretty sure I could learn them all. It was so exciting learning magic. A tutor, or a book on the subject would be helpful, but learning everything by myself with trial and error is so rewarding when I get it. Should I try learning a new form of magic? In most fantasy books, elemental magic includes wind, water, fire, and earth, with sometimes the bonus of lighting or ice magic. Light and dark magic appear too, but generally, they are more complicated than others. Since plant-based magic exists, the possibility of other less common variants is high. With the limited knowledge and resources at my disposal, meaning none, the only magic I could try is earth. Well, not for today, it seems. Looks like they are finally ready for round 3, made me wait long enough. So at least 30 spiders this time. I detected them sooner than before since my roots detection range got better. I had more than a minute to prepare myself before they arrived. So what should I do? Last time I simply stood there waiting for them, but now why not try something else? Did they use smell to track me? If I remember correctly, spiders mostly use vibration and touch to track prey. Most of the 8 eyes are just for show and shouldn't have very good eyesight, though all of this was based on the spiders back on Earth. The one here probably had more difference than just their size, but it was worth a shot. For now, I hid in a tree and moved some roots near the middle of the clearing. When they arrived, I could almost see the confusion on their arachnid faces. In addition to the spitters and web shooters, which I now recognize with the pattern on their backs, a new type of spider was there, a head taller than the others. At this distance, I wasn't able to see any difference except the pattern. but there were only 6, compared to 13 spitters and 12 shooters. Some of them were still hidden in the forest, but not from me. I go for them first since they are separated from the main pack. Taking them by surprise and crushing them was easy since that group was mostly composed of shooters and 1 spitter. The main group seemed to notice but got there too late to save their brethren. With the element of surprise lost, a fourth of them have already fallen. Their accuracy was noticeably better this time, and the new type all made a beeline to me. Close range then, lucky me I got 2 brand new whips to try on them, so thanks for volunteering. I jumped from tree to escape when they got too close, and whipped them whenever I could. Their armor seems more solid than the others, and they only use their fangs and razor-sharp legs to cleave at me. A small green liquid dripped from the fangs whenever they got close and tried to take a bite out of me, so probably poisonous. From now on, I will name them Reaper. Ensnaring them proved impossible. With the ease they escaped my plants, I still was able to do decent damage with my whip. I know because each time I hit them, they recoil from the pain. Before I knew it, I was back in the clearing, whipping at entangled spitters and shooters, cutting at their legs with thrown leaves, making sure they couldn't save their comrade when I killed them one at a time. My dodging skill was getting quite good, if I might say, and the roots acting as a sixth sense to know everyone's location saved me more than I'd like to believe. I was even able to pull out one of these insane horizontal flips when I dodged an acid spit coming from a blind spot. From the start, I was trying to use one whip in each hand, but with plants to control, web and acid to avoid, all while being outnumbered. It was impossible to use both whips effectively, so I had to discard one. After a straining fight, the only one left standing was me and the Reapers. All 6 were alive with varying degrees of injuries. For my part, I only had minor cuts, with an acidic burn on my left forearm from a shot that I wasn't able to dodge, melting my armor and causing a second-degree burn. It didn't hurt that much anymore, and I could still use it, but it would definitely leave a scar. I still had plenty of energy left, and it didn't look like they were going to back down now. It surprised me how willing they were to fight to the death. I thought that an animal's survival instinct would tell him to run when the chances were overwhelmingly against him. Not like these are animals in the first place anyway. Monster was a more appropriate word to describe these oversized arachnids. Continuing to whip them to death would take a long time. Something I do not have if they are going to get reinforcement like last time. Drowning seems the best option, but each time I tried to pull them underwater with ivy, they were able to free themselves or cover each other. I need something to either do immense damage or pierce their armored skin. Sharp leaves can't scratch a spitter's skin, let alone a reaper's. Wait, isn't armor in general weak to blunt damage? If I can find something hard enough to bonk them to death, it might do it. I doubt a tree stick would do the job, and the only thing I got is my whip. Couldn't I just harden it to a staff-like shape with my control over it? But it would still be just a plant. There is no way it would get solid enough to not break. A tree root could do the job. It was more solid than a vine, or ivy, and if I was lucky might hold long enough to kill one of them. Throwing away my whip, I pulled out of the ground a wood staff as tall as myself and struck the closest spider. It did not kill it, but I could see a small crack on its skin. I clearly did more damage than with the whip. After a few more bonks on the head, the first reaper had fallen. Its head cracked open like an axe cut through a wooden log. From the beginning I was the one dodging and being preyed upon. Now it was my turn. The others were more careful, but they were still no match for the best weapon ever invented since the creation of mankind. The mighty stick. In the end, there were no more spiders, but only unrecognizable slumps of insect meat lying around. My hammock was fortunately safe from all the fighting. Relaxing was just what I needed. Not that I was that exhausted, just mentally fatigued. Thinking during a fight was much more demanding than I expected. And I even had to come up with a new tactic on the fly. Give me a break. Using a weapon magically made with wood. Why didn't I ever think about that before? Even if I was more comfortable at range, it was a fun change to get close and whip at them. I also never thought that hitting something with a stick would feel this good. The feeling of something breaking under your strike was so invigorating. I'm sure most people would have been afraid in my situation and would have run away in the hope of not dying. Personally, for all my life I couldn't even run away from certain death. Waiting for my ever-prolonging fate was the best and worst I was allowed to do. So I'm done being scared of dying. I wasn't allowed before. No reason to be here. I was going to do every single thing I can to enjoy myself, and if butchering monsters and even humans was necessary for that, I'm not going to back off, ever. https://s.pikesci.art/a/160332174144706560711 Chapter 3, Switching the Battleground. No reinforcement ever arrived in the hours following the fight. After a quick nap, I was fresh and relaxed. It was still just near the evening and the sun was going to sleep soon, but not me. It was time to hunt them once and for good. I didn't mind a good battle, but after today, they won't underestimate me anymore and will come with everything they got. I was almost overwhelmed last time, and it was going to get worse, unless they leave me alone for at least a week for me to train my magic. I'm as good as dead. Each time they came from the north, their nest should be in that direction. I jumped from tree to tree, using vines to swing myself deeper into the forest and further away from my clearing. At some point, spider webs were trapping the area. Making sure to be as stealthy as I could, I made my way deeper into their territory. I spotted a few shooters, some roaming around, others carrying web cocoons back from where they came. I followed them to the center of their nest. Their web was starting to be everywhere, on the ground, and the trees. It was getting harder and harder to avoid getting stuck and finding out. Luckily, the tree and roots were still telling me everything was clear from spiders above ground level. Going on a rampage in the middle of their territory was pointless. I needed an objective, either destroying their eggs or killing whatever was responsible for making them in the first place. I thought I spotted just that. Its size was 4 times my own, and it was resting as if waiting for something. With all the surroundings eggs, it seemed to be on top of the hierarchy. What should I call it? Broodmother? Spider Queen? Anyway, it would soon be dead, one way or another. Now, how can I kill this thing? A surprise attack was given, and from my spot in the tree, I didn't think they will ever see me, so I could wait as long as I want. The main problem was the number of spiders. I can't even count how many spitters and shooters there were. After more observation, a plan came to mind. With a bloodthirsty smile, it was time to get creative. I waited till it was completely dark. I started by making as big an earthquake as possible, far from the center of their nest, but still in their territory. The amount of effort it took me to shake and move all the roots in the area was enormous, but after seeing the number of spiders going that way to check it out, it was worth it. When the queen was alone with her guard, about 10 of each spider type, I made my move using a brand new technique. In seconds, multiple wooden spikes came out of the ground just under their feet, impaling the spitters and shooters without resistance. Most of the reapers were still alive, with only a crack in their armor. From the damage the queen took, her armor was the same as the reaper. Her sheer size was what made her take less damage. Now they were on guard but still didn't know where I was. I assaulted them with more spikes. I was not going to expose myself as long as they didn't find me. I could see the anger in their behavior each time the queen was bleeding from a new injury. How cruel. They don't care if their brother died, but if the queen is in danger it was the end of the world. How heartless of them. But don't worry, I am justice incarnate and all these spiders will be treated equally when they are all dead. The battle must have attracted some reinforcement because more spiders were coming to get their own spike. It was almost relaxing, hearing the cry of deadly spiders, music to my ears. It was an honest payback for all the trouble I got into cleaning their mess in the clearing. My acid scar still tingles a little when I touch it, and a few cuts still haven't healed yet, for the potentially permanent damage they did to me. I sentenced them to death. What a pitiful fate I have. My bedridden princess beauty is ruined because of them. Ruin them all. I scream internally. At that point, the number of corpses was cramping the place, as even more spiders were joining the rampage. Finally found me, I say as a reaper cut the branch I was sitting on since the start. It took them a while to find me. This is where the fun begins. I produced a wooden sword from a tree and started to slash at them. It wasn't as sharp as a real metallic sword, and with its extremely thin edge, it would break quickly. No problem, though. I just made a new one each time one was broken. With me joining the fight directly, I couldn't produce as many spikes as before due to the concentration required. I made sure to compensate for that properly. Even the queen started to spit acid at me while keeping her distance with a wall of webs. So she has all the same abilities as her children, meaning her front legs were probably as sharp as the Reaper. Lucky me, she doesn't want to use them. After smashing a Reaper with my now broken sword, something came to mind. I am strong, aren't I? I mean physically. I got good stamina that allowed me to fight for longer than I thought. Not only that, but I am strong enough to use a wooden sword with no difficulty and even kill a spider. Whenever I dodge or jump, I feel light. Just what in the world am I? Am I still human? Anyway, it was not the time to think about that stuff. It was time to kill the queen. My existential crisis could come later. If she didn't want to come closer, then it's fine. I just sent more spikes her way. Even better. It was still not enough though. If all my attacks came from the ground, it was too easy to dodge for her. Throwing spears was now added to my instant to-do list in the fight. Her number of injuries was now as much as the number of dead spiders on the ground. A lot. And it kept climbing. At this point, I hated to admit it, but I was getting overwhelmed with all the corpses and web around. My movement was limited. I was so soaked in blood, not my own, that I had to be careful of my footing to avoid slipping up. In terms of stamina, I was fine, but I couldn't last forever. Some of them were even hiding behind corpses, ready to ambush me when I got close. Without knowing their position with my roots, I would be dead. I need to finish this. I rushed toward the queen, as she tries to run away from me. Swinging from vine to vine, I was faster than her and got a proper sword cut on her back. The shriek she let out was so high-pitched that I had to cover my ear. It was getting dangerous. Too dangerous. The roots were telling me that, literally, all the spiders in the forest were coming this way. All of them. More than 300. She did not let out a cry of pain, but a cry of help. That bitch. It even seemed like the morale, or more precisely the anger of the spiders already present, was even greater. I focused my offense on her as I slashed her abdomen to shreds. With my guard down, I let out a cry of pain as a Reaper made a big diagonal slash on my back, shattering what was left of my armor. Fortunately, he didn't get deep enough to reach my spine, but I made sure to give him back an even deeper one. Now exhausted, bleeding, and with mana running low, my odds of winning were slim. Running away was impossible with all the spiders coming this way, and even if I could get away, they would probably chase me to the end of the world. Killing that cowardly queen was my only hope. Ruah. In the melee, I heard a roar. It was not the queen or any spiders, scaring even them. Ruah. Looking around me, I couldn't see its origin. The roots were locating only spiders and nothing else. Ruah. It was getting louder, no closer to us. Even the spiders stopped moving. If it was not on the ground, then a giant wyvern was diving into me, its black scales almost shining in the dark of the night. Without slowing down, it snatched me in its claws and got back high in the sky. Before I could register what just happened, we were so high that the fall would kill me. Not that I was able to escape anyway. It was holding my arm tightly in its claws, making it impossible to escape if I still wanted my arm attached to my body. The view was beautiful. A massive, colossal, behemoth-sized moon was on the horizon. Its brightness was brighter than turning back on light mode after getting used to dark mode. With so much light shining during the night, it was no wonder that I could still see so well, even at this hour. There were other flying islands populating the sky, too many to count them. Mine was getting smaller and smaller in the distance. I couldn't say at what altitude we were, except that it was very, very high. After a moment we were above a sea of clouds. There were fewer floating islands than below, but the view kept getting more impressive, making me forget everything that was happening just a few minutes ago. The pain of the laceration in my back felt tiny compared to the amazement I was feeling for being the hopeless little girl who couldn't leave her room to whatever this world would make of me. That view makes it all worth it. The wyvern kept climbing higher toward a small island, looking different from the others. On it was a huge stone tower, the height of a lighthouse. A greenhouse was also there, with a house and a small lake. This place was inhabited by someone. Everything except the tower was way too small to be for the wyvern. It deposited me on top of the tower and sat on a trap door. For the next few hours, it just rested and looked at me with its crimson eyes. With him blocking the only exit, I was stuck here. If I tried jumping, he would probably catch me back, so I didn't try. Fortunately, it didn't mind me using magic, so I was able to draw water from the lake using magic. With the distance, it took a while for my depleted mana to draw enough water to wash and drink my fill. My old bra and underwear were in bad shape after what happened. Funny enough, when I changed my torn ivy undergarment to new ones, the lizard looked away. How chivalrous. I used leaves as makeshift bandages to cover my cuts and bruises. Most of them would probably heal without leaving any scar, but the one on my back was good to stay. At least it stopped bleeding. Pulling plants from the closest tree, I took my first meal since I attacked the spider nest. I could have grabbed a few fruits and vegetables from the greenhouse, but depending on who lived here, they might consider this stealing, so better avoid trouble. Especially since they got that big lizard watching me. Exhausted, I took a nap on the cold stone floor. Whatever it wanted from me, it wasn't food, so it wouldn't eat me. I hope. https://s.pikesci.art/a/1603413086881350972 11. Chapter 4, Living in the Sky. I was awakened by the sun. Ah, I missed you, sun. I had a long night, and when the warmth of the sun reached me, I felt invigorated. The wyvern still hadn't moved and was still looking at me. I've stayed away from him since last night, but now that I know he's not as wild as I thought, I walked up to him. He was clearly on guard, but did nothing to stop me, just made sure I couldn't get to the hatch. His black scales were beautiful. His jaws could crush a spider with no problem. I have never seen one, but he's probably a little smaller than an elephant, but also bigger if I had his 10-foot tail. Petting a mythical creature felt strange at first, but he seemed to like it when I scratched his chin. Seeing a dragon-like beast was more than I could have asked for, even when magic existed. I know it's not a dragon because it only has 2 legs and 2 wings. Dragons have 4 legs and 2 or more wings. Still, it was an impressive sight. After more stroking, he moved away from the trap door. For a second I thought that it was to let me leave, but someone came. Opening the trap, a woman appeared and gave the wyvern an apple-like fruit. Even with the small portion he got, he looked pleased. I kept my distance from the stranger. Her black long hair was the same color as her eyes. She wore a simple brown shirt and pants under her blue and red cloak. Her only weapon was the dagger at her hip. She carried a small leather shoulder bag under her arm, and numerous pouches hung from her belt. After looking at me the way I looked at her, she takes the same fruit that she just gave to her wyvern and offers it to me. I immediately took a bite without worrying. Even if she wanted to poison me, it would only taste spicier than usual. The fruit was delicious and sweet. Thanks, I say. She looks confused and replied in a language I've never heard before. If we don't understand each other, it's going to be very difficult to communicate. After rummaging in her bag again, she takes out a leather collar and signals me to put it on. It gave off a strange magical aura, but I couldn't tell what it was for. The first thing that came to my mind was a slave collar, but if it was that, it probably would have been better to make it in metal. If she wanted to make me a slave, she could have done it by force. After I put it on, nothing felt different, but something was different. What's your name? Now I could understand what she was saying, and it even worked both ways. Emery, I answer. Good morning, Emery. Care to join me for breakfast? After accepting her offer, I was finally able to leave the tower, but not without giving it wyvern a few more scratches. His name is Randall. The wyvern's name was Randall then. I had somehow expected a more threatening name, but after petting him, I couldn't disagree with her. I'm surprised, she says with a smile. Most people freak out the first time they see a superior wyvern. He saved me from a losing battle and didn't eat me after that. I've no reason to be scared. She seems to like my answer. A superior wyvern? Meaning there are several types of wyverns and the monsters. I can't wait to learn more. The inside of her house was infested with books. Full shelves were almost everywhere, and books were piling up on the floor. They were written in languages that I wasn't able to read. Sitting at the table, she offered me a plate full of fruit, vegetable and even meat. Even if I didn't recognize the kind of meat it was, I was happy to learn I could still digest meat. After only eating plants since I got here, I was starting to miss a good steak, and the spider didn't look very appetizing. After the meal and a conversation, I learned that her name was Lavandle and that she lived here alone with Randall. The reason she was so hospitable was that she didn't receive visitors very often, which is something I could relate to. Why she was here was simple. Barely avoiding the death sentence, hundreds of years ago, she was exiled by her country and took refuge here after taming Randall. If she was to come back, she would be killed. After asking, she didn't want to tell me her crime. Not that I care, anyway. Whatever her crime was, if she was kind to me, it didn't matter. I would treat her as a friend. You mentioned hundreds of years ago. Just how old are you? Fortunately, she didn't mind me asking. 456 years old. Her answer was straightforward. I never could have guessed that she was this old. She barely looks in her 30s. I might look human, but I am a vampire, so living this long is a given. For a second, I wondered if her vampire status was related to her being exiled, but it was better not to ask. From her remark, I can assume there is more race than just plain human. When I asked her, she told me that dwarfs, demi-elves, lizard men, and multiple other races were common. With how long she has been here, though, she doesn't know if it is still the case. So what are you going to do now? That story of yours is quite particular, but I couldn't mind if you stay here a while. There are tons of things I can teach you. Trust me, you won't regret it. After telling me her story, I naturally told her my own. Even if it wasn't much, I had no reason to refuse her offer, so I accepted. From now on, I would live here, learn as much as possible and help her in whatever way I can. Compared to lying in bed all day or living alone waiting for the next fight, it was miles better. From the winning grin on her face, she seemed relieved. If what she told was right, that meant that she didn't get visitors often. I wonder how long it has been since she last talked to someone. Since her house only had one bedroom, she offered me her bed while she slept on the couch. I refused without a second thought. After spending 15 years in bed, even if it was a different one, I was not going back to one anytime soon. She took some convincing, but I was able to get myself a vine hammock just outside the house. With the day only beginning, we start talking about my current ability and what my learning priority will be. For only having trained for less than a week, she told me that I was learning very quickly and would have no trouble learning all kinds of magic. It was supposedly rare for humans to have an affinity with more than 2 elements. Having an affinity would not stop you from learning a specific kind of magic, it only makes it easier to learn and master. To learn what my affinity was, other than plant and water, she made me try to feel the energy of different elements. Summoning a fireball in her hand, she told me to put my hand as close as possible without burning myself. Try to feel the specific mana of fire in the fireball. If you have an affinity with fire, you should be able to sense it when you get close enough. Closing my eyes, I tried to feel anything other than the pure heat of the flame. I feel it. It's different from the mana type I'm used to compared to plants that have a calming sensation and water that is overwhelming and docile. This one feels compressed but devastating. Good, that means you have an easier time learning it, she said. Now we try all the other basic elements. After trying all of them, my affinities were good. To add to plant, water and fire, I also had potential with light, darkness, and plague magic. This last one was apparently very rare and frowned upon, but still less unusual than plants. The training routine she explained to me focused on fire and water magic since these were the ones she knew the best, with some spare time for plant and plague and the 2 others. With so many affinities to learn, the other element, even if trainable, were low priority. But first you're going to need some clothes. She says that, but I was wearing my broken armor and vine undergarments since the first time she saw me, and it didn't seem to bother her. The only one who showed any embarrassment was Randall, the wyvern, not her or even me for that matter. I'm used to being half naked at this point. Searching in her wardrobe, she took out a cloak similar to the one she was wearing, except the color was black compared to the blue and red one she had. She also gave me a white chemise and brown pants. These clothes were some old ones that she wasn't wearing nowadays. She was even the one who knit the chemise and pants. When I looked at it, her wardrobe was composed of more than hundreds of clothes and accessories. She even had a room dedicated to crafting stuff like potions and clothes. Mentioning that later, she will teach me to make all my stuff myself. The life of an exiled witch must be truly lonesome. https://s.pikesci.art/a/1603673890653422746 12. Chapter 5, Hunting Something Different. A month had passed since I started living with Lavender and my training is going well. I thought that as an exiled vampire, she would spend all her time hidden in her bed sleeping, but she's very active and hardworking. Okay, maybe bored would be more appropriate. Without any knowledge about how to do most things myself, she had to teach me a lot of things normal people would consider basic, like doing dishes, washing my clothes and keeping my stuff clean, chores in other words. She also started to teach me the humanoid language. The translation collar was amazing, but in her opinion, I needed to learn to do things myself without relying entirely on magic. Right now, I was on a sky island, far away from Lavender's island. She wanted me to hunt a few wolves on my own, and bring back the corpses. Randall dropped me near the edge of the forest and would wait here for me to come back. He was ordered to intervene only in extreme situations. On the tree, I could see scratch marks and other signs of wolves being nearby. With the range of my route detection reaching close to 1 kilometer now, I detected a pack of 5 wolves closing in on my position. Acting as if I didn't know that they were there, I waited till one of them jumped out of a bush and tried to bite my arm off. Instantly, vines came out from under its feet, and he couldn't move. Reaching for a pouch on my belt, I throw some burning sand at him. It catches fire midair and I directed the fire to burn him to a crisp. Lavender told me that creating an element using magic used too much mana to be viable in most fights. Burning sand was a good alternative for fire magic. As soon as the sand gets out of the enchanted pouch, it rapidly burns and creates flames I could control easily if I infused a bit of mana in it. The wolf stopped trashing after a few seconds and dropped dead. Whoops. Its brown fur was now completed burn and unusable. I guess fire magic is out for today. The other wolves were now on the offensive, their fang and claw rushing toward me. I opened the glass flask, filled with water, attached to my belt without a water source nearby. This was a decent way to use water magic. Controlling the water into a blade shape, I slashed the closest wolf with it and cut through his heart. The third one got splashed with a similar technique using an acid liquid, but this time I made it rain on him. With the acid slowly melting its way through the wolf's skin, he was too in shock to do anything. As I dodged the attacks of the last 2 wolves, I slowly gather ambient light in the shape of a lance. It could be used anywhere with a good amount of light available, but it was slow to prepare and too obvious to be hidden. When the spear of light was ready, I throw it at one of them. Even with how close he was able to sidestep and dodge it. However, I could still control the spear and made it come back. He did not expect it and now got a spear piercing his side and heart. I entangled the last one in my vines as I unsheathed my dagger. Lavender wanted at least one in perfect condition, and this was the best way to get it. I could have ensnared all the others, but it was too easy, and I wanted to put my training to the test. Also, where's the fun in that? Its wailing and whimpering did nothing to stop me, as I stabbed his heart in one quick motion. I had nothing against him, so a quick death was the least I could do. After putting back the water and acid in their bottle, I returned to Randall, dragging all the wolves with vines. There was no way I could move a single wolf myself, even if their size seems the same as on Earth. I tied the corpse together, and ride on Randall's back. Less than an hour of flight later, we were back home. On Lavender's appraisal, we had more than enough for what she planned and still have spare parts. We started by butchering them. With no experience, I was initially worried, but with her directive, I was able to do a decent job. The inside was smelly at first, but with lavender water and wind magic, the stench was gone pretty quickly. Tanning came next. Washing the pelt was easy with water magic, and wind magic was used to dry them. With some salt, my vines were useful to scrap any fat or meat left on the hide. The last step was putting some vegetal-based substance that protects the pelt from moisture and bacteria. The full tanning process took 10 times longer than the hunt itself. It was a long process, but in the end, it was worth it. Now I know how to make my own leather, and with more practice, their quality would only go up. Lavender even gave me a book on tanning. I still only understood a fragment of the alphabet, but it could prove useful, both for tanning and learning the language. It took the entire next day, but in the end, I got a warm coat for colder weather. With all the spare material we got, I could make a few more if I wanted. The only thing on the menu for that week was without any doubt wolf meat. It was better than I expected. She even tried to teach me how to cook, with less successful, and maybe eatable results. The next week, Lavender asked me to clear a cave in which a colony of caterpillars lived. Before the caterpillars, she used to go in and mine any resource she wanted. She specified that she was not a blacksmith, but she can handle basic forgery. Randall was too big to clear it himself, and when I asked her why she didn't do it herself, she avoided answering. She even specifically told me to burn every single one of the caterpillars to a crisp, leaving nothing behind, not even their body. When I got in, I used magic to create a light ball and lead the way. Without access to natural vines, if I wanted to use them, I would need to create my own. Lavender already taught me how to create the element I wanted from raw mana, but in doing so, I probably would run out of juice before reaching the end of the cave. The caterpillars were, to say the least, bigger than the ones on Earth. The biggest ones were even bigger than the wolves I hunted before, their size closer to the couch in Lavender's house. It did make them easier to hit with burning sand and fire magic. They moved so slowly that I didn't need to dodge any of their fangs or spikes. Not that I could have any way with how small the cave was. It was in time like this that it was a boon being small. Yes, I was still growing, I think, but even in a few years I'm probably going to be a little smaller than other girls. Lavender herself is more than a head taller than me. Well, it works for me right now, so I leave the problem to future me. In the deepest part of the cave, I found caterpillar cocoons and eggs. I gave them the same fate as the insect that defended them, making sure nobody saw the species ever again, as I was told. After God knows how long, every caterpillar that lived here was not living anymore. Making my way out was straightforward, with the singular path offered by the cave. When I got out, it was getting dark. The ever-so-loyal Randall was sleeping just outside, waiting for me all along. Come on buddy, we don't want to miss Super, don't we? Back home, a real feast was waiting for us. I didn't know why and didn't care. When someone makes that much just for you, I believe it to be a courtesy to shut up and enjoy. More time passed and Lavender finally got a new task for me. Yet again it was another hunt. Not that I minded to have practiced my tanning, sewing, and weapon sharpening, for I don't want to remember how long. Anything that get me some exercise was welcome. This time, she didn't tell me what I was going to hunt. She just told Randall to get me to that island. He didn't hide his bitter face. Hours later, we finally reached it, and I was impressed. Its size was enormous. The island in itself was bigger than all the ones I have been on so far, but the most remarkable thing was the floating rivers. It was surreal, even more than flying islands. The water started from a normal lake, but the center of it just shoot up in the sky and created a flow that connected to other rivers coming from islands even higher. Flying through one felt so refreshing, that I asked Randall to dive again. There were even fishes climbing the waterfalls in packs. Of course, Randall didn't spare himself a free meal. I wondered a few times where the fishes Lavender was cooking were coming from. I wouldn't have believed the answer without seeing it. Leaving me near the lake, Randall took off toward the waterfall to scoop up more fish. Leaving me alone. From the sky, I wasn't able to see anything below the trees, but back on the ground, the roots were detecting small animals the size of a rabbit. Upon seeing them, they were effectively rabbits, with the addition of a horn on their head. In mythology terms, they were perfect pictures of jackalopes. With only a single horn, they ran away as soon as they detected my presence. I doubted they were the expedition target, but I still strangled one and put it in my shoulder bag. Never hurt to bring back at least one. With nothing outside the ordinary with the roots, wandering was all I could do. A real hunter with experience in the field could probably track whatever I was supposed to search, but Lavender deemed my detection ability enough for now, so she didn't teach me anything special about hunting. I really can't explain how beautiful the place was. Everything seems more colorful here. The whistling of the bird gives a sort of relaxing, enchanted tone to the forest. I could hear the flow of the flying river above me. Even the air and its humidity add some kind of purity to the place. It was a real question of why Lavender didn't settle on this island instead. I definitively would have done so. A wandering while later, I arrive at the border of the island and sit on the edge, contemplating the view. A sea of clouds below and an endless sky full of isles under the shining sun was a view too beautiful to simply ignore. Lavender tried to make me meditate for a while now, but I was never able to follow her instruction and truly relax as she said. On this spot, however, I felt calmer than I ever did. Kneeling in the meditation position she taught me, I focused on my breath and relax, forgetting everything around me. I got lost in myself. Since I got into this world, I took the chance to think about it. Fighting and lavender training always kept my mind away from thinking about how or why I got here. Compared to my old world where I was a crippled little girl who couldn't even take a shit alone, here, and now, I got nothing to complain about. I would even go to say I'm grateful for it. I love my family, who did their best to take care of me. Furthermore, I want to thank my friend who still came to visit me even after she broke up with my brother. And how could I forget my cat, the only one who kept me sane from all the time I wondered what to do, with a knife on my wrist, or when I looked out the window, in my room on the 5th floor. I missed them a lot, but I was given a fresh start in this world, where I wasn't the lonely crippled little girl they knew, anymore. I swear to never go back to Earth, even if it is possible. To never be scared of being alone or abandoned by others. To explore as much as I could now that I wasn't imprisoned in my bed. I'm done complaining about my existence and being alive. Now I can do what I want, and if I want to do something, I will do it. I don't have any excuses anymore. To whoever got me here, I thank you from the deepest part of my heart. https://s.pikesci.art/a/160361259246747. 11. Chapter 6, More Dangerous Than a Dragon. After having meditated for an undetermined period, I felt a stronger gust of wind rising. I stood up and stretched myself, ready to resume my search. My mind, clearer than ever. When I turned back toward the forest, I was greeted by a sharp draconian head, a few centimeters in front of me. Bigger than Randall, the beast looks at me with its green eye. Its scales were white, just like the clouds behind me. Its powerful breathing made my cloak fly in its breeze. The dragon was sitting as if he had always been here. From the top of its 4-story size, he had to bend its head down to look at me. Compared to Randall, who looks rather feral, if I ignore its usual attitude, this dragon looks proud and powerful. Fully aware of its strength and size, he didn't acknowledge me as a threat. He was probably right, at least it didn't look like I was dinner either. From its relaxed pose, he's probably just curious about what I am or what I am doing. Or I stumble into its territory. Everything here seems so peaceful, even the dragon. Not that I will try to bother him anyway. Lavender actually never said to hunt or kill anything this time, just to take a look at the area. I assume this was a hunting expedition because it was what she had me doing each time she sent me to other islands. Going from wolves to caterpillars, to all the other things she had me kill like tunnel monkeys and plague crows. A dragon was still a bit too much of a leap in strength. Raising my hand, I wanted to touch his scale. He let me pat him, thankfully not seeing this as a sign of aggression or threat either. He even seemed to like it. I always thought that dragons were extremely different from wyverns, but right now he acted pretty much like Randall. Their soft spot was even the same, just under the chin. Taking out the jackalope in my bag, I swing it in front of its nose. He followed it with its eyes, without taking its sight off it. Taking a few steps back, I throw him the meal, and he swallows it whole, the want-to-be rabbit disappearing in its stomach. He looked at me, wanting more. Sorry big boy, that's all I got. I could see his disappointment, but he acted as if he didn't care. The fact that he understood me was a pleasant surprise. To continue the comparison with Randall, I thought that Lavender must have trained Randall or something for him to understand, but it seems like if the species is smart enough it can understand us with no problem. As I give him more of his favorite scratches, a sound-breaking screech forces me to cover my ears. The earth itself seems to feel its power as I crumble to my knees. The dragon didn't seem to be spared either, as he tried to cover his head. It took me a moment to regain my bearings, and after some very long and painful seconds, the buzzing in my ears stopped. Looking around, I wasn't able to remember the direction the monstrous scream originated from. As far as I could see, there was nothing that could have produced that sound. It was as if everything was disturbed. The birds in the sky were perturbed and attacked anything that wasn't their species. Even fish were throwing themselves out of the water to disappear in the clouds. I could detect frantic movement all across the forest. The only one who seemed spare was me and my draconic friend. I could only hope that Randall was fine too. The dragon looks all around, searching in the sky for what could have made that sound, with a worried look on his face. Before I could think about what to do, I detected a pack of jackalopes heading in our direction. The word pack was a euphemism, as a swarm or army was more appropriate to describe the few thousand rabbits ravaging everything alive in the forest. I was able to feel each encounter with the other wildlife they had. The solo animal didn't stand a chance against their rabid foes. Even the ones who were as large as a car were killed in a matter of seconds. The sky was covered with hundreds of animals, birds, and fish who fought to the death and fell to the death for the latter. It was raining blood. Literally. There was no way for the dragon to take off without getting himself into a fight with everything in the sky. I wasn't able to see if Randall was somewhere on the aerial battlefield. My thought was brought back to the ground when the rabid swarm reaches us, their eyes craving blood, my blood. Fighting was the only way to come out of this mess alive. The dragon started by scorching the closest wave of rabbits that came out of the forest. Even away from the beam of fire, I could feel the heat as it was melting and disintegrating them out of existence. When he stopped, more jackalopes came out from the wall of fire, all of them without a care for their burning fur. Unsheathing the short sword Lavender gave me, I cut the first one that reached me, killing it instantly. For each one that dies, 10 more follow just behind him, and hundreds more came in range of my roots detection. Jackalopes were the only thing I could detect as far as my roots were going, and more kept appearing each second. This place was way more inhabited than I first thought. With all the fire spreading around, using my plant magic was complicated. Strangling a few horned rabbits was effectively useless. I couldn't even concentrate properly to use my light, water or plague magic. The only magic usable was my incendiary sand, and it wasn't long before my reserve disappeared as I burned a few groups of them. Dodging one rabbit was easy, but dodging the hundreds of others who rushed at me at the same time was impossible. My homemade armor was, thankfully, sturdy enough to not be pierced by just rabbit teeth. The problem was that with each new scratch left by these bastards, it was getting shredded little by little. My cloak didn't waste time, becoming a leftover scarf. The forest was slowly burning away to let more foes enter the new clearing. As if they weren't enough, some flying monsters, who until now stayed in their battle in the sky, were joining our already too big party. The only positive was that they had the courtesy of chipping a bit of the jackalope army. I recognized them from one of the books in Lavender Library. They were Cortatric, a smaller version of a Quetzalcoatlus. In other words, a flying dinosaur and a pain in the ass. Lucky me. They gave me a few chances to climb them and take me above the hell that was the ground, always making sure to never go too far away from the main battlefield and the dragon. If I was left alone, death would not miss me this time. My only ally was unsurprisingly doing fine in the fight and way better than me. Clawing, snapping, and smashing what was insects to him didn't seem to wear him down. The complication was that some rabbits were able to bite, with time, into part of its skin that wasn't as protected as others. His blood soon mingled with all the blood, staining its normally white scales. For my part, I only had a few scratches here and there, but my armor was starting to leave more and more parts of my skin without protection as it was getting unrecognizable. Blocking any attack after my head with my arms didn't spare them, and ignoring the pain was getting difficult. We needed to get out of here. While we were fighting, I saw him glancing at the sky, looking for any opportunity to take off the ground. After the start of the fight, he only threw a few fireballs at regular intervals. He was getting exhausted as I was. With most of my magic arsenal being useless, my mana reserve was still fine. I could probably blow a few spells using raw mana instead of my item, but it was so mana hungry that I needed to keep them as a last resort, which was probably soon since everything kept getting worse. It was now or never. The best, and probably the only, way out was the sky. I hope Randall was safe, but I had no way of knowing his whereabouts. Normally he never goes too far away from me, but he probably didn't have the opportunity to get back when the insanity broke out. The airspace was getting more packed each time a glimpse of a way out show up, closing it instantly. To break out of this aerial blockade, brute force was a necessity. or in my case magical force. Making my way to the dragon, I jumped from court-trick to court-trick, avoiding the ground as if it was lava, which wasn't far from the truth. When I got close enough, I made a final jump on the back of my friend the dragon, felling something heavier than usual on his back. He prepares a fireball and turns his head toward me. "Easy, friend, it's just me," I said as I cut all the pests on his back. Noticing me, he fired at a court-trick behind me, the heat of his attack barely avoiding my face. "I can create a way out, but we got one shot." He kept looking at me. "Just fly in a straight line with your head down. I handle the rest. Go." At my order, we took off, straight into the fray. The few jackalopes hanging on him didn't last long. Raising my arm, I concentrate my magic on it. I could feel the raw mana heating up till it was enough. Releasing my spell, a beam of fire shot straight in front of us, incinerating every living being that dares stand on our path. Keeping the continuous shot straight was difficult since we were now the center of attention. Being assaulted from all directions but one, we continue onward. Ignoring everything else. Our only blessing was that their skin was not very fireproof. Doing my best to hang on my mount and cover myself with only one arm. The veracity of my spell was greater than I expected. My supposedly greater than average mana reserve wasn't going to hold long enough. Concentrating on a second spell, I made sure to spare my friend from the blast I was going to make. "Keep going," I say as I stop my first spell, transferring all my mana left into our last chance. When the spell had finally finished sucking up every bit of magic I had, I unleashed it. A blazing blast shot out in every direction while sparing us at its center. Its heat was not hot enough to disintegrate everything like the last spell, but it was enough to give a third-degree burn to everything in its blast radius. Flaming corpses were falling from the sky, as I tightened my grip with what was left of my strength. With a bit more leeway, we were finally able to speed up and get away from the madness we were in. I didn't know where he was going with me, but as long as it was far away from hell, I was fine. The ride was now smoother. He slowed down his speed, visibly exhausted from all the fighting and the fast flying. There was some beast in the sky that were fighting each other, but he made sure to stay away from their little brawl. Eating the last of my mana regenerating leaves, my headache finally lessens. While flying, we encounter Randall in the middle of his own battle with a flock of bird-like creatures. Even outnumbered, he was able to show them the mightiness of a wyvern, leaving their lifeless bodies falling to God knows where. I use a bit of the magic I just got back to control my two liquid weapons, melting and piercing what was left of his enemy. When he noticed me, he quickly finished up and fly to me. The two were not pleased when Randall got closer. I should have thought that dragon and wyvern weren't best friends. "It's fine, he with me," I say to both of them. They didn't complain more after that, probably putting up with it just for me. The fact that we were all injured and exhausted helped too. Going in the same direction from the very start, the dragon seems to have a destination in mind. With Lavender Place being hours away, rest before going back home would be best, so we continue on his way, hopefully, close to our destination. The sky was slowly getting dark. I could see the behemoth moon on the horizon. It had been a long day. https://s.pikesci.art/a/1603673564374095630. 10. Chapter 7, A Small Reprieve from Madness. When the night settles, we finally reach our destination. The beautiful island that we were on earlier was still burning with fights going on, that we could see from our spot. We weren't that far from it, but just far enough to be out of the outrage for now. The dragon leads us to a cave hidden underneath a mountain. The entrance was a bit small for him, but the inside was spacious enough for him to stand with no problem. Randall and I weren't even close to lacking space in there. As the light of the night was dimming out, I use a little magic to light up. They didn't seem bothered by the lack of light in the first place, but I was. The length of the cave wasn't that deep, so after only a few minutes of walking we reach its end. At the end was another dragon relaxing. This one was a little smaller than the one with me, but still towered over 2/3 of us. I already identified the one encounter earlier as a male. This one I assume was a female, meaning his mate. The egg she was wrapped around solidified my assumption. Approaching his mate, My companion checks her, making sure that nothing happens during his absence. She started licking his wounds. From the look of it, she was more worried about his injury. Searching in Randall's saddle, I grab some medicinal herbs and potions and tend to his wound before my own. Disinfecting any wound he got with water and a potion, I applied an ointment on top to make sure everything healed properly. My injuries were many but small. Searching in the pouch containing my burning sand, I grab what was left and put it on some of my wounds, concentrating some magic to cauterize them. Bracing myself, with the adrenaline of the fight gone. It hurt, but I suffer worse. When I was mostly healed, I searched the saddle and ate a few fruits, giving Randall his favorite apple. Approaching the two lovers, I offered them some fruit too. The girl didn't seem very fond of me, but her mate trusted me enough to appreciate the snack. After a few scratches, the female eased enough to eat my offering. She still kept me away from her egg. Leaving the two alone, I extinguished my light, snuggled against Randall, who was already sleeping, and did my best to do the same. When I awoke, they were all sleeping except the dragon. Carefully stumbling in the darkness, I made my way to the entrance. Outside, the sun was already high in the sky. I could still smell blood, and some birds were still killing each other. To think that all the madness from yesterday was caused by that ear-piercing screech was insane. What could have made that sound? And how did it turn every monster into a bloodthirsty beast? The number of questions I wanted to ask Lavender kept growing. There was no way she would have known this was going to happen. If she did, she would have warned me. I also doubt she would send Randall with me if she expected me to die. And before everything else, I trust her. From the look of it, the sky was clear enough to allow us to go back home, without too much problem. Going back inside, I found them all awake and minding their affair. Giving a few scratches to the dragons, I made sure Randall was ready for the flight. "Come on, Randall. It's time to go home," I told him. On our way out, the dragon delicately grabs my scarf and kept me from leaving. "What is it, buddy? We can't stay here, someone waiting for us." Releasing me, he spits a small fireball to the wall of the cave, illuminating it. Near it was a pile of dead monsters that I couldn't recognize. They were too many to count and too fresh to be more than a few hours old. If these were monsters that got hit by last night's insanity, this place was not safe anymore. Making a sign to his mate to follow him, she got up and grabbed her egg between her teeth. "You want to come with us?" He gave me a small lick. Lavender would probably be fine as long as they don't bother her, and I do owe him my life. "Fine, but please don't cause any problem." Riding Randall, we flew at a leisurely pace. The dragon handled any stray monster that attacked us. The fact that there were still fights long after the screech was absurd. Fortunately, most of them were long dead before we took off. When we reached home, the sun was getting tired again. We may have taken longer than expected. The dragon was reaching its limit with how little sleep he got last night, if he had any. Multiple times, I helped him take things easier and fought with Randall. The only pauses taken were when they got hungry and feasted on remains from last night. The range of that damn screech was bigger than I thought. Fortunately, close to home, the local wildlife was back to normal with no sign of being affected. Finding a worried Lavender on top of the tower, I told the two dragons to find a spot and relax. Randall and I landed next to her, happy to finally be back. As soon as I reached the ground, I was stuck in her hug. "For the God's sake, what happened? Never scare me again like that," she told me. "It goes for you too, you meathead," she says, scratching the lizard's soft spot. "So what happens, and what's the deal with these two?" "I expected you to see one, not to bring them back," she said with a puzzled look at the two dragons as they drop near the island lake and tend to their needs. "It's a long story," I answer. "Don't worry about that. You have all the time in the world to tell me what happens. After all, in your state, I'm not letting you leave my sight again for at least 2 weeks. Even with most of my wounds already being healed or close to, I was a mess. My armor holding on was nothing else than a miracle. With most of it being in an irrecoverable state, I was feeling naked for the first time in a while. When I told Lavender about the screech, she didn't believe it, or at least didn't want to. In a bit of a hurry, she wrote a letter and sent Randall on an errand to an unknown place, telling me he wouldn't be back for a while. She even used some of her best medicine on him, making sure he was ready for the trip. She also forbids me from going there until she investigates the area of the screech herself. The potential danger was too high in her opinion, and I wasn't able to say otherwise. The following days were calm. Lavenders had no problem letting the dragons stay as long as she didn't need to build them a tower as she did with Randall. It apparently took her almost 20 years to make, and she had no intention of doing it again. The dragons got accustomed to their new home pretty quickly, and didn't need that much in the first place. Even the female, who was initially apprehensive about the place, was now comfortable. She even claims my whole hammock and put her egg in it, always staying nearby, just in case. Calling them dragons all the time was getting on Lavender's nerves, so she told me to give them names, never having named anything in my life. It took me some time to find decent ones. After too much thought, I settled for Lendrick and Mendry. For their sake, I sped up the growth of a few trees and built them a makeshift tent using ivies and belt. It was mainly to protect them from the rain on rainy days, but it soon became where we found them most of the time. Not that I mind. It was good training and took only a few days to make. On Lavender's recommendation, I practice my magic ability most of the time, spending multiple hours a day in the greenhouse. I train my skill in accelerating the growth of plants. If I ever needed to improvise, a small flower could, with practice, become my most dangerous weapon. An ace up the sleeve. With Randall being away, we used Lendrick to fly wherever we needed to go. He enjoyed all the pets we were giving him and didn't mind working for his food. Acting as a constant guard, Mendry never wanted to leave the island, or rather her egg. I wondered how long it was going to be until it hatched. Hey, Emery, I got something I want to teach you. It has been a week now since Randall left, and I was getting bored faster than I could train. With the interdiction of going too far away from home, there wasn't much I could do, except practice all the things she already taught me. So when Lavender told me she wanted me to learn a new magic technique, I was overjoyed. After making some space in the living room, she started to draw complex symbols on the floor with a gooey blue substance. She told me to memorize as much as I could from her example, which was easier said than done. With each new form that was drawn, the design was getting more and more unique. Even in video games, I never saw this kind of ritual circle. After a few minutes, the final result was captivating. With a 2-meter diameter, it took a third of the living room. The smell emanating from the drawing material had a sweet taste to it, and I could sense a faint mana presence. Stepping out of the circle, she began circulating her mana in it, and the substance started glowing a bright blue. The light coming from the circle took form and fade away as piles of books, potions, and other items appear instead. When the light was entirely gone, Lavender took a book from the new inventory and offered it to me. The book was thick, easily containing more than 1,000 pages. It was the biggest book I ever saw. All there is to know about summoning magic, I say as I read the title. Storage summoning is on page 580, very useful to keep your important stuff safe, she said while looking at the box in her storage. Summoning magic is hard to learn if you don't memorize the basics. Keep the book, train every day, and you remember it forever. With a snap of her finger, her storage magic disappears completely, leaving no trace of anything behind. Even the blue gooey was gone. You're sure I can have it? It looks rare, I asked her. Even if there were a ton of other expensive books in her collection, she already let me read them. I always put back the book I took from her library, but this one was not an ordinary volume from her collection. So I did not expect her to let me keep this one. Absolutely. I'm sure you're going to like it. I also added a few personal notes to help with some subjects, and feel free to take whatever you need in the storage room. The smile she gave me was warm. Thank you, I said, hugging her. Be sure to take care of it, she shouts as I rush outside, sit in my new hammock, and skim through the book. From storage summoning to summoning creatures from other dimensions, this book had it all. There even was a special kind of summoning on page 69. Unfortunately not for me, since she never mentioned summoning magic at all. I thought that it simply didn't exist. Not that I plan to become a full-fledged summoner, relying entirely on her summon to do the dirty work. It is just the appeal of it that interests me, with all the possibilities that it opens. With summoning, I won't have to depend on other people's help to survive. I haven't told Lavender yet, but at some point, I want to leave and explore the world. With her exiled status, she probably can't come with me, but I owe her too much to just abandon her like that. If I can at least find a way to communicate with her at a long distance, that would be perfect. Traveling, even with Lendrick, can take hours, let alone days if I want to see new places. Randall is faster than Lendrick, but he is Lavender familiar, not mine. Without him, I don't think she could endure being exiled. Traveling with Lendrick could be great, but he got a family. Keeping him for myself was not an option. I spent close to 15 years in relative loneliness, and I hated it. With how long she has been here, even with Randall, I don't want to imagine how lonely she must have been feeling. Credit to the big boy, he is way more lovable than I could have imagined. Hopefully, he comes back soon. Lavandu https://s.pikesci.art/a/160408739459989944. 11. Chapter 8, Being Proud and Helpless. Summoning magic was complicated to practice and learn, but most of all, it was expensive. The book repeatedly mentioned how expensive the ingredients, the powder, the ink, and the talisman were. Since I had no idea of the value of money in this world and on Earth, I could not really compare the price. The book was so old that there was a possibility that all the market values it contained were outdated. On Earth, there was such a thing as inflation. I never really researched it, but apparently, it affected the currency and changed its value over time. My brother complained about it every time he visited me. Lavender was rich. Every item and ingredient she mentioned was abundant in her storeroom. Her collection was full of fancy things like manuals and decorative weapons. Had she not been in exile, she would have been the epitome of a rich noblewoman. Funnily enough, a mysterious author named the Exiled Witch even signed some books on display. Clearly not obvious enough, but her fictions were good. At that moment, I was training a special variant of summoning magic. I dipped my bare feet in blue slime ink and traced the same pattern shown in the summoning manual. I started slowly, being careful not to mess up the drawing, and then gradually sped up my movements. The hardest part was that with this technique, there was no order in which you had to draw. It was pure trial and error and instinct. At one point I was dancing around, sliding on the slime, trying not to slip. I could use the dance incantation in almost any kind of ritual, but its difficulty usually made practitioners give up. If you master it, you can massively speed up the drawing process and put on a good show. Not that I care, it looks fun, and since I have my legs again, learning to dance was on my bucket list. Completely sweaty, I finally finished, and the result was acceptable. It wasn't my first attempt but by far my best. I filled the excess slime into a bucket, and it was a blessing that the ink didn't disappear until the incantation had taken place. It was finally time to summon my storage magic. I touch the ink, transfer mana into it, and hope it works. The configuration glowed with a strong blue light until it stopped. There was nothing to be seen. This was normal because it was my first time using storage magic. I place a few garments and potions on the formation, following the instruction and concentrating a disruptive type of mana into my finger. With a single snap, the storage was gone and nothing remained. By doing everything again, I confirm that all my possessions were safe. Storage summoning using the advanced dance technique was now something I could do. With a broad smile on my face, I was proud. Lavander's knowledge was truly a blessing. What? Why? Lavender, please don't make it so hard for me. I want to challenge myself. It's that simple. Young girl, that kind of nonsense killed more adventurers than my collection could memorize. This is way more dangerous than you think this is, especially now, she said. The worried look on her face made me second doubt my choice. Was it the smartest option? No, it wasn't. Was I suicidal? No. Not in this life. Then why risk my life on this pointless endeavor? The answer was personal. I can't handle being saved by others anymore. Always owe them my life. Either being by a machine, help, or a last-minute save. Death is always after my head, and someone is always there to protect me. I promised myself I was done being helpless, done constantly needing support, done being cripple. For my mental sanity, I need to do this. The last time I was in a proper fight, I would have been dead without Lendrick's help. I'll be the first to admit that I have a habit of putting myself in life-threatening situations that could kill me at any moment, and I do not like being the damsel in distress all the time. The solution to this problem was simple. I just have to make it a habit to always survive life-threatening situations. It's not like it's impossible to roll 100 natural 20 in a row to survive. It's just harder than dying. Pushing myself to my limit, and take revenge on death, is what I needed. But why do you want to go back there? Didn't Randall save your ass last time? Lavender, please. Even you know that an oversized spider cannot kill me at my level. I tried to convince her. This time it will be different. I will be careful, I said, trying to hide my lie. After the biggest argument of my life, she finally resigned herself to letting me go. As a compromise and precaution, she will be around with Lendrick, ready to char everything if I required help. I will make sure she wouldn't need to intervene. I packed up my gear and made sure everything was ready. I still relied mostly on evasive maneuvers to stay alive. My new armor was a little different than the last. I still had a black cloak, but this time she gave me a gambeson, basically a padded defensive jacket. It was more durable than the one I got last time, without restricting my movement. Of course, she knitted it herself. As a weapon, I went back to my roots and used my good old vine whip. It's been a while since I have used it. A sword and a dagger are still on my hip, just in case. Flying over the spider island, I jumped down from Lendrick to my old clearing. The air was just as I remembered it, pure and refreshing. I never thought I would become nostalgic for this place. The place was a mess. The spider had destroyed everything. From the makeshift fence to my hammock. Patches of webs still hung everywhere. I made my way to their nest. As I did last time, I discovered a few hundred spiders here and there. The queen wasted no effort and again multiplied her species to an even greater number than before. I didn't avoid any of them this time. Beating up Spitter, Weber, and Reaper would be a good warm-up for the boss fight. As soon as the first patrol spotted me, they wasted no time. I dodged their shots, focusing first on those who specialize in close combat. When I attacked them with my whip, I was surprised that I needed more hits to kill them than before. Their scythes look sharper than I remember and easily cut any tree standing behind me. A second before I avoid their claim on my head. They weren't as weak as last time. The acid the spitters spewed even melted whole trees. Not that I wanted a new burning scar. The Webbers, now shooting from further away, and with their web stickier than ever. I had to double-check each time I was about to set my feet somewhere. More and more were coming toward our location, which I did not mind because I intended to rid this place of all the pests living there. To make this a real challenge and not just abuse all my magical knowledge to wipe out every living thing in this forest, I have decided to limit the use of my plant and fire magic. Plants will be limited to entangling them and my whip, and fire to incendiary dirt. Without these restrictions, there would be no point in doing this. Still, their skin was more resilient than I would have liked. I adjusted the strength and elasticity of my whip and added some thorns to it as well. Its lethality was now on a completely different degree. It shreds everything it touches like a saw. Remembering the way to my objective, I leave behind me a feast of unrecognizable origin. Mother Nature would not go hungry with my offering. I still haven't forgotten the scars they inflicted on me the last time. It was personal. Hordes of them fell upon me to protect their home. Needless not say that their effort was futile. The number I fought at the same time occasionally climbs up to 50 of them. This place was child play, compared to the Mad Night. I did my best to save my magic arsenal for when things will get serious. I still was using my water and plague acid, as much as I could, to cover any of my whip blind spots. I made sure to recycle all the liquid after each usage, and not waste a single drop. Whenever I had downtime, I created a lance of light and prepared myself for the next fight. If I made the lance thin enough, but with a lot of light and mana, I was able to throw it and slay multiple enemies before it disappeared. This kind of constant fight with small but tense pauses was exactly what I was looking for. Finally, reaching the core of the nest, I felt a different presence with my magic. This one was way bigger than the other small fry. With a bloodthirsty smile on my face, I could feel the adrenaline getting to me. I hoped this fight would live up to it, just like last time. In the spider den, they stop attacking and retreat toward their queen, saving what was left of their number to regroup for the final fight. The queen was hiding behind her cannon fodder. As I stop a good distance away from them, we simply look at each other for a while. I didn't move, she didn't move, none of us did. We knew that as soon as we start, There will be no end until one of us die. I didn't really know what I was waiting for. Maybe I wanted to appreciate the calm before the storm. The forest was silent, and no sound was disturbing our patience. Or maybe admire the fear in her 8 eyes, as she searches for any advantage she could find, any crack in my armor, any hope of survival. That was the kind of power I wanted. With a glimmering light hidden in the palm of my hand, the silence continues, calmer than ever. I could almost meditate on the sound of my beating heart. Then we started: https://s.pikesci.art/a/160460335776567 Chapter 9. The insanity of all of this. I open my hand and throw my lance of light at the queen. The fast projectile missed her but kept circling around, keeping her in check. Now that the fight started, the Reapers rushed at me, while spitters and webbers shot their artillery. Whip in my hand, I leapt on a Reaper about to slice me and wrap my weapon around him. Jumping as high as I could, I pulled the whip with all my strength, flipped the spider over and smashed it into its brothers. As I opened my 2 flasks, I landed in front of them, protecting myself with my own acid, forming a constantly moving shield around me. The water was launched into their back rank to pierce and thin their attack, making it easier to focus on those closest to me. On the queen's side, she was able to spit a few shots while avoiding my light spear. With how poor her accuracy was, my spell was doing wonders, even if it was reaching its limits. The lance, finally out of mana, disappeared, allowing the brood mother to take better aim. I used the surrounding swarm to take cover from her attack. Prioritizing my death over her children, she melted the offspring unlucky enough to stand between her and me. I did my best to avoid being hit. Even so, my armor still took a few bruises here and there. It was doing a great job protecting me from the burning acid that melted the thin steel plate on my chest. Dancing around, I throw some attacks at the mother whenever the opportunity presented itself, but the damage done was minimal. She was looking bigger than I remember. If all her children somewhat evolve, it would make sense that their mother did too. Using my acid as a shield, it burned incoming projectiles and forced the Reapers to be careful if they wanted to get closer, which was difficult for them since I was on the full offensive. A whip would normally be at a disadvantage too close to its target, but my plant manipulation skill allows me to control it precisely how I want, even in unforgiving situations. The number of spiders was dimming before the mother. Whenever I glanced at her, I could see her age building up, making her more aggressive and less accurate. She didn't even stop as she melted dozens of her own children. Their pathetic defense was worthless against the queen's acid shots. The water control blade I signed to their back ranks was doing great in its task. With my roots, I know the general location of all spiders around, even with my eye close. With a minimum of thought on the matter, my aqua blade was piercing spiders that were too slow to see the attack coming. Their number was now half what it was at the start of this mayhem. I notice a group of webbers circling around me, hoping to get an opportunity to entangle me while I was distracted by their brothers. Without even a glance, I grab a handful of incendiary sand, throw it in the middle of their pack, and manipulated the flame to form a blazing web and incinerate its content. My bloodthirsty smile was shining in their mother's eyes. This continuous rejection of death was what I was looking for. Since my birth, I was at the mercy of fate. Sleep and hope to either wake another day or never open my eyes again was my old everyday. Fuck you, death. I laugh in my madness. Come at me as much as you want. Nothing in any world is enough to kill. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I murdered spider after spider, ripping them open with the thorns of my whip. Ha 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 ha. Ignoring everything else, I revel in the power over life and death I possess. You. I scream at a random spider in front of me. You die. It screeches, lost in the flame as I shoved burning dirt into its eyes, and I chant as a reaper leaves a tiny cut on my cheek, barely avoiding losing half of my head. Live. Ha 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 ha. I didn't feel any of my injuries. Right now there was me, the spiders and nothing else. Just for how long could they survive? None of them was able to answer. Out of nowhere, I was sent flying into a tree. The impact was subconsciously lessened by a bed of vines. Brought back by the scream of pain from my own body, I regained my mind. The queen was rushing at me. All of her children were dead. The fury in her eyes gave me a spine chill. Looking at my bloody hand, I coughed some blood, barely able to move. I picked myself up with the help of vines. I was not immortal. Nothing was. I may have played with death itself a little too much, but this was not the place where I was gonna die. Quickly pulling myself to the side, the queen crashed into the tree where I was a moment before. Her scythes seared through the wood as if it was me. The look she gave made me want to run as far away from her as possible, to go back home, hug Randall and forget everything that happened today. I almost cry and scream for help. It was out of the question. I promise myself I won't be scared of death, but from now on, I won't tempt it either. Lavender was right, all of this was a stupid idea. I dragged myself away from the spider and launched a raw fire blast. With a quick reaction, she jumped higher than I thought she could, and dodged my attack. She almost squashes me, but I managed to drag myself out of the way. No matter how many times I fired, none of my shots hit her. Her movements were too quick. My legs were still trembling from terror, and I had to completely rely on vines to avoid dying. I gather light in my hand and prepare for another lance of light. With my free hand, I search my pocket for any burning sand left. There was none. The water and acid liquid were also unusable, having been lost when she sent me into the ragdoll across the forest. My hands were shaking. This was not a hunt where I was the predator, only the weak prey. When my lance was ready, I launched it, aiming for its head. There was no way it was going to land, and I knew it. My goal was to distract her long enough to land a clean hit. I tried to restrict her movement with ivies and spikes, but she sensed them before they could do anything. She did just as I expected her to. My focus was horrible compared to what I can normally achieve, but this was enough to make the spear follow her. With how much mana I had left, each spell was not to be wasted. As she jumps around, her actions were getting sluggish. She moved slower than before. The spear came each time a little closer to hit her. The rare spit was weaker and smaller than it used to be. She even stopped avoiding the spear if it was going to land on a less important body part, making sure at least her head was safe. With a final hit on her abdomen, the spear fades away into nothingness, its energy empty. I only have enough mana left for either a single spear or fire blast. She was back on me. Think. I thought I wasn't allowed to miss my next shot if I wanted to live. The headache of having low mana was adding to my already battered body. Even thinking was now a pain. I had to fight to stay conscious. I had to try something, anything. Another light spear would only gain me more time. Mana was more valuable than time right now. The fire blast could be easily avoided if she jumps out of the way, while a wooden spike didn't use that much. To land I would need them to not be detected by her, and since she can sense them as long as can feel the vibration of the ground. That it. Burning with an ever-consuming rage, she dashed at me, ready to end this fight, just like I was. Charging a fire blast, she continued the rush, but I could see her muscle tense up, ready to jump, with a winner smile. I launched the blast, waiting for the last moment. She leaps high in the air and aims her crash straight at me. I dived out of the way, and surged a big, long spike out of the ground, just where I was. I could see the panic in her eyes, but she had no way to avoid it. With a disgusting sound, the spike pierced all the way through her main body, impaling her. Sweaty, exhausted, and injured, I lay on the ground next to her, still alive, just almost dead. She couldn't move and was losing blood, but other than that, she could maybe survive, if I didn't finish her up before that. Slowly and limping, I made my way in front of her, my short sword in hand. As I lift my sword to deal the final blow, her eyes, all 8 of them, got wet and started crying, and a small deplorable shriek escaped her mouth. There was nothing she could do. She lost. Her life will be taken without mercy. Nothing of her will be left behind. Her entire pointless, miserable, pathetic existence was going to end. She could cry, pray, lament, yell, moan, mope, sob. Nothing will change. Death was here and it was me. Or so I thought. I still haven't dealt the death blow. I watch as she waits for me to claim her life. Was that what I wanted? To kill and eradicate an entire species, because of a whim. I was the one who came back here. I was the one who invaded her territory, brutally killing everything in my path. Because of what? A challenge? Revenge against an entire species for some scars when their perpetrators were already dead? They did nothing wrong. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. My ass. I wasn't even supposed to survive. On Earth, it was nothing short of a miracle that I lived that long. Nobody expected it, not the doctors, not my family, not even me. That disease robbed me of everything I should have got. Instead, it gave me suffering, loneliness, and despair. Once, they even had to stop me from killing myself with a blade. I wasn't fit to survive, and because I did, she now feels just like I did back in my bed. Tears rolled down my eyes. This wasn't right. Nothing was. Death can stick it up. I won't kill her on a whim. She doesn't deserve that. None of them did. She might be just a spider, but right now she is just like me. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I crumble on her head from exhaustion. My blade falls on the ground, still clean. I cried and sobbed for the first time since I'm in this world. https://s.pikesci.art/a/1604856852064282609. 8. Chapter 10. A Friend and a Calamity at Our Door. We were back home, in the living room. Lavender was tending to my injuries with her best potions, as healing magic could only go so far, as she wrapped bandages around any bruise she could find. I was reprimanded again, and again. What were you thinking? She said. Not using your fire magic from the start was stupid. You almost died, I swear. If Lendrick didn't stop me, I would have incinerated all of them into oblivion. There was nothing I could do. Her arguments were true. What I did was stupid. Putting my life on the line for a childish reason, I almost died. Again. At this point, a few hours after the fight, I was still feeling strange. I survived death for so long that I thought of myself above everything else. Even against mere spiders, what I did was wrong. Each time I remember what I have done, I almost puke. All that meaningless butchering was my doing. I inflicted upon them pain beyond what anyone deserved. I knew that more than anybody else. The Spider Queen was hiding behind me. Lavender's threatening stare forced her to stay inoffensive. Back when Lavender fetched me, the spider shed her old dead body, for a new much smaller one, around the size her children had. I couldn't bring myself to leave her alone in that bloody forest. It took some work, but I was able to convince Lavender to spare her and bring her back here. The Queen could have tried to kill me multiple times now. I didn't know why, but she didn't. Looking more closely, her shell was now a dark green rather than the black of her old skin. Scythes were equipped on her two front legs, and the pattern on her back was unique compared to other spiders. Overall, she looked like a fused version of the three-spider type, but with a less threatening outlook. It still wasn't enough to completely calm Lavender. That thing is still too much of a wild card, Lavender said. If you want to keep her here, you will need to turn her into your familiar. Or she goes flying through the cloud, she said as she held a bottle of blue slime. The spider gave me a look which I couldn't stand. Killing all her family and then turn her into a familiar was a bit much. She climbed the couch I was on and sighted on my lap. From her point of view, this was this or death. If she stays with me, at least there was a chance for her to live a longer life. Taking the offered bottle, I already knew the familiar bonding ritual, since it was explicated in the book Lavender gave me. It was a permanent thing and was not to be taken lightly. Doing this will change my life just as much as hers. Lavender, the book mentioned the vital force of the two parties. What is the vital force? It is not explained anywhere. As much as I have read, I never saw any clear definition of what the vital force was. The name itself was self-explanatory, but I wanted to be sure what it meant. She sighed. It is the energy of the soul that makes you live, breathe, and heal. It's what allows you to use magic and dictate what you are as a person. All living beings have it to a different degree. Whatever is linked to your vital force is linked to your soul, like your body, or a familiar. If it is so important, why did you never tell me about it? I asked. Because all the techniques using vital force are extremely complicated and advanced. You are not ready for them, she answered. Also, you are a more exceptional case in that regard, so I wanted to verify a few things before telling stuff that may not apply to you. Not apply? Yes, you are an otherworlder. Your body and soul may act differently from those who are born here. I already confirmed that you do have not a normal vital force. Seeing my curious glare, she continued. Your scars, they should have healed the second I used pure healing magic. Normally, when a scar caused damage to a person's vital force, healing magic is used to heal it completely. But yours haven't healed at all, beyond closing themselves. This is not normal. That's strange to have scars? In my mind, having a scar after a battle was normal. I thought that healing magic had limits, but I was the limited one. Since my acid burn scar, I thought it was common to not heal completely. Even on Earth, it was normal, but it seems things were very different here. Yes, but don't worry. I already contacted an expert on the subject, and she should arrive in a few hours with Randall. Randall is almost back. Didn't you send him with a letter about the screech? Yes, to fetch someone. And she also knows more than me about vital force. If someone can explain how and why you got here in the first place, it's her. The teacher's attitude vanishes from her face to go back to a murdering glare. Now make that thing your familiar, or I swear I throw it to Randall as a welcome snack. I could see a silhouette approaching the island. Its wings flap as it comes toward us. Lavender and I were waiting at the edge with full baskets of meat and fruit. Through her bond with Randall, Lavender knew that Randall would be hungry from all his time traveling. Tara, my new spider familiar, was sleeping under a hammock not too far away. In our fight, she had received substantial damage that forced her to shed her old, battered body. From the experience and damage she received, she also suffered vital force damage and would need a long time to fully recover from what I did. On Lavender guess it would take around 3 years to go back to the giant spider I knew. Sleeping accelerated slightly the process, but Tara was probably more of a sleephead than anything else. Randall landed near us and I rushed to hug his neck. "I missed you, big boy," I said as Lavender joined the hug. He started licking us, making us know that the feeling was shared, but I knew that his eyes were fixated on the baskets. Once free of us, he hopped to them, as his head swung left and right, just like his 3-meter tail. The figure on his back jumped off and landed right in front of Lavender. "Hi Lavender, been a while." She had blonde waist-long hair, and her outfit looked perfectly fit to travel with a warm coat made with golden fur. Winter was not here yet but definitively made his approach known, especially when flying on the back of a monster going extremely fast above cloud level. I could see long pointy hairs poking out of her hair. "Hi Carolee." "Yes, it has effectively been 57 years since we last saw each other. Don't worry, I had worse," Lavender said, smiling. "So you do have been counting the years. I knew you were a softie at heart," Carolee said as she hugged Lavender. After a while, she stopped and her eyes fell on me. Analyzing me like a new species she never saw before, she put her face right in front of mine and looked at anything she could find about me, shifting my hair, sniffing my scent, observing for any reaction of mine. I was not spared. "It's strange of you to act like that. Is everything all right?" Lavender asked with a frown. After a moment, Carolee answered, "I tell you about that later. Anyway, sorry for my rudeness. My name is Carolee. A pleasure to meet you." I could feel something strange about the woman, not dangerous or hostile, but rather familiar. The feeling was small, but it was telling me that this woman will never do me any harm and could be trusted. This was a different kind of trust than the one I give Lavender and Randall. This one feel natural rather than earned. I kept eyeing her for a few seconds before realizing that she was waiting for me to say something. "Hi, I'm Emery. Pleased to meet you," I said, offering a handshake. It was probably not the thing to offer, but I was lost in this situation. Instead of taking my hand, she trowed me a hug. The harmless feeling I detected earlier grew a bit warmer, as I felt the urge to hug her back. It was so strange. In the arms of a perfect stranger, I was feeling comfortable and safe. And I knew that she was feeling the same. "Okay, something is definitively up," Lavender said as she separates us, and kept the back of my head in her chest. The feeling she gave was different but still comfortable. Carolee was a bit heartbroken, but quickly recomposed herself and still had a smile on her face. "Again, I tell you later. For now, let's talk inside." As we entered the house, Randall finished his feast and sat near Tara. He clearly recognized her as the Spider Queen that almost killed me, and made sure that she will recognize him as the one who could carbonize her instantly if anything happened to me. His stare, simply waiting for her to wake up to start the lesson. Carolee took a moment to think after Lavender told her about the screech, which was the reason she was called here in the first place. Relaxing on the couch, I sipped my tea while Lavender waited for her friend to speak. Even with all the healing and potions Lavender used on me, I still haven't fully recovered from the fight with Tara earlier. Outside, the light was getting darker, as Lavender left the room with a light spell. After waiting longer, Carolee opened her eyes. I might be wrong, but it's probably a calamity monster. The tension on Lavender didn't seem appeased by the statement. I thought so, Lavender said with a sigh. Dear gods, what are we gonna do? Excuse me, but what is a calamity monster? It was the first time that I had ever heard about that kind of monster, and with a worried Lavender, it was not good news. Keeping her head low, she was stuck in her thought. The one who answered was Carolee. A calamity monster is a monster who has the magic capability to affect the world and other living being on a whole different scale than normal monsters. Some countries had fallen because of them, and those who lived suffered catastrophic damage. They are that strong? I asked. They do not have all the same strength and power, but yes, it is for a good reason that those who killed one become heroes across all countries. Their power can vary greatly. Some are literal powerhouses, while others have more complex magic that can affect a vast area. In history, there is even one that had plagued a whole country and its inhabitants, making it impossible for them to leave, and for others to come. These monsters were no joke. If one was nearby, we couldn't stay here any longer. I liked the place, but it is not like I have any big emotional attachment here other than our little family. Lavender though lived here for hundreds of years, and I couldn't imagine the feeling of losing your home because some pest invaded the place. I sit beside Lavender and give her a much-needed hug. Whatever she decides to do, it was her decision to make, not mine. It took her a bit to find something to say. Its power affected all the wildlife in the nearby area. If we are careful, we might be able to lure it elsewhere. She looked at Carolee, waiting for her opinion. Yes, there have been cases where people were able to lure it far away. Forget about it. At these words, Lavender regained some color in her eyes. But this is extremely dangerous and complicated. I would prefer it if you instead come with me. I can find you lodging and a new place to settle. After a short pause, she continued. Your talent and knowledge could be useful. There is always a need for reliable people, now more than ever. Did something happen outside our recluse oasis? Would never have guessed so. Not that I cared. Lavender is my only worry right now, and whatever she chooses, I will stay with her. With my exiled status, this will only give you more problems. You're a renowned magic specialist and researcher. Just knowing me gave you enough trouble. I don't want to bother you more than necessary. I'll find a way to lure it away from here. I feel like Lavender is trying to dodge a bullet, not just for herself, but for both of them. For all, she knows the world might have changed, but it still rejected her into the wild. Before today, I didn't even know that she kept contact with someone outside the flying archipelagos. Of all the living people on this planet, Carolee must be one of the few people that she trusts. Looking a bit dejected, Carolee looked at me for help, but I stuck myself to Lavender. From my instinct, I knew I could trust her. But Lavender is the one who gave me everything while I had nothing. I won't stop you, Lavender, but please don't take too much risk. I don't want to lose you. Carolee had no choice other than to go along with Lavender's idea, even if it was a stupid one. But just in case, I will stay here for a while. My job is important, but so is your safety to me, and... She looked at me. I wished to learn more about Emery. Thank you, Lavender said with a smile while hugging me possessively. https://s.pikesci.art/a/1607234530779098390. 8. Chapter 11. Scout out the storm. Before luring the calamity monster away, we needed to find its position. Our only trail was the location where I originally heard the screech. Since it has been weeks since the event, there was a good chance it wasn't there anymore, but we needed to verify either way. We set off to the location on our flying mounts. Lavender was on Randall, and I and Carolee were on Lendrick. For multiple reasons, Mendry and Tara would be staying home for this scouting expedition. Since Lendrick never got a saddle in the first place, I used Vines to do a makeshift one. I needed to remind myself to make a proper one later. Randall's saddle wasn't made to accommodate multiple people, but instead, prioritize comfort and maneuverability. If we squeeze enough, we might have been able to fit all together on Randall, but this would have hindered his speed. With Lendrick, we were able to travel more easily, but also more safely. Its size made him a dangerous foe that no monster could ignore if it wanted to fight us. But we were not here to fight today, only scout the monster position. High above the sea of clouds, we had to rely on eyesight and visual cues to find our target. The chance that it was a grounded monster was slim considering the location, but it would make it easy to find and kill if it was the case. A few hours after departing, we noticed some deranged monsters coming from a different direction than our destination. They were acting exactly like the monster back then. Lavender and Carolee had a quick chat about what to do, and it was decided that Lavender would go investigate the new trail while Carolee and I were to continue on our original track. If the place was too dangerous, or she was to find the monster, Lavender would quickly escape. Randall was fast enough that nothing should be able to follow after them. When we reached the area where I fought alongside Lendrek, I was shocked. The once beautiful forest and inverted waterfall were now burned away, with charred remains littering everywhere. A few fish and monsters were still alive. They looked normal as far as I can see, and even calmer than I expected. Seeing that the insanity was temporary was good news. Lendrek was a bit sad, and I could understand him. We were the ones who caused the fire that burned this place. Even if we didn't have a choice, it still stings to think about it. From our perspective, our lives matter more than this area, but I couldn't stop thinking about how I could have handled the situation differently and saved myself from this view. Emery, can you get us to that part of the forest over here? Carolee said while pointing at an unscathed area. This was the one place that seemed to be entirely fine. No burned tree, no corpse to be seen, or any living thing for that fact. This was as if everything was avoiding that particular spot. Okay, got it. Lendrek, if you would. We descended to a clearing in the middle of the wood. When I reached the ground, I regained full connection to my roots detection skill. Just as I thought, there weren't any animals nearby. Leaving Lendrek in the open space, we walked deeper into the forest. What are we looking for exactly? I asked. Scouting expedition was a rather broad term and, except for searching the monster, we didn't really have a specific objective in mind. You said that burned part of the forest was where you heard the screech, correct? I answered with a nod. Then this place was mysteriously spared from the carnage? If it got the ability to enrage monsters, it might also have other variants, like scaring them away or giving them orders. If it can control them, we are in real trouble if it finds our home. Our area is less populated with monsters than these parts, or at least how they used to be populated, but it would still be hard to defend. In the case that it brings its own coordinated army, we won't have any other choice other than fly away. Don't make that face, it's just a theory. With a calamity monster, you never know how strong it can be until you fight it. The only thing we can do is prepare ourselves and try our best to lure it away without a fight. What did you say your job was? Researcher in magic-related subjects. Seem a bit vague. If I believe what I read, almost everything is influenced by magic somehow. Since she knew Lavender before she got exiled, she was at least 300 years old. Did you ever kill a calamity? I asked her. No, otherwise I would be eating with the king every day or be in the monster's stomach, she joked. You don't just kill a calamity. You either run away with your life or die trying. Entire kingdoms had fallen because of them. Her tone was sadder than I expected. Remember this, Emery, as long as you live there is hope. If you need to run away, degrade yourself, sacrifice what you have to save your life, do it. We elves learned that lesson a long time ago. I don't really know the history of the elven race, but from what she said, it must not be pretty. The book I read only mentioned that there are very few of them and that they are more adept than other more common races. Even half-elves are only a shadow compared to full-blooded elves. One book even mentioned the cult dedicated to them. As long as you live, there is hope. What a positive thing to say. I guess even when I was on Earth, this was true. It is because I survived this long that I got my second chance in this world. I just hope we won't have to sacrifice our home to stay alive. Having somewhere to go back is better healing for the soul than I'm willing to admit. Remember, Emery, I was serious with the offer I gave Lavender. If this place turns out too dangerous, I expect you to help me convince Lavender to move out. She's been alone far too long, but she won't admit it. She maybe won't listen to me, but she will listen to you, she said. I do feel like Lavender is an overprotective mum, but would she really leave just for me? At some point during our talk, I detected something strange hidden in the ground. There was a huge cave under us, one with no entrance. Judging the area with my detection ability, Whatever lived here was big, maybe as big as Lendrick. When I shared my discovery with Carolee, she pushed me to search further. Having no search ability as I did scouting for any possible hole that could let us get in, it took me a few minutes to find the only entrance. I found it. Good. Where is it? She asked. Under the island. It's a huge hole. We could use Lendrick to get in. I so won't leave this place without you too. Lavender on Randall's back. There were few worries to have, even with the monsters coming at us. It was less crowded than I initially thought. Either this area had fewer monsters than others or the madness started hours ago. I made sure to pack 2 heavy pouches of burning sand with me and multiple bottles of water, but it seems I won't have to use them. Looking around, I could see monsters, and monsters. No sign of a calamity anywhere. My only worry was that it had been here to at least start the madness. It may have already left, but with Emery and Carolee inspecting our only other trail, there wasn't much more I could do. I hope that thing is nearby, I muttered. If it was close to them, it could go ugly. Carolee was an expert in the matter, but Emery was still just a kid, a hasty one at that. I knew Carolee would not let anything happen, but it did nothing to ease my fear. If anything were to happen to them, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. I insisted on staying here, while the wise choice would have been to go with Carolee. I should have at least considered leaving Emery in her care, but for some stupid reason, it didn't cross my mind at the time. Now I was putting all of us in danger. I had been too emotional from the start. I needed to do better, to be better, luring a calamity away. What a fool I was. These are things can level a country, control aspects of magic never researched before, and annihilate everything you loved. Once I get back home, I will put serious thought into leaving. Putting my life on the line was something, but deliberately getting Emery in danger was not an acceptable option. Carolee saved my ass too many times back in our glory days, and even now she tried to help me again. Having a home was useless if I was to lose Emery and Randall. As I was lost in thought, Randall signaled me to look ahead. Far in the distance, I could see a shadow. The fact that I could see it from here meant that it was bigger than other monsters. From far away, it seems like it was flailing its head nonsensically, but it was not madness. Otherwise, it would be fighting with others. As its head was sticking out above the trees, I ordered Randall to hide in the forest and get as close as possible. Even if our goal was to scout and run, as long as we were undetected, it would not hurt to gather as much intel as possible. At a closer look, it was not just flailing its head randomly, but trying to eat the corpse of a griffin with its 9 heads stealing bites from each other. It was an enormous black flying hydra. Having already fought a hydra before, albeit smaller and with only 5 heads, I knew that it could spew poisonous acid, chomp on steel, heal almost indefinitely, and do much more overpowered things. Normally a hydra would not be able to fly, but this was the kind of bullshit balancing you could expect from a calamity monster. At least it wasn't bigger than Lendrick. Now knowing what it was time to fall back, without attracting its attention, and very carefully. If I was reading a book, this would be the moment where I step on a stick and get our cover blown, but I was more careful than that, I hope. Before we could properly retreat, having finished its meal, the hydra opened its wings and took for the air. Thinking we were safe, we let out a sigh. Without warning, a green gas came out of the sky, aiming at the remains of the hydra feast. We were fast enough to get out untouched, and when I spotted the hydra, it was already searching for a new meal. Fortunately, it didn't seem to notice us and went in the opposite direction. The gas covered a sizable part of the forest before vanishing. With the hydra gone, a few flying monsters dived for the leftover meal. They all fell dead to the ground, saliva and blood coming out of their mouths. We were exploring the underground cave. Lendrick followed behind us, but he had to keep his head low to not hit the ceiling. With the entrance being only accessible from under the island, whoever lived here needed to be able to fly to get home. With some luck, it was already out for dinner. We walked down the tunnel, with our only source of light being the light ball I created with magic. Our sight was limited. Fortunately, my ground scouting ability was not affected by the lack of light. As long as I nourish a plant with magic, I could move it and scout any weight shift ahead of us. Although it wasn't perfect, as long as something didn't move and was small enough, it was perfectly hidden from me. Also, I had no way of knowing if a flying monster not touching the ground was there. As we reached deeper into the cave, a faint spicy smell and taste reached my nose. Smelling it too, Carolee let out a big sneeze. "God bless you," I said. "Thank you," she replied as she lifted her hand up and cast a spell. "What did you just cast?" I knew it was a light spell from the mana she used, but I didn't recognize its effect. "A purification spell to clean my system and keep me safe from the poison in the air. Didn't you notice the putrid smell?" "Putrid? It's just a little stronger than a very spicy pepper," I said while taking a big breath. The air filling my lungs didn't do me any harm and actually felt good. I could stay here all day, watching me. She got a little panicked by my action but calmed down when she saw that I was feeling even better than her. "Do you have a plague affinity? No wonder you like the smell. It not only protects you from the negative effect of poison but also makes it beneficial. But please do not scare me like that again," she said, relieved by my smile. We continued down our path and soon reached the end of it. The spiciness of the air, getting up as we walked. In front of us was a mountain of decaying corpses. No sound came from it. Even the flies were long dead because of the poison. There were jackalopes, Cortatric, and lots of other monsters I never saw before. Some of them were around the size of an elephant. Flesh open, dry blood, and broken bone. This place was not somewhere I want to stay. I take back what I said earlier. The idea that this pleasant smell came from that vile feast didn't soothe me anymore. "I think we found the Calamity monster nest," Carolee remarked. "I guess a garden of flowers would have been too much to ask. There must be hundreds of monsters in that pile." "What is it used for?" "Food storage. If it needed that much food in the first place, I doubt it would ever be home. Hunting must be the only thing it can do in its free time." "Don't know yet. Can you climb the pile and see what's on top?" she asked me. "Huh. Why me? You want me to touch that shit?" "Out of question. You do it." "My spell won't protect me from that much filth, and your plague affinity will keep you safe from any disease and poison in there." "I am not convinced." "Why don't Lendrek do it?" I said while turning to the dragon. "Can you do it, big boy?" He approached the pile but quickly stepped back. The smell near it was too strong for him to handle. Carolee too was keeping at a decent distance away from the feast. I truly was the only one who could get near it. "Please do it, Emery," Carolee said apologetically. "If it was for Lavender's sake, I guess I just steal my resolve." I start climbing the mountain, one corpse at a time. It wasn't very slippery with the blood and other fluids long dry up. I tried to avoid touching anything that looked too disgusting but was forced to step on unspeakable things and even brain matter from time to time. My sense of smell contradicting my sight, helped make the experience surreal, but unforgettable. When I reached the top, I took a look back. I was almost touching the ceiling and could barely see around me. Carolee already had summoned her own floating light ball when I started climbing. Looking around, if I forget the remains and unsettling sight, nothing was unusual. This was until I looked at what was just at my feet. A shiny obsidian rock, with white veins. It didn't reach my knee, but it emanates a faint magical glow. It felt like plague mana, but different. Carolee shouting took me back to the moment. "Did you find anything? There's a strange magical rock up there. Want me to bring IT to you?" I shouted back. "Please do so, IT might reveal us something about the Calamity." "Okay." As I crouched down and touched the rock, I felt my mana being absorbed by it, specifically my plague affinity mana. After a few seconds of absorption, it stopped. Crack. Did hear something? Crack, crack. It came from the rock. The white veins were spreading and glowing more intensely. Crack, crack, crack. It gonna break. What the? I scream as I cover my eyes. The light was blinding me and I couldn't see anything. I could hear Carolee screaming something, but it was hidden behind the cracking of the rock. With a final crack the light faded out. When I opened my eyes, the rock was split open, shards of it broken from the inside out. Before I could react, something crashed into me and made me fall off the pile all the way to the cavern floor. The corpses made for a softer cushion than I am willing to admit. As I recover from the initial shock, the thing that initially crashed into me was still hooked on my chest. Obsidian scales were covering its body, with a snow-white line tracing its spine. When I met his head, tree heads to be precise, my eyes looked into his green eyes, and I knew that we were now bonded forever. https://s.pikesci.art/a/1612863023482855549 https://s.pikesci.art/a/1607368156377445815 11. Chapter 12. You're mine. Whatever that means. The Hydra moved slowly toward its prey, taking care that its target did not notice him. It had escaped him so many times now. This was no longer a game, he had to take it seriously. Having worked out a plan of attack, he lurked in the darkness at the edge of the light and readied himself. The left head will go for an attack from the left, the right is prepared for the target to flee to the right, and the middle one is responsible for immediate support if either of the other two heads would have caught the prey. It was genius. The Hydra leapt from its hiding spot, straight toward its target. Unfortunately for him, its foe had seen through his plan from the beginning. It was as if his mind had been read. Without any warning, the target dodged his attack, his ambush, and went right through his legs out of sight and range. He was completely overplayed. If only the two big giants near him could stop talking with each other and help him. He was sure that together they would be able to hunt anything. In the back of his mind, he also sensed another presence, although it was very far away and completely foreign to him. He could not hide his curiosity as to what this strange eight-legged thing was. It even had a single head. Strangely, he was the only one who had 3 heads. The others around him had only one. This world was plagued with so many discoveries to make. There was no way for him alone to accomplish this task. Fortunately, he knew deep in his soul that he wasn't alone and never would be. The Hydra seems to be tired of chasing the light. Maybe I moved it too fast. Anyway, now he was looking straight at me curiously. We were still in the cave. After her initial shock, Carolee told me to play with my new familiar. She needed some time to analyze what we had found. Lendrick watched the new family member silently. His gaze did not seem predatory, but rather playful. I could see a smile on his face, or at least what I think is a smile. I should think about playing with him more often. Can we just leave? His mom could come back any moment. I told her. It hasn't been long since he hatched, but we never know when the calamity monster might get back home. It felt like I had been asking her to leave for hours now. She looked puzzled, and after a moment I finally got an answer. Fine, we are leaving, but be sure to handle him properly. This is a calamity monster, and I never heard of anyone ever having one as a familiar. Don't worry, I will make sure nothing happens to him. This isn't what I meant, she said. Anyway, I just finished. We can go. After stuffing some decayed meat and eggshell in glass vials, we were ready to go. Having no more business in the cave, we made a beeline for the exit. Not that there was anywhere else to go. The cave was a single pathway with no second tunnel. Whatever the monster living here had, we already found it. On our walk to the exit, I thought I needed a name for the Hydra. I already made up my mind that he will be with me from now on. As we walked, he couldn't decide if it was better to walk with me, stay in my arms, or climb on Lendrick. What name might fit him? Hydras were known on Earth as extremely dangerous mythical creatures, and I doubt it was any different here. A menacing one could do, but that will not be helpful in dealing with other people. Considering that he was the first tamed calamity monster recorded in history, if I believe Carolee, there is no doubt that people would come after him. Be it for political, scientific or harmful reasons, his safety would be in danger. I don't care if bandits, nobles, kings, heroes, or gods want him. Their destination would be all the same, the deepest pit of hell. To protect him and my family, my training would need to be taken way further than before. Good connections would also be needed, but that could wait for later. After a lot of thinking, I settled for Hybrid. The name was harmless and even seemed cute. With all the dangerous things in this world, Hybrid would be the one thing that could heal my soul anytime, and I know I will need it. Taking Hybrid in my arms, I told him his name. You're Hybrid, the best Hydra in the world. Rah, rah, rah. The 3 heads cheered. He seemed to like his name and stayed in my arms for the rest of the way. When we reached the entrance, we climbed on Lendrick's back and took off, leaving the empty lair behind us. Up in the sky, I couldn't see any trace of the calamity monster. With Hybrid, we had no reason to keep searching for information about our target, so going back home was the best thing to do. The plan was to meet up at home with Lavender before calling it a day. I wonder how she is going to react to Highbury. From her point of view, it is probably like I adopt every lost kitten I find in the streets. She had few complaints until now, but a calamity monster was a bit different from dragons and spider. The flight back home was smooth. Under the sunset, the refreshing spiceless air of the sky and the whistling of the wind, we encountered no problem on our way back. The surrounding islands looked more and more like colorful, vibrant places and less like graveyards the further we got from the cave. Highbury's heads were hyperactive, looking at everything around us. I had to hold on tight to him to not let him slip. At each monster we encounter, I could hear his stomach growling. Come to think of it, I haven't fed him since he hatched. Taking some dried meat out of Lendrick's saddle, I gave the middle head the first bite. The other two tried to snatch it for themselves. Neither was willing to let the other win, but with a powerful jerk, the one on the left managed to tear off most of the meat and swallow it in one go. I could see the fist-sized lump of meat running down his throat. Fortunately, he didn't choke himself. I still didn't know how their three heads were working together, but I fed them all equally. Looking at them trying to steal their own meal was as entertaining for me as it was for them. I have a question, I said to Carolee. What is it? What is the difference between a calamity monster and a normal monster? I'm pretty sure that I read a book or two with hydras inside, and they never referred to them as calamity monster. Glad you asked, she replied. A calamity monster is a variant species from the original. The main difference is in the potential danger they pose and the quantity of mana into them. Take Highbury's as an example. Right now he looks like a regular baby hydra, but what he is capable of even at his size is what makes him different. What do you mean? He's just a newborn. He can't possibly be that powerful from the get-go. The stare she gave me above her shoulder was serious. But how he just hatched today, fine, maybe he can do some damage, but probably not that much. I hope. Let's see. Highbury. He turned his heads to me. You see that bird? I said, pointing at a bird flying 20 meters away from us. Attack. The heads looked at each other for a moment and seemed to be arguing. The middle and right heads ganged up on the left, for he seemed to have lost whatever they were doing. After taking a deep breath, the left head fired a dark green liquid and aimed at the bird. The attack missed. The bird didn't even have to dodge, it only realized after the fact that it was being attacked and flew away. This was to be expected. After all, no one is born with perfect aim, he just had to practice. Highbury heads looked down, they didn't seem to take that failure very well and started searching for comfort in my arms, something I oblige. After some soothing, scratching and cuddling, he fell asleep. As far as I know, the intelligence of living beings is related to their species, but I wonder how age and other factors affect it. Highbury is not even a day old, and he was able to understand a command from me. He may not have understood literally what I said, but he knew I wanted him to harm that bird, one way or another. He was smart enough to have to guess my intent and act on it. Either it is a trait of his species or it is because he is my familiar. Learning more couldn't hurt. I haven't finished reading the book Lavender gave me, but with Tara and Highbury as my familiars, I might need to. But right now I had a question for Carolee. She's been watching Highbury silently since I ordered him to attack. With how peaceful the flight was, there was little need to be alert. I was wondering, why didn't you argue against me keeping Highbury? I asked. What, you wanted me to tell you to not keep an extremely dangerous monster that can annihilate whole countries? No, but I was expecting more resistance, at least more than with Tara. Well, I know better than to get between someone and their familiar. As soon as it got connected to your soul, there was nothing else to do but live with it. She let out a small laugh. Was Lavender that much against you having a spider as your familiar? Yeah, kinda. I mean, I get it. I almost died twice to that spider queen before I murdered her entire colony, but I'm pretty sure it was more because she hates bugs more than anything else. No wonder. I keep telling her that spiders are not bugs but arachnids, but I guess for her, they are all the same. Pretty surprising that she didn't burn your spider instantly. I know. I have Lendrick to thank for that, I said and patted the dragon on the back. At this point, I truly considered Lendrick and Mendry my familiars, even though I never performed the bonding ritual with them. Their presence has now become a part of my life, and I don't care what problems they might cause me in the future. Come to think of it, do you have your own familiar? You know so much about the subject that it would make sense if you had one. No, I don't. I have enough responsibility already. A familiar might just be too much. We soon reach home with Lavender already waiting for us. So, got anything interesting on your side? She asked once we were all inside. She looked a bit worn out, but overall fine. Yeah, kinda, I said, showing her the little hydra in my arms. She let out a sigh. Why am I not surprised anymore? You're collecting familiar as soon as I'm not watching you. She approached the little fellow and watched him for a moment. Hybrid was not bothered by it and just watched her back with his heads. We told her our findings while she inspected my hydra. After some thought, she came to a conclusion. This is definitely the child of the hydra I seen. You found the calamity monster, Carolee said. Yeah, a flying hydra with 9 heads. Plague type, between Randall and Lendrick in size, but could probably handle both of them together. So fighting it is a no-go? I asked. Exactly. Don't tell me you wanted to fight it. I look away. Get that idea out of your mind. It chops you down in one hit as soon as it realizes that you are immune to his poison. I agree with Lavender on this. Don't you dare fight it. Even if we go all out, the chance that a single one of us survive is abysmal. But what about Hybrid? If it is its mother, she might spare us if she sees that he is good care with us. Unsure, Lavender looked at Carolee. If it is the mother, there is a chance it might not kill us instantly. If it is the father, we might as well leave right now while we got the chance. Carolee answered. What? How can they don't care for their child? As soon as Hybrid became your familiar, you are more family to him than his own parents, and they know that. Hybrid will stay with you no matter what, and it's going to make them all the more mad. So what do we do? I asked them. Carolee didn't answer and looked at Lavender, waiting for her to tell me. For now, let's pack our things in case we need to leave quickly. Looking outside, she continued. We can think about what to do tomorrow. It's getting dark and there is some distance between its nest and this place. It won't be able to track Hybrid down that quickly. I'm sorry, I said. We might have a chance to live peacefully if I haven't bonded with Hybrid, but because of me, she might lose the home she had for the last hundreds of years. Maybe if I fly far away with Lendrick and Hybrid, it will follow me and leave Lavender alone. Lost in my thought, I was brought back by a slap on the cheeks and not the weak kind. Carolee was leaning against the wall, a small smile escaping her lips. Lavender was the one who slapped me. Small and difficult to see, tears were running down her eyes. She wasn't happy. I'm sorry, I said again, only to get a hug this time again. Don't you dare apologize, Lavender said. When I took you in, I knew what I was getting into, so don't even think about running away from me, even if it is for me. I know you. So don't dare. Things got silent for a moment. Stuck in her arm, I hugged her back after some thought. I'm sorry, I said softly. When the emergency bags were ready, we all went to sleep. Tomorrow was bound to be a busy day after all. Tara and Hybrid were with me. Lendrick, Mendry and the egg were right next to where I was sleeping. Before bed, I used vines to adjust some spare saddles to fit Lendrick and Mendry, and the egg had a safe place on its mother. Even though it may have been our last night at home, we all slept carefree. As long as we have each other, we can always find a new place to call home together. When we were all deep asleep, from another island far, far away, a small resounding scream or cry reached our ears, unnoticed. https://s.pikesci.art/a/162066964074064695221 copy _web https://s.pikesci.art/a/1620670054074069957 copy _web 8. Chapter 13, Sleep, Think, and Dream Again. When I woke up, it was still dark. The sun hasn't started to show up yet, and the sky was filled with shining stars. Very carefully and slowly, I took Tara and Hybrid off me and put them back in the hammock without waking them. I slipped past Lendrick and Mendry, who formed a kind of circle around me. Their egg was the furthest I ever saw from its mother, a few meters away from her, just beside my bed. To get out of the safe zone they created, I had to climb on Lendrick, with as little noise as possible. Climbing his scale and the few spikes on his back, I was able to get on top of him and jump to the other side. When I hit the ground, he moved a little but didn't show any sign of having been wake up. Looked like he was just as heavy sleeper as the rest of us. I made my way to the border of the island and sit on its edge under the tranquil breeze of the night. I was kept warm by the fur coat I made with lavender. It survived our first battle with the mad monsters, and with some patch-up, it was almost as good as new. Looking at the sky, I inhaled deeply, waited a few seconds, and exhaled slowly, letting any tense feeling escape my body. These last days have been a lot to take in. It hasn't been 2 days since I fought and tamed Tara, and with what followed right after, I haven't taken the time to think about what happened. The feeling I had during our fight was something I never felt before. At each spider that had died that day, I took pleasure in their suffering, while enjoying what I thought was invulnerability. I can still hear their exoskeleton crack under every spell I launched. Their screech was covered by the burning crisp of their meat suit. While I hate what I have done and remember it feels awful, at least it didn't make me want to puke. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I always wondered what made me different from others. Being born with my disease may have been what shaped me into what I became, but would I have been like that, even if I never had my disease in the first place? Without my disease, I could have lived with my mum, dad, and brother, go to school like a normal kid, made friends, and maybe even get a boyfriend. When my brother presented me his girlfriend and start acting like they were close to each other, I remember feeling like romantic love was something I never would have the chance to get, and to this day I haven't been proven wrong. She and I quickly became friends, and she visited me regularly, even after she dumped my brother. I didn't share my delight at that news. Their behavior was starting to get on my nerves. In this world, I still don't have anything I can call a friend. Lavender and Carolee were more like a mother and tutors. As for my familiars, the feeling was too special to simply call friendship. I guess Randall, which isn't my familiar, was the closest thing I had for a friend, but he only got back 2 days ago, and I haven't got the time to play with him or anything. When he was away, Lendrick kinda took his place as my caretaker each time Lavender was not looking. Even out of the hospital, in another world, after being healed from my disease, I still needed someone to look after me and wipe behind me. I was now 16, even without a calendar, counting the approximate number of days that have passed. I knew that my birthday passed a while ago. With everything that could have been my life without the disease, I can't say any more if that what-if scenario would have been better. After all, gods, goddesses, or maybe even fate itself might not have taken pity on me the way they did, and I probably would have never got here. Lavender, and others, are too important to me to still wish I never had that disease. It was a strange feeling. Being grateful for the thing I hated for most of my life was not something I ever expected. The time I spent here was, in some weird way, the best time of my life. My only wish was for that to continue as long as possible. Injuries and scars did not matter to me, as long as my family was safe. Even if I am not strong enough to repel a calamity monster, if that thing wanted to harm those I cherish, it will need to go through me. Living was worthless without what gave it meaning in the first place. While I had no way to compare my power to anyone else other than Lavender, I knew that I was not weak. I already proved it when I survived my first fight against Dara, but I am not immortal either. I do not need unlimited power, I just need enough to keep me and others alive, them at the very least. I needed an edge against others, an unwavering sharpness that would never betray me in a fight. Something that could harm and protect at the same time. Something I could use and abuse unlike everyone else. Swordsmanship, martial art, and raw strength were useful, but not ideal for me. They offered speed and strength, but not versatility and utility. Learning one of them could be useful, however. Any situation remotely complicated would make them just as useless as I was. It leaves me with magic. I had a myriad of affinities. Mastering them was already something I'm working on, but it's going to take me a while to get to Lavender level. Magic was great but had its limitations, mainly my mana supply. Having a higher mana capacity than average did not stop it from running out. As always, I can't carry an entire forest of mana leaves with me. Time was not something I had on my side. Forget the calamity monster. Lavender was an exiled magician. I come from another world. I have a calamity monster as my pet, and we have other powerhouses with us. In the case that we ever leave this island to live in a country, we were bound to gather attention quickly. While first-hand experience was the best way to learn, I do not have the luxury of slowly accumulating it. There was only one thing that I could think about that might be what I was looking for, and I had it since I got into this world. My plant affinity. It saved me so many times. Without it, I would have been eaten, melted, cut, and digested by the first spider I saw. As far as I know, I was the only one in the world who had that affinity. I already confirmed it with Carolee. She does not know of anybody else alive who possesses what I have. Subconsciously, while I was in my thought, vines were coming out of the ground and covering my body. Their gentle touch and warmth were what would keep me safe in this insane world. As some little plants were coiling around me, I felt at home and safe. My plant affinity was something that had always acted like it was not a part of me, but something that wanted the best for me. Controlling plants was easy, and never was something I had difficulty with. Still, the more I used it, the more I started to notice something strange with the surrounding nature. Plants all had a little presence in them. With a single flower, it was undetectable. In a forest, however, it felt alive and aware. Without it, I never would have found the calamity monster nest. The actual cave was too well hidden for my current ability, but when I searched for a track, the forest answered me. Without a thought or warning, I sensed that the cave was there. I almost didn't sense that help. It was like the forest willingly became an extension of my ability on its own. Plant affinity was definitely my biggest asset, and not using it more would be a mistake. Discovering the full potential of this affinity was a must if I wanted to make the most of it. I let out a sigh. With all going on these last 2 days, being alone under the stars, with a breeze pushing against my hair, was something I truly needed. It has been a while since I meditated like this. The last time I did it, I had a big dragon breathing on my neck. I still don't know if he was that stealthy, or if I was just meditating that deeply. Strangely, that breeze on my neck feels oddly nostalgic. Turning my head around, I was greeted by a sharp draconic head, a few centimeters behind me. Lendrick was sitting there, just like he had always been there. "Hi," I said softly. After noticing that I notice him, he moved his giant body to my side. What should have caused the ground to tremble, let alone make noise, did nothing. He was completely stealthy, even when moving his not stealthy build. As I lean my head on his side, we simply look at the dark horizon. Even when I was alone, I felt like they will always be there for me, whether I want it or not. Not that I complain. Whatever happens, they can count on me to do my best, and I knew that they will too. Having someone and something to rely on was priceless. I knew that, even with the little life experience I had. As I admired what this world had offered me, I felt a small bump on my arm, and something slide under it. What I found was a half my size spider looking for a nice sleeping spot. With some patting, she found what she was looking for. Lendrick didn't refuse some scratch either. Looking at the others, Mendry and Highbury were still asleep. It seems we were the only insomniac here. On the sound of Lendrick and Tara beating hearths, vines started forming a safety net around me, and I was sent back to the dream world where any worries were to be forgotten. Fyralia. In my bedroom at our house, I was working late at night on some documents when my sister came knocking at my door. "Come in," I said. She opened the door and closed it behind her. "Did I wake you up?" Her golden blonde hair was a total mess compared to mine. Granted, she was busier than I was, but if Mother was here, this would not be a valid excuse. "No, I was just rereading some document Mum left us with." At these words, her eyes looked down. "What is it? Whatever happened out there? It must be bad news." The fact that she was reluctant to answer only served to make me worry more. "What happened?" I said, as I sit up and get closer. As we were elves, she knew that she could trust me. Our elven instincts were more trustworthy than anything else. The fact that we were twins also helped. We spotted what seems to be Vipieth, near Founderland Village. "Relia, you can't be serious. This has to be a joke." She was supposed to scout for a potential plague-type monster lodged in the forest near the village. "Not the plague monster." "I am. I saw it myself." "Who was with you?" If it was to be known, chaos would spread like wildfire. The kingdom was already tense. We didn't need the calamity monster to worsen things even more. Seraph, and a knight who was accompanying us for safety. I already made them swear to keep this silent until we found a solution. Silence was all I could answer. Against Vipieth itself? There was nothing to do. The entire region of Yarni was the living plagued proof. Relia was the one to break the silence. If only Mom was here. How long did she say she would be gone for? 2 to 4 months, I said. Let hope we can last until she returns. If anybody can find a way out, it is her. Should we warn the king? It's his country, after all. Maybe he got an ace in the hole. We certainly don't. I don't think so. He probably sends as many knights as he can or abandon the whole area altogether. We can't let that happen. Maybe he knows someone as powerful as a hero, or maybe a hero himself. Probably not, and even if he did, he cares too much about keeping his secret to let other countries know. But we can't let the villagers just die without doing anything. The life of too many people was on the line, and we were the only ones who knew about the situation. Then let's tell the villagers that the forest contains a very dangerous monster and that they need to avoid it at all costs. Good enough, I said. This will buy us some time we can use to gather intel, and maybe find a solution. Okay, as soon as the city gates are opened, I do that. As daughters of the most prominent magic researcher of this land, it was our duty to investigate magic and the monster-related things when she was away. If we are lucky, she'll be back before too late. The problem was that it will take more than just luck to deal with Vipieth, the plague calamity itself. https://s.pikesci.art/a/1623632400529213420 copy underscore web https://s.pikesci.art/a/1623628557072311973 copy underscore web https://s.pikesci.art/a/1607368457832832419 copy underscore web 9. Chapter 14, Blasphemy and Calamity. Feeling refreshed, I woke up. Lendrick, Mendry, Tara, and Hybri were all already awake. The couple was taking a dip in the lake, and the two little ones were practicing their aim. Each time Tara fired a web, Hybri would try to hit it with a poisonous breath attack. Looking through the living room window, Lavender and Carolee were talking on the couch. I decided to not bother them this early in the morning. These two probably had a lot to catch on with each other. Instead, I joined Hybri and Tara training. Using plants I was controlling as targets, I ordered them both to aim at the grass tentacles. Moving the vines to avoid their projectile was harder than I thought. Not because of Tara and Hybri accuracy, although Tara did have a high hit ratio, mainly due to the difficulty of anticipating where the attack would hit after it launched. After a while, my reaction speed was slowly increasing, and I was able to avoid more hits. To add to the challenge, I joined my plants as an aiming target. Tara web is in itself inoffensive, and with my plague affinity, I thought that I could take Hybri gas without any real consequences. Knowing that they would do little harm to me, they started to bombard me with their projectiles. Controlling both my plants and my body at the same time proved to be as challenging as I thought it would be. Each time I failed to dodge, I took multiple following hits that I could not avoid. To minimize the risk taken, when I knew I couldn't escape an attack, I threw a vine in front of me. In a real fight, as long as I can move and act, I could always keep on fighting. My plants were expendable and could be replaced easily. Contrary to me, as I dodge attacks, something was tilting the edge of my mind. Natural roots, not the ones I was controlling, were trying to connect to the tentacles I was using. When I allowed it to do so, the plants were moving on their own, without needing any input from me. If I wanted them to do something specific or go somewhere, they still obeyed but could act without any order or magic from me. Even when detecting the plant presence and mind, I still wasn't able to fully identify what it was. For now at least, it was way too abstract for my skill level. The one thing I knew for sure was that it was friendly, and that was plenty. As I was thinking, A web was about to hit me but met with a vine instead. Since I connected to nature's mind, I didn't even have to worry about being hit. The plants were forming a protective wall on their own. I stopped the training when Lavender called me inside. I let Tara and Highbury train with the plants since they didn't mind helping them in my stead. Walking inside, the two friends were getting lunch ready. It was already noon. I would have helped them if I could, but you know, I can't cook. Sitting silently and listening to bits of information they were talking about here and there was the best I could do. I could see some frustration in Carolee as she opened every cabinet without finding what she was looking for. "Lava, where is the salt? Don't tell me you don't have any," she said, looking desperate. "I have salt, I assured you. I just need to find it." She paused to think a moment before continuing. "Emery, can you check the lab to see if you find any? With all the potion making I do, it might be there." "Carrie, you can check the cellar." "Okay. There better be salt in there." Inside the lab room, potions were everywhere, with vials and ingredients filling every shelf from top to bottom. Luckily, Lavender had the decency to write the content of everything lying around. A very potent smell assaulted me the moment I opened the door. I rushed to the other side of the room and slid the window open to breathe some unfermented air. "Salt, salt, salt," I sang as I checked the most obvious glass container with a white thing inside. Monosodium of glutamate. That not salt. It looked almost the same, but it wasn't it, so I kept looking. Mandragora white powder, white charcoal, powdered ice, grated parmesan. I would have mistaken all of them for salt if it wasn't for the labels. Where the hell is the salt? At every sight of something that looks similar, I was deceived. The salt wasn't there. I felt I could scream to all the world, "Where is the salt?" And no answer would come. Now I knew how that chef was feeling when there was no lamb sauce to be found. Absolute disappointment. With some luck, Lavender already found it. As I was leaving the room, a faint smell caught my attention. It was a miracle that its odor could overcome everything else in that room, since not all displayed substance was sealed. As I followed the smell, I was able to discern what it was: some lavender with burned manna leaves. Normally, these leaves smell nothing different from the normal ones, but when cooked, they gain a very distinct, strong and fresh smell. One that I personally love, probably due to my affinity. As I followed the scent, I discerned something else in it. Blood. On top of one of the potion brewing desks, there was an uncovered pot. Looking at the label, there wasn't a name to it. "Lavender use only." It read. Shame. I almost wanted to try it, but there must be a reason why she didn't want others to taste it. She did mention that she was a vampire, but she never asked for blood or anything like that, so I almost forgot. If she doesn't feed on other blood, maybe she eats that weird soup once in a while, although I admit to never seeing her eat anything like that. Getting back to the kitchen, Lavender was already cooking the meat, while Carolee put a red thick sauce on plates with some rice on the side. I didn't find any. Shame, me neither. So Carolee was right. There was truly no salt in this house. Cooking with no salt, Carolee continued with an exasperated expression. Your number of blasphemous actions keep growing, still to this day. Comes on. It not the end of the world, Lavender replied with a wild smile. Please don't jinx it, not again. At these words, Lavender rolled her eyes. Anyway, the meat ready, time to eat. When we were all set, we began eating. Scooping the rice into the meaty sauce, I enjoyed every last bite, and my stomach accepted the offerings without complaints, asking for more of the spicy dressing each time. So Emery, Lavender told me you come from another world. Is it true? I never got the chance to ask. She was the first to finish her plate, and instead of going for second, she had some questions to ask. Yes, prove it. After thinking for a second, I started to speak in English. For a while now, my understanding of this world language reached a good enough level that I didn't need the translation collar anymore. I was actually surprised by how easy it was to learn it. Although I never tried to learn a language before this one, I was a bit underwhelmed by how fast I learned it. That Ollivander was that good of a teacher. It was one of the first thing I learn after all. As I speak in a tongue she never heard before and cannot comprehend, I could see through her face that she had something to say. I can't believe it. Then how did you get here? She looked at me, but I had nothing to say. I had no idea what got me here, and as long as it got not planned to send me back, Ignorance was all I needed. She asked me a lot of questions about Earth, and I did my best to answer them. With how little experience I had before, there wasn't much to say. Most of what I learned was because of the internet. With my disease, I spent my whole life at the hospital. No school, no university, no job, just my bed. Knowing my story, Lavender and I already got plenty of these conversations under our belt. She only added a few details when talking about what I already told her. I think I may have a hypothesis on how you got here. Well, although I didn't really care if the answer appeared in front of me, I wouldn't ignore it. It's probably the work of the gods. If your original world doesn't have magic, then the power to transport you must originate here. As far as I know, which is a lot, teleportation magic is impossible. Only the gods and goddesses have been recorded to use similar magic. It was the gods then. I don't have anything that could refute her idea, and at least now I had a reason to investigate the gods. There is absolutely no case in which I go back to Earth. But if I could transport someone here, it would be another story. I didn't have much before, but what I did have was a friend and family, and I did miss them a little. Knowing them, they would mind living here. A world of swords and fantasy was too good to refuse. So yeah, new secondary objective. Learn about the gods. Still not as important as my primary one. Survive, but better than nothing else. In the middle of cleaning up the table, an uncomfortable feeling washed over me. It was like my magical senses were warning me about something. Before I could say anything, the ground started shaking for a few seconds before stopping. What the? Without any warning, the door opened with Tara and Hybrid running at me. As the Hydra jumped in my arms, coiled in fear, the spider stuck her leg to my shirt and dragged me outside. With no idea of what was happening, Lavender and Carolee followed. Laying in the grass just in front of the house was Mendry. She was bleeding, but her wound didn't seem to be too severe. The bag containing her egg was attached to her neck and seemed just fine, but I checked just in case. Her egg was still intact. She was the one I needed to worry about. Looking up at the sky, I didn't want to believe what I was seeing. Lendrick and Randall were in battle against a flying 9-headed Hydra. The monster was exactly like the definition Lavender gave us. Massive and unpredictable. Our dragon and wyvern had difficulty simply scratching the monster, let alone doing serious damage. The movement of its heads were too hard to predict to land any hit, and its scales only allow shallow wounds to appear. The monster had the same white line tracing it back. Just like Hybrid, it was without a doubt its parent, and Carolee confirmed to me that it was the father, meaning we need to fight or flee. As much as I wanted to avoid a confrontation with that thing, I would need some time to make sure Mendry was in a good enough state to fly. Luckily, we already got 2 angry boys distracting that bastard. While Lendrick and Randall had a thought time doing anything, the calamity already covered them with more cut and bite marks than I like. My only comfort was that it seemed to take the fight seriously, meaning that with enough firepower, we had a chance. Without me noticing, Lavender and Carolee were battle-ready. Having gone back inside while I checked on Mendry, it was when I noticed that I was still in my plain shirt and pants. I had taken my coat and equipment off when I went inside. I obviously would not fight a calamity monster like that. As I was about to fetch my stuff, Lavender seemed to have read my mind and stopped me. Don't you dare, that thing is out of your league. Go get some meds for Mendry when we deal with that thing. But, there is no but, leave it to us, and prepare the emergency bags in case we need to fly away. Lavender, as Emery rushed inside with Tara following behind with Hybrid saddle on her back, Carolee and I stand side by side, making sure that our equipment was tightly strapped. Considering our opponent, the battle would take place in the air, and we wouldn't want our swords to slide out of their sheath by accident. Just like old times? She said curiously. Yeah, you remember that time we launched that huge spell that erased half the throne room? I say we used that one. No problem with me. But we need to make sure we are high enough this time. Still can't believe it was that effective, I said ironically. Maybe a bit too much, but this is exactly what we need against a calamity monster. Now finally ready, I put 2 fingers inside my mouth and let out a loud whistle. Noticing my call, Randall left the fight to Lendrick and flew to us, landing just long enough for us to climb on his back. A moment later, we were up in the sky, ready to give this calamity monster a taste of the women who annihilated entire legions of monsters on their own. /s.pikesci.art//1624371856249117208 ? Chapter 15. Prisoner of the Witch's Oven. Lavender. High in the sky, under the beautiful sun, a scorching fire breath was smoking the Hydra scales but did little damage. His attention was constantly shifting between the wyvern and the dragon that wanted to painfully tear all of his heads off. We were on Randall, as he dipped just fast enough to avoid a joint bite attack of the monster 9 heads. Swords in our hands, we sliced at every head that dared getting too close, leaving multiple small cuts on each of them. At the same time, Lendrick rammed into the monster's side using his full weight. Disoriented by the bash, the Hydra tried firing a poisonous breath attack at the dragon, but even with his bulky size, he evaded it with little difficulty. Now in the monster ever-shifting blind spot, Randall flew behind it as we prepare our spell. Gathering light in her hand, Carolee concentrated as much magical energy as possible in her palm. As for me, I casted a small fireball in my hand and started accumulating heat in it. Unfortunately, before our spell was finished, one of the monster heads checked his back and noticed us. Seeing that we were up to something, he launched a cloud of toxic gas all around him. Hidden in the vast deep green smoke, we lost track of him but knew he was in there. As we continue our preparation, I scream at Randall, "Dive!" Without waiting, he followed my order and a second later, 9 green toxic blasts came out from the cloud, aiming at us. As we fly away, they followed us around with precision. If Randall would have been any slower, we would have been caught. "Are you ready?" I yell at Carolee behind me. Not yet, as the blasts tracked us. Lendrick was on the opposite side, firing his own fire blast at the smoke. He must have hit the Hydra because the attack stopped and a scream of pain came out. He however still didn't want to come out and the waiting game continue. Circling around the smoke cloud, Lendrick and Randall bombarded it with more fire blasts. "I'm ready," I heard just behind me. It was the signal I was waiting for. "Randall, get me close, very close." Uncertain of my decision, the wyvern glanced at me before reluctantly obeying. Now approaching the gas at high speed, Carolee launched the light spear she was holding on. The fireball in my hand had grown significantly bigger now and was as big as my head. The heat emanating from it made me sweat, and without my fire affinity, I would have been toasted by it a while ago. Aiming at the spear Carly just launched, I threw my fireball at it, and we began preparing the follow-up. Circling the wind around the toxic dome, we had to be fast before our projectile reached its target. Noticing that something was about to hit him, the Calamity tried fleeing out of the cloud. On the side opposed to us, he was greeted by multiple tons of dragon scales bashing him back in the smoke cloud that he loved so much. 3 of his heads were knocked out by the sheer power of Lendrick's attack and were now sleeping for a while. With the monster in the dome, the light spear and fireball met and joined together into a single shot. Tracking its target with precision, the fire spear enters the green cloud, and it was time to finish the spell. "Now!" We both screamed. Using the wind, we created an invisible barrier around the monster, imprisoning it. With how high in the sky we were, there were plenty of airflows to feed the last part of the spell, making it quite solid. A few moments after the dome barrier was set up, the toxic gas inside it burned in a giant explosion, contained within the wind prison. As the flames were scorching everything that was inside, we were concentrating our magic, making sure that the shield round the cloud would hold up. I could feel something crashing relentlessly at the barrier, trying to get out. With the worried expression on my friend's face, I knew she felt it too, but we kept the barrier up. Lendrick was now hovering beside Randall, looking for any sign of the monster freeing himself of our spell. The temperature inside it should melt even the toughest of monsters by now. We made as many cuts as possible for that very reason. Monster scales, and calamity scales, in particular, are extremely solid and resistant to magic and physical attack, but with open wounds, a spell can infiltrate the body and render its defense less effective. We were fighting against a calamity monster, even after multiple minutes of holding the spell up. There was no way we would let it down that quickly. The unyielding impact against the shield only increased our determination. The problem was that our worries grew as well. The flaming light spear should have tracked, pierced and stuck to the Hydra. With the power and damage behind it, it would take tremendous force to just take it out. The fire spell attached to it would then burn hotter and hotter until we cancel the spell. The problem was that we never tested it against a calamity monster before. After we discovered this spell combination by accident, we used it in our most dire situation. But nothing ever survived this long, especially with how much magic we put into it. The mana-hungry spell wouldn't last forever, no matter how great our mana capacity was. The only reason it was still up was because of the abundance of mana in this area. Wind and light were two of the more present mana type here, but I had to produce the fire myself. It was without taking into account that even if we use ambient elements, we still need to use some mana to control it. At this point, I left the wind control entirely to Carolee, and focus all my mana left on the burning fire. After all, even after being launched, most spells still needed nutrition to function properly. If a magician ever empties his mana reserve before the end of combat, most of the time it would result in his death. With some hope, the monster would die before this happened, but as with all things related to calamity, the odds were against us. It had been more than 5 minutes since the monster had been trapped in Lavender and Carolee's spell. High in the sky, their work looks like a giant fireball with some shade of dark green ready to burst at any moment. Mendry was almost ready to take the sky again, but she wouldn't be able to fly as fast before some rest. Feeling like she was in a good enough state, she tried to join Lendrick, but I stopped her. Mendry, you stay here. Your wounds are worse than you think, and you're lucky you haven't been poisoned the first time. The medicine Lavender make is without a doubt extremely effective, but not omnipotent. As long as Mendry didn't receive more injuries, she would be fine, but nobody can heal the dead. I could understand her wanting to help her husband, but right now she would be more worried than help. My plague affinity let me sense the power of the poison and toxic gas used by the monster, and I'm pretty sure that without any powerful antidote, it was fatal. And Hybrid could take it without too much problem, but without a plague affinity, this was a death sentence. The only other who could probably survive was Tara, but I wouldn't bet on that. Just as Lavender instructed, our bags were outside and ready to be taken. Without having more to do, other than watching Mendry and hoping everything goes well, I put on my battle-ready attire. I pushed Tara in charge of Hybrid, and for now, she kept him on her back, tight on with webs, so he wouldn't fall or try anything funny. At first, he didn't like the idea of being on a leash, but when he saw that he didn't have a choice, he gave up protesting. I knew that inside he was very stressed, with his heart beating fast. Whenever I had the chance, I gave him a little hug or pat to reassure him. It might be optimistic, but things up there seemed to be going well. I was surprised by how long they could keep up the spell, but the longer, the better. If they knew that the bastard was dead for sure, they would have cancelled it at this point. But since their spell could end at any moment, I made sure everything was ready for a potential last-minute escape. Our home was relatively unharmed, but our island on the other side was a total wreck. The glass of the greenhouse had shattered entirely, with only the metal structure holding up. The Wyvern Tower was shattered in half, with the stone pieces laying everywhere. I didn't see what happened. My guess was that it was probably Mendry that collided with it when she fell from the sky. The small earthquake was the result of the said collision. Our natural lake on the island was still there, but now instead of being a clear blue, was a deep green. While shooting his toxic blasts, the calamity spread some of the toxins everywhere on the island. While I already neutralized some of it with my own plague affinity, the toxicity of the lake was too high for my ability, and knowing that neither Carolee nor Lavender had an antidote or spell strong enough to cure it, the lake was lost for good. The only other thing that was still holding up, other than the house, was the dragon's den I built. Somehow, it had been spared from all the things happening in the sky. With nothing else to do other than wait, I closed my eye and concentrate on my senses. Since Hybrid became my familiar, I felt like my plague affinity somehow grew from our connection. When I concentrate enough, I was able to get a feel of the calamity monster's location in its smoky prison. Right now, it was more like noticing a magical blur spot rather than a precise shape and form. With practice, I probably could get it to be more accurate. Still, I had to concentrate to sense it. Even with how much plague mana that thing is emanating from the faint presence I was sensing from the monster, I felt him rammed into the barrier like it was the only thing it could do. Looking at Hybrid, his eyes were following the hidden monster. Just like me, it took me a moment to notice that the monster stopped his useless attack against the prison. He just stood in the middle of the prison, with the flames eating his skin and burning him alive. If he was dead, he would have splattered against the bottom of the dome. Maybe he gave up. With how much heat of power the spell had, there was no way for anything else other than a calamity monster to survive this long. Considering how dangerous it was, there was no way to let a wild calamity monster live. If we had the chance to kill it. Lavender and Carolee seemed to have noticed the change, but still kept the barrier up. Killing it was the smartest, most logical and safest thing to do. I had no reason to stop them, and Hybrid didn't seem too sad about us killing his parent. We were his family. It was then that I heard it again. The maddening screech. The monster howled with everything it had left in him, forcing us to cover our ears in pain. The scream lasted a good 10 seconds but felt like an eternity to my ringing brain. Looking up, the two spellcasters were still holding the spell up, but Randall and Lendrick were having difficulty staying stable. Luckily, Lavender was not someone to take flying lightly and had secured themselves safely on the saddle from the start. With how the fight has been going until now, I had forgotten that the monster had this scream in the first place, having never seen it directly use it. I just remember why Lavender was originally frightened by my report. Looking out, I saw small flying monsters here and there that were affected by the madness, but our island was relatively away from heavily populated areas. Adding to the fact that there were 3 big predators living with us, the enemy reinforcement was meager, to say the least. The only thing that matters for things to go well was to protect Lavender and Carolee, and that is exactly what Lendrick got to do. Chomping down any wild and affected creatures that were coming their way, he made sure that nothing was disturbing them as they seal the calamity fate. Looking far away, flocks of more creatures were coming our way. Not as much as when I first heard the scream, but still enough to maybe overwhelm Lendrick. Mandry seemed to notice them too, as she started flapping her wings. With little to do other than watching, I climbed on her back and gave her the green light. Dara, keep Hybrid safe at all costs. I'm counting on you, Queen. I yelled. Tara might be small right now, but I knew better than to underestimate her. She could handle any stray monster that get to her without problems. So leaving Hybrid in her care on the island was the safest option for now. With my mana reserve being nearly full, we intercepted the flying pack before they got too close to the main event. At this point, Mendry had little trouble with her injuries, but we decimated all monsters before they made contact with us. We made sure to keep our distance away from danger. After all, I rather avoid the same hell as last time. Waving my water and acid fluids around, monsters were raining from the sky as they screamed from pain. Unlike the calamity, Mendry fireballs were not as big or hot as Lendrick ones, but as long as they obliterated everything in one hit, I had no complaints. The sight of crispy burnt and melted monsters raining would have been something to witness if it wasn't for our situation. Because, before I got the chance to take in the situation, another pack of monsters was coming. We quickly dispatched them and all who come after in no time. They were no way a group of this caliber could have caused any problem for us. Flying back to the island, this time we joined Lendrick as he chomped on any single poor thing that got too close. As we fly close to Randall, Lavender glanced at me and seems to lose some of the tension on her face. How long can you two keep this up? I asked, surprised that they were still able to keep the spell up. A few minutes at most. I stopped increasing the heat due to my mana running low. Now we just need to keep baking him in the oven. Want me to add more fire spell to it? No, hotter than that won't help much, so keep your mana. All that matters now is how long can he survive in this hell. Right now, he already has most of his skin entirely melted. All that is left is the muscle, bones and meat that are protecting his organs. Lucky the burning cloud prison acted as censorship. Otherwise it might have needed some blur to keep me from puking up. Thinking about it, I didn't know if any monster deserved that fate of being melted alive for what must feel like hours for him, but we had our priorities and little to no mercy for those who put our family in danger. As I was thinking, I felt the blur in the cloud dropping to the bottom of it. Lavender, Carolee and I looked at each other for a moment before nodding. Everyone, get away. I'm gonna dispel the barrier. Carolee yelled. When we were all far enough, she cancelled the wind prison, and all the concentrated toxic flames that were accumulating in it spread all around. Luckily, it was so high up in the sky that it didn't even have a chance to reach our island. As the clouds got lost, the Calamity's body fell to the ground, creating a crater in our already damaged island. At least it didn't hit anything or anybody. Flying to ground level, we disembark our mounts and approach the corpse with caution. Tara joined us with Hybrid safe on her back. The sight was truly horrible. Burned patches of skin were everywhere. The muscle looked like overcooked meat, and what was left of his blood could be seen leaving the body, as most of it has already been evaporated long ago. The thing was that I still felt the monster's presence with my plague affinity, meaning it was still alive. The extremely small movements of his burned body were the proof that his heart was still beating, at least for now. https://s.pikesci.art/a/16286932427733293 /ut_source=copy_web https://s.pikesci.art//16286970516313123?ut_source=copy_web 7. Chapter 16. Point blank regret. The Calamity was laying in front of us. 3 of his heads were burned into stumps, 2 others were missing the jaw and left side respectively. As for the last 4, saying they survived their torture was pushing a little bit, but they looked more complete than the other ones. It may not be a coincidence that the leftover heads were the ones nearing the middle. His rib cage is open, or what I assumed is the rib cage, with all the black matter in there. I can't say what is what. His wings were a thing of the past now. I was impressed that most of these bones were still holding together somehow. What were once sharp claws and teeth have now been replaced with a sticky mush that he probably wishes to never swallow. It goes without saying that the smell was not appreciated. For a second, I thought about hiding Hybrid's eyes from this sight, but he didn't even seem to register that thing as the same species as he is. On top of Tara's back, he only seemed to want to get off and jump in my arms, but even a young mighty Hydra was no match for the Queen Web. When Lavender and I were still registering what had happened, Carolee was observing the monster left and right, taking note of everything that she could see. She even took a moment to inspect the monster, most sensitive part with a more interested look in her eyes than I wanted to believe. For now, at least, I turned a blind eye to her hidden side and focused more on the beast itself. Our wyvern and the likes were still on edge from the fight and had a hard time taking their eyes off the monster. We did it. Lavender still couldn't believe that she brought down a calamity monster. She must have spent most of her life feeling like these creatures were far too powerful to be fought. After all, she told me, you need to be either mad or suicidal to fight them. But she did it and won on top of it. So I guess if you are mad enough, it is possible to win. The Calamity had all his eyes looking at the little woman who brought him down, or at least the few eyes it had left. This was most likely the first time something ever pull up a real fight, if we can call it that, and not only survive but won. God, that must have hurt his dying ego. The enormous smile on Lavender did not hide what she was thinking. Stuck in her tight hug, I looked at what was left of our home, a house, a giant tent and not much else. We did it, it over. You're safe. Her constrict was growing with more force than I could give her back. I basically did nothing. She's supposed to be the one who was exhausted. The island was a mess. We had a few injuries to tend to, but we were all alive. Debris was scattered around. The tower was destroyed. The lake not too far away from us was contaminated with poison for good, but we were safe. Yes, was the only thing I could reply. Her hug was the warmest I ever received in my life up to that point. I lacked the words and the will to think about anything else. I just enjoyed it while it lasted. It is the reason why it took me a moment to detect the accumulation of plague mana coming from one of the monster heads. As soon as I sensed it, I knew what it was, and I pushed Lavender away from where we were as hard as possible. I also pulled her away with Vine's tentacles, since my arms were not that strong to begin with. Just as she made it out by a few inches, I was engulfed by a point-blank plague blast. This was the last time I ever underestimated a calamity monster. Emery. Lavender. Emery. Can she still be alive? What just happened? We were hugging, but then I was pushed or pulled away. Then she disappeared. That bastard still had something left in him. Did he fake a defeat to make us lower our guard, or is it his last stand? When the blast vanished, so did Emery. The only thing I could hear was a small splash from the poisoned lake, where the blast ended. I couldn't understand what Carolee was screaming, but the monster was trying to get up on his feet as his bones were cracking under the pressure. Emery. On my knees, I was still looking at the empty missing grass, when Randall grabbed my coat and pulled me into the air with him, far away from the bastard's second blast at me. His other heads were also firing plague shots, but these were smaller than before. Mendry, Lendrick and Carolee had to keep their distance to avoid being poisoned. At first, I did not finish it off immediately to let Carolee learn what she could. After all, it is not every day that you can see a calamity monster up close without getting your head ripped off. But it didn't matter anymore. Emery was gone because I was careless. And even if it was my fault, that big bitchy bastard is gonna pay with more than just his life. The fact that he was hard to kill meant that I could torture him to my heart's content. He took one of the few things I had left in my life. And now there is no running away, no indecision, and no mercy. You bastard! Unsheathing my sword, I slid out of Randall's grasp and used what was left of my mana to cushion my fall with wind magic. I rushed at the calamity, sword in hand. I intended to do it up close and personal. With how heavily injured the monster already was, this was my chance. He is already lucky to be alive, but to stay that way, he will need a miracle rather than just luck. Sidestepping a pathetic attempt to chomp me, I thrust my sword at his side. With how big he was, if I didn't aim for organs or important parts, I will deal no damage. But I first needed to know something. Without his protective scales, he had no effective defense. But if his meat was also too hard to slice, this would have been a hard fight. With how little information there was about the calamity monster, it was possible that such facts were undiscovered. Unfortunately for him, his meat suit was just that, meat. Relatively easy to slice with a sharp enough blade. My blade came in and out without any problem. No reaction at all to my slash. Most of the sensors in his body must have been fried long ago. Meaning that if he wouldn't see me or his wound, he would have had no way to know if he did take damage or not. Dividing his attention between me and the others, he only assigned one head to keep me in check. The other three were busy trying to keep away the unhappy giant lizards and the elf that was with them, as a single hit of poison could be lethal. They had to take it slow to minimize the risk. Normally, this would have been considered an endurance fight easily won, but I was not patient enough to wait. He will suffer now. As I dodge a blast, I jumped on his side and used my sword to climb up as I leave many holes in his blackened meat. Climbing was harder than expected. His melted scales created a gooey liquid that made it mandatory to slip if stepped on. A few of his shots got closer than I would have liked, but I remained untouched. On his back, staying stable was a challenge, but I happily stabbed him as much as needed to avoid falling. Each time my grasp and feet were steady, I slid out my blade just to make a new hole nearby. Now, his projectiles were small enough that I didn't really need to move to avoid them, but I wasn't one who would waste a chance to find a new place to stab. I already puncture his middle back enough anyway. If there were any valuable organs in there, it was not in a healthy status anymore. Sliding closer to his necks, I tried to cut one of his heads off from the very root, but my blade stopped around a quarter way in. It was too thick. After trying a little more, I couldn't cut any of his throats entirely. The closest I got was with the furthest one from the center, going almost all the way, but there was no use in decapitating an already dead meat stump. Since I was close to his heads, he sometime tried to bite me with the other ones but never succeeded. Rather, I made him taste the edge of my blade as much as he wanted. Each wound he got made me a little more satisfied. But the anger on my face wouldn't vanish as long as he wasn't dead and decomposed. For a while, the calamity had been moving toward the edge of the island, away from his three biggest threats. His movement was extremely slow as most of his bones were broken, and more keep snapping with a distinct snap the more he limped away. He was already nearing the edge with me on his back. With how fried his wings were, jumping or rather throwing himself off the edge would be more suicidal than an actual escape. However, this is a calamity monster, and with how thought he is, he might survive the fall. Not that I planned on letting him escape at all. Our island was far above the sea of clouds, and any island or ground that he would crash on would mean he could get away. Knowing Carolee, there was no chance, even with all our rested firepower, that she would accept to keep chasing that thing when it was not a direct threat to us. At this point, each plague blast fired was smaller than my head, and they keep getting smaller each time. His claws and teeth were still useless. If he had a regeneration ability, like most Hydra, it was long gone. He must have already abused it to stay alive this long, only healing his most important body part to stay alive and conscious. Since it was powered by mana, he couldn't use it as much as he wanted. After all, healing is useless if you take more damage than you can heal. As Randall, Lendrick, Mendry and Carolee were getting closer, the monster finally reached the edge. After our gigantic and very mana-hungry mana spell, Carolee refrained from using any spell, keeping the little mana she had left for a truly dire situation. The dragons and wyvern were also showing restraint, but for a different reason. With me directly on the monster, they couldn't fire fireballs without risking injuring me. Instead, they opted for a more simplistic approach by saving their energy for when the monster would be 100% vulnerable and me out of the way. Contrary to me, they all showed restraint, but their faces showed just as much hatred as mine. When the blast stopped, the monster took his eyes off to observe his options, which weren't many. Looking at the fate that awaited him if he stayed on the island and me still poking holes in him, he threw himself off the island with as much force as his broken legs could manage. I held on to him, decided to end his life no matter what. As long as I was stuck with him, the others would follow us, and he would die. His fate was sealed. But then something unrolled my waist and kept me from falling off. As the monster descended below the cloud, out of sight forever, I was suspended by grass tentacles. Tree? These were exactly like the ones she always used. She's alive. She is the only one with plant affinity. This must be her. As I rejoiced internally, the tentacles pulled me up and dropped me on my feet on our ravaged island. Then they retracted into the ground. Where is she? Looking around, I couldn't find her. Carolee and the others were there, having been worried about losing me too, but I didn't see my little girl anywhere. I don't know. The vines simply came out of the ground without Emery around. Carolee said, "What? It must be her, or how?" After a moment of bewilderment, I noticed that Dara and Hybrid were missing. Seeing something near the lake, I recognized the small spider queen, but there was no Hybrid on her back. Dara, what just happened? Everything was great till it was not. There is no way she is impossible to kill, yet so easy to kill at the same time. She was in top shape, and a single blast of that dirty thing made her vanish. Lavender has gone mad since that happened and is now stabbing the monster with that pointy thing of hers. The others seem more interested in butchering the poor bastard rather than checking where Emery's body is. Hybrid was impossible to calm down, and I had to free him from my web to avoid him biting his skin off to get out. As he looked around, searching for her, I could sense his distress with our bond. That simple fact proved that she must be alive. I have only been introduced to that familiar thing since she spared me, and I don't know if we lose our bond with the other familiar if the master died, but that may prove she is alive. I can still sense the vague remains of her consciousness in the back of my mind, although it is very faint and almost dying, close to what I feel when she sleeps but way worse. That must mean she is unconscious, but where? If I could at least find her, this would calm the boy, and the others, I hope. I need to recall what happened. She was hugging that mother of hers, then she pushed the lady off and vanished in the dark green cloud. When the blast ended, she wasn't there anymore. With how injured the monster was, its blast was nowhere strong enough to disintegrate or completely melt her, especially not when she was supposed to resist plague magic. Where did the blast aim? Yes, at Emery and Lavender, but what was behind them? If it is the emptiness of the sky, she might have been pushed out of the island, but if I remember correctly, the blast trajectory ended at the lake, so she might have been knocked unconscious into the lake. Looking at the deep green contaminated water, I couldn't see through it. Poking my leg into the water, the poison didn't hurt me instantly, but I could tell that I wasn't immune to it. I might survive a little, but searching the whole lake would take too long. Both for me and her. Screech. Hybrid, come here. I screeched at the small hydra. Through our bond, even if we couldn't directly understand what the others were saying, we always have a vague understanding of what they wanted. It was a shame that Emery still hadn't made Lendrick and Mendry her familiars. I knew she had plans to, and I'm sure they would accept, but she still hasn't done it. Stopping his aimless search, He came to me near the lake. Still panicked and scared for Emery. Screech. Search the lake. She might be in there. I hook you on a web, it shouldn't melt. And I will pull you out if you find anything. Understanding his job, I wrapped a web around his body and he dived heads first into the green water. Even if he was still young, Emery did use the lake to wash him and taught him how to swim at the same time. She didn't even know how to swim, but learned with him, seeing that he was learning faster than her, which made her more proud than dejected. As 10 seconds passed by, Highbury came out to the surface to breathe and dived back as soon as possible. A minute passed, then one more. Highbury already came to the surface multiple times to breathe, and he was getting tired. Screech. Keep going. She must be in there, and he dived once more, determined to find her no matter what. After one more minute, the fight between the others and the monster seems to have ended with the beast throwing itself off the island. I didn't really pay much attention, being more occupied by Highbury and the search for Emery. What I noticed was that Lavender was saved by Nature Vine's tentacles or whatever I'm supposed to call it. I recognize it due to the movement pattern difference between it and Emery. She got a more opportunist and wait-and-see style, while Nature is more active, precise and fast than the girl. It was then that I noticed something. The web was pulled by a weak movement, and Highbury's mood changed suddenly when he was underwater. It was subtle, but it was there. Rapidly, I pulled the web and Highbury out as fast as my legs could. The weight was heavier than just Highbury. Something was with him. When the web was reaching its end, I could see Highbury stuck to the unconscious girl, holding her with all his force, his grip and teeth biting in her wet clothes to make sure he wouldn't let go of her. When I pulled them out, the others seemed to finally notice us and came running as fast as they could, but something was not right, and I could sense it as Highbury's tears were rolling down. His head stuck to her chest. Carolee. Emery. Lavender screamed as she ran to the girl. Emery seems unconscious and pale, with no breathing whatsoever. She had been underwater for far too long. Damn it. I yell. If only we hadn't been so preoccupied with that calamity monster, we might have been able to reach her sooner. It seems Dara pulled her out of the lake. I should have paid more attention. I was too occupied with learning more about the monster since this was once-in-a-lifetime occasion. Seeing that Emery was not breathing, Lavender put her ears near the girl's chest trying to hear something, anything. With Highbury still hooked on his beloved master, she had to share her tears with him. I knew the moment I laid my eyes on her. Elven instincts were infallible, especially when dealing with other pure elves. It had saved me so many times and was one of the few things that a pure elf could put his trust in. For the first time ever in my extremely long life, I wished my elven instinct were wrong. https://s.pikesci.art/a/16313277612469939 /. 6. Chapter 17. Meeting a Goddess of Magic. I felt uneasy. Slowly opening my eyes, I was laying on the hard floor of a transparent room, or at least that is what I thought. The walls and ceiling looked like some sort of black hole siphoning their black matter forever, if there were any walls in the first place. With how strange the room was, I couldn't tell if it was small, big or infinite. Not too far away from where I awoke from my death, a woman was slowly sipping her glass as if everything was normal. Getting up, I was naked, but since we were alone, there was no need for me to cover myself. If she wanted to see, she had all the time in the world to enjoy the view while I was sleeping, and if she wanted me to be clothed, there wasn't much I could do anyway. Although, contrary to me, she wore a simple white dress. The bright color contrasted the room splendidly. Did I finally bite the dust? I asked. I wasn't stupid enough to misinterpret the situation. I clearly died, and there was no way that life would have given me another chance with how hard I was to kill. I do admit that I didn't imagine heaven like that. If it is indeed heaven, at least I didn't feel the pain anymore. I never thought drowning would be so painful. Her skin was smooth, almost shining as much light as her dress. Her brown hair was tied in a rather long ponytail, going almost to her waist, and with her not very modest chest, she looked like a goddess. Considering the situation, this was not an understatement or a false assumption. Sleep up. She continued to enjoy her beverage a bit longer, a look of pureness on her face as she finished her drink. Since I was dead and probably not gonna be revived, I felt no need to rush her for an explanation and waited. "Thank you for your patience, young Emery," she said calmly. "Indeed, it seems your new life was cut rather short." "Shame truly." Her voice was neutral, without any sarcasm to it. "Since you know my name, may I learn yours?" "Anastasia, the goddess of spatial magic." "Spatial magic?" "Lavender never told me about that kind of magic." "My honor goddess, as you already know, I'm Emery. She is a goddess, I should show proper respect." "If it was an arrogant noble or king who abused his power, I would need to hold my spit, but as a goddess of magic, she has power, true power, or should I say magic? True magic power then. What a polite girl you are, finally someone who knows her manner. I was wondering who was the brat who gave Helly such a headache. I was expecting yet another arrogant or needy human who wanted me to do their bidding, but it is my pleasure to learn that you are better than that." "Helly? Brat? Needy? What the hell did she hear about me?" "I might have been arrogant, but needy. I was not. I never disrespected anybody, not yet at least." "May I ask who this Helly is, and what did I do to cause her problem?" "Helly is the goddess of death, and from what I heard, she didn't like that you escaped her so many times." "Well, it seems that I won't be able to escape this time. Since you know, I'm dead, there are still a few minutes left until your soul truly died. So I thought that I may get a talk with you before that. Did you need anything from me?" "Not really. I just wanted to see why the god of Earth asked me to save you from your predicament," she said, taking another sip of her glass. "Then am I to assume you are the one who teleported me to that another world?" Carolee was right when she said that this might be the word of the god and goddess. "Yes, although teleportation is such a crud word. My colleague told me you were in a rather poor state and asked me and the other goddesses if there was any place in the world we were overseeing. After some thought, we agreed. Since I am the one who controls spatial magic, I could have vetoed the vote, but it seems that your presence solved more problems than it created. So I followed the others." "Wow, the whole thing seems more complicated than I thought." "Even though I did die in the end, allow me to thank you for saving me. You have my gratitude. Without you, I wouldn't have met my familiars and those I cherished before I died." "I accept your gratitude. If you had lived longer, I would have liked you to do a few things for me. But as I said before, it is a shame that you died." "My condolences." "You said that my presence in this other world solved a few things. May I ask what?" "I don't remember doing much, at least not anything that a goddess would want me to do." "Well, for a starter, the pure elves race was in dire need of children, so it would have been nice of you to have a few elven children with time." "What? Was I supposed to meet a handsome pure elf and marry him?" "Not that I'm against the idea. Love and marriage have always been a forbidden dream for me. Having someone I could call my husband and have children with would have been nice to experience." "When I think about it, Carolee, a pure elf, did say that her race had difficulty having children. At least enough to warrant the notice of the gods." Carolee might have known a few elven men. It could explain why I ended up not too far away from Lavender's home in the first place. After all, she was the one who introduced me to Carolee. Strangely, for a split second, I could swear I just saw her face being absolutely disgusted, but it vanished way too fast for me to be sure of what I saw. She was back to absolute neutrality. This might have been a solution, but there was an easier setup to have you help the pure elven race. If you had been human and married a pure elf, your lifespan would have been too short to provide him with offspring. You still don't know, but for a pure elf, it is extremely difficult to have children. They are lucky if they can have one in 200 years. You probably would have died before having one. Also, she added, we can't see into the future, and we cannot predict things with certainty. That plan would have been too complicated to pull off successfully. 200 years. It seems that they truly had it difficult. How can a race survive with this little birth? If I wasn't supposed to meet a handsome elf, then how was I supposed to help the race? Instead, we made you a pure elf. This was way easier to do and would help the race by adding you and your potential children to the number. It was also useful that elves have a very high disease resistance. With it, your disease is a thing of the past. After her words, I instinctively reached for my ears, but they were normal, human ears. Are you sure you made me an elf? It doesn't feel like it. I don't even have their ears. This is a classic fantasy thing that an elf needed to have long, pointy ears. Carolee was living proof that even in another world, this was true. It's because you're still camouflaged. Since elves can't reproduce with other elves, we designed them to be able to mingle with other races more easily. The fact that you look human is simply a remnant of the fact you don't know how to change your appearance yet. What? Elf are shapeshifters now? How is it possible to sustain a race if they can't reproduce within their own species? It's like elves are the standard fantasy goblin who lack females and need women from other races to keep their number flowing. The only difference is that instead of being ugly parasites, elves are shapeshifters who need other species to have children. This makes no sense. The face I was making must have told her what I was thinking because she followed like she read my mind. If it can clear your confusion, each species is built differently. Those that are more naturally stronger, resourceful, and have other kinds of advantages, also have heavy negative to undermine their otherwise overwhelming superiority. It is a rule we had since the dawn of creation. She explained. Take humans, for instance. We refer to them as a decent basis because they are average in most of their traits. A bit of higher stamina than others, with unrelenting determination, isn't a lot compared to other races. Their shorter lifespan is also counterbalanced by their decent fertility. What about elves? To have such a poor birth rate, they must have overwhelming advantages, right? Indeed, it is one of the races. I personally think we went a bit too far with being one of the most long-living races, with their own elven instinct, more magic affinity than other races, and their ability to take the appearance of other species. We had to make their fertility the worst of all the living race in the world. I could see a hint of sadness in her voice as she continued her explanation. At the time we thought it was fine since this is one of the most basic ways to hinder a species, but now that their number is below 100 in the world, we see that we made a mistake. This is why half-elf exists. They are a more toned-down version of pure elves with fewer advantages, but far more tolerable negatives. Below 100, they really do lack children, do they? When I read about half-elf, I thought it was because they were half-breed, but it seems like they are their own species. You mentioned that pure elves can't reproduce within the same species. What do you mean by that? Exactly what it means. It is technically possible, but as all elves think of other members of their species as family, it is undoable for them to do it. Even with your limited experience, I believe that you did feel the elven instinct effect, right? I'm not sure if I ever experienced something like that. Carolee was the only elf that I ever saw. If I remember correctly, when I first saw her at the time, I already trusted her with my life for strange reasons, going as far as hugging her as if it was the most natural thing in the world on our first meeting. It must be what she's talking about. I think you're right. It's confusing how I didn't think it was strange at the time. Elven instinct is something that has protected the race since the dawn of their creation. To say that this is their most exceptional attribute is an understatement, for better or worse. It must be that incredible if even a goddess is praising it, and I don't think it is her just self-boasting for helping create the race. Certainly not. Well, unfortunately, I died. My apologies for wasting your time answering questions just to satisfy my curiosity. Do not mind it. I am the one who summoned your soul here after all, she said as a small smile escaped her lips. So what happens now? Is there a paradise, another realm, reincarnation or anything else? There are still a few minutes left until your soul leaves that world permanently, so who knows? She's clearly trying to hide that little smile on her lips. I'm sorry to say, goddess, but you failed. Time passes a bit slower here than in the living world, so your fate is still undecided by the world's whim. Wait, undecided? Does that mean there is still a chance that I'm still alive? No, you are dead. It simply takes some time until your soul leaves and reanimation becomes impossible. While we wait, I don't mind continuing our conversation. In the odd case that you escape, my dear friend, once again, it is not every day that you can get information directly from a goddess, she said with a wink. I first thought that she was a passive person, but I was wrong, really wrong. In that case, Your Highness, I take you up on that offer. Well, as she said, in the odd, infinitely small scenario that I ended up alive again, whatever she says can be a gold mine of information that both Lavender and Carolee would slap me if I don't dig now. After all, I had the reputation to be hard to kill. Lavender, it had only been a minute since Tara got Emery out of the water. I was feeling like absolute shit right now. Hybrid still refused to get off her, and I can't blame him. If it wasn't for Carolee, I never would have let go of her, either. Her body was cold, both from the cold water she was soaked in and her lack of heat. How did I let that happen? I wanted to protect her, but she was the one who protected me. She knew that she could take that plague blast, but the lake got the better of her. Why didn't I think about looking for her? I should have known she couldn't get killed by a plague attack, but her disappearing in front of me got the better of my emotion. How long has it been since I cared for something? A part of me felt so happy when Randall found her. Finally, another person to talk to. I thought Randall was the only reason I kept my sanity for so long in these damn flying islands. If I ever knew that being in exile would be that lonely, I might never have done what I did. While we were mourning our loss, a vine tentacle joined us, observing her silently. At first, I thought that it was Emery doing, but since she was dead, it couldn't be her controlling that vine. The thing seemed to have a sentience of its own. When I asked Carolee if she knew what it was, she must have an idea but chose to not say it for some reason. I didn't feel like pushing her for an answer. The three big lizards were also taking things silently. The only one who was doing something was Tara, as she tried to comfort Highbury, with limited results. Since Emery put her in charge of the kid, she had taken her role very seriously and did her best to protect him and be there for him. Unlike the failure I was. Out of nowhere, the grass tentacle that had been passive until now sprang into action as if it was suddenly possessed and stuck itself to Emery's chest, pushing Highbury out of the way. Before we could stop it, it already had its needle-like, small green roots digging into her skin. We didn't try to remove it, since taking it off would damage her body into something I didn't want to see. We saw its roots circulating through her veins, and going toward her heart. Highbury tried to jump on what pushed him, but Tara restrained him with her legs. We didn't know what it was, so it was potentially dangerous. I tried thinking about a spell I could use since, from the look of it, it seems to want to hijack her body. I already saw plant spirits controlling dead bodies before, and it was something I didn't want to see ever again, especially since it was with Emery's body. Carolee must have thought the same, but instead of helping me, she stopped me from using any spell. "Don't," she said calmly. She was looking at the body with big open eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Impossible," she muttered. "What?" I yell at her. "What is happening, Carolee? What is that thing doing to Emery?" She took a moment to choose her word carefully, and I couldn't believe what she said. "Listen," was her answer. Her ears were twitching, a sign that she was listening to something. As an elf, she had better hearing than mine, but since everything and everyone was silent, except Highbury, I concentrated, trying to hear any sound coming off the girl's body and understand what she meant. Thump thump, thump thump, and it was there, the sound of a living, beating heart. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was coming from Emery. Thump thump, thump thump. The plant was trying to revive her. Other small roots from the ground attached themselves to Emery, and within time, she was covered in vines. Soon after, she was moving, but still unconscious. Her body was breathing somehow, although the movement was still unsteady. She looked like she was coughing as she spilled out green water each time the vines constricted her heart and lungs. I couldn't say if the water was green because of the poison, but that thing was determined to get every bit of water out of her system. After a good minute of making her artificially breathe, suddenly, the plant retracted from her body, and Emery's own movement surged out, and she rolled herself to the side to throw up on the ground. "Emery!" Carolee and I scream, but the girl couldn't hear us, as she fell unconscious again as soon as she finished emptying her lungs and stomach. I catch her in my arms just before she hit her own vomit. At that moment, she was breathing steadily as if nothing happened, and she's been sleeping all along. She was bleeding a little bit from her chest, where the main tentacle did his job, but she was otherwise uninjured. Seeing as his beloved master was breathing again, Highbury seemed to understand what it meant and proceed to hug himself on her chest yet again. https://s.pikesci.art/a/16348402983891920?? Copy_web https://s.pikesci.art/a/1634858901130377950?? Copy_source equals copy_web 7. Chapter 18. New dawn to travel. Observing our house one last time, it was time to finally depart. This place was once what I called home, but with the damage done to the island, living here would be more work than not. I asked Lavender if it was possible to reconstruct and purify the place from the poison, and she told me it was possible, but would take multiple years at the very least. It goes without saying that the poison literally could not affect me. But Lavender did not have a plague affinity as I do, so leaving was our only choice. I could have stayed here, but what was the point without her and Randall around? We had already packed our thing for an emergency escape, so we needed little time to gather what was left of our belonging. With Randall, Lendrick and Mendry as our mount, we had plenty of space to transport whatever we needed as long as it wasn't something too big like a bed, oven or cauldron. We also used our storage summoning ability for extra space. Carolee was surprised to see that my version used the dancing technique. It took me longer than I wanted to perform it with my injuries, but I was able to summon my 1.5 meter of storage without hurting myself more than I already was. When they told me how I got revived, it took me a moment to realize the plants had used cardiopulmonary resuscitation, to reanimate me. I had no idea how this medical technique got into this world and how a plant was able to learn it, but I thought I should be grateful instead of curious. I almost died after all. While it did bring me back to life, it also fractured a few of my ribs while doing so. With potions, I was already back to a functional level with little pain. I was relieved to see that the hole the tentacle made was fully healed after I had choked a few potions. With the scar on my back and the scorch on my left arm, I had my share of battle scars and appreciated my fully healed skin, just under my small chest. Before taking off, I made sure to give Lavender plenty of hugs. She was relieved to see me alive, but the condition of the island did take its toll on her morale. I told Randall to be as supportive of her as possible when we will be flying. Since the flight was gonna take multiple weeks, longer than Carolee used to, since Lendrick and Mendry were slower than Randall, we decided to take things slow. As long as we were comfortable, it didn't matter that the flight would take a week or two longer than it should. We each had our mount for the duration of the travel. Lavender was on Randall since she was his master and they could scout ahead if needed. Carolee was on Lendrick to handle any potential treat, and I will be on Mendry with Tara and Highbury since I was not fully healed yet. When everything was ready, we departed from this place to possibly never be back again. As I never saw a compass before, I didn't know in which direction we were going, but Carolee had one of her own, so she knew where to go. Going under the sea of clouds, we flew past multiple forests, swamps, mountains, and valleys. Strangely, I didn't see any village or settlement as far as my eyes could reach. This place was entirely left to its own. No village, city or road on the horizon. At nighttime, we secured some clearing and made camp there. It took me a moment to realize that this was the first time, ever, that I was at ground level. I got used to living in the sky and on flying islands at that point, so I never thought about going at surface level. Lighting the campfire, we started preparing our first meal of the journey. Since we still had access to what we brought with us, we decided to eat rather fancy for a night out. The grilled steak seasoned with heavy spice got along really well with the thick sauce they put on. Since my cooking knowledge doesn't go further than hospital food, I wasn't able to say what exactly I ate, but I enjoyed the meal without thinking about it. Since cooking for 3 big carnivorous monsters was impossible for us, I thought that we would let them hunt whatever they wanted to eat, adding just a little sauce and salt on top of it to make it tastier. They were a bit jealous of Tara and Highbury, with who I shared some very tasty grilled meat. Their size made them easy to feed even if they ate more than us. To make their hunt shorter, I used my roots detection skill to find them sizable prey to hunt. Whenever I found something that seemed to be big enough, since I rely on weight and ground pressure to find things, I told them the direction and distance and off they were. They all come back with prey for us to butcher. Randall killed a black snake as long as himself, while the dragon couple got themselves 5 elemental wolves for dinner. I didn't minute since Lavender taught me a while back how to butcher stuff, but it took us a while to prepare their meal. I was already surprised that they were civilized enough to want us to butcher their prey. Honestly, I initially thought that they were gonna eat their food as it is. It had me wondering how did they eat their food back on the island. Lavender was generally busy near dinner time, always preparing my food first so that she could take her time with our familiars' meals. I saw them eating cooked food before but didn't think that it was their whole plate. So this time I handled the butchering of the monster while Lavender was preparing their meat. My cooking skills were, as always, in the negative, so there wasn't much more I could do. When I was finally done butchering, I packed what I thought would be sellable or useful, like the snake skin, wolf fur, and any other part that I recognize from my time back on Earth. I played plenty of video games back at the hospital, so although I never actually did any trading or money handling, I knew at least the basic of it with my gaming experience. The meat wouldn't last long if I simply stored it, but it wasn't something we had to worry about. Cooking it and adding salt would make it last long enough to eat as a snack during our travel, and we had 5 big eaters with us. Looking around, I noticed the plant tentacle controlled by nature approaching me to make us aware of its presence. It made its way to us with its appendage out of the ground. It offered me a stack of leaves. With the connection given by my plant affinity, it knew why it had given them to me. They looked especially tasty, which would have been weird to say before, but my affinity allowed me to eat raw plants without a problem. It even encouraged me to do it, since I can get most of my nutrition and energy from them. It also makes them taste somewhat sweet, or spicy. If the plant was poisonous. After munching his offering, the tentacle wiggled happily and retracted underground. I was still aware of it being around, but I knew that if it wanted to remain undetected, I could search for its presence all night without sensing it. Lavender told me that normally when camping out, we would need to have someone keep night watch to avoid any night attack or surprise. The difference this time was that we had 2 enormous dragons that could form a barrier with their body if they circle around us, so we were able to all sleep. I huddled next to Lavender using Randall's side as a pillow, while Highbury uses my lap as his personal bed. Tara was right next to me, as she kept her eyes open for the night. Not that she could close them anyway, she was a spider, and spiders don't have eyelids. It was at least reassuring to have her keeping her guard up. The next morning, we awoke to the sunrise and continued our flight. At some point, I stopped seeing flying islands and the sky was as empty as it could get. After a week of travel, we had our first train in a while. Since we had warm and waterproof cloaks with us, it wasn't that uncomfortable, but I could have done it without the rain personally. At some point, Lavender started to knit a few things together, using the fur and skins we got from butchering animals every day. Having learned the art of the needles, I decided to join her whenever we had spare time, which was a lot by the way. Carolee previously started to teach me a few things about elves, since I was one myself. The surprise on her face when she learned that I didn't even know I was one, was priceless. After that, she turned into teacher mode and made me soak as much information as she could. I was a bit overloaded, but I rather know too much rather than too little. At night 9, Carolee approached me with a proposition. Hey, Emery, want to learn how to use a bow? I never really learned how to use any weapon before, so I accepted the offer. Lavender did teach me the bare minimum of how to swing a sword, but no more than that. I learned to prefer to keep my distance, especially with all the magic I could use, so knowing how to use a bow and arrow would benefit me greatly if I needed to avoid using magic. Going further than our base camp, she gave me a bow that she took out of Lavender's stock and a quiver full of arrows. She first taught me how to hang the quiver to my hips properly, so it didn't hinder my movement or get stuck in stuff. I was surprised that I wasn't supposed to have it on my back like they do in video games. Back on the island, I remember trying to use a sword sheeted on my back, but it was impossible to even pull it out, and putting it back in was an even great nightmare. Truly, most weapons placed were on the hips. Now nick the arrow against the boat string and pull it. Following her instruction, I pulled the string as much as I could, shot my arrow and completely missed the tree I was aiming at about 15 meters away from me. Good. Don't bother about accuracy for now, just get a feel for the bow and try to get used to it. Not letting the mist wear me down, I continued to shoot more arrows. Although it was late, I could see pretty well in the dark, so training more wasn't a problem. Yes. It took me 8 arrows to finally hit my target, and I almost jump on the spot from enjoyment. I didn't miss the smile on Carolee's face as I go on with more arrows. At some point, I was hitting more than missing, until I emptied the quiver she gave me. Out of the 25 arrows I shot, 9 of them hit the target. Even if not all of them actually pierced and stuck to the tree, It was still a 36% accuracy, so not bad for a first time, considering I never used a bow before. Retrieving the arrows, the grass tentacle helped me fetch them. I thought about how should I call it, and tentacle seems perfect, as far as my knowledge goes. It looked like one with just the provenance and color as differences. It also lacked the suckers, but it looked less disgusting that way, so I won't complain. Carolee suggested that I practice every night before sleep, and agreed. I needed to train more, and using a bow was more fun than I expected, especially when the arrow hit and stuck to the tree. This feeling was amazing. After asking Lavender, since it was hers, she told me to keep the bow and quiver. Learning proper maintenance didn't take long, but I had to make sure my new weapon was in top shape. Lavender also wanted to train me more in the art of the sword, and I couldn't refuse. A bow was enough in my opinion, but she thought I should learn how to handle close-quarter fights if needed. With magic, a bow, and my familiars, there was little chance for me to be stuck in melee, but she insisted too much, so I didn't have a choice. My only condition was that we stick to dagger and short sword. I wasn't the type to carry a huge-ass sword on my back to hunt monsters. Now, my routine was set in stone for the rest of the travel. Sword training in the morning, knitting during flight and breaks, and butchering and archery before sleep. I grow fond of knitting at this point. It helped keep my mind clear while doing something productive. Expanding my wardrobe was also nice since I was making my own clothes. With some help from Lavender, we had plenty of supplies before leaving, and our reserves continued to grow as our monsters hunt every night. On the road, days passed quickly. Things were rather dull, but at some point during his hunt, Randall caught an impressive prey. A big white lizard monster was laying dead in front of us. It vaguely resembles a Komodo dragon but with smooth skin instead of scales. After asking what it was, they told me it was a thunder salamander. The wyvern looked proud of his hunt, standing atop of his prey with his head up. The meal for that night was a little extra. They told me salamanders were rare and that their meat was delicious, so they wanted to make the most of it. They put a lot of spice and salt on top of the meat and served it with bread and vegetables. Lavender also added her special sauce on top as an extra. It really tasted amazing. I even dipped my leaves and plants in the sauce to see if it was better that way, and I did not regret it. I felt like I was in heaven, and wished to eat that every day. When we finished the butchering, I was about to store the salamander skin, but Lavender took it instead and told me she wanted to make something with it. During the next few days, she took a lot of time knitting something and refused to tell me what she was making. She seemed to put a lot of care into this one, making sure it was perfect and redoing any part she thought was imperfect. After multiple days of work, she finally showed me the fruit of her labor. It was a white cloak with a hood, both made from the thunder salamander skin. Its skin was apparently a very desired material for armor and clothes since it offered good insulation against the thunder affinity and bad weather in general. "Come on, put it on. I want to see how you look in it," she expressed vigorously. I couldn't refuse, so I slid out of my usual black cloak and put the white cloak on my shoulder. It was a bit shorter but still, the perfect size for me as the cloak goes from my shoulder and stopped just above knee level. The hood also fitted nicely without being too loose or tightened. I was surprised by how comfortable the salamander skin was, and Highbury seems to agree with me. Rubbing his head against the tissue, he looked very happy as he jumped in my arms. After inspecting my appearance very carefully, Lavender played fashion with me as her test subject. It didn't take long for Carolee to join in, and I was stuck trying all sorts of shirts, skirts, pants, chest armor and other things Lavender and I knitted during the travel. She made me wear the cloak from beginning to end, and seemed to search for a look to complement it instead of the contrary. At some point, she seems to have settled on me wearing a small metal breastplate on a leather-reinforced shirt, with a rather long skirt going to my travel boots. With some black archery braces and thin black gloves, she couldn't stop looking at me. "Pure noble maiden," was the word she used to describe me. Carolee also joined in on complimenting me, and it wasn't long before I was blushing. Even the familiars looked as if they wanted to embarrass me more as they endorsed my new look. I was about to return the cloak to Lavender, as I couldn't stand the praise anymore, but she stopped me. "Keep it. I made it for you," she said with a tender smile. "It was time you get a new look." "What's wrong with my usual black cloak? I look just fine in it." They rolled their eyes at that comment. Even Tara rolled all 8 of her eyes at me. There is no comparison possible. You look too lovely right now, I almost want to keep you to myself, Lavender said as she proceeded to hug me tightly. Also, Carolee added, you are going to meet a lot of people, so this more refined look will suit you better. People will think that you are a young adventurer from a noble house, but what if I want to fight or train? I can't do it like this, it will ruin them. Most of these clothes were brand new, so any combat or daily wear would damage them over time. You don't have to worry about that, Carolee replied. We made sure to pick solid enough pieces of equipment, so they won't be damaged that easily. These are actually way more protective and durable than your older set. Looking at my old garb, she asked, how often did you even repair them in the first place? A lot, Lavender said before I could reply. From now on, these are yours, and you don't have a say in this. Understood? True, my old cloak was worn down, but it still does its job decently. The patches only added more character to it as they were added. But, understood? Lavender added before I could say anything. There wasn't a single chance I could win this argument, so I capitulated. Yes. The next morning, we continue our travel, and they made sure that I was wearing the entire set they made for me. My old black cloak would from now on be collecting dust in the storage. On day 24 I started to see villages on the horizon, but we never got to any of them, and instead, to avoid them. Supposedly because it wasn't that common for people to ride dragons in the first place. This is where we are going, Carolee said, pointing her finger at a large city on the horizon. Welcome to the city of Dawnriver: https://s.pikesci.art/a/1636604737288841462 8. Chapter 19. The versatility needed to be an adventurer. As we approached, I could see the entirety of the city. Dawnriver was a city built alongside a river, which name I haven't learned yet. Instead of being shaped like a circle or square, the city was more of rectangular shape, following the water with houses and ports until farms and fields continued beyond the city walls. Made with thick stone ramparts, the defensive barricades were full of watchtowers and embrasure with groups of guards patrolling. Having 3 main gates on each non-water side, most of them were trifling with activity. Carriages were going in and out, and even if most people were on foot, there were a few people riding horses and other monsters I had never seen before. The variety of mounts was astonishing. From regular horses to lizard, bird and rhino-looking monsters. I could even spot something like a griffin pulling a golden carriage. The way I saw it, the bigger or rarer mounts were reserved for the rich, while other more harmless or less frightening appeared more common. With the river on the western side of the city, we descended on the eastern side, toward one of the less busy gates. Approaching the road around 100 meters away from the gate, we were greeted by scared yells and a few people running away. Some of the more courageous or suicidal unsheathed their sword and bow, but seeing that they were people on the 2 enormous dragons and the wyvern, they calmed down. Not that they could have harmed us anyway. Still, on our beast, we made our way toward the gate. Lendrick and Mendry walked on their 2 back legs, appearing as tall as possible, while making sure that nobody would try anything stupid. Reaching the gates, they were tall enough to allow our dragons to pass if they lower their heads a little. The guard was shitting his pants, but Carolee seemed to know him, as just seeing her allowed us to pass without question. Dismounting, we continued on foot. Taking most of the street, my dragons followed us. I could see that their mere presence was disturbing others, but I paid it no mind. It was the first time I ever walked in a city. There was an odd silence to what I thought would be a place. With only whispers to be heard, we continued toward the center of the city. Even on the road, Lendrick and Mendry were able to walk without making any sound. Only Randall footsteps were loud enough to alert our surroundings that there was a big monster nearby. The dragon's stealth capability was yet again surprising me. As we made small talk, we finally reached the center of the city. With a big plaza full of merchants and food stalls, all the surrounding buildings were commercial. Having learned basic writing from Lavender, I could see that they were tailors, armor and weapon shop, blacksmith, and a lot of other kinds of sellers. Orcs, humans, half-elves, dwarfs, and other races could be seen everywhere. There were also the rarer, wolf, fox, cat and other more animal-like people walking around. Some of them only had ears and tails, while others were two-leg walking versions of the animal resembling them. They were two buildings that were standing out from the others. Reading the insignia, there was the mayor's house and the Adventurer Guild, each being on opposite sides of the plaza. The two constructions were more than double the size of other buildings, making them look like huts beside them. With a beautiful fountain in the middle of the plaza, I was already liking this place. If it wasn't for all the stairs, I would already be exploring like there was no tomorrow. Stopping in front of the Adventurer Guild, Carolee told us we would need to register ourselves as adventurers if we wanted to avoid any problem walking around with our familiar. Leaving the three big outside, we made our way inside, with Hybrid in my arm and Tara just beside me. Walking toward the counter, most seemed to not be aware of the commotion happening outside. A few stared at me with my two odd familiars, but most seemed to be more occupied by their companions. With adventurer-looking people left and right, it was impossible to mistake this place for anywhere else. Beer was filling tables while groups were discussing between themselves. Some adventurer wore their armor, while others let their heavier protection on their side to be able to move more freely. Reaching the counter, we were greeted by a professional-looking wolf woman. She was fully covered with black fur and had a wolf-shaped face. She was a little taller than Carolee, who was the tallest of us three. Compared to those who had only wolf ears, a tail and some fur, she wasn't a half-breed. Miss Carolee. Happy to see you back in town. The wolf woman said. Hey Sophia, I'm back, and I brought friends with me. Can you take care of them? Looking at us, she introduced herself. My pleasure to meet you. My name is Sophia, I am a guild attendant, she said with a smile and a warm tone. Name Lavender, she said. I'm Emery, happy to meet you. Oh, I hear quite a lot about you, Miss Lavender. Carolee sure seems to hold you in high esteem. If you need anything, let me know. Turning toward me, she continued, you look lovely, Emery. If you need anything, let me know. Her tail was wagging left and right. I'm sure I'm got to get along with her. Now that the presentations are over, Carolee said, can you register them as adventurers? Great, but first, I need you to answer a few questions. No problem. We both answered. Taking out a series of papers, she started writing a few things down before asking the first question. First, how old are you? 16-year-old, 457-year-old. Okay, next, what are your races? Human, vampire. Lavender without hesitation. Looking at Carolee, I wasn't sure what I should say. She told me to mostly keep quiet about being a pure elf since they were rare, and some people had dark intent toward them. She gave me an okay sign. Pure elf, I whispered. Oh, I see, she murmured before continuing. Unfortunately, I can't write false information on your card, but be assured that your secret is safe with me. Carolee really must trust her. Going back to her normal tone, she asked us a few more generic questions, until the interesting one. Any familiar? You are obligated to register them to avoid problems with the authority. I heard that you have a wyvern, Miss Lavender, is that true? Yes, he's my only familiar. His name is Randall, she said, pulling up her chest, showing that she is quite proud of her loyal knight. Hearing that, Sophia grew very interested in the wyvern and asked to learn more. She seemed genuinely interested, rather than doing it for her job. And you, Emery? Is that spider and the hydra yours? Yes, the spider's name is Tara, and this little boy's name is Hybrid, I said, avoiding stating that he was a calamity monster. So cute. She looked absolutely mesmerized by Hybrid and couldn't look anywhere else. Want to hold him? I asked. She looked like a good person, and as long as I'm nearby, Hybrid wouldn't mind. Can I? Slowly offering Hybrid, she carefully took him in her arm and began hugging him like a little puppy. She seemed to have lost track of time, as multiple minutes passed before she gave him back. Looking around, other adventurers were holding back laughs as Sophia was red from embarrassment. She was about to continue on to the next question when I stopped her. Before we continued, I also have 3 other familiars. Oh, my mistake. What are they? Putting Hybrid on the counter, I tapped the green, thick tentacle at my waist. Come on, show yourself. At my word, the grass tentacles started moving to stand up and extended themselves to Sophia. I don't really know exactly what this is, but his name's Tentacles. Interesting. I've never seen something like that before. At least for now, I register it as a grass spirit elemental, but stopping on her sentence, she took a moment to gather the word. May I learn what are your affinities? Fire, water, light, darkness, plague and plant. At my word. She looked me in the eye, trying to see if I was joking. I was not. These are some extremely rare affinities that you got. I know it's my job to say it, but be careful. I know. Also, I have two other familiars, two dragons. The male is Lendrick and the female is Mendry. Now the guild was silent. She looked as if she was trying to understand the situation. Are these your dragons? She said, pointing behind me, toward the windows. Behind them, I could see my familiars looking inside the building at us. When the adventurer's eye meets the dragons, they froze solid. Yes, I see. Slapping her face, she quickly got back to her previous behavior and continued with the questioning as if nothing happened. When she finished, she took us to the back of the guild where there was a huge open space arena. There, we instructed our familiars to join us. Within the arena, they had the space to move without a problem. Now I will need to evaluate your ability. An adventurer's ranking is determined not only by their achievement but also by their physical, mental, magical prowess and other capability. We can't test everything here, but this should be enough to have an idea of what you two are capable of. Sophia explained. Talking to one of the staff members, she gave them some instructions about what she wanted. When she was done, they put their hand on the ground and I could feel some unfamiliar magic circulating under my feet. As the ground trembled, hard sandy walls began emerging and forming different structures such as climbing towers, jumping gaps, and golem dummies. With a staff member bringing some medical supplies, she looked like a field medic with her medical bag. Doriana is here to make sure that no dramatic incident happens during the test. Trust me, we had our share of nobles who overestimated their capability and ended up blaming us for their mistake. Not that we don't trust you, but these are the rules. So what's the first test? I asked, feeling a bit excited. I never got the chance to test what I was truly capable of, except in life-threatening situations. So I always wondered how strong I was compared to others, and when she told me that adventurers were classified by a ranking system going from E to SS rank, I was excited to learn my rank. Let's start with something simple. Choose a weapon and strike the golem as hard as you can. You are restricted to only using the weapon we are giving you, so make your choice. She explained, pointing at a rack of weapons nearby. Why can't I use my own sword? I asked. Some people use weapons that are of better quality than their skill to pass the test and get a better ranking. To avoid such cases, we insist that wannabe adventurers use the guild equipment for the sake of the tests. I could see some bitterness in her eyes, but it was not directed toward me. If it was easy to get a good ranking with good equipment, noble families would get an overwhelming advantage while undermining the true goal of the test, seeing what you are capable of, not what your weapon or status is capable of. Taking a short iron sword, I position myself in front of the dummy and use the stance Lavender taught me. Grasping the handle with one hand, I hold up the blade toward my target and slash at it with as little telegraphed movement as possible. My goal was not to slice my enemy in half but to give him as much injury as possible with light slashes and stabs. Taking the hits, the golem stood still as the blade cut multiple wounds into him. It was strange how the consistency of the sand it was made of was similar to living flesh. I had cut monsters in the past, and the feeling this hardened sand was giving me was oddly similar to fleshy meat. I guessed it due to its magic property. Since earth magic was not an affinity of mine, Lavender never taught me a lot about it. After taking some notes, Sophia instructed the staff member controlling the golem to make him avoid my attacks. Being slow, he wasn't able to avoid being hit, but as more and more attacks landed, he was getting faster. At some point, I had trouble making any new cut, as he avoided the edge of my blade by a centimeter each time. After another minute and a few lucky hits, I wasn't able to land anything. At some point, they also started retaliating, but I didn't have any difficulty avoiding them, even when they drastically sped up. Can I switch weapons? I asked. There was no way I could continue with the sword, but it wasn't my most proficient weapon. No problem, but the speed won't decrease. The golem stopped, giving me time to take a new weapon. Great. With her approval, I put back the sword where I took it, and grabbed the offered bow and quiver. Taking aim at the golem, he started some evasive movements without any pattern to them. making it difficult to predict where he was moving. Knocking an arrow, I concentrated my aim and followed my elven instinct. With that help, I could sense precisely where I was aiming, as if I had a crosshair moving with my bow. To hit the golem, I needed to predict where he was going to move next. But thanks to Carolee's training, I already got a minimum of experience. When my skill got decent, she took me on some hunts when we were traveling. Having to avoid their attack, it took me a moment before I was able to take a few shots. The first arrow landed, but with the increase in speed, I wasn't able to land more than a second and third hit. At first, I thought that my last arrow was a miss, but I knew it did in fact hit, since whenever I hit something, I would get a confirmation with my elven instinct. The sound it made in my head was extremely satisfying. With the test finished, I was covered in sand. Truly, I must praise this ingenious method of training, but I don't think I would see sand the same way after a couple of sessions. It coerces, rough, irritating, and most of all it gets everywhere. After, it was Lavender's turn. She obviously picked a sword, and as soon as she started slashing the golem, it was covered with blade marks everywhere. Even when it started moving at high speed, she kept hitting it. At some point, the golem's speed seemed to have reached its limits, and no matter what he did, he couldn't escape Lavender's sword. She had too much experience. Just like me, she also didn't get hit at all. The second test was a climbing test, which I didn't have too much difficulty with. After that was multiple endurance tests, like running at high speed for as long as I could, catching a few wild monsters set free in the arena, etc. I didn't really understand the meaning of all these tests, but Sophia kept insisting on their importance. An adventurer need to be as versatile as possible. Who knows what you might encounter out there, she said. We need as much information as possible to properly judge what you are capable of. Otherwise we may give you something out of your reach and end up having to bury you. Trust me, we don't want that. When I first entered the guild, I thought the test would be quickly finished, but it was still going after an hour. Now, it's time to judge your familiar's abilities. Since most adventurers don't have any familiar, it is quite rare to be able to witness them in action, so I expect great things from yours. Unfortunately, I don't think I need to evaluate your dragons, but I need to see the others in action. As a wyvern, Randall is also excluded from the test, I'm afraid. So, who's going first? I said, looking at Dara and Highbury. Lacking action for a while now, Highbury seemed to want to go first, and as much as Tara wanted some action too, she couldn't resist Highbury's plead. For his test, she prepared multiple golems for him to hunt and told him to destroy as many golems as he could. Seeing his first prey in a while, he jumped on the closest one and tore him to shreds with his teeth. When finished with one, he immediately looked for his next target and tore it apart soon after. I noticed that there were different types of golems. Some were what I would consider glass cannon, being fast but fragile, while others were hard to kill, but also very slow. When they started being too hard for him to destroy, Highbury used his plague blast on them. Since they were made to have a structure resembling flesh, it had a great effect on their hardened sand, melting them away. I didn't see the sand literally melting, but rather the summoner destroying the golem themselves when they judged the attack effective enough. The bigger golem wasn't affected by Highbury's attack at all, but I was already proud of him for having shredded them without a scratch on his scale. Highbury comes back, it's enough. I yelled at him. He didn't look happy to let the golem unscathed, but I made sure to comfort him as much as I could. You did a great job. I'm sure that when you grow very big, they won't stand a chance. My words seemed to have done the work, as he jumped in my arms, cuddling them and resting his head against my meager chest. He sure seems to like them recently. Tara, it's your turn. Show them what you are capable of. At my word, she got straight into action as the golem have already been replaced. Shooting her web at them, she pulled them around and swung them into one another. When they crashed into one another, they exploded into sand dust. For the golems that weren't damaged as much or were simply too big to swing around, she spit acid on their face and it did the job. In the end, she was able to kill way bigger golem than Highbury, but still couldn't manage to kill them all. Knowing her limit, she came back on her own when she thought she saw that her attacks were useless. Now it leaves that tentacle of yours, but what test would be fitting? Sophia seemed lost since Tenta was something she had never seen before. No problem on that part, the usual test is perfect. She looked at me curiously but still ordered the staff to ready new gillums. Hearing me talking about it, tentacle extended itself from my waist until reaching multiple meters in length. Spurting torn along its length, it signaled me to move closer to the gillum, and I did as it asked. As soon as the gillum was in range, he got absolutely shredded to piece in an instant. Having made a sharp edge to the end of its tentacle, it got to work as I moved from gillum to gillum. Any dummy that tries to take hold of it was met with holes in them instead. The bigger gillum wasn't as much affected by his sharp tentacle, so he started to strangle them in his vine and saw them open with his torn. It lacked the sound, but if I replace the sand with red blood, it would be a chainsaw massacre. Still attached to me, I followed his lead into any enemy it wanted to decimate. In the middle of the city, let alone in a sandy man-made arena, there was little vegetation for him to connect itself and use to move, so it needed me to be able to move around and give it energy. Not that I mind. I feel like it took a liking to the bodyguard job. When the last gillum was left into a sandy pulp, Sophia called an end to the test. There is no gillum left. This is enough data. I must ask again that you be very careful with these familiars. They are capable of great harm, she said, looking worriedly at what was left of the gillums. The other staff members who were watching our test looked afraid, but truly as long as I was safe, tentacle wouldn't harm them one bit. I think, I know, Carolee already told me all about how I'm responsible for them. You don't have to worry. Trust me, you haven't seen everything her familiars are capable of. As long as nobody harms Emery, I can almost guarantee that the city is safe. Carolee, you aren't reassuring her. True enough, Lavender added. I don't think it would be wise to anger two dragons who eat an absurd quantity of meat every day. Thinking about meat, I wonder what species taste the best? Why does she look genuinely curious? I say the catfolk are the tastiest. They have so much muscle packed into their little frame, the meat concentration must be off the chart. No, Tara, do not listen to what Carolee is saying. It better not be drool that I see escaping your lips. If it's muscle quantity we are talking about, then orcs or lizard man are the best. Their sheer size makes them win in that case. No, Mendry, Lavender is wrong here. We are not going to eat any innocent people. Maybe if there are bandits to behead, but not anybody. This entire city is not just a snack for you to snack on. Sophia let out a small sigh. Then I have nothing else to say. I have both of your guards ready before you leave. Ignoring their morally questionable argument, she called out to another staff member, gave him some paper, and he ran off into the guild, staying with me. In the end, we were stuck listening to their conversation about the meat quality of each species, but I couldn't stop thinking that the true meaning of their banter was escaping my innocent mind. https://pikesci.art/artwork/16073974808366276 Utman _web https://pikesci.art/artwork/1607368243671675008 Utman _source=copy_web 7. Chapter 20, Settling the Dragons. After what felt like hours, I finally received my guild card, proving that from now on, I am an adventurer. With a silver lining, the card could easily fit in any pocket and even displayed my picture. The artist who painted it was an old catfolk with brown fur named Beryl. He was a nice guy and did his best to shine lights on me. The end result was a perfect replica of me, and it only took half an hour. The guild told me that Carolee already covered the fee for the card and picture, but if I ever lose it, I will have to pay for another one, displaying my rank. It seems like the guild deemed me good enough to be an A-rank adventurer from the get-go. When I asked if I was really that good, Sophia told me that based on my ability I was a full-fledged B rank, but since familiars count toward the end result, I couldn't be under A rank. I kinda understood her reasoning, since it would be strange to classify someone with a dragon as average. It goes without saying that Lavender was an S rank. With Randall and her own fighting capability, Lavender was nothing lower than an S tier. If they had given her anything under S, I would have filled entire documents of complaint of how she was league beyond me and that she at least deserved an S. Also, Carolee already became an adventurer long ago, so she is also an S rank. Having finished our business here, we said goodbye to Sophia. I had a feeling I would see her again very soon. But right now, we needed to find somewhere to call home, at least for the moment. Making our way further into the busy streets of Dornriver, Carolee filled the silence left by Lendrik and Mendry by telling us about various stores and restaurants we passed by. We couldn't really buy anything, since Lavender and I didn't have money, and we still haven't sold what our familiars had hunted yet. Our storage and bags on them were full anyway, so it wasn't as if we needed anything anyway. We could always come back later if we needed something. Stopping not too far from the main plaza, we arrived in front of the inn where Carolee had a room. Initially, I was surprised that she didn't have a house or something more expensive like a mansion. It seems that even for her, these things were a little too expensive and useless to be worth buying. It is worth mentioning that the inn was bigger and thrice taller than the other, and even had a good-looking half-cat doorman wearing a butler suit open the door for us. Inside, everything was tidy and clean beyond possible. With master-crafted furniture and structure, the main hall alone left me looking around trying to catch the perfection of this place. At the end of the hall, a half-wolf receptionist was sitting behind her desk writing something on the document in front of her. Standing straight as we approached, she was the first to break the silence installed by Lavender and me. "Welcome to the Shining Bedding Inn, one of the 3S-ranked inns in Dornriver," she said, welcoming us with a smile. "Lady Carolee, it's a pleasure to have you back. Your room is as you left it, with a fresh bedding set as well as refilled lighting crystals." "Thank you, Clory. I would like to reserve 2 rooms for a week for my friends behind me." "The first payment on me," she said, putting on the counter a small pouch echoing with coins. Taking the money, "Very well," the receptionist answered. "Greetings dear Miss and Lady. My name is Clory, at your service." "If you were so kind as to tell me your names, I will find rooms to suit you both." With my attention still scattered, Lavender answered for me instead. "I'm Lavender and this young girl is Emery. A pleasure to meet you. We be in your care from now on." "The pleasure is all mine. I see that you have some very imposing familiar. Rest assured that our garden is spacious enough to accommodate them on the roof." Hearing her through the building windows, Lendrik, Mendry and Randall took off to said roof. Having them on the roof was bound to attract attention, but as long as they were comfortable, I didn't mind. We spend enough time on the road to deserve some comfort. As they discussed the arrangement, I continued admiring the polished decoration. This place was so luxurious even compared to Earth. I couldn't believe that I was about to spend the night in such expensive accommodation. Going from the hospital to a 5-star hotel felt unreal, but don't get me wrong, I am not complaining. After finishing her conversation, Lavender snapped me out of my trance. "Emery, Carolee is kind enough to pay for the first week, but after that, we will need to pay the rent if we want to stay here. The loot we got from these past weeks is good enough to buy us time, but it won't last forever." "So you're saying I need a job? What about you?" "As an S rank, there should be good paying jobs at the guild, so I be fine." "Since you're A rank, you shouldn't have any problem either." From what Carolee told me, there is always a lack of good adventurers. True, even at the capital, A-rank adventurers are quite a rare sight, let alone S-ranked. If I didn't know better, you're probably already swarming with requests back at the guild. Don't give me that face. These 2 dragons are quite hard to miss, you know. Well, at least I got a job in less than a day. It was a good call going to the guild first. As long as I do a few lucrative quests once in a while, I should be fine money-wise. If the worst comes to it, Lendrik is always available for some exercise in the nearby forest. Climbing the stairs, we were shown to our room by another servant, our room being on the 11th floor out of 15. We were given quite a sight of the city, composed of a spacious living room, a small kitchen, and 1 bedroom. My room was almost half as big as our house back on the island. There was no way I could fill the space by myself, but lucky me, I wasn't alone. It was a blessing that this inn accepted familiars, as I would have needed to search for another inn if they didn't. With Tara and Highbury staying with me, this was where I would call home from now on. Unpacking all our stuff out of the insane number of bags, it took quite a while to free our 3 mounts of their burden. Fill with a desk, table, shelves and other furniture, I was able to store most of the stuff elsewhere than the ground. After emptying my own storage, the sun was getting down, and Carolee invited us to the restaurant next door. Exiting my room, Lavender was waiting for me. Since our rooms were next to each other, Carolee was one floor up, so we settled to meet on the first floor when it was time. Out of the inn, there were fewer people outside than before as it was running late. With light-emitting crystal installed along the pathway, the ambience at this hour felt welcoming to night walk, something I wouldn't miss if I ever had trouble sleeping. As our target was right beside the inn, it wasn't a minute before we were inside. "There's some people I want to introduce you," Carolee said enthusiastically. It was her idea to eat here, and she had been pretty insistent on it, saying how good the food was and praising the place. As we were getting hungry, we didn't see any reason to refuse, since again she offered to pay. It was not that their cooking on the road was bad, on the contrary, it was delicious, but I could see the appeal of not cooking or doing dishes after eating a good meal. I myself was getting tired of cutting the meat and vegetable each time we prepared dinner. Having made a reservation, a waiter led us to our table, where two blonde-haired girls looking in their early 20s were waiting for us. Seeing them, I could see a resemblance to Carolee, and I soon understood why. As my elven instinct was tingling at their sight, I could see that theirs was also functioning correctly as they got up and rushed to greet us. Almost not noticing Lavender beside me, both girls hugged me, as I felt like I'd just met some family member I haven't seen in years. They almost didn't even notice Highbury being squeezed between all three of us. "At least he seems to be having a good time." Drown in my elven instinct, I hugged them back and understood why all elves consider each other as family, even if they didn't share any blood. The feeling of instant trust was overwhelming as I felt bad about my family back on Earth. They were here for me when I needed it the most, and to have that feeling reproduce with people I never met before was almost unsettling. Still, my elven instinct was stronger than my thought, so my uneasiness was washed away quickly. "Is something bothering you?" one of them asked. It seems that their instinct was sharper than mine. I tried to hide the little bit of discomfort I had, but to no avail. I was still new to my elven instinct, so I'm still not used to all the extra it offers me. As they used it since they were born, it was no wonder theirs was miles better than mine. "No, it's nothing, I assure you. I'm fine." With a bit of persistence, I was able to reassure them that they had nothing to worry about. "Perfect then," the other sister said, putting a hand on her chest. She introduced herself. "I'm Fyralia. Sorry to have startled you. It's the first time we ever met another elf outside of Mum." Her calm smile was so soft to the eye that I felt I was able to melt. If I was a man and not an elf, I would have fallen in love instantly. "I'm really sorry for earlier, you were just so cute." She was a bit more energized than her sister, but not in a childish way. It was more like she let herself go more often than not. "Wait, cute? Do I look cute?" I was still wearing the all-purpose outfit that Carolee and Lavender made for me, so I never thought someone would call me cute. "Yes," they both said. "Give it a few days, and you'll be swarmed with suitor. I wouldn't even be surprised if you catch the attention of some noble. It would be great for you." No. Me? I barely ever spoke to strangers, so why would anyone want to court me this fast? I'm still new in town. "Fyralia, please, I don't need that. Just think about all the handsome and muscular men coming for you." "Ah, I'm so jealous." "Really, I give them all to you if you want." "Thank you, but you both are the real fish catcher. Anyway, let's sit. They're waiting for us," I told them, making them notice that Carolee and Lavender had gone ahead and were already sitting at the table, looking through the menu. Joining them, they both introduced themselves to Lavender and asked her tons of questions. Having heard so much about her from their mum, they wanted to learn as much as they could from their mom's best friend. They dragged me into their conversation more often than not, and it took me a while to pick something from the menu. Luckily, the establishment was open 24/7, so we had all the time in the world. With Highbury on my lap, I wandered through the option and was lost to what I wanted. As they were, some carefully drawn pictures, I was able to see what the items were. Following my Hydra gaze, I asked him what he wanted, and each three heads picked a different item. Unable to decide between a flaming curry of wolf meat with fresh cheese, braised cockatrice wings with homemade sauce and spice, and smoked strips of boar in homemade bread with a may-thick tomato sauce, I was truly at a loss. Noticing that I was helpless, Carolee insisted that I take whatever I wanted with how many servings we needed. So for the sake of my stomach, Highbury in my lap, and Tara sitting under the table, I didn't refrain from ordering all three dishes. Just how rich was she? These prices are no joke, at least with my little understanding of money I got since arriving in Dawnriver. The 3 meal cost 15, 12, and 10 silver coins respectively, with most other options at this restaurant costing around the same. Using a bronze, silver and gold coins system, 10 bronze equals a silver, and 10 silver equals a gold. I also saw someone paying with another type of coin, and when I asked, it was a platinum coin. Guessing by the amount of coin the man got back, the value of a platinum coin was 10 gold. What a generic and easy to understand currency system. What a headache it must have been to come up with it. It seems that most normal transactions use bronze and silver as their basis, gold and especially platinum being more for the rich. My room at the expensive inn cost 20 silver a day and 100 silver a week, since weekend literally doesn't exist here. In total, I can't even calculate how much Carolee paid for us. I just hope I will be able to keep up my expense with the jobs offered by the guild. I'll be sure to take a look tomorrow. Sharing the 3 plates between our 3 stomachs, the food was delicious and a part of me wanted to come back here every day. At the end, we were offered a dessert, but I refused. My stomach was already ready to die, so anything more would have been too much. I can come back anytime anyway, so it's not like I never get the chance again. Following us outside, I was pleased to learn that the twins were staying at the same inn. Being on the same floor as their mother, I could see them whenever I wanted, and the same was true for them if they wanted to see me. Before going to sleep with how late it was, they insisted that they wanted to see my other familiars. I couldn't refuse since I wanted to visit them before going to sleep anyway, but I asked them to bring some meat, so we could feed them. As big as they were, it was not like they needed to eat every day, and they could always go hunt outside if needed, but it was my responsibility to fulfill their need anyway. Going a step further than I asked, they offered to buy something from my stock of material. Knowing I still didn't have any money, after a quick stop at my room, they bought a few garments that I knitted myself and some horn and claw that I didn't even remember the provenance. With a total of 8 silver in hand, I quickly ran to the restaurant again to order their flat set of meat with some sauce for takeout. Leaving 7 silver later, I joined the girls waiting at the front of the top floor door with a big bag of meat in hand. On the roof, Lendrick and Mendry were laying comfortably with Randall. They slowly opened their eyes. They clearly heard us coming. Lendrick's nose twitched as he smelled what I brought with me. Taking a piece of meat in my hand, I threw it at him in the air, and without moving, he gulped it down in one go. The samples were barely larger than his teeth, so I wasn't able to fill their stomach, but the sauce was good enough that my 2 dragons were satisfied for the time being, and that was all that mattered. Watching me silently, I wasn't able to resist Randall staring at the meat and throwing him the last piece I had with me. I already knew that Lavender fed him, before going to the room. She was the one who drilled in me that I should take care of my familiar after all. Checking on Mendry Egg, she kept it in the bag around her neck at all times, so after a checkup and some polishing, she was happy to go back to sleep after a small lick on my face. There wasn't much that she needed from me, but she did enjoy watching me take care of her egg, so it became something I did whenever I could. I learned from Lavender during our travel that a dragon egg could take 100 years to hatch, so I wasn't in a rush for it to hatch. Honestly, I think I have enough dragons. If I have other familiars, some diversity would be nice. If it wasn't for its 3 heads, I could almost consider Hybri a small dragon since he had wings. While I did all that, Fyralia and Relia were watching the beasts and even asked if they could touch them. Obviously, I said yes. Lendrick and Mendry weren't the type to rip off someone's hands because they were touched, as long as the person in question was someone I knew. There would be no hand lost. When I finished taking care of my familiars, I took off to my room, leaving the sisters in the dragon's goodwill. As the room had a balcony, I took in the peaceful and silent wind offered by the city at night. The day had been rather calm, but I knew that it wouldn't continue for very long. When Noble and others would learn that 2 dragons have made their nest in this city and that their master was a young A-ranked lady with extremely rare affinities, I'm sure that they take their chance for whatever they want from us. However, they have one main problem to overcome. If anyone threatens my familiars or someone I was close to for even for a second, they must be ready to endure all our wrath combined for the rest of their very short life. Monsters bigger than a house are, after all, powerful enough to intimidate most fools, but I'm sure there are some that are just that stupid. https://pikesci.art/artwork/164070158460815 https://pikesci.art/artwork/164364899878523951756 6. Chapter 21, A Dangerous Chance to Make Money. As I was sleeping in my hammock, the sun was not enough to wake me up. The day before has been more exhausting than I expected, and I went to sleep later than I should have. With Highbury cuddled in my arm, I could have slept way longer if it wasn't for Tara swinging my hammock left and right, forcing me to wake up. The bed offered by the inn looked extremely comfy, but having been in a bed for as long as I can remember, I wasn't going to go back in one anytime soon. Last night, I asked Tara to make me a web hammock, as she could now take the bed entirely for herself. She wasn't hard to convince. After some stretching, I was still feeling a bit sleepy, but it was time to start the day. Dressed in my usual attire, I knocked on Lavender's door to check if she was still in the room, but nobody answered. Wondering where she was, I walked down to the first floor and found Chloe shuffling a pile of paper, double-checking information she has written herself. "Good morning, Chloe," I said, making her notice me. Stopping her work, she looked full of energy and I couldn't find any trace of fatigue in her. "Good morning, Lady Emery. May I assist you in any way?" As it was her job to take care of customers, I thought that she maybe could answer my question. "Have you seen Lavender this morning?" I checked the room, but she wasn't there. "Yes, Miss Lavender and Miss Carolee have left earlier with Lady Firelia and Lady Aurelia. I am afraid I do not know where they are now." "Thanks. I have things to do today, so I be off too. I will probably be back before it gets dark." "Understood. Do you wish for us to feed your familiar on the roof in your stead? It will cost extra, but you can pay later if needed." I didn't know they offered this kind of service, but right now, they were fine. I also don't like the idea of buying a service when I didn't have any money, so I turned her offer down. "No, thank you. They are fine for now. They can survive a few days without being too hungry if needed." Leaving her to her work, I got back to my room and picked some loot I thought could sell for a decent price. With a bag full of material and Tara and Highbury following me, I set off to the guild, guessing that it was probably close to 10 in the morning. The city was busy with street sellers trying to sell their products to any passerby and merchants promoting their store products. A few food stalls caught my familiar attention with their delicious grilled meat smell, but as I didn't have any money yet, I couldn't afford anything. The sooner I sell the loot, the sooner we could buy whatever caught our attention. With that in mind, I walked faster, both to escape this delicious food and get money to buy said food. Arriving in front of the guild building, I ignored the sound of our stomachs and stepped inside. As it was a bit late in the morning, most adventurers have already left for their quest, as it was better to finish as soon as possible. With most adventurers off, there were few adventurers left inside, either drinking or waiting for something or someone. I didn't know. Tara and Highbury must have caught their attention, as when they spotted my familiars, they looked and recognized me as the new adventurer with 2 dragons. They started murmuring between each other about if it was really me or if the rumors were even real. They probably thought that they couldn't be heard, but with my elven hearing, I was able to hear what they were saying. "Dude, you can't be serious. She looks like any of these noble pricks, just prettier. She has that spider with her, so must it be her. I wonder if I have my chance." "Forget it." I heard some staff members talking about how she's an A rank. "There is no way she settles for C rank like us. If even Sophia learns that you tried, you probably never get to B rank, ever. On top of that, just think about if she let that spider free on you. She must be talented to be able to tame something that even expert avoid messing with, let alone the fact that she have 2 dragons." It seems I was already the talk of the guild and maybe even the town, but as long as it didn't cause me problems, dealing with the rumor could wait. Going to the counter where I was told I could sell my loot, I greeted the receptionist and handed her my bag. Showing her my guild card, she did a quick inspection of the content, and took off to a back room with the materials, telling me she will be back in a few minutes as she needed to appraise the quality. before settling on a price. With a few minutes of free time, I headed to the main counter where I spotted Sophia, talking in detail with an adventurer wanting to take a quest. It wasn't long before he was good to go, and I had her for the next couple of minutes. "Hi, Sophia, what up?" "Oh hi, Emery, I didn't expect to see you so late." With a surprised smile, she had her welcoming attitude, showing that even if she wasn't expecting me, she was happy that I was there. "It's not that late. I'm pretty sure we are still in the morning." "Yes, but most adventurers wake up as soon as the sun is up to be able to get the best quest they can as soon as possible. At this hour, most of the interesting quests have already been taken, so what is left is mostly jobs that people rather avoid." "I thought so, but I'm not an early bird, so it is almost impossible for me to compete with them. Guess I have a look at what is left." "Don't worry, as A-rank adventurer are rare. Fewer quest of that rank is taken each day. Even if the number of A-ranked quests is lower than other lower rank, you have a good chance to have something decent waiting on the board dedicated for A-rank quest." "Thanks. I take a look at it to see if there is anything I'm interested in. I let you know." As each rank of quests had its own board, it was easy to find quests of a specific rank. With around 20 paper hanging, I had a decent number of options. From gathering and delivering rare material from dangerous areas to hunting monsters having built their nest near populated villages, there was about everything you could expect for an adventurer guild. Looking more closely at some of the pages, they all included a description of what was needed to do, with some added detail to make the job easier. As it cost a lot of money, most quests were posted by those who could afford it. With the exception of a few villages that gathered the money for extermination quests, noble families were the source of most jobs. There was one sponsored by the guild, and it showed to have a very lucrative reward, but the quest asked to map a new part of the dungeon, so it wasn't in my expertise. Finding out that a dungeon existed was still really exciting. It wondered what kind of dungeon it was. Maybe it resembles the one in video games, with multiple floors to descend until you reach the very end and fight with a dangerous boss for the reward it can leave behind. I would find the answer for myself one day, but unfortunately, it had an extremely dangerous sign added to it, so it's better to ignore it for now. With some jobs catching my attention with their reward, I decided to wait a little bit longer until picking one. If the money I obtained from all the loot ended up being sufficient, I could start with something more relaxed and maybe even skip today altogether. I still have some more loot back at home if I needed just a little more money, and as I just arrived in Dawn River, I would like to explore the city and get a hang of the surrounding area. Learning about magic, monster, and common thing could also prove useful as I'm still new to this world. After waiting one more minute, the receptionist finally came back with a pouch of money and a sheet of paper. Enumerating all the material I gave her with the price offered by the guild, it gave a summary of the total transaction. When I finished reading, she asked me if everything was fine with me, and I nodded. Taking the pouch, I officially made money for the first time in my life. With 15 gold coins and 8 silver, I had enough money to last me another week, and this one barely started, so a day off it would be. Or so I thought until Sophia called out to me as I was about to leave the guild. "Hey, Emery, I have a new quest asking specifically for you. Can you come here?" As she's been extremely friendly with me, I felt obliged to at least listen to her request. Even if the idea of a day off was extremely hard to take out of my mind now that I know I could afford it. "Okay, what is this quest you talked about?" "Here, I just finished writing the official detail." Handing me the sheet she had been writing, she continued. "We need you to escort one of our researchers into territory near the countryside that has been plagued recently. As the poison is too potent for anyone to survive, we need someone with a plague affinity like you to protect our field researcher when she is doing her job." "And I be protected her from what exactly?" "I'm not very familiar with the area, so I don't really know what I should expect. That's the thing. We're not sure what's out there." "How can they not know what they're dealing with? If they know the general area, they should have an idea of what creature is living there, especially since most jobs pass by the guild. With how many adventurers they have doing quests, there must be at least some information." Seeing my dubious face, she wasted no time explaining herself. "That is why we need to send someone to analyze the current ecosystem and take notes. The plague element got a tendency to drastically change whatever it affects, and we need to see what is new and what is not." "Okay, I kinda get it, But why do you need me specifically? There must be some more experienced adventurer better fitted for the job. Experienced? Yes. I can think of a few reliable adventurers that have proven themselves on this kind of mission. The problem is that none of them possess a plague affinity like you do. Without it, they would die in no time after reaching the plagued land in question. You're the only adventurer with a plague affinity in all of Dawnriver. We requested someone from guilds in other cities, but it seems that they are as short-handed as we are. Fine, but what about the person I'm supposed to escort? They must have a plague affinity, right? I know I can cure poison to some extent, but I'm pretty sure I can't protect someone else entirely from the poison. We are fine on that part. Our representative is going to drink a special potion to protect herself from the poison. You won't have to worry about her getting poison at all during the quest. Unfortunately, this potion is extremely expensive and rare, so we only have one at our disposition. Giving me some time to think, I carefully read the mission detail to be sure I didn't miss anything. Even if it specified that there was a risk of unexpectedly strong monsters appearing, this should be a calm mission, as the area was mostly habited by non-hostile monsters and animals. The one tiny little detail she didn't mention that my eyes did catch at the bottom of the paper was the reward. 30 shiny and extremely appealing gold coins. With that, I could spend the next weeks without having to worry about the industrial quantity of food that we eat or my very expensive shelter. The job mentioned that the travel would take up to 3 days, but with Lendrick we could be there in max 5 hours. Meaning that if everything goes well, we'd be back before night and at worst tomorrow. I really couldn't resist a quest potentially as easy and lucrative for my first quest as an adventurer, and so I accepted. After signing the quest, Sophia fetched the researcher I would protect. The lady in question looked in her early 30s, with black hair and a witch hat. Wearing a blue robe with a yellow outline, her outfit didn't show much of her very pale skin. She also had a bag overflowing with books hanging on her shoulder. With a folded fur hood attached to the robe, I couldn't help but think that she was rather sensitive to cold. The name, Lady, I look forward to working with you. Holding out her hand, it took me a moment to realize she was hoping for a handshake. Same. A memory. Taking her hand in mine, her grip was way stronger than I expected, and I looked at the bag she was holding. With how many books there were in her bag, no wonder she was physically strong. She's holding her bag like there is nothing but hair in it. It almost had me wondering if she even needed protection, but I guess it better be safer than sorry. If she ever found herself in a dangerous situation alone, there was no telling what could happen. Are you ready to depart immediately? We can borrow one of the guild carriages until we reach the current border of the newly plagued lands. There, we will need to continue on foot, as most mounts don't have any resistance to poison. If we leave now, we can be back before the end of the week. I already have our transportation, so don't worry, I handle the travel. We will be there in no time. At my words, Sophia couldn't help but let escape a little muffled laugh, as it seems that Lady didn't know my not very well hidden trump card. She looked confused at Sophia's reaction but didn't say anything about it. Perfect, then we can go, she said, oblivious to what kind of transport we will be using. On the balcony of his manor, a single man with short blonde hair in his 20s was sitting on a couch looking at a faraway building. On top of it, a single dragon was sleeping peacefully. There was originally another one, but it left with what he thought was 2 or 3 people on top of it. Slowly drinking his scarlet drink, he admired the beauty of Dawnriver. As his family was extremely successful due to their expedition in the dungeon, he could enjoy some of the best services offered by the city. His family manor was one of the bigger construction in the entire city, and he was proud of his lineage. As the oldest son in his family, he would soon be the head of the family, but there was one minor problem with his plan. Other noble lineages, like his, had recently found great profit in the main dungeon. As he normally spent his time leisurely enjoying himself in the manor, his competitors have gained a significant amount of renown and were now threatening to steal his family's glory, and that was out of the question. Even worse, his father has recently lost his life hunting in the dungeon, having been an A rank. The man wonders what monster could have struck down his father and the elite team of adventurers that were with him at the time. As he hadn't gone to the dungeon in a long time, he was a little bit out of touch with its current condition. Rumors of new, stronger monsters appearing have been running around recently, and he originally wondered if it was wise to continue exploring the dungeon with the potential increase in danger. Being a renowned family of dungeon explorers, he had to take on the risk if he wanted to keep his family on top of others. Not knowing any other way to ensure his future, he had no other choice than to take his chance in the dungeon. It wasn't to say he would challenge it alone. Having amassed an unimaginable amount of money over his years of dungeon delving, his father left him with a little fortune. With that money, he could buy the best equipment available and not on the market, as well as hire high-ranked adventurers to ensure his safety. Being B rank, the man filled the rank condition to enter the dungeon. With all the danger living in these underground and mysterious tunnels, a person needs to be B rank or higher to enter the dungeon, otherwise, they weren't allowed in. He originally planned to hire multiple A-rank adventurers to accompany him, but when the servant he sent to hire them returned, he was met with discouraging news. "Master, it seems that there is not enough A-rank adventurer in town to satisfy your desire," the maid said. With her dark scarlet hair and ample chest, the woman was what most men would consider beautiful, but the man she served had absolutely no desire for her body. The original reason he bought her from the richest slave trader in the country was for the unique affinity. If others learned what she could do, they wouldn't waste any time and kidnap her immediately. Behind her was a massive feral wolf man, having only a groin cloth covering his private part. The beast was there to ensure the safety of the maid. Originally a normal man from the wolf folk race, he had endured countless transformations and magical abuse that have transformed him into what is called a werewolf. Retaining mere fragments of sanity and logic, the werewolf functioned mostly on his instinct. Without the slave collar around the werewolf's neck, the man would have been torn to shred a long time ago. It has been almost 2 years now since he assigned the werewolf to the maid, and it seems as if she finally got somewhat of a better handle on him than before. Obeying the maid more than his master, the werewolf growled at the man but was shut down by the maid. "Did you learn why?" "Yes, entire parties of adventurers are missing after having departed for the deepest part of the dungeon. Only a few of them escaped and in their current, are incapable of dungeon delving." "What about B-rank adventurers?" "As they avoid the most dangerous areas, you should be able to hire sufficiently good adventurers at the top of B rank. With enough manpower, quality equipment, and careful exploration, there should be little problem in the dungeon." "Great. Also, did you learn anything about these 2 dragons and their master?" he said, looking at the dragon topping the far-off building. "Yes, they are the familiar of a teenage A-rank girl. She is new in town and only got her rank yesterday. She possesses 2 more known familiars, a spider and a small hydra. It is possible that she has more familiars, but I wasn't able to obtain more information." Staying at the Shining Bedding Inn, she has the money and connection to afford such an establishment as to stay at this inn. A person needs to be recommended. The guild seems rather protective of her, and rumors are that she knows 2 S-tier adventurers. "Interesting," was the man's only answer. If he could get his hand on her and her 2 dragons, his plan was bound for success. A-rank adventurers were expensive to buy, even more when it comes to personal requests, but he did have the spare change for it. With his money and connections and her talent and her familiars, there was no limit to what he could achieve. He would need to be careful on how to get her on his side. Messing up was not an option, but before any of that, he needed to know one more thing that could change the way he will approach her. "Is she good looking?" "By your standard or normal standard?" she asked. "My standard," he answered blatantly. Taking a moment to think about her answer, the man waited for the truth. As his ego was only as big as his purse, his standards were difficult to match, even by noble ladies with the money for beauty products. To this day, he still hasn't found a woman beautiful enough to marry. Most of his friends have called him delusional to have refused the advance of so many beauties, but he wouldn't settle for less than his idea of perfection. "I heard a general description of her and the most of the people have seen her call her cute and noble-like, even though she is a commoner." "Yes, I believed you may find her to your taste. Although you should judge that yourself." "Perfect. Gather as much information on her as possible, and pay for it if you need to. With the guild and S-rank adventurer in the way, I need to be careful about what I do. Also, check the market for any high-quality items and equipment." "You can go." Leaving her master to his wine, the maid left with the werewolf behind her. As it was only noon, the man still had some time left before he had to attend parties thrown by other noble families. Normally preferring to be alone, he would try his best to gather as much information as possible from them, as they have no doubt also noticed the recent event with how much the future of his family depended on the near future. He will use everything in his power to make sure that he would succeed. After all, maybe he finally found the love of his life he had been searching for. Unfortunately for him, he didn't think that this girl, contrary to most easily impressed ladies, was going to become his worst nightmare. He would soon learn that he never had a chance in the first place. https://pikesci.art/artwork/1645428971378894151 https://pikesci.art/artwork/1645473514981434361 Expect a chapter minimum every week. Also available on Royal Road. 6. Chapter 22, Left to Rot. Feeling the breeze of the wind on my skin felt invigorating, and even if it hasn't been 2 days since I last been in the sky, I started to miss the calm of the cloud. No sound other than the wind, nothing else to see other than the magnificent scenery traveling at high speed under me. The only thing disturbing my sense was the tight grip that Lady had on my waist. She really was scared to fall off. On Lendrick backs, we had nothing to worry about. He was a pro of the sky, and it would take a calamity monster to bring him down. And even if it ever happens, I already know who I'm betting on. To get a better sense of where we were, Lady asked me to fly lower than I would have liked. Getting a closer view of the roads and forest, she recognized multiple villages. I could almost hear the panic in the villagers. She didn't seem to mind all the potential commotion we were causing. Apparently, as long as it was an official job by the guild, it takes priority over simple problems. Casting a shadow over the world, we continue further away from Dawn River until the number of villages and fertile land let place to plains of wilderness and unknown danger. With my connection to the root in the ground still active, although weakened by the distance, I could sense multiple monsters hidden in the tall grass and leaves of the forest. With no direct visual on them, I was forced to rely on their weight and the pressure of their legs to guess what they were. At first, I was surprised that jackalopes and creatures of similar size were the hardest ones to detect. With their few pounds barely triggering my detection ability, they disappeared off my radar half the time. Wolves and stone lizards were almost impossible to miss compared to lighter creatures who were weaker, but faster and stealthier. It had been nearly 3 hours since we departed from the city and I could finally see our destination. On the other side of green forests brimming with life and vitality, was a land with some darker shade of green and purple. Said land had leafless 3, populating it area with empty fields of dead grass, once full of life and animal to eat it. Stopping at the border a few meters away from where the plagued lands begin, Landrick landed. Sliding off his back, Tara, Highbury, me and Lady had to continue on foot from here on. As he didn't have any plague resistance, he couldn't continue with us without risking his life, so I told him to wait for us. He could wander nearby if he wanted or simply take a nap. It was up to him, as long as he was there when we finished what we were here for. Taking a green potion out of her satchel, Lady choked it down in one swing and waited a few seconds for it to take effect. It didn't seem to taste good as she put her tongue out and had to endure the disgusting smell coming out of her mouth. At least for me, it didn't smell bad at all, just the normal spiciness of plague-related things. Taking my first step into the plagued lands, I felt at home with how much plague mana there was around. Each breath was less and less spicy as my throat became used to how much poison it was exposed to. Compared to me, Lady was taken aback by how quickly I got used to it. So spicy. Cot. Does it taste that sweet to you? You seem to be enjoying all that extremely toxic and dangerous air. Just taking in the spice. Having a plague affinity will do that to you. I could stay here all day. Well, once I'm back to the fresh and breathable air of Dawn River, feel free to come back and enjoy the morbid scenery to your heart's content. It's not for me. You know, when you say it like that, you make me look like some abnormal and strange girl. You can hurt people feeling with such words, you know. You just became A rank at 16 with 4 familiars, and 2 of them make other A rank adventurers look like kitty compared to you. Is it wrong to say that you are not an average girl? Hey, I never denied anything. I rather be more than less. Anyway, I want to be back before night, so let's hurry. With all the dead land before us, we walk in the direction of a village that is in the center of this part. Even if the village had been evacuated in time, she needed to see the state of the place and report her finding. With no monster or animal around, everything was effectively deserted by all living things, the road being straightforward. It wasn't long before we began seeing the outskirt of the village. What was once a field used for farming was now filled with nothing, not even dead grass. The first farmhouse we found showed signs of people having lived here once. The empty cabinet and room devoid of furniture would have made the house look brand new if it wasn't for the decomposing wood that the walls were made of. Except for the heaviest couch and bed showing signs of advanced decomposition, the house was totally empty. There was a few decomposed pile of sludge lying around, where the rest of the furniture must have been. The poison was so potent and toxic that I was confident that this house would be erased from existence in a few more months. Next was the barn and stable. When the village was evacuated, they must have taken the animals and horses with them, as there were no sign of decomposed carcass or even bones. There weren't even insects infesting the place. They probably couldn't endure poison and melted in less than a day. With the first farmland finished, we entered the core village next. The house was for the most part a bit smaller, but still ravaged by the plague. Like all the others, trails of carriage leaving with haste could be seen in the muddy ground, as well as horseshoes. Inspecting the homes, they were in the same state as the one we had seen before. Empty, ravaged by decomposition, and depressing to look at. I never would have thought it was possible for a land to be this empty of life. Although I still had my connection with nature, there was little to no life found on the ground. Even Tenta seems troubled at the lack of nature around us. It didn't have any plague affinity to protect itself, but I was able to absorb the little poison he was getting, as his size and constitution were hard to protect. Tara didn't have any real plague affinity either, but as long as she had her thought skin, and she suffered no wound, she would be fine. If it came to it, I could always absorb a bit of the poison, buy her time, and send her back to Lendrick. It goes without saying that being a plague calamity monster, Highbury was totally fine with the ambient poison. He did seem to be uncomfortable in the area, meaning I did a great job at getting him used to a modern and happy life with me and the others. For his sake at least, I wanted to get back to my hammock and cuddle him in my arm as soon as possible. Continuing our exploration of these lands, we left the village and aimed for the border between this country and its neighbor. I don't know for how long we walked, and honestly, I don't care. The silence was starting to get to our nerves, as it felt like something was waiting for us. Still, there was nothing to be detected other than pure silence. The lack of sound was far more disturbing than the lack of life in my ears. Finally, after a long and uncomfortable silence, I detected movement ahead of us. A creature was chasing another smaller creature. This was all I was able to detect with my limited rotting roots. Signaling my find to Lady, she decided to at least get a view of the things. This was why she was sent here, after all. Focusing my attention on the two monsters, the hunter seems to have caught up with his prey and both of their movements stopped. Without any new information reaching my brain, there wasn't anywhere else to go other than our new target, the last known location. Unless it could fly, there was a good chance it was feeding on its prey. Moving as stealthy as we could, we moved into a forest of dead trees. The sight hurt my heart a little, but we step in nevertheless. Hiding behind trees, it wasn't long before we reached where I last felt the monster. Covered by a thick trunk, we observed the first major discoveries of the mission. A human-like creature was eating the inert of what seemed like a deer with blue skin and two horns pointing backward. With a splatter of blood around it, the monster quickly ate the raw red meat without any second thought, going for another organ or bite when his hands became empty. But there was one thing that perturbed my sanity more than anything else. Why the hell does that thing look like a human, with its rotten skin and missing hair? The only thing that had a shred of decency was the battered clothes that cover most of his body. Even from behind my dead tree, there is no way I can miss that this thing in front of me is or was once a human. At the very least, it hasn't detected us, probably too busy savoring its first dinner in days. Unfortunate, Lady said. Deer are quite a rare sight. It pains me to see one like that. What? A dearie, close to a deer but with horns that have magical abilities, making them quite hard to get, also make them expensive at the same time. With how rare dearie are, it would not be surprising if it is the first time you see one. That's not what I meant. Why does that thing look human? Don't tell me you never heard of the plague dead? Shaking my head, I was craving an answer for what the hell happened to that man. When someone without a plagued affinity spends too much time in the plagued lands, he would probably die. But there is a small chance that he develops a disease, keeping him barely alive. Just enough to make him feel the pain that ravages his body, not enough to keep him sane as he succumbs to his most basic instinct. Search, kill, feed. Anything he finds is nothing else than food. So that zombie? What's a zombie? Never heard of that monster before. Something I never thought I see here. Can it spread its infection with bites? I'm pretty sure it can, but as you need a plagued affinity to survive here, you're already immune to it. And as there is no record of a plague dead leaving the plagued lands, the risk of an infestation is abysmal. Taking note of the monster that was once human, we left the thing to himself. Continuing toward the country border, I asked Lady why there was a plague dead here, as I was told that everyone was evacuated in time before the land was plagued. There's always a strangler that either doesn't want to leave or just ignores the official statement of the guild. We don't have the means to find and force them all to obey, so cases like this happen all the time. Honestly, why won't they listen to the guild or even royalty for that matter? We try to help them, she said, stomping the ground furiously. More walking later, we reached a small stone tower no taller than a few meters. To my surprise, Lady told me that this tower marked the border between the two countries, as there were absolutely no change in the desert and dead lands around us. I didn't believe her. Sensing something tingling my plague affinity, I looked far away into the supposedly other country and spotted something on the far horizon. A wavering shape was sweeping the dead ground, moving wherever it wanted without a care in the world. With nothing else to block or oppose it, the snake-like monster was barely visible, but the fact that I was able to see it at such a distance was proof that its size was no joke. When I learned what it was, I wanted to go back to my dragon as soon as possible. This monster was not the kind I wanted to mess with. No again. This is Vipieth, the calamity monster that plagued both this very land that we're on and the country of Ostery. He possesses the ability to permanently plague a large area and change whatever is unlucky enough to be there. He is the only reason why plagued land exists. We better leave before it comes back into its new territory. Vipieth is not a name I want to hear ever again from now on. I already had my share of calamity monster, and I'm not planning to fight another one anytime soon or ever for that matter. I only hope that fate shares my opinion. The only thing soothing my soul at that moment was the little hydra in my arms. Leaving the snake calamity monster to the far horizon, far away from me, we had one last stop for the plagued lands inspection. Another village. This one closer to the border and the first place to have been hit by the calamity. Reaching the place, I wasn't surprised to find it dead silent. Its state was much the same as the last village, but there was something more to it. With my plague affinity, I sensed a very high plague mana concentration. Not as much as Vipieth, but greater than the rest of these dead lands. The problem was that I couldn't find what was emitting such an ominous feeling in my spine. As Lady didn't have a real plague affinity, she couldn't sense anything, but my worries were enough to put her on guard. Sticking to the main road for safety and space, we walked deeper into the village until reaching its center. With a small pool of contaminated water leaking from the ground, the emptiness of the area continued to trigger my senses. We weren't alone in this village. I knew it in the deepest part of my plague affinity. Whatever it was, I had a bad feeling about it. Next to the poisoned water was a dog lying on the ground. Ribcage exposed to the air, tail half decomposed. Dirty brown fur and exposed muscle meat didn't make the dying dog look very healthy. The only sign that he was alive was the feeble excuse of it breathing. He was at death's door. Approaching the poor thing, Tara kept close to me as a safeguard. There was little risk that the dog would or even could attack me, but she wasn't going to take the chance. Hybrid looked afraid of the dog, not because it could harm him, but because he didn't want us to end like him. Putting my hand on its back, I slowly petted him. With a single spasm of surprise, he awoke and tried to see what was touching him. Incapable of even moving its head, I got in front of his head and soothed him. The contact with his inside didn't make me stop as my hand slid on his dirty fur. His eye sockets were pitch black, hiding his eyes from the outside world, but even if I could not see his stare, I knew that he could see me. SHH, everything is fine, you're safe with me. You're not alone anymore, I said, calming him down with my softest voice. A single extremely green tear fell from him. Opening his mouth a little, he tried to lick the water so close yet so far away from him, to no avail. Gorging my hand in the water, he excitedly licked all the water he could from the small amount I was able to get. A feeble spasming tail was all he could manage to thank me. Next to me, Lady didn't try to pet him, but I could see that she felt bad for the poor dog. What was once a proud hound was no more than a decomposing body struggling to live in vain. He must have been left behind without anyone noticing. The villagers must have left in a hurry since this place was so close to the plagued country. Still, how can his master leave him to die here? It's a miracle he survived this long. Don't know, and as much as I want to find that bitch, it can wait. The least I can do is give this poor thing the calm it deserves. Putting my hand on my sword grip, a small blue tear rolled down my cheeks when I unsheathed my blade. Seeing the shining silver, jiggling was all he could do. Slowly opening his mouth, he didn't even have the strength to yap. With the blade ready to deal the final blow, I waited, trying to gather the strength to end this poor thing's suffering, but I wasn't able to. I know what it felt like to be helpless, to want to die, to finally end all the suffering I endured and just disappear from the face of the world without leaving any trace. But, more than anything else, I know what it feels like to want to live no matter what. I could see in him that he didn't want to die. No matter the atrocity he would suffer, no matter what fate was ready to throw at him the next second he lives, he survived this far. Weeks after the contamination of the land, living was all he knew, and dying was something he was scared of. Alone, this place was probably all he knew. His whole world was this dead end that was now trying to kill him. When water, the liquid of life itself, is toxic, what chance did he have? Just like me, he didn't want to die, even if his body wanted him dead. https://pikesci.art/artwork/1648370080046636045 https://pikesci.art/artwork/16483706884748847488478 https://pikesci.art/artwork/1648370154797288034???source=copy_web 7. Chapter 23, Mana and Money Hungry. The dying dog was in pain, ravaged, and it would take more than just luck for him to survive even one more day. I tried using some healing magic to cauterize and close the wounds, but they were ineffective for parts that were missing entirely. The minimum amount of healing I was able to provide started showing early signs of rot almost immediately. Without a plague affinity, it was truly impossible to survive in these lands. His stomach was half open, with most organs having been eaten by the plague long ago. There wasn't much left in it. The white of his bones was exposed due to multiple patches of skin missing. Without them, the skeleton itself was slowly decaying. Lady let me handle the unlikely survivor while she continues her report on the state of the village. As it was my job to protect her, I couldn't really leave her alone, so I ordered Tara to follow her, leaving me and Highbury alone with the dog. The most obvious way to help the dog would be to end his suffering, but he didn't seem to want to, even if it meant more pain. Feeding him more water did make him happy. Even when the liquid wasn't safe to drink, he felt relieved to be able to quench his thirst. Not able to move anything but his tail, I tried to give him as much comfort as I could. As his last moment might be close, my presence was all I could give him in his misery. As I simply slid my hand against his brown fur, I tried to think about how I could help and maybe even save him. I was the only plague user in the whole country, so if someone was able to find a way to do something against the plague, it was me. With how rare the affinity is, it wasn't a surprise that there was little to no knowledge about how to cure the effect of the plague. Without any book or miracle potion at my disposal, magic was all I had, and with some luck, all I would need. Think Emery. I thought out loud. Healing was useless at this point, as it would rot right away, so I needed to tackle the problem to its source, the plague. With how long he had been exposed to raw plague magic, I couldn't absorb the plague or diminish its effect whatsoever. Food and rest, the best remedy for most sickness, would do him no good and would probably worsen the situation even further if it did not lead him to his death altogether. I could probably cure poison, but as long as we were in the middle of the plague land, he would get infected continuously until he died. Moving him in his state would take hours, and I doubted his body could take that much. This means the only way for him to survive was to somehow develop a plague affinity. But is it even possible? I never heard of anyone ever having developed an affinity further than what they were born with. But as always, I'm too new to all of this to be sure of anything. The zombie plague dead we saw earlier might confirm that it is in fact possible to develop an affinity. She said that it was once a normal human being, meaning a human without a plague affinity. It might be the work of Vipieth, as a calamity monster. She said that he was the one who changed the whole area and things living here. For all I know, the guild never would have sent us here if it wasn't for him contaminating the place. With his power to permanently poison the land, he could have transformed the ones who were left behind in these plagued dead, although he probably didn't care at all about what happened to insects like humans. For him, anyone is just another insect roaming in his new territory. Whatever happens to us is not his problem. Back to the plagued dead. Their body must have developed some sort of plague affinity to be able to survive here, that or an equivalent. Either of these truths might be enough to help the poor thing. The only worry is had was to make sure he didn't turn into a zombie dog that tried to kill us, since they didn't seem to maintain any ounce of sanity. Their fate must be way worse than just death. If it came to that, I'd kill him before that happened. Thinking about it, I think I might have felt a faint plague affinity coming from the plague dead we saw earlier. With how much plagued mana there was around, he blended perfectly with everything else, but I'm sure that he must have one. The problem is that it was very feeble, and that zombie got plenty of time to have his body get used to it. To add to that, he probably was able to cultivate his affinity by eating living things rich with mana, explaining why there is no other life form around. Simply finding a way to give the dog the same weak affinity might be enough to keep all the poison from killing him, but it was my best shot anyway. First thing first, I tried to feel the mana inside the dog. As he was in this area when Vipieth contaminated it, he might also have been given a plague affinity. After an entire minute of concentrating all my attention on the dog mana, I did find a plagued affinity, but it was extremely faint and lacking in potency. It was a relief that at least he had the spark of the affinity. That meant that if I could grow it strong enough, his body would be able to endure poison for good. To nourish his affinity, I didn't see other solution other than feeding it myself with my own plagued affinity. Putting my hand on his side, I concentrated as much plague mana as I could and slowly transferred it into the dying dog's own mana. The transfer needed to be as slow as possible to not infect the dog with poison by accident. With how potent my poison was, he would die in no time against it. Compared to my poison potency, Vipieth poison was much less concentrated but instead focused on spreading far and for a long time. Mine was naturally extremely potent to almost acidic level and was more appropriate for killing fast with a single hit. Taking my time, my reserve of mana was diving fast, so to be able to continue the cultivation I had to absorb some of the ambient plague mana. Absorbing it, and changing it into my own was not hard, and my body did it naturally, which was a blessing as the level of concentration needed would have been too much to multitask properly. The quantity of mana needed to grow an affinity was absurd, taking exponentially much more than what I first thought it would, and it was increasing as the affinity grew. I also used the last drip of my own mana to heal the minimum amount of wounds I could. To supply the insanely hungry affinity, I siphoned as much mana available from the surrounding land to a level that I almost felt the plague level of the village go down by 1% or 2. The dog was still lying on his side but started to move more and more. Its tails wagged more vigorously as the process was moving along, and the pain seemed to lessen over time. Multiple minutes of eternity later, I reached the limit of how far I could grow the affinity. To reach the next potency, it would need more mana than I could deliver in multiple months of feeding it. Now, the plague affinity was around a third of a real affinity. With some luck, this was enough. There wasn't much more I could have done anyway. As I started to feel a bit exhausted, my own supply of mana reached zero a long time ago, and the headache was slowly growing in my head. Worst, all the mana leaves I usually keep with me were decomposed by the ambient poison, so all I could do was tank the pain, as the ambient mana was not my own. I couldn't keep it in my body to replace my own, even when I purified it. It would have been too easy that way. With Hybrid near me, I could take my time to recuperate without worrying about anything. Laying myself on the desolate ground, I took my time to catch my breath and ease the headache. With sweat dripping, a part of me wanted to sleep already as the sun was starting to go down. There wasn't much time left before night. Worst of all, my stomach grew hungry with the lack of nutriment, and without a single leaf to eat. It was a sound I was gonna hear until we got back to Lendrick. Normally I'd always have some food with me, but it would rot minutes after entering this land, so at the time, we ate during the flight and left our rations with Lendrick. Feeling something dripping on my face, I opened my eyes to find a living carcass looking at me. His eye sockets were still pitch black, but I could see a glimmer of life in them. There was still some damaged patch of his skin that showed the bones, but he didn't seem to even register them. His most damaged part, the rib cage, was mostly healed, but only to a minimal degree. The bones were sticking out of the skin, which made him look famished. There was no telling if he would ever recuperate entirely from the experience, but at the very least he would live to try. Licking me, his breath was stinky, smelling strong like food that had been left alone for months. It still got a smile on my face though. With how drained I was, it felt good to see that all my efforts weren't for nothing. He even seemed to go along just fine with Hybrid, the two just acknowledging each other without any bother. It was a relief that he didn't turn into a plague dead. My method of purifying the contaminated mana must have eliminated the virus both into the dog and his new affinity. For a second, I thought about using this trick to develop a new affinity with other elements and gain more magic power. The simple news that a person's affinity wasn't locked at birth could be huge. The problem was the insane quantity of mana needed to grow an affinity. It took at least 300 times the amount of my mana pool to grow the little spark of affinity he had, and it wasn't even a full-fledged affinity, or at least it didn't feel that way. I doubted he would be able to use any real plague ability like I or Hybrid could. For him, it was less of an affinity and more of a resistance. Since this area was an unlimited sea of plague mana, the quantity wasn't a real problem, but the little spark of affinity installed by Vipirth was an absolute must, so the chance to replicate it was suicidal. To complement the technique, there was also the need for a purifier. In this case, it had been me. With how volatile the raw elements can be, simply absorbing it was probably a bad idea. Just the potential side effect could be devastating both for the body and mind. All in all, this was not something that could be replicated without careful preparation. The fact that I pulled it off was mere chance and luck. The best thing to do was to hide this new discovery until I learned more about it. In the wrong hands, such a trick could be weaponized like in all these apocalypse movies. At least in mine, people were safe as long as they didn't piss me off and push me into madness. Still tired, I gathered the strength to stand up and rejoin Lady. It goes without saying that the dog decided to follow me. Not only would he have died without me, there wasn't any other human being around. After all, how could a dog earn his title of man's best friend without a human around? Officially making him into my familiar with the ritual could wait until we were somewhere safe with a full stomach. I wasn't the only one hungry after all. Without any idea of where Lady was, I focused my inner sense on locating Tara, since I ordered her to follow Lady, although it wasn't the most accurate thing. As my familiar, I could detect approximately where she was. Finding out that she was near the border of the village, I grabbed Hybrid in my arm and made my way there with my new dog. Even if it took less than a few minutes to reach the pair, I was able to find a name for the canine during that travel time. Calling him dog all the time would be both impractical and stupid, so I decided on the beautiful and noble name of Nash. Nash the plague dog sounded menacing enough in my head that I wasn't able to find anything better. With his rather nasty look and malnourished appearance, it was unsurprisingly fitting. Without any objection on his part, his name was now settled. Looking at the dog, Lady was surprised to find that he was still alive and doing way better than when she left me with him. How is that possible? He looks battered but unmistakably alive. What did you do? She asked while patting the dog. The head pat seemed to have won him over, as he licked her in return. No idea really, but don't expect me to do anything like that again. Anyway, let's go back to Lendrick while we still can. I'm out of mana, hungry, and I don't think it in our best interest to stay the night out in these very unwelcoming lands. Seeing that I was blatantly avoiding the subject, she clearly wanted to push me for an answer but chose not to. Instead, she agreed to call it a day and go back to a nice and comfortable bed in town, which I was grateful for. As much as she was the one who needed my protection for any what-if scenario, she was my employer and the one who made the call. If she wanted to stay the night here, we would have done exactly that. I was hungry, yes, but I could endure the sound of my stomach longer if needed. The thought of a heavy and burdensome coin purse at the end of this quest made it all worth it. With the behemoth moon appearing at the horizon, the sun was getting away, and with it the light it was offering. Even with the light fading with every minute, it wasn't really a problem. The size of the moon guaranteed a minimum of visibility, and my shadow affinity made it a bit easier to see in the not that dark night. If Lendrick had been my familiar, I could have used our bond to detect where he was, but I still haven't done the soul bonding ritual with him and Mendry. Now that I have Nash with me, I had all the more reason to make it my next thing to do. There was no theoretical limit to how many families someone could have. As long as I have the ritual ingredients, I could do the 3 of them at once. Leaving the last village behind us, the night finally settled an hour later. At least we weren't lost, since she had a map of the area. Simply knowing the localization of the village we were in gave us a good enough idea of where we were, allowing us to easily find where we needed to go. The walk absolutely didn't lessen the sound of my hungry stomach. During that time, I noticed that my mana didn't regenerate at all when my stomach was empty. Without a ounce of mana in me, I was basically left to my sword and bow to defend myself, which weren't easy to use when thinking about food. Fortunately, Tara, Tenta, Hybri and Nash were with us, meaning we weren't left defenseless. With their protection, I could focus on the unreal starving sound that I didn't know my body could produce. As we progressed, the wind suddenly changed direction and Nash's nose smelled something wrong in the air. Looking around to find what was off, he scouted the deserted surroundings in search of anything alive or not. "Nash, you alright?" At Nash's warning, we stopped and stood on guard. Without any mana, I wasn't able to detect anything around us, so relying on Nash and the others was a must to avoid any unfortunate encounter. Our goal was to search and analyze, not search and destroy, whatever was left. Growling at a dead forest, the place was not in our path to rejoin Lendrick. Instead, going into the forest would mean doing a detour that could take hours. As there was a high risk of finding absolutely nothing, we decided earlier to simply avoid it and spare us from this depressing sea of dead trees. Did he find something? Lady seemed curious about Nash's behavior and so was I, but whatever he smelled in the forest, it probably wasn't friendly. Seems like it, but there is no way to know what without going in there. In that case, we should investigate to see what it is. You're right, but whatever is in there is maybe better off left alone. It is my job to decide that myself. That's why the guild paying you, after all, to make sure nothing bad happens. In that case, the wise decision would be to leave before something bad does happen. Sorry, but we are definitively going in. The supply of plague resistance potion is too small to allow us to pass the opportunity to see a new creature of the plague. Doesn't the plague dead we've seen before count toward exactly that? I wasn't very keen on finding a potentially new abomination of nature. As far as I was concerned, the number could stay at 1 until the end of time, without any complaint on my part. No, we expected the presence of a few of them beforehand. Technically, we haven't found anything new yet. I remind you that the more we find, the greater the reward at the end. The amount you saw on the quest was a minimum, not a fixed payday. You should have told me that sooner. Let's get going then. I still want to get the hell out of here before said bad thing happens. With Nash joining me, I would need even more money to afford food for everybody, even if he probably wasn't going to eat as much as the others. As long as we were careful, we should be fine. For an A-rank adventurer, you're less adventurous than the others. Those I know would have jumped on the occasion and explored as much as possible to make new discoveries. I heard someone mention back at the guild that the number of proficient adventurers dwindled recently. No wonder why. Personally, I'm not very keen on searching for a monster that wants to kill me. They are perfectly able to find me themselves. Unable to convince her to simply leave this place once and for all, we entered the forest. But at the very least, I was able to convince her to flee if we found anything too dangerous for me to handle. We could never be careful enough, and in the odd chance that it was Vipeath roaming around, I was not going to fight a calamity monster again, especially without my dragons. There was now a limit to my insanity. Dying, or the fear of it, kinda do that to people. https://pikesci.art/artwork/16519663653653423 https://pikesci.art/artwork/16519676943759322 /. 8. Chapter 24, Deadly Reinforcement. Filled with trees empty of colors, the forest ambience sent a chill down my spine. Well into the night, visibility wasn't bad, as long as we didn't try to see too further away. There was a limit to how light the big moon could reflect. Sword in hand, I didn't need it to clear bush, mainly because there wasn't any around, but for safety reasons. Without mana or grass around, my detection ability was ineffective. Nash and Tara did have very good sense, but we could never be too prudent. Actually yes, we could have. Leaving the whole place would have been the smartest choice, but Lady wanted to investigate the forest on Nash warning, so in we were. At least we weren't wandering aimlessly. With Nash leading us to where the smell was coming from, we knew where the danger was. We only needed to find what it was. At the first sight of something too dangerous, we would leave immediately, optimally without a fight. Further, into the dark, something that hadn't decomposed yet appeared. An isolated cabin in the wood. Smaller than the village we had seen up to this point, the cabin had a single entrance with a wooden door. A stone chimney was on the roof, but there was no smoke coming out of it. Approaching carefully, the door grip was melted, so I tried to push it slowly, but something was blocking the way. Without knowing if it was a simple lock or something else blocking the door, the only thing to do would be to brute force it. Close to me, Nash smelled around and growled at the cabin, meaning that whatever we were looking for was inside. Looking at Lady, she gave me the sign to force it open, and I obliged. Swinging my sword at the door, it got slashed into pieces and with a single kick, crumbled into small chunks. At the commotion, a plague dead hidden inside rushed at me with a horrendous yell. On my guard, the yell was unpleasant, but far from having the impact of a calamity monster. Beside me, Nash seemed more affected than I was by the monster screech. Not wanting to wake up the whole valley, I stabbed my sword into the monster's head, and he took it directly to the brain. Kicking him out of my blade, I checked inside to make sure he had been alone. With the area clear, I told Lady that it was safe and that she could enter. Entering the cabin, Nash seemed to still be disturbed by the monster's yell but was otherwise fine. After a quick inspection, the cabin was just as empty as every other house in these lands. Concluding that Nash's warning must have been about the plagued dead, Lady carefully inspected the dead body with me close by to make sure it didn't jump scare her while I wasn't looking. Moving the dead to the center of the cabin, she took out her notebook and inspected the subject. So fortunate that these things can't leave the plagued land, otherwise, their smell alone would have killed entire cities. Lady said, I know they are decomposing, but do they really need to stink that much? Even my plague affinity can't filter their stench. Almost make me wanna puke. Smelling close to rotten eggs and tomatoes, it was no wonder their smell stood out from the rest. Everything else smelled like flowers compared to these things. You have to thank Vipeath for that. Without him, this atrocity would never exist. Joke apart, I hope this is the last we see of them. Just thinking about the horrible fate of becoming a plague dead makes me sick. I felt bad for them. At least they didn't suffer long since they're dead. They're not dead, I said. Stopping her inspection, she looked at me confused. What do you mean? We call them plague dead for a reason, you know. Their heart is beating, they breathe just like anyone. Their brain is in control of the body, they feed to survive. In all matters of life and death, they're as alive as you and me. The only difference is that we still have our soul. I keep that in mind in my report. I'm almost finished, so we'll be leaving soon. Putting on some long gloves, she took out a knife and made an incision in the middle of the body in front of her, and opened it with her hand, searching the inside as far as her glove could cover. The sight was unbelievable. Good, the sooner we leave, the better. What are you inspecting anyway? I asked. Potential weak point, the effect of the plague on their body, what organs were affected first, etc. And you can learn all of that just by massaging his innards. I graduated in medical magic and dungeon research at the University of Magic and Mana. This is why the guild sent me on this quest and not somebody else. Learning there was a real proper university in this world came as a shock. I initially thought that the level of development and education never got that far because of the existence of magic, but I was wrong. Asking her some questions about the university, I learned that it was created by a wise wizard who thought that others were using their magic abilities stupidly. Being a few hundred years old, the school became the best place to learn about magic and its wonders. After the initial success, other not-so-wise wizards tried to make their own school with variable results. As of now, this particular university is still the best one in all the known continents. I definitely needed to check it out later. I might be the one and only chance I will ever have to experience school life after all. Interrupting my train of thought about the perfect university experience, Nash started growling and barking. On his warning, I unsheathed my sword and took my stance, ready to slice apart whatever was coming from the front door. Lady positioned herself behind me. If something wanted to get her, it would need to go through me first. A number of growls and zombies-like sounds were coming from outside. They were close and many. Second later, a plague dead appeared at the door and came rushing at me. Aiming at its head, I chopped it in one swing. Stepping back to make sure the body wouldn't fall on me, I was ready for the next one. Following in its predecessor's footsteps, I killed 2 more of them. In no time, I was under a constant stream of head-to-behead. With even more of their horrific growl, they began attacking the cabin from outside as well. We should get out now when they're busy with the walls. You're right, they won't last longer since they're weakened by the plague. Before she was able to finish her sentence, the wall behind her crumbled on the constant attack and 5 dead came directly at her. Before I could react, 2 more of them entered the main door and aimed at me. As they were too close to be ignored, I was forced to take them out first. Attempting to grab me, I dodged his dirty hand with a sidestep and uppercut stabbed his head a second later. With the first one out, the second was only a meter away when he directly took Highbury's breath attack. Even immune to the poison, the impact sent him back a few steps, leaving me the time to finish him off with a single down slash. On Lady's side, Tara webbed the 5 targets and swung him toward one of the walls. With his bones cracking against the weakened wall, he demolished both the wall and the dead behind it. With the rest of the enemies immobilized, Lady trusted her surgeon dagger through the closest one who couldn't move. As one was trying to crawl at us, Nash put his jaw around the monster's neck and snapped it off with a powerful bite. The 2 others were finished by a single slash of Tara's front side legs. Hearing their reinforcement coming, we needed to move out of there before we were swarmed. The little protection the cabin initially offered with its single entrance no longer existed, with half the walls being destroyed. We need to get out of this plagued land. Lady yelled. Nash, lead the way. We're behind you. At my signal, we began running away from the hell this place offered. Knowing the original direction of where we were first going, we dashed around trees, with the plague dead following not too far behind. With Nash and me in the front, we took out any dead that stood in our path. No matter how many we killed, there seemed to be an endless number of them coming from all directions. In the middle of our group was Lady. Since she was the one who needed to be protected the most, it was an obvious place for her to be. On top of that, she used her fire affinity to burn any monster that escaped our formation. As we moved forward, the burning sound that Lady threw at the dead burned them quite effectively, leaving a trail of smoking bodies that were too much damaged to move anymore. I could have done the same with my own incendiary sand if I still had some mana in me, but at least I had my sword and bow. Being hungry and out of mana didn't make me useless at all. It just limited my options. It goes the same for Nash. Even hungry, the thought of a warm meal waiting for us kept our body going. On the back was Tara with Highbury latched on her, with his safety web around him. The little hider acted as a turret to slow down the army of dead following us. The giant webs Tara left behind acted as a slow-down trap that effectively made some of them unable to follow us. The problem was that, with brute force, they were able to overwhelm the web walls she created. She could do a lot of them, but there was a limit to how much web her small body could produce. So I told her to not waste all her web on them, as we may need some later. As I was running, I noticed something strange on the ground. There were holes the size of a person just about everywhere. Being the exact shape of a corpse, my only guess was that the plague dead camouflaged themselves into the plague ground when they had nothing to hunt. If that was it, it could explain why I never detected them at all. The exception being the one that had been hunting that deer we saw earlier. With the number of holes just about everywhere, it was a miracle that we didn't run into more of them earlier. Reaching the limit of the forest, we exited the line of dead trees and continued our run into the plain, desolate land. With the horde following us, I noticed that there were no holes in the ground anymore. Either the dead around this part haven't been awakened yet, or they prefer to bury themselves in the forest for some reason. With less of them coming from the front, I switched to my bow and fired at the ones following us. As my attention was mostly on our destination, I often didn't check the back when we were running, leaving that side to my trusted familiars. It was why I was in shock when I saw the horizon covering a horde of dead running at us. Their number couldn't be counted anymore. Before there were maybe 30 to 50 of them running after us, but now, they easily exceeded multiple hundreds. It took me some time to notice why there were so many of them packed together. With Tara and Hybrid slowing them down, the closest joined those who were further away and formed a natural pack over time. That would have been a great way of killing them if we could simply circle around them infinitely, but as they still had some reinforcement coming from the forest, it would have been too dangerous. Also, unlike video games, it would be impossible to run for hours while keeping them at bay. Our stamina had a limit. Things would have been so much easier if we had Lendrick with us. He could have burned them down in an instant if he would have been here. In order to get out of here alive, we needed a change of plan. As our running speed was barely faster than theirs, outrunning them until we reached safety would be hard, but maybe possible. Still, the risk of making a mistake or stumbling was too big to take that chance. This situation would not become a horror movie, not with me around. After some more thinking and arrow flying, I thought of something. We didn't really need Lendrick with us, only his fire to burn these bastards. Slowing down to be beside Tara, I took Hybrid with me and got back to the front. Where Nash was still running, I used Tara web to tighten the Hydra on the dog's back. Nash, you're the fastest. Don't wait for us. There is a huge dragon waiting further away. Find him. Hybrid, get Lendrick in the sky, and make him shoot at our position, one way or another. That's an order. Now go, we're counting on you. Woof! He barked. They both seemed a little hesitant to leave the three of us so close to the army but still dashed away nonetheless. Leaving us behind, Nash dodged between a few plagued dead, avoiding their grab and disappeared off our sight with his incredible speed. After a minute or two. What are you thinking? Asked Lady beside me. We won't make it unless we thinner their number, and fighting normally won't do much. They will overwhelm us at some point if we do that. Can you shoot a huge fireball in the sky and make it explode around a few 100 feet high? Probably. But why? Shouldn't I fire at the horde instead? Can you burn them all down? No way. There are too many of them. Then be ready for my signal. We will need that flare if we want to wreck them all. Continuing our run, Tenta, Tara, Lady, and I handled any zombie that came too close to us. Estimating the time Nash needed to reach and find Lendrick, I would be waiting until I thought it was about time. As I asked, Lady stopped firing at them, concentrated her mana and waited for my signal. After what felt like an hour of running, we were sweating head to toe, with Tara saving what little web she had left. When I thought it was about time, I gave Lady the green light. Now! I yelled. Okay. Aiming high in the sky toward where we were going, Lady released all the mana in her hand into a meter-tall fireball, blasting away. The fire then exploded into something close to a firework. The remnant fire then stayed close to where it exploded and burned brightly until it used all its mana. Was that enough? Lady asked. Should be. How much mana do you have left? Not enough to do it again, that for sure, but I can still use my incendiary sand to a decent degree, so I be fine. Continuing until we ran past the flare, we stopped our run exhausted and stood atop a small hill. In the light of the flare, we could clearly see the massive army coming to tear us to shreds. Being maybe 1,000. They were all packed tightly together and almost climbing on top of each other trying to get ahead. As the flare didn't cover all the area, there still was a number of them too far into the night to be seen. With how far away we were from any dead forest, there was little risk that any dead would be coming from another direction other than the main horde. To slow down the horde, I had Tara shoot some web in the flock to bind them together with minimal effect. They simply tore the web apart accidentally, and the slowdown was questionable for the amount of web used, with only 100 meters separating them from us. We took the little time we had to recover our breath, as much as we could. Tara, use what you have left to make a barrier of web on the ground. Should buy a few seconds if it comes to it. Our artillery should come crashing soon. My panting made it difficult to talk without burning my throat, but she seemed to have understood anyway. You're sure about this? Lady said painfully. She was as exhausted as I was, if not more. Logic, since she's not an adventurer, but a researcher. Don't worry. Lendrick is smart. He figures it out. Even if we were still far from where he should be, the flare could probably be seen from where he was. He knew he couldn't join us, so he would be trying to figure out what the flare meant. As the only thing he could possibly do is shoot fire toward it. He will do just that. At least, I hope. I knew I was tired, hungry with a headache to top it all. But the adrenaline should have kept me aware enough to avoid any stupid idea. That or I was already insane. Painting the dirt in front of us with a web, the result was a 1 meter wide and about 8 meter long sticky floor. It wasn't enough to cover a sizable part of the horde coming at us, but it was better than nothing. Sword in hand, I took my stance, ready to slice the first of many zombies. When they were only 10 meters away, the area got warmer and brighter for half a second before a fireball crashed into the front of the horde, vaporizing the bodies on impact. With the projectile hitting the ground, multiple secondary balls were spreading all around the impact point. I didn't know if the sound of pain that the horde was screeching was because of the fire or not, but it wasn't going to end soon, because an entire volley of fireballs came crashing into them not long after the first one. With most of them covered with burning fire, those who were completely burned fell on the ground in pain, while those only partially on fire continued their rush at us. With their number dramatically reduced, escaping them was now a viable option. But first, we needed to take care of the one still able to follow us. Entering melee range, I swung my sword toward him and made it only halfway in his neck. Gathering my strength, I was able to slice him off completely as I felt the cracking of his spine under my blade. With the next one coming straight at me, there would be no break between kills. Slicing, dashing, cutting, and stabbing became my routine as I took care of the burning plague dead who dared meet my sword. Dancing in the sea of flame, I saw Tara protecting Lady further in the back. Even away from the main rampage, a decent number of bastards were able to reach them, only to fall before the spider deadly scythes. As I had most of them coming for me, they would be fine. As I swung my sword yet again at another blazing dead, my sword snapped midway in his body, taking me by surprise. Before I could react, his hand almost touched me, before tentacles unrolled from my waist and tore them to shred into unrecognizable minced meat. When it was done with destroying the monster's arm, it bounded the thing and shredded it with its spiky thorns. "Thanks, buddy," I said, patting a non-spiky part of its tentacles. Its only answer was to pat my head back, evidently without using the thorny part of its tentacle. Looking at my sword, more than half the blade was missing, with barely a few millimeters of cutting edge left. Now unusable, I was forced to switch to my bow. With around 20 arrows left in my hip quiver, I aimed at the undead head to make sure not to waste any of my precious munition, not wanting to leave me totally vulnerable. I made sure to always have at least one arrow left to use in close quarters if needed. To make the most of my bow, I also looted back any arrows that I previously fired to reuse them again. With Tenta taking care of the monster too close to me, I was able to focus on eliminating them before they reached us. As a last pack of fireballs decimated the already decimated horde, we were left with nothing left to do other than crumble on the ground after all the exhausting work we had just done. There was no plague dead to be seen, only what was left of them lying just about everywhere. Sitting in the monster's smoky and smelly guts, I tried to relax as much as I could. Feeling something pressing against my right, I found a spider trying to bring my mood up. How are you feeling? Turning around, I found Lady cleaning her stained robe from the monster part on it. I'd be better after a good night of sleep and some very thick, juicy meat, but overall not that bad. Great, that means we can finally leave this place, she said, relieved. I just have one question before that. What? Was going into that forest worth it? Surprisingly. Yes. https://artwork/1653783571185577640 !Ut_source=copy_web. Hey everyone, I want to thank all of you, again, for reading this far. As the first story I ever wrote, Better Off in Another World means the world to me, and I would greatly appreciate it if you could please take the time to leave a review, a rating or a comment. Any feedback is always welcome, and I hope you all continue to read Emery's story. Thanks, again, for reading. Is Emery a likable character? Yes. Not that much. Results are only viewable after voting. Your vote will be publicly visible. Cast vote. Oops. We ran into some problems. View results. Is Emery a likable character? 7. Chapter 25, Side Quest Not Optional. Get some sleep. With guts, body parts, and green smoky meat just about everywhere around us, we took a few minutes to relax. Even if the fight hasn't taken that long, if we forget the part about running for God knows how long, we needed time to get our breath back. With the flare gone, only some small patch of fire was illuminating the night. Seeing some vague movement far away, I thought it may have been a stray plague dead coming to die, but was pleasantly surprised to see that it was Nash. With Highbury on his back, he quickly noticed us and ran straight at me. Almost jumping on me, he sent me a barrage of licks as I tried to calm him down. Sorry to have worried, we're fine. You can stop licking me now. When he finally grew tired of painting my armor with his saliva, Highbury didn't waste a second and took his rightful place in my arms. Being in the perfect spot, his 3 heads assaulted mine with endless snuggles. It's okay. I missed you too. Let's go home. After checking on Lady, she was ready to leave this damn place once and for all. With Nash leading the way, we walked leisurely toward Lendrek location. As we were all tired, Tara seemed to be the only one truly on guard. Honestly, at this point, if another horde of them appeared, I was ready to simply run away without fighting them. 2 hours of darkness later, we finally noticed some green color far away. Speeding up our pace, it wasn't long before we took our last step in the plagued land and finally touched some grass again. We made it. Finally. Lady said, yeah, I don't want to see that shitty dead forest ever again. Same. Looking around, her eyes searched for something but didn't find anything. By the way, where is your dragon? I don't intend on going back on foot, you know. Right behind you, trying to hold my laugh. It was funny how she didn't notice the giant fire-breathing lizard behind her. Blowing in Lady's hair, Lendrek was lying right behind her, as if he had always been there from the start. Noticing him, Lady let out a surprised cry that I wasn't about to forget. Oh, you're there. Sorry I didn't see you. As we weren't in shape to get back to Dawn River just yet, we decided to make camp a bit further away from the plagued land. Setting up a campfire, we relaxed safely around the soothing sound of crippling wood. Hearing my stomach growl, Nash's stomach immediately followed mine in his hunger. Starting to move toward Lendrek to take some ration hidden in his saddle, I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned my head. There were green tentacles holding a ton of leaves. Before I could understand its intent, it quickly pushed the whole thing down my mouth, not leaving me the choice of what to eat. As I was too busy fighting tentacles to feed Nash myself, Highbury popped his heads into the bags on Lendrek's saddle, trying to find something edible. It wasn't long before he found the one containing all our food, and grabbed big pieces of jerky in all his 3 heads. Going up to Nash, who was observing my situation, the Hydra offered him one of the meat chunks he was holding on, and the dog accepted the gift with joy. Devouring it in a single bite, the meat vanished before Highbury had the time to finish his own meal. As I was fighting against Tento and the mountain of healthy leaves it wanted me to eat, Highbury gave Nash even more meat chunks, and I was stuck watching the delicious jerky disappear in front of me. Eating not too far away, Lady was writing some notes she didn't want to forget, before going to sleep on the bare grass not long after. Before she was truly asleep, Tara offered her a hammock made with a small amount of web she was able to produce, and the researchers slept the night away in comfort. In the time we were away, Lendrick had spent his time hunting the local wildlife. It was shown by the pile of monster bodies not too far away. Seeing as we won't need him until morning, he turned toward a new occupation. Butchering his hunt. Separating a black bear from the pile, he used his claw to open the corpse. Being the size that he was, it took him multiple attempts to make a clean cut across the skin and open the inside of the bear without damaging his trophy too much. As she was smaller, with scythes more appropriate for precise laceration than simple claws, Tara decided to help him in his new hobby. Taking one of the dragon's prey, she finished her work far faster than him, with no mistakes. She even took the time to guide his claw and help him along his own butchering. Normally, butchering my familiar prey would be my job, but as I was forcefully fed and tired, I wasn't able to object. At least now, they both would be able to help in cutting open any monster when needed, which was pretty often considering the amount of sport they normally do. When I was finished swallowing a stupid amount of leaves, I found Lendrick and Tara deep asleep, with their entire harvest packed in webs and hanging from a nearby tree. Only Nash and Highbury were still awake, as they seemed to have found the show quite entertaining. With my hammock maker asleep, I didn't want to wake her up only to ask her for a special bed. Like all of us, she gave her all today and deserved a good night's sleep. As I was about to spend the night on the grass, tentacles grabbed my legs and pulled me up in the air. Thinking that it was another of Tenta's attempts to feed me even more grass, I gave up and closed my eyes, ready to enjoy the taste of more leaves. Instead, it dropped me into something comfortable, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself in a hammock made of tentacles. Being a few feet above ground, the tentacles offered a different kind of elasticity as the web Tara produced, but still soft enough to feel relaxing. Now ready to sleep, Highbury jumped on my chest and snuggled comfortably, using my breasts as soft pillows. Without any place on the hammock or I left, Nash settled down just under the bed, and we all fell asleep after a very exhausting day. When I woke up, the sunlight welcomed me with open warmth. Seeing that Highbury and I were the last to wake up, I found Lady still lost in her notebook. Feeling hungry for more than just leaves, I approached Lendrick, who was still lying in his sleeping position. If it wasn't for his open eyes, I wouldn't know that he was awake. In the bag where I kept my rations, there was only a little food left from the binge eating Nash and Highbury had done yesterday. When I left Dawnriver, I thought that a single bag of food would be enough for 2 to 3 full days, but I was so far from the truth. Next time, I would definitely need to bring more bags brimming with food, or at least ingredients to make a proper meal. With the amount of monsters Lendrick hunted yesterday, there was an abundance of meat stocked in taro web. As it had been sitting here for hours, I thought that it was probably not safe to eat. Even if my affinity protected me from food poisoning, the idea of eating spoiled meat was not appetizing, so I left it for those who didn't mind it raw. Hanging beside the meat was another smaller sack of meat. The difference was that this one had been soaked in salt. Taro was, after all, smart enough to use our stock of salt to cure some meat. The quantity was only around a few pounds, but it was enough for breakfast. Restarting the campfire, I was glad to have some mana again, even if my reserve was only around 2/3. When the salted meat was grilled, a juicy smell filled the camp, and it was enough to draw Lady to the delicious meat. Giving her a skewer, we ate a warm breakfast, perfect to start the day. She did eat some dried ration before, but no one could resist some juicy meat. The proof was right beside me, with Nash and Highbury pleading me with their eyes to get some. Unable to resist them, I gave them the leftover, and we began packing up. It was about time we got back to Dawnriver. With a sack of web filled with monster material tied to the saddle, we all climbed on the dragon, secured ourselves with some web and took off towards civilization. With the sun almost blinding me, I left control of the flight to Lendrick and enjoyed the pleasing cold wind on my skin. Nash was a little scared of being this high, but being sealed in Tara's web made him able to withstand the altitude without panicking. 2 hours of calm, meditative wind passed without anything happening. Flying above the dirt road leading to Dawnriver, I detected something a bit further ahead. Signaling Lady of what I found, we both saw a caravan at a stop with a lot of people around it. Flying a bit closer, It wasn't hard to guess what was happening. Close to 20 shady-looking people were trying to kill what appeared to be the caravan knights and 2 adventurers. There were also some more knights in armor lying around. I used my vines to get a closer look and check on them. Most of them were still alive, as their heart was still beating. The same couldn't be said about the ones attacking. They were effectively dead, and I didn't need my plants to see their lifeless body with plenty of holes and broken parts. Even if they already lost more than a dozen allies, they intended to get to the end, as they still had the numerical superiority. A bandit attack, Lady said. It has been a while since the last one was reported. Honestly, it doesn't seem like they need help. With how high we were, it was hard to see clearly what was happening, but with my detection ability, I was able to get an idea. One of the 2 adventurers was fighting with a big great sword, while the other one kept the bandits away with his spear. With numerous of their friends' corpses lying around, the bandits were right to keep their distance. The remaining knights were working with one another to kill the bandits one by one. Their main strategy was to overwhelm a single isolated opponent and jump to the next one when finished. Should we help? I asked. Why not, just incapacitate them quickly. They should be able to handle the rest on their own. These adventurers seem quite competent. At her words, a smile grew on my lips. Tara, Highbury, you're both up for a challenge? With their excited approval, I told them the plan. Lendrick will fly close to the ground, and on my signal, you both shoot the bandits down 10-2, and I will make sure they don't escape or try anything funny. We have one go and that's it. We won't touch the ground, and we leave the mess to our friends down there. Be sure to not shoot at them. Lendrick, you heard? Get us close. None of us was keen on another life-threatening situation so soon after the last one, but this was just easy target practice. Descending to only 30 meters above ground, a bandit finally noticed the big lizard coming from the sky in broad daylight. Tapping Lendrick's shoulder, he gave the signal. Rower. Jumping from the roar, both the bandits, knights and adventurers looked at the immense creature coming for them. Some of them looked so scared that I was sure they shit their pants the moment they saw my dragon. Before they were able to react properly, Tara and Highbury rained both acidic spit and plague breath on them. Seeing that we were friendly, the 2 adventurers quickly took advantage of their enemies. Still surprised, swinging her big sword, the woman with fluffy silver wolf ears decimated the closest bandit in one chop, cutting him into 2. Afterwards, she immediately rushed at the second one and smashed his side with the side of her blade, sending him deep into the forest. The snap coming from his bones put a smile on the wolf woman. The other adventurer, a young-looking man with black hair, positioned himself perfectly and skewered 2 bandits at once. He didn't waste time and quickly searched for his next target. The knights took advantage of the advantageous situation to secure injured friends. The bandits were too occupied with the main show to pay them any mind. With absolute hell rain coming from the sky, multiple bandits died in one lucky hit in the head with a melted brain. They didn't have to hear their friend's painful scream, as the acid and poison did their work on them. One of them did try to send a single fireball our way, but I blocked it using the water inside my flask. He didn't get the time to try a second time before Highbury showed him why you don't shoot at me. Now done with our work, we ignore the rest of them and let the adventurers and knights do their actual job. Before we could totally be out of range, a tall guy came up front with a sword, aiming to cut my dragon head. Instead, Lendrick just spitted on him. The poor guy combusted into carbonized ash before he could see his mistake. The sight of their comrade being almost disintegrated was too much for the bandits to handle as they ran away into the forest. Not that they were able to escape with only 4 of them left and Tara web tying them up. The adventurers looked at me as they put their thumbs up with smiles as we flew away. I could see some tension leaving their body as the fight was over. The rest of the flight was uneventful, and I took pleasure in showering my familiars in praise. Later, as the sun was reaching noon, the city finally appeared in our sight, and we made a straight line to the guild. Now in front of the guild, we decided early that I would leave Lady here and head straight home afterwards, as the final pay was to be decided by her report. I would come get the money later in the day. In that time, I could relax and eat a proper meal. Saying our goodbye, Lendrick took off and landed a minute later on the shining bedding in rooftop. Now back home, Mendre welcomed me with a warm snuggle. Seeing that both Tara and Highbury were fine, the immense female dragon, Then took a look at the new companion I brought home. Unfazed by the dragon's stare, the plague dog let her sniff him until she fully understood what he was. When it was done, we left the dragon couple alone and headed inside. Reaching my room, I entered and immediately took place on my dear hammock made with webs and a cozy warm blanket. While Tara claimed the bed, Nash settled on a pillow that the spider tossed him. Highbury, as always, took my pillow boobs for himself. It was almost a common agreement between us that we would take the next few hours to catch some real sleep. The night we had was rather short, and nothing could compare to sleeping carelessly in our personal bed. Everything else could come later. Waking up to the calm sound of someone knocking on the door, I took my Hydra in my arms and headed to the door with Nash immediately in tow. Leaving Tara to her beauty sleep, I turned the door handle to see Relia about to knock again. "Hey, I saw that your dragon was back, so I thought I'd check on you." She smiled. "Thanks, I guess. I wanted to ask you for more material. The last ones we got from you were of amazing quality. If you want, I can come back later." "You look tired." "No, it's fine." "Really, we just finished our nap." At my words, Nash appeared between my legs and greeted the elf by sniffing her. "Oh, you got a new familiar. How cute." Ignoring the decaying and malnourished look of Nash, Relia began petting the nasty-looking dog without hesitation. Not resisting some good petting, Nash didn't waste time showing that he appreciated the affection by licking her hand. "His name's Nash. Even if he's a plague dog, as long as you don't let him bite you, you'll be fine. Now, you said you wanted some material." "You're in luck. I just got a fresh hunt from Lendrick this morning. Want to take a look?" "Yes please." Leaving my room with Taro inside, we headed to the roof and intruded on the two dragons. Fortunately, they weren't doing anything indecent other than cuddling, so they didn't mind. Taking the bags off the saddle, I let Relia take a look herself, as I didn't know the value of the materials inside them. At that time, I checked in the other bags and found my broken sword. The sword was nothing fancy, just an average blade that Lavender gave me, but I still felt a little sad at the idea of needing a replacement. With the blade having snapped in half, there was no way to repair it unless I found a very competent blacksmith. Without knowing where to start my search, I asked Relia about her opinion. "Sorry, I don't know any blacksmiths, but I do know a few shops that sell decent blades. They might have something that catches your eye." "I write you the name." "Thanks. You're welcome." "By the way, how much for the boar tusks? They can make useful remedies, so I'm sure I find a use for them." "How about a silver each?" "That's too cheap. They're worth at least 4 silver. I can't scam you like that." "You're a friend, you can scam me as much as you want." "I did nothing for the tusks anyway. Lendrick is the one who hunted it, so the money will go to his food." Hearing that, the dragon licked his lips at the thought of the expensive food offered by the restaurant next door. 2 silver each then. I won't go lower. If you find more later, I buy them too." "Deal then. You heard that, Lendrick?" "Juicy meat for any tusk monster that you hunt." "Same for you, Mendry." Now that Relia found what she was looking for, we left the dragon to themselves again, and moved the material bags to my room. Like that, I won't need to go all the way to the roof each time I want to get them. As I already had a decent amount of money, selling the material to the guild could wait until later. Getting late, I decided that it was time to go to the guild and get my payday. Leaving my spider to her sleep, I told Relia that I was going to the guild, and she wanted to come with me, as she had nothing else to do. Apparently, Lavender, Carolee and Firelia all had their own things to do today, so she had no one to hang around. No one except me. Walking through the city, the sight of my dog left quite an impression on most passers-by. As they avoided the dog like the plague, we had a clear way, even during the busy time when most people were outside running errands. Reaching the guild, it was my first time seeing the place so crowded. With most adventurers having finished their quest, the counters were overflowing with adventurers waiting for their turn to talk to the multiple receptionists and claim their well-earned coins. Unable to find an empty line, we decided it was best to wait until the coast was clear. With nothing else to do, we talked about various things, mostly about my last quest, until the guild was much emptier. Now free, Sophia signaled me to come to her counter. After stamping the completion stamp on the quest paper, she handed me a pouch full of shining gold coins, on top of the 30 gold base pay. I also received a generous bonus for the information we learned on the Plague Dead and the Plague Land. The total amounted to 52 gold coins. With that, I truly wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. Finished with our business, we were about to leave when I felt someone glaring at me. Searching the source of the stare, I wasn't able to find it. With more than 20 people in the building, it could have been anybody. My only concern was to know if the source wanted to harm me or not. Excluding me, 2 other groups were standing out from the regular-looking adventurers. One was a young woman with red hair wearing something close to a maid outfit. Even if she wasn't looking at me, I could feel that she knew I was there. In front of her was a man with blonde short hair, wearing an expensive-looking suit. My best guess was that he was a noble. Even if both of them looked different from others, the one thing they had that truly stood out from the rest was their companion. The best way to describe him was a single word: werewolf. Taller than everyone in the guild, his eyes seemed to glow with a feral yellow light as he scanned around, waiting for his master's order. When he and my dog looked at each other, I could swear they were ready to tear one another to shreds. As their group went straight to the guild counter on the other side of the guild, we didn't have to actively avoid them. "That's a werewolf," Relia whispered in my ears. "A once normal person, who succumbed to illegal magical experiments. Those like him are forced into slavery, as they are extremely unpredictable and feral." "Shouldn't it be illegal to own one?" I asked. "Even if the process of making one is, simply having one as a slave is not. As long as they keep him on a tight leash, nobody will say anything about it, as they make good fighters." The other group standing out was composed of 2 adventurers with 10 knights escorting a noble. Ignoring everyone staring at him, the man walked to a receptionist and handed her a quest paper. After she stamped it, he gave a money pouch to the 2 adventurers and left the guild with his escort of knights. "Hey, I recognize you. You're the one who was on that dragon." Before I was able to leave, the silver-haired wolf woman adventurer recognized me and introduced herself. These 2 adventurers were the A-rank duo called the Silver Knight: "Hey everyone. This chapter poll is about Emery's future familiars. I already have one more familiar for her, and I want your opinion on if she should get even more familiars, or if she already has enough. The result will not change the next companion she will get but will influence whether she gets more, or not, afterwards. Current familiars are Lendrick, Mendry, Tara, Highbury, Nash and Tenta does not count toward the final number. https://pikesci.art/artwork/1655045345581562845question mark utman_copy_art/pikesci.art/artwork/1655041821362767678 _source=copy_web https://pikesci.art/artwork/1655048927657023166 How do you feel about Emery getting more familiars? 10 to is not add to the final number. Already enough 6. A few more is not a problem. 7 to 9, never too many. 10 to 12. Your vote will be publicly visible. Cast vote, view results. Oops, we ran into some problems. View results. How do you feel about Emery getting more familiars? 10 to is not add to the final number. 7. Chapter 26. In the light of a new sword, with silver fluffy hair, and a giant sword on her back, the wolf woman standing in front of me offered her hand as she introduced herself. "I'm Syrah, and the guy in armor is Sebastian. Together we are the A-rank duo known as the Silver Knight. We heard that the guild here was paying greatly due to a shortage of adventurers, so we decided to come." Looked like they were lying. "That was impressive work you did back there." "Thanks." "No problem. I'm Emery, A-rank, and these 2 are my familiars, Highbury and Nash," I said with a handshake. Even if I didn't know her, she seemed friendly enough, so I thought it would be a great idea to at least get on her good side. Remembering the fate of the poor soul who met her sword, also pushed me in that direction. The sound of his bones cracking was still fresh in my mind. "I'm Relia, B-rank." "Happy to meet you," Relia said. Standing beside me, she intended to stay with me, while she could have easily left without a word. For that, I was grateful. Not that I was scared of the bear, but it was always reassuring to have a friend nearby. I guessed that Hybrid and Nash also covered that part, but she was welcome nonetheless. The pleasure is ours. Name Sebastian. Standing beside the wolf lady, Sebastian was smiling brightly, with his armor almost as shiny as his teeth. He offered his hand to Relia, and they both shared a handshake. So you said you came because of the lack of high-rank adventurer? I asked. Yeah, we have been at New Ski for almost an entire year, so we needed some fresh air. We heard that Dawn River needed more adventurers. We thought it could be a profitable venture. New Ski? You never heard of New Ski? Sebastian asked, tilting his head. She not really from round. Relia said, it's a city a week away on carriage, a little smaller than Dawn River, but the snowy mountains there are great to hunt. The locals are friendly, and they make the best sweets in probably the whole country. I could hear some nostalgia in Syrah's voice. She seemed to almost daydream as she talked about the place. I keep that in mind if I ever visit. So, what were you planning to do for the rest of the day? Nothing really, just find a nice inn and maybe try some local food. That's great, then why don't you both come with us? We were just about to do some shopping. Relia said. We were? Yes, remember I told you that I knew a few places that may have what you're looking for. I did ask her if she knew any shop that sells quality swords, but I didn't expect to go the same day I asked. Come on, why wait until later? It'd be a great way to show them around, and shopping is always better when we do it with friends. That'd be cool, Syrah said. Sabers, what do you think? Shrugging his shoulder, he didn't seem to mind. As long as I'm not carrying your stuff like last time, I'm in. Come on. It wasn't even that much. Said back to my shoulder. Even monsters can't hurt them as much as you do. Like you ever complained afterwards. Anyway, let go. Hiding her barely visible red cheeks, she pressed Relia to lead us to the first shop. Sebastian and I had to walk fast to not be left behind. Is she always like that? Trust me. You don't wanna know. She usually way worse when we're alone. I trust you on that. A short walk later, we arrived at the first stop of the trip. It was a small store that sold a variety of products like whetstone, oil, and a multitude of vials. I took a particular interest in their stock of potions. Even if their efficiency was only surface level, it could always help to have a few, so I bought some stamina, mana and healing potions. They did have some swords to sell, but their quality was far inferior to my broken sword. The second store was a bit more interesting with a bigger stash of weapons available, but still no steel sword in sight. The only thing that caught my eye was their adventuring accessories like bags, pouches and traveling necessities. They even had specialized dog clothes for protection and travel. Relia and I had an absolute joy playing fashion with Nash. From full black cloak to metal armor to harness made for sled dogs, they had it all. In the end, we settled on a simple brown light armor covering only Nash's torso, made for ease of use and mobility. It also had multiple straps to attach bags, pouches and other things. I also bought some emergency rations that could last multiple months if needed. They were composed of dried meat, bread and hardtack. I had no intention of eating them unless I needed to, but it was better to be safe than sorry, so I filled a few pouches and hung them on Nash's new outfit. Being the last store on our list, I was hoping that the next place would have some decent blades to sell, but their stock was no match for my sword. When I asked the owner about steel blades, he answered that he already sold all his stock to multiple groups of B-rank adventurers a day ago. The only thing he had left was what they hadn't bought. He didn't even have any arrow to sell. I used my entire quiver in the plague land and still haven't restocked yet. At the time, I was too exhausted to get my arrows back, but if I knew that nobody would have any to sell, I would have fetched them all. As the shop specialized in weapons, there was nothing else for me to buy, so I let the others do their things before we all left. The last shop was rather disappointing, Syrah said. The only weapons they had were no better than sharp sticks. I'm sorry, last time I visited, they had way better weapons than that. Relia looked truly disappointed, and it pained me to see her like that. She wanted to help me find a new sword, but her effort came short. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, at least Nash got something out of it. Woof! Nash barked in approval. Since he got his armor, he took pleasure in transporting some of our stuff for us. As none of what Relia and I bought was heavy or too big, He didn't have any difficulty. Syrah's luggage was left to Sebastian, who didn't say anything when she gave him the mountain of things she just bought, like clothes, food and daily supplies. His only reaction was just to let out a big sigh and endure. I can always find a new sword later. I'm sure they restock before too long. It was not like I was about to go on another quest tomorrow. There were a few things I needed to do before that. Mainly the familiar bonding ritual with Nash, Lendrick, and Mendry. I have been putting it off for a while, but now that I had Nash, I had one more reason to do it. Wait, you were searching for a sword all along? Sebastian asked. Yes, my sword snapped during my last quest, so I need a new one. Syrah and Sebastian looked at each other for a second. They clearly were thinking about something, but seemed to hesitate to give it away. We might know someone who can help you with that. Sebastian and Syrah looked around to make sure no one was listening before continuing. He's a blacksmith and a good one, but he not very trusty of strangers. He might refuse to sell you anything altogether. Syrah was almost whispering at this point. And he is in Dornriva? Aurelia asked. Yes, he told his store location last time we saw him, and I doubt he changed place since then. You're sure about this? I asked them. It feels like you're letting us in on a big secret. Won't you both get in trouble with him by telling us that? As long as you won't go everywhere screaming his location to anybody. He probably won't hate having 1 or 2 more customers. Take that as a thanks for helping us back then. Even if we would have been fine without you, you helped without asking for money in return. Not a lot of adventurers these days are like you, and that's a compliment. It was nothing really. We were just passing, and we didn't even stop our flight. For us, it was more like free target practice than anything else. Still, we would like to return the favor. You won't regret it. Let's get going before it gets too dark. Guiding us through the city, Syrah only needed some key points of the city to get an idea of her friend's shop. With how little hesitation she had about following what she was told, she must have trusted him deeply. Starting from the main plaza, we delved into alleys until it was getting hard to remember which path we took. After about 15 of almost being lost in the complexity of the city back streets, we reached a store that seemed to fit perfectly in its surroundings. The sign that there was a store was the single board hanging from the window. If you know, you know. Reading out loud the board, Syrah then checked the surroundings to make sure nobody was following us. When she was sure that we were alone, she opened the door, and we walked right behind her. Inside, everything was net clean, with shelves after shelves full of a wide range of items. Colorful potions, strange-looking daggers, and entire racks dedicated to highly detailed and well-crafted weapons were everywhere. As I started looking at the displayed swords, footsteps were coming our way from the door next to the counter. When the door opened, it revealed the owner of the shop and the blacksmith of all these beautiful weapons. The blacksmith looked like any normal human with his brown hair and normal profile. Wearing a standard white shirt and trousers, he was the pinnacle of a normal human, or at least, he looked like one. Aurelia and I could see right through his camouflage the moment we laid eyes on him. The room was silent as the owner froze the moment he noticed both me and Aurelia. None of us knew what to say as we were glaring at each other. Sebastian was the one to break the silence. How you're doing, Tech? We thought you could help our friend right here to find a new sword. Your work is equaled by none, and we would really appreciate it if you could do us that favor. Please, I guess it's fine, but remember, the only people allowed in my shop are those who are not loose lips. If too many people learn where I live, I leave this city immediately. Thanks, we appreciate it, I said. So, what do you need? Taking out my broken sword, I showed him the snapped blade. My sword broke during my last quest. No merchant had any that could match its quality, and I didn't want to settle on a cheap sword. I'm kinda used to quality, I can see that. Taking the sword, he began inspecting it with his meticulous eye to make sure no detail escaped him. It's standard, but well made with quality steel. Follow me, I have a few swords that are sure to catch your eyes. With Hybrid in my arms, Aurelia followed me. Nash was sleeping near the door, making sure that nobody was spying on us. With a low voice, so that neither Syrah nor Sebastian could hear her, she asked the one question that I didn't dare to ask. I didn't know there was another elf in the city. What are you doing here? As all pure elves could recognize each other immediately, we knew what he truly was. Even if he was camouflaged as a human. Hiding, and you both should too. He answered hesitantly. Hiding from what? You don't know? The cult is back. They almost captured me in the capital. Thank the gods I was able to run away before that happened. Cult? What cult? I asked. Nobody ever told me about any cult that I should worry about. Except for the city church, I barely seen anything religious since I've been here. No way. Relia seemed shocked at the news. Tech, the owner, was thankfully generous enough to explain why I should worry. You seem young, so you might not know about them. They are a sect created almost 1,000 years ago that entirely dedicated themselves to pure elves. Hunting and capturing any pure elf unlucky enough to be found. No one knows what happened to those who have been captured. Has no one ever saw them again? I see that you're also camouflaged as a human. Keep it up that way, it's safer. Why are they back? My mom told me that they disappeared 600 years ago. They did, but it had only been a year since I saw them myself, yelling about how pure elves were the pinnacle race only matched by the gods themselves. Think about it, an entire group of like 20 deranged cultists shouting at you that they will restore the elf race to its true glory. No one is insane like that. No one except them. The description fit. But what about pure elf in other cities? Have they been warned? I met a few others, but less than I expected. I did some research before going into hiding, and they have captured at least 30 pure elves in all the known continents. The guild and law enforcement tried to find them, to no avail. It's possible they have captured even more. 30. If I remembered what the goddess told me, that was like a third of the entire race population. That cult was not joking around. No wonder he's hiding in some dark unknown street in Dawnriver, far away from the capital. What can we do? I asked. His answer was simple. Stay hidden and stay sharp, and the most importantly, don't go yelling that you're a pure elf around. I don't think they have many agents in the city, so there shouldn't be too much to worry about, at least for now. Anyway, now that you're both warned, let's get down to business. It has been a while since I had customers. The change in attitude was so sudden that it took me a moment to understand what he said. My original objective was finding a new sword, and this place was bound to have one fitted to me. After a quick look at some of his work, I stumbled on a set of weapons emanating faint traces of mana. The energy I felt in each of them was different from each other, but I was able to recognize the magic in them. There were spears, maces, long swords and even katanas, all emanating a variety of elemental affinities like fire and water. The ones that I wasn't familiar with were probably other affinities that I didn't have, like wind or earth. I confirmed that fact with Relia, who possessed the earth affinity. I didn't know it was possible to make a weapon have an affinity. How does it work? Taking one of his sharp creations in hand, he ignited the tip with burning flames. He swung it left and right as he perfectly controlled the intensity of the flames. Transfer some mana in a weapon that you have a shared affinity with, and the weapon will absorb the magic to gain the wanted effect. You won't see many of these around. I learned the technique from an old, insane guy. He told me he researched this type of magic forging for almost all his life, before finally getting it. It was hard to convince him to teach me, but the result speaks for itself. Spinning the sword, the blade moved quickly as it left behind a blazing trail. With a simple thought, he was able to control the fire and make it move like a snake in the air, illuminating the whole room with crimson light. With the fire grazing my hair, I could feel that the fire wouldn't harm me, even if I were to touch it. He was probably capable of making it avoid burning allies at will. After a bit more show-off, he stopped and put the blade back where he took it. With the beautiful spectacle we just had in mind, Relia and I started looking for a suitable magic weapon. Leaving without one each was now impossible, as we were totally mesmerized by the appeal. It was a magic weapon, after all. Who could have seen that and be left indifferent? The idea of having my own burning sharp stick was almost haunting my mind. My gaze lingered on the weapon he used for his demonstration, the beautiful steel roaring with fire, but I decided otherwise. As much as I wanted a fire sword just because it was cool, I thought I should at least see what other affinities were capable of doing when used with weapons. Leading us to a separate room with draining dummies and isolated walls, he told us to try whatever we wanted as long as we didn't destroy the whole place. Relia first tried a sword fueled by water magic. Circulating her mana through the blade, she was able to create a thin double-layer edge that added to the sword's sharpness. Aiming at the dummy, she let the blade fall on his head and split him in half. With some concentration, She was also able to increase the water edge of the sword to make it longer and thicker. Before she was able to test the newfound trick, the water fell to the ground, having run out of mana. Putting a hand on her head, the mana headache quickly disappeared as she put the sword back in its rack. After testing it myself, I felt my mana evaporate with each milliliter of water added to the weapon. These things were extremely mana hungry. In a short fight with multiple allies, this would not be a problem, but if I ever was isolated and surrounded, this was bound to drain all my mana. At least, the user was the one who chose whether to feed the weapon or not. If simply touching the sword had consumed mana, these would have been too detrimental to use. After an hour of toying with magic swords, we each settled on a weapon to buy. Relia ended up buying the first weapon she tried, the water sword. The others that she tried weren't bad, but she felt more comfortable using something that she could hide most of the time. After a minimum of practice, she was able to reduce the water edge of her blade to be extremely thin and cut deep into the stone floor. With more time, she was sure she could apply the edge just before landing her hit, minimizing the mana consumption. As for me, I choose something a bit more special. Just under a meter of total length, my new sword was shining with a single line tracing the middle. Being double-edged with a short tip, its weight was perfect for my taste, and it came with its own custom-made sheath. Testing the sword one last time, before leaving with it, I channeled mana through the blade and light began emanating from it. With the darkness of the night settled on the city, my blade illuminated the whole shop with a bright, warm light. Turning it downward with the tip resting against the floor, the mana accumulated rapidly until it blasted its entire mana supply around me. Even with my eyes closed, I could feel how brightly the light was. Lasting barely 2 seconds, if it was used in real condition, the light blast was bound to blind my enemies and give me enough time to cut them open. The most appropriate way to describe its effect would be to call it a flashbang, exactly the name I decided to give the blade. Costing 35 gold each, he absolutely refused to give us any discount on the basis that with how little customer he had, he needed to put the price high for his product, which was fair taking the quality of the swords into account. I also bought enough arrows to fill my entire quiver to the brim with some special fire arrows that could combust anything and water arrows filled with controllable liquid. My arsenal was now more dangerous than ever. Leaving the store, we said goodbye to Tech and walked to the city plaza, guided by Nash's sense of smell. When we reached it, we asked Syrah and Sebastian if they needed help to find a suitor Berlin, but they declined, telling us that they already spotted a few interesting places during our shopping. Giving them our in-location if they wanted to see us, we left toward our accommodation. Back at home, Relia took her stuff from Nash's transport bags and told me to have a good night, as she headed to her room a few floors higher. Inside my apartment, I found Tara still on the bed, not having moved a single inch, swaying left and right in front of her always opened eyes. The light in the 8 black holes followed me in my track, meaning she was awake. Before going to sleep for the day, I took some time to prepare what I would need for tomorrow. The familiar bonding ritual was not something that could be taken lightly, especially when done with a plague dog and 2 eye-catching dragons. https://pikesci.art/artwork/1656844262878 /source=copy_web 8. Chapter 27, Forever Together. With the sun shining its morning light on us, we were gathered on the inn-spacious roof. The familiar bonding ritual only needed me and the actual soon-to-be familiar, but Lavender, Carolee, Relia, and Firelia all wanted to see it firsthand. Lavender had already seen it once since she was there when I made Tyra into my familiar, but she still wanted to supervise me in case I did something wrong. She also already had her own familiar with Randall, who was on the roof with us, so at the very least, she could help if I forgot something. I spent a good time preparing and revising the actual ritual described in the book Lavender gave me a long time ago. Even if I had already done it once, there was always a risk of making a mistake that could have an unwanted effect on our very soul. I had to be extra careful since this time I was doing it with 3 familiars at once, and 2 of them being way bigger than me would only complicate things. Before starting, I wanted to check on a single thing before I bonded us all together for eternity. Once multiple souls are linked together with this ritual, it is permanent and no magic can break or change that fact. There would be no turning back for them and me. It was not like if one of us died it would kill us all. But matter that concerned the soul shall not be taken lightly. Looking at Nash, Mendry and Lendrick all waiting before me, I wanted to tell them something first. Kneeling before them and looking at each of them in the eye, what I was about to say was not an order, but more like a request. I want to thank you three for the support you all gave me. It means a lot to me and I want to make sure you understand that what we are about to do is eternal. There is no turning back or changing mind later. We be all linked forever with a bond that goes beyond our dimensions. The gods themselves will be witness to it, and we are connected with both mind and soul to a certain degree. Waiting for their reaction, I took a pause. Since they were all smart enough to understand my every word, I was sure they understood full well the importance of what was about to happen. Waiting for me to continue, I took a calm and decisive breath. It's why I want to give you three the choice of doing it or not. This is a once-in-a-lifetime decision but also an opportunity. While all of you will be taking care of me, I will also be taking care of you. This goes both ways. Honestly, this is not that different from what we have been doing up until now, but it will make it official. According to the book, it was the gods that decided to allow multiple familiars to be bonded to the same person, but that particular part does not go both ways. If we do it, none of you will be able to bond with anyone else ever again. As I am an elf, we will have a lot of time together, probably thousands of years if nothing kills us in the meantime. It will also link you to Dara and Hybri who are already bonded with me. Due to past circumstances, they both didn't have a real choice in becoming mine. On my side, Dara and Hybri were waiting. They both looked at their maybe companion in the hope that they accept to join us in our little family. While it was hard to discern the spider's attitude about the whole familiar thing, Hybri was clearly happy to be with me at all times. I just hoped Tara felt the same. She didn't really have a choice at the time. It was that or die. Even if it is what it is, I sincerely hope that she didn't regret it. The little Hydra was expressively enthusiastic about his bigger friend joining us, rubbing his heads against each of them. Being immediately bonded with me the second he was born, I and the other were all he knew, so he wasn't really an objective viewpoint to say that it was a good idea to join me, but he did have an effect on them, as nobody in their right mind could resist being charmed by its cute squeak. That's why I want to give you three the choice. You could say no and let things stay as they were up until now, accept, or walk away entirely and leave us to live your own life. I would totally understand if any of you wanted to leave, as there is no telling when is gonna be the next time I get ourselves in a dangerous situation that could kill me or any of you. If that is the choice you make, then there will be no hard feelings and I would still forever cherish the time we had together in my heart. Hybri looked visibly sad at the idea that they could decline and leave us. Bowing his heads, he looked them all with his pleading eye to stay, bonding with me, also have some advantage and I want to bring them up. You all be fed the best food I can get, the best accommodation to make you comfortable and my forever dedication to you and your well-being. And that also goes for your Regmendry. I understand that he is very important to you and will do my very best to make sure nothing happens to him. With the meager offerings I can give to you three, I hope that you can all stay with me for now and forever. Bowing my head before them, I didn't know if it was because I was asking them such a big favor or if it was to hide my crying face. With tears rolling down my cheeks, I couldn't contain myself at the idea that they might leave. In this world, far away from the hospital bed I spent my life in, they were all I had. With the exception of Lavender and her wyvern Randall, Lendrick and Mendry were the ones that have been with me the longest, and they might actually beat her with all the flight and hunting we did back on the island. If Lavender was something close to a mom to me, then Lendrick and Mendry were the uncles and aunts I never had. Just their presence alone was generally enough to calm me. Without taking into account the fact that they are dragons, I always felt safe with them. Something that I never thought was possible with how much time I spent at death's door. Nash was a totally different matter. I had only known him for less than a few days, but being my best friend, he already made himself a place in my heart. It is true that I saved him at the expense of leaving me penniless in hostile territory, but I made it clear that he could do whatever he wanted with his life. Except for the spider in the corner of my hospital room and the cat roaming around sometimes, I never had any real pet before. When I heard people say they would do anything for their dog or cat, I didn't believe them. But now, I understand what they meant. For my cute little plague dog that looked like a living carcass, I was ready to fight entire armies just to pet him again and see him happily swing his tail, but it was his to decide his own fate. Staying still with my head low, I waited for their answer. Snuggling himself against my side, Highbury comforted me as best as he could. I felt his heart and soothing intent through our bond. At the very least, no matter the darkness that we would face, we'd be together. Tara, on my right, did not do the same, but I could feel she was at least pleased with the life I gave her. The book mentioned that the bond between one and his familiar will grow with time and experience, allowing us to better understand each other's thoughts and intent. Right now, I wasn't able to decipher what she was thinking whatsoever, only that she liked learning about the world and things she had never seen before when she was stuck on her island. Hearing Nash's paws padding against the stone, I felt his decayed tongue against my cheeks. Looking at him, he put his head against mine and swung his tail faster than I had ever seen. Understanding his choice to stay with me no matter what, I wasn't able to contain myself and hug him tight, letting my tears rain on him. He let me stay like that for a few seconds, before unleashing a barrage of happy lick on me. It was like we were battling with each other for who liked the other more. Now that Nash was with me, there was only Lendrick and Mendry left. Looking at each other like they were talking between themselves, I gave them as much time as they needed. In their eyes, I was probably just a little girl who needed babysitting to avoid getting herself killed one way or the other. I didn't really know what their life was like before they met me, nor what their ambition was. My best guess was that they were waiting for their egg to hatch and live a simple life, safe and far away in the sea of flying islands. Now far away from there, I had no idea what they wanted. Their egg was their priority. That much I could understand, and I didn't expect them to put it in danger just to hang around with me. That's why I said I'd take care of it too. That was the very least I could offer them. Minutes later of waiting later, I received an answer. Instead of gesturing it or somehow telling me what they decided, Mendry spoke with Tara with a few low growls, responding with shrieks of approval. The spider understood the dragon's words. Walking up to Lendrick, she used her sticky legs to climb on him. Going toward his saddle, the dragon let her do her things as the spider opened one of the bags hanging near the main seat and searched for something inside. Recognizing the bag, it contained our traveling instruments, like a compass, sundial and most importantly maps. I barely ever look at the ones, but it seemed to have spiked the interest of the two dragons, as the spider took out the biggest map of the lot. Dropping to the floor, Taran unrolled the gigantic 2-meter map on the cold stone. This very map was one used generally to indicate a specific location to big familiar or mad, since intelligent monsters weren't that rare to have. I bought this one when I was shopping for supplies, just before going to the Plague Land. At the time, I thought it was a great idea to have one as it could easily help my dragons find landmarks. Now, I just hope that they weren't looking for somewhere to go and abandon me. If it was their wish, so be it, but it would nonetheless leave me with a broken heart. Observing the map, both dragons approached their head as closely as they could to discern the different signs and drawings designating areas. Helping them with some indication, Tara seemed to have the ability to understand the writing to a certain level. Pointing at different locations, the spider gave elaborate shrieks about what she thought. More deliberation between the dragons later. They seemed to have made up their mind. With Tara back to my right, Lendrick and Mendry both placed their head in front of mine. Poking my front with their snout, they felt that they both wanted to bond with me. But there was something more to it. Lost trying without any idea of what they meant, it would have taken ages for me to understand, if not for Tara sending me her thoughts about what the dragons wanted. Absorbed in my spider feeling, I slowly tried to decipher her emotions and mind. A feeling of heavy wind coursing through plains of green grass. A landscape filled with animals, monsters and creatures that I had never seen before were everywhere I could think of. Overwhelmed by unparalleled freedom, I was lost in these sensations until I was able to understand what they wanted. Lendrick and Mendry intended to bond with me, but they also sought to fly to unknown lands. That it was for adventure, hunting or beautiful landscape, I didn't know, but it was their decision. I was still grateful that our time together meant something to them. Even if they were far away, our bond would keep us together, no matter the distance. Now that I had their approval, we were ready to begin the ritual. Taking out bottles of liquid mana, I opened them up and dispersed the freezing blue liquid atop my head in a shower-like manner. The cold, almost icy sensation of the liquid made me want to stop the ritual right there for a second, but I steeled my nerve as I felt every inch of my body screaming for a second against the extreme temperature it got exposed to. Seeking through my clothes, I felt the raw mana invade me for a second until it disappeared into my body, leaving me dry like nothing happened. Taking another bottle, I did the same with Nash and showered him in the liquid mana. His body trembled as the cold liquid mana invaded his being. Shortly after, he was back to normal, but I was able to feel the mana coursing through him, searching for his affinity. When it understood that Nash had a plague affinity, the mana incorporated itself in said affinity until it was undetectable. Searching into the mana I absorbed, I kneeled and held Nash's head in my hands as I put my head against his. Detecting a shared affinity, the mana in us reacted, and our body began glowing a deep green light, the color of plague mana. Swarmed by an unsettling sensation, I stood still and accepted the familiar mana forming a bond with my own. As Nash affinity has been shaped using mine, it wasn't totally different from my own mana for the most part. The main difference was that it had a small part of Vipieth plague mana was not enough to stop our forming bond. When the light dissipated, the raw mana flow in our body dissipated, having formed an invisible bond between us. Taking a moment to concentrate on my own soul, I sensed that Nash was now a part of it and that I was also a part of his. We were bonded. Assaulted by more licks, I held my dog in a hug, making sure that he knew he was mine. Walking up to Lendrick, it was now his turn. Reaching for more bottles of liquid mana, I showered myself and then threw more vials at his hard scales, trying to cover every part of his giant figure with an icy cold mana. Breaking on contact, it took a total of 14 bottles to bathe him in the raw sensation of mana. Feeling the strange magic coursing through his skin, he lowered his head to my level and I pressed my forehead against it. The feeling was totally different this time. It was like being invaded by pure raw fire as my mana was trying to match it to become one with it. Illuminating the whole area with burning crimson red, the blazing mana emanating from both of us raised the ambient temperature as the bond was forming. With sweat coming out, I hold on and let my mana melt with Lendrick's foreign magic. Almost exploding around us, our mana harmlessly retracted into our bodies as the light it was emanating died out. Seconds later, I felt the connective bond that Lendrick and I now shared. While still young, the bond allowed me to feel the dragon's soul. It was incredibly more complex than Tara, Hybri, Nash or mine, not because of their different species, but because of their age. Our collectively young minds were palling compared to the thousands of years stored in the dragon mind. The mighty old being was infinitely more mature and was still yearning for more knowledge, but that was about all I could decipher. Its soul was simply too big for our young connection, but with time, I was sure that one day I would be able to grasp more of Lendrick's knowledge and understand a bit more of what was going on in his mind. Staring in each other's eyes, he gave me a single lick of his tongue and covered almost my entire body in one slurp. Thankfully, he didn't soak me at all, since we were dry from the ritual. With Nash and Lendrick finished, it was now the Dragon Lady's turn. As she saw what I did with Lendrick and Nash, she deposited the egg to Tara and exposed her neck and wings to make it easier for me to paint them with liquid mana. Throwing my bottles at her, I was able to cover her up entirely with one less bottle than her husband. I had bought a lot of them in case I would need more than necessary, and it had been a good call. After splashing myself again in mana, I had only 2 more bottles left over. For the time being, they would stay in my bag, unneeded. Hugging Mendry's snout, the mana inside me searched the dragon for a shared affinity until it found out that blazing flame running through both of us. Yet again, swallowed by crimson light, we both concentrated our energy on each other to facilitate the process. As my soul was already accustomed to a dragon soul, the bonding was a little faster than with Lendrick. With the mana flowing through us, it solidified itself until it was a permanent, unbreakable, and invisible link between us. With the mana dissipating, I glimpsed into her soul, searching for her mind. Her thoughts were warm, protective and less wandering than her husband's. She was focused on a single thing that allowed her mind to be cleared with a very specific objective in mind. Protect her egg. It was all I was able to see in her soul. Taking a few steps back, I fell on my butt as I inhaled deeply. With the 3 new presents in the back of my soul and mind, my brain was trying to get accustomed to their unique existence. In that case, accustomed means to have a big headache until I get used to it to the point of not feeling it anymore. Fighting through the envy of going back to my hammock and not waking up until the next week, I got up and walked to my dragons. Lying on their belly, they gave me easy access to their saddles and the bags hanging on them. Untying the ones containing my stuff, I made sure to not forget anything important in the bags left on the saddles. Instead of taking back their saddles, I thought I let them both keep it. It never felt like it was bothering them, and it could be useful in case they met other adventurers or people. Someone might be tempted or scared by a wild dragon, but a saddle was proof that the beast belonged to someone else. Unless they intended to piss off someone strong enough to tame a dragon, nobody will dare touch them. If it came to it, they could always just throw the saddles away, and it wouldn't bother me at all. I could always make another one later as needed. When the headache started to die down, I hugged their heads and scratched their sweet spot under the chin until they couldn't take it. Now bonded with them, I could feel that they yearned for adventure and exploration of new lands. As I already settled down in Dawn River for the time being, staying constantly around me would have limited their freedom of travel. Approaching Tara, who was holding her egg, Mendry delicately took her egg with her sharp teeth and deposed it into my arms. Looking into her eyes for an answer, I was sent through our bond feelings of safety, trust and freedom. My best guess was that they both have taken a step back from potential danger since they had their egg, not wanting to harm the little one before it was even born. Any potential threats were avoided altogether for its survival. A dragon egg could take years and even decades to hatch, and the boredom of protecting it was starting to get to them. With me now added to the equation, they could safely leave the egg in my hands and enjoy again some adventures as a dragon couple. It was not like they intended to abandon either me or their egg. I could always ask them to come back if I needed their help, and they would visit on their own occasionally. Once the dragon would hatch out of its egg, they would make sure it grew up as the mighty beast it was destined to be, but until then, holidays were calling. With the egg warm in my arms, they began flapping their wings and took off to the sky. Aiming for the unknown, they both disappeared on the horizon. With a single tear dropping on the egg, I was grateful that they trusted me. I would do my very best to protect that egg and make no one find out about it. A dragon baby was potentially an enormous asset to anyone getting their hands on it. If a single person with a shred of guts ever found out that I had a dragon egg with me, ruffians, bastards or the king himself might come for it, and it was bound to cause trouble. I didn't care about what he wanted for the good of his country or people. They would meet the edge of my blade the second they dared try getting their hands on my egg. If anybody wanted it, it would cost them infinitely more than just blood. Pressing her S-ranked boobs against my back, Lavender gave me a hug to vanish any sadness I was feeling. I have been so focused on the ritual that I actually forgot they were here, watching the whole thing from the start. At least, I didn't have to worry about them talking about the egg to other people. I trusted Carolee and her daughters with my elven instinct and Lavender with my heart. Patting me on the head, Lavender spoke in a calm, comforting tone. "You did great. That was a beautiful bonding ritual. I'm proud of you. You did your best for them, and they trusted you in response. Now, what is the oath of any familiar or summon master in our most dire time, through the nightmare of this world?" I whispered, knowing by heart the only sentence written on every single page of the book she gave me about summoning and familiar. "We swear to always shine and do our very best for our dearest friends." Lavender followed, having made that oath herself. "No matter the distance, the obstacles and the danger against us, that it is beasts, calamities or gods, we will face them together, in this life and the unknown that comes after it. May our bond be as strong as my love for you." I ended. This was the oath I made when I first tamed Tara. At the time, I didn't really think much of it, but now, I understand its importance. Even if it was nothing official or magic, this oath was the proof of my dedication to my familiars. Something that I will have to work hard to honor. Rubbing his head against my leg, Nash didn't want to be left out of the hug. Highbury too wanted to join as he climbed on Lavender and settled on my head. Tara wasn't as affectionate, but she did extend her leg to pet the little hydra. "You said it beautifully." Lavender said. With Lendrick and Mendry away for the time being, you need some training to be considered a full-fledged A rank. You will need to be strong to protect them and the gift they gave you. We start this afternoon. Can't we do it tomorrow morning? I'm a bit tired, I replied lowly, knowing full well what she was about to say. There was no changing her mind. Training is best done tired. To improve, you need to push your limit to their limit. In 3 hours, we leave for the guild. Be ready by then. Are you going to end the hug so I can get a nap, or are we going to stay like that longer? Is this complaining that I hear? Do you want it to end? No, just wanted to know how long we could stay like this. https://pikesci.art/artwork/16595903946371161?Utm_source=copy_web. Few things to say. First, I originally intended for the dragons to stay with her, but after deliberation, I decided to make them go away and come back occasionally or when needed. They were too strong for the current state of the story and basically erased any tense situation. In that mind, Emery will need a new mount for her adventure. This new companion will not become a familiar but will appear often to allow her to move and travel easily without her having to walk for 3 days straight. As it is totally unexpected, this new mount will be the subject of today's poll. I do not have any specific creature in mind, and I am open to suggestions. My only constraint is that the creature is limited to the ground and or sea. I did not send 2 flyers away just for a brand new one to join. Randall will also appear from time to time for Emery's use, but he is Lavender familiar. Also, I added the option of voting for a wolf and the like, but I am a bit overloaded by all the stories using the trio of dragon, wolf, slime, etc. I leave the choice up to you, but still pretty please, no wolf. You can vote up to 2 times. What kind of mount should she get? Horse, standard, reliable, and classic. No unicorn, wolf, fox-like, beast-like, beast, cat, bear, honey badger, etc., resembling those on Earth, but bigger, lizard-like, chameleon, Komodo dragon, snake, alligator, dinosaur, raptor-like, etc., flightless bird, chocobo, terror bird, ostrich, kuluyaku-like, etc., fish, octopus, earth doppelin, sand shark, vaporon like I do know, etc., something else. Multiple 2 votes are allowed. Your vote will be publicly visible. Cast vote view results. Oops, we ran into some problems. View results. What kind of mount should she get? 6. Chapter 28, A Glimpse of the Dungeon Nightmare. Disturbing the peaceful afternoon of the forest, the sound of clashing swords could be heard through the woods. Near the river, a decrepit dog, a big spider, and a small hydra watch with middling interest the fight occurring in front of them. As we have been doing this for hours now, they saw me helplessly trying to defeat Lavender dozens of times. Focusing on my sword proficiency, I wasn't allowed to use magic for today's training. Searching for any opening after each blow that I dealt, she easily blocked all my attacks and sidestepped with confidence blows that I was sure would hit her. With her absolute mastery of her sword, she was so sure that I wouldn't be able to land a single hit on her that she was wearing her everyday clothes without any armor or real protection against a cutting edge. If we were using wooden swords, this would have been fine, but we were using real steel weapons that could cut very painfully into someone's flesh. She was kind enough to not ruin my skin with scars and instead used the flat of her sword to hit me whenever I was defenseless, which was often enough to make me learn that a weapon didn't need a cutting edge to hurt someone properly. Even with the minimal amount of force and technique she was putting into each strike, they still sent me away to eat the grass on the ground. We agreed beforehand that Tenta would be cushioning to a certain degree all the hits that I would suffer, just in case one of her attacks ended up stronger than anticipated. If it wasn't for the padding of both my armor and the tentacles protecting me, my bones would have suffered fatality-style damage during our combat. This was the goal of training like this, to prepare against the worst. I needed to know the consequence of my and the enemy's every move. Each setback and somewhat painful shock reaching my brain was a very tiny lesson learned that would add up over time and maybe save my life later down the line. Done in a relatively safe environment, I could absorb as much fighting experience as our time allowed. Better here and now than there and then. I didn't expect the world to be as kind as Lavender's. and it was my job to be tough enough to protect and survive. Lying on the ground, my armor was damaged at the hundreds of spots that Lavender's sword hit, and although my body was in much better shape, it was still a struggle to resist the temptation of giving up. Standing up, every fiber of my body wanted me to stay down and be spared from the next strike. With a proud smile that I didn't know if it was for me or herself, Lavender signaled that this would be the last fight of the day. Taking a deep breath, I picked up Flashbang by the grip and took my stance. Holding the sword with one hand, I prepared myself for what was about to come. I needed to be sharp as possible if I wanted to win. With 5 meters separating us, I stood ready and observed Lavender's every move, awaiting my approach. She wanted me to be the one to strike first. Dashing straight at her, I aimed toward the arm holding her sword, deviating the tip of my sword with her own. I dodged her counter-strike with a well-timed backstep. Now that the fight was properly started, she didn't let me go away that easily. Always keeping me within her sword range, I was forced to defend myself as she tried to knock the breath out of me with the flat of her blade. Relying on my smaller-than-average size, I used my speed paired with quick jabs to push her weapon into uncomfortable positions that would leave her vulnerable. Always staying alert, I steadily kept attacking whenever I had the chance. At some point, she was the one defending herself, trying to not get overloaded by the approaching storm of slices and stabs coming at her. Seeing her movement slower than before, I sensed it as an opening and took my chance to get my first cut on her since the start of our training. Aiming to disarm her, I poked toward her right arm and was blocked by the hilt of the sword. Protecting her hand, she took a step back and jumped far backward with a backflip. Not letting her leave my range, I immediately took chase and anticipated her landing point. At the moment she hit the ground, I was right in front of her, about to get the cut that would mean my victory. Instead, she used the palm of her left hand to push my sword away, and in one quick motion, kicked me in the stomach. Even with all the cushioning given by Tenta, her kick was strong enough to send me flying away above my familiar to crash into the river behind them. Back first into the knee-deep shallow water, I felt the soft tentacles protecting me, doing their best to absorb the impact of the hard rock on my back. Thanks to them, my body was hurting but not broken. "Are you hurt?" Offering her hand, Lavender showed some concerns, but they were unfounded. Accepting the help, I was brought back up and was still standing with little difficulty. "I'm fine. It's a shame that I wasn't able to get any hit." "You truly are something. If I had allowed you the use of magic, I would have been in serious trouble." "Do not underestimate yourself. You are young and lack experience, but show great promise. One day, I am sure you will be at my level, if not better." "Are you sure?" "Carolee told me how you handled that calamity monster after I was knocked out. It would have died by your hand if you had got just a few more hits in, and you did it without any magic left." "The monster was extremely weak at that point. If all its heads had targeted me, I would be dead." She chuckled. "Besides, I hope you never learn, but rage and desperation are not to be underestimated. But enough of that, it's getting late, and we need to turn in the quest before sunset." "Randall, we're going!" she yelled. At his lady's command, the black wyvern came out of the shadow, holding a dead big monster-looking bird in his mouth. Putting it into a highly stretchable bag, Lavender packed the dead target on her wyvern. "How's the egg?" I asked Dara. Being the most fitted and enthusiastic to the task, she had been guarding the egg while I was occupied. Uncovering the blanket hiding her back, she tapped gently the neatly tied egg. Once I was sure it was safely locked, I praised her. Having to worry about it all the time would be horrible, so I needed to find a way to keep it both safe and secret. With both my dragons gone, people with not enough things to worry about would wonder where they are gone. If I started walking around, showing off a decently big egg, someone was bound to understand its provenance, and nothing good would come from that. For now, hiding it in a blanket on Dara's back was the best thing to do. When we were all safely buckled up on Randall, Lavender gave him the go. Escalating fast in the sky, the sun was slowly letting the night in. Not long after the magnificent dawn, we arrived at Dawnriver. Letting us off in front of the guild building, I grabbed Highbury in my arm, and Lavender took the bag from Randall's saddle. Still, on the wyvern's back, Tara and Nash held on tight as he ascended once more. They would go ahead to the inn without us since there was no need to parade them for the world to see. If anything, it was safer for the egg that way. Inside the guild, There were very few adventurers left, as they had all already finished their quest long ago. Actually, there were few healthy people around, but it did surprise me to see so many injured adventurers filling the place, and they were not looking great. Wrapped in bandages, many of them were clutching themselves in pain in a corner of the building. Holding a staff, one woman with a simple brown ponytail was using her magic to heal them to the best of her ability. She cast multiple healing spells on the injured wounds. When someone had its injury mostly healed, she immediately got to work on the next one. Barely saying a word to those she was helping, she hid a face that made it clear that she did her job only because she was getting paid. She didn't even pay attention to the thank you she was receiving. On the contrary, it looked like she hated it. Walking up to Sophia's counter, Lavender gave her the bag, and the receptionist glanced at its contents before taking out a small pouch of coins. She looked so tired that I put Highbury in her arms for soothing cuddles. Hugging the cute little Hydra, she enjoyed him for a few seconds as he scratched his head against her fur. When she looked better, and more importantly, happier, she gave him back. "Thank you. I needed that," Sophia said. "Good job for completing this quest. This one has been up for some time now and nobody was available to do it, even if it was only B rank." Her normally well-maintained black fur was in total disarray, and her posture suggested that she had been busy for most of the day. "Don't mind it, glad I could help," Lavender said with a smile. "Are you okay?" I asked. "You seem tired. You should get some rest. Thank you for your concerns. Someone will take my place soon, so I just have to stay awake a bit longer. There have been a lot of problems today. Compared to what these unlucky adventurers have endured, my job is easy," she said, nodding toward the line of adventurers who waited for the single healer's magic healing. "What happened to them? Run into a dragon or something?" Lavender asked. I was wondering the same. I never seen so many people injured. "What happened? Honestly, we're not sure." Glancing at the once proud adventurers, Sophia looked more worried about them than the one in charge of healing them. "We had multiple groups of high-ranked adventurers missing recently, but we never thought it would be this bad. This group was triple their number when they entered the dungeon 2 days ago. They say that something was roaming the shadows and tore them apart one by one, some more literally than others. It's a miracle they made it back." With that unidentified monster roaming around, the guild has restricted access to the deepest part of the dungeon. There is already enough casualty, and we can't afford to lose any more than we already have. I'm S rank. Do you want me to handle that monster? With me and Carolee, there is no way that the both of us can't handle whatever is down there. I appreciate your offer. I will suggest it to the guildmaster as soon as he gets back from his expedition in the dungeon. As soon as she saw the state of these adventurers, she assembled a team of the best A rank she knew to go search the dungeon for potential survivors. "Aren't you worried that she's not going to get back? Whatever monster is in the dungeon must be quite a threat to take care of so many adventurers. After seeing the state of the poor fools that made it out, that guildmaster must be suicidal to step into the monster nest that willingly." "Don't worry, although she is just A rank, her goal is search and rescue, not hunting down the monster. Her team is composed of the finest hunters this guild has to offer. If someone can find survivors and get out safely, that's her and her team. If you want to help more, Miss Lavender, I suggest that you take up more quests." With the number of adventurers diminished for the time being, there has been a piling up of B and A rank quests. It would be truly appreciated if you could help clear them. "Understood. I see what I can do tomorrow." Agreeing to the proposition, Lavender was more than enthusiastic to help the friend of her best friend. "I helped too," I followed. "I'm not gonna refuse some free experience after all, nor the money that comes with it." "That's great, but I recommend that you stick to B rank quest for now." Stopping, she got closer so that nobody would hear, and continued in whispers. "I know you're A rank, but without your dragons, it is better if you avoid tackling A rank quest. At least not without a group with others A rank in it. I don't want to write another missing report, especially not with your name on it." "Fine, I do as you say." I still needed training, but there was no need to put myself into situations that would be too dangerous for me. That meant that I wouldn't be able to go with Lavender on A rank quest for now. I didn't doubt her ability to protect me if anything went wrong, but that would mean just that. Being protected, slowing her down while she would have multiple quests to do was bound to cause problems and put both of us in danger. Relia and Fyralia mentioned that they were B ranks, so I'm sure they would be down to do some quests with me and teach me new things. There was still a lot that I didn't know about being a pure elf, and as two pure elves, they were totally qualified about the subject. Plus, we had a few affinities in common, meaning they could teach me a spell or two. My repertoire of spells was lacking, and concentrated more on a single trick with each affinity. It was time to learn and upgrade my spell list. Otherwise, why even have multiple affinities in the first place? Talking a bit more, the healer who was healing the adventurers left the ones she was helping mostly healed and walked up to Sophia, without a glance at those still left in pain. None of them were in life-threatening danger, but it was clear that they needed a lot more help if they were to sleep peacefully. Unfortunately, my skill set didn't allow me to heal them more than they already were. I only knew how to cauterize and mend surface wounds, not fix broken bones or alleviate pain. Lavender had the same face that I did. She would have helped them if she could, but as she only ever healed my wounds with potions and basic spells, I guessed that she didn't know more than I did. Having finished our main business here, Lavender and I stood aside, letting the girl pass. Get me my money. I can't do more for them, the woman with a small ponytail said, but they are still clearly in pain. Can't you numb it more? No, I'm way too mana dry for that. Consider it lucky that I was able to heal them all as much as I did. Now, where's the money we agreed on? She said in an unrelenting manner. Calling out one of her colleagues, Sophia told her to get the money they discussed earlier. Not long after, the other receptionist arrived with a big pouch that could barely fit in her hand, and heavy in coins. I didn't know how much was inside, only that it was a lot. When she received the money, the healer checked its content to make sure the count was right, then left without another word. Who is she? I asked Sophia. She is a B-rank adventurer who recently arrived in town. The only thing I know is that she studied as a disciple at a church of healing. This is one of the few establishments in the world that can provide better education in the art of healing than the Academy of Magic. Before leaving, the guild master hired her to take care of the injured. Was she really that necessary? She seemed expensive. Even I could have provided some basic healing, and it would have cost you a fraction of the price. She was there when the guild master left, so the decision was taken on the spot. I won't diminish your ability, but these adventurers were in a much worse state before you arrived. She truly did miracles on them. You are blessed to have been spared the sight. Well, I wasn't here when it happened, so I won't comment on her work, but I did hear great things about the Church of Healing. As much as she looks to hate her work, if she says that she did her best, then there is nothing more we can do. Lavender said. If you want, I have a few good healing potions I can sell cheap. There won't fix them, but a small sip, and they be able to sleep tonight without too much pain. When Lavender put the 3 vials filled with reddish liquid on the counter, Sophia immediately left and returned with more money. Taking only a single gold coin for the 3 potions, Lavender insisted that it was enough as Sophia tried to give her at least a few more coins. Instead of agreeing to a higher pay, Lavender took another potion out of her pouch, this time a purplish color, and pushed it into Sophia's hand. This one for you. Drink it before going to sleep, and you will have the best rest of your life. Don't you dare pay for it. You've been good to Emery and me, so just do your best and I take it as compensation. Thank you. Come on, Emery. Let's go home before it's too dark. Wishing a good night to Sophia, we were walking home when I wasn't able to contain my question anymore. What was that purple potion? You never showed it to me before. You only taught me to make basic healing and mana potions. That particular potion is my personal concoction and is not that hard or expensive to make. It just makes it easier to fall and stay asleep for hours after consumption. If it is that useful, why you never share some with me? I never saw you use something like that. It may have a small aphrodisiac effect at the moment of waking up, so I rather you avoid using it. I can give you the recipe once you get married, not before. And you didn't think about warning her? Why? Some fun right after waking up is one of the best things ever. You learn that someday. Also, I wasn't laying about the potion giving the best sleep possible. You pervert. https://pikesci.art/artwork/16620177238026731 _source=copy_web https://pikesci.art/artwork/16620179646553398 Today poll is about choosing the mount species specifically. The option having the most vote in last chapter poll was the beast-like option, so here are the choices. Their actual size will be enhanced to make them all decent mount. Side note: there is no bear to choose, as a bear is just a nerf honey badger, but bigger. There is no point, honey badger is just more interesting. My personal vote go to honey badger or kitsune. If there is a draw, I will choose the victor between the winning choices. I am open to suggestion about size, appearance, color, name and other factor regarding the specifics of the winner. There will be a bit less than a week to decide the winner, as the next chapter will not follow Emery, but someone or something else. Also, a kitsune can be an interesting choice with the potential to magically appear at his master's side. Just saying. Wolf, please don't, she already has a dog. Puma, very fast big cat. Fox, undecided between a big cat and a wolf, that a fox for you. Kitsune, fox with 9 tails and magic abilities. Honey badger, the most deranged animal in existence, the type of mount that Emery will have. Wolf, please don't, she already has a dog. Puma, very fast cat. Fox, undecided between a cat and a wolf, that a fox for you. Kitsune, fox with 9 tails and magic abilities. Honey badger, the most deranged animal in existence. Your vote will be publicly visible. Cast vote view results. Oops, we ran into some problems. View results. The type of mount that Emery will have. 4. Chapter 29, First-Hand Horror. Fanny the Guildmaster. Inside the depths of the dungeon, a group of 5 adventurers made their way through the dark tunnel leading toward their destination. Composed of some of the best adventurers in Dawnriver, the group led by Fanny the active guildmaster of the city, was following the trail used by the fleeting group that was here before them, now being haunted by an unidentified monster. These sections of the dungeon were forbidden to anyone wishing to stay alive. In this last expedition before the lockdown by the guild, Fanny hoped to find survivors who either were able to hide from the monster or were still alive despite their injuries. With no info on this monster except that it was alone and preferred to stick to the shadows, she wanted to avoid a direct confrontation at all costs. Any monster that was able to decimate multiple adventurers without suffering any injury was never to be underestimated, even by an A-rank pro like her and her team. Led by a light, magic sphere illuminating the way, they arrived where the monster was last sighted. The lost outpost of bioluminescent mushroom. Filled with 3 size mushrooms that could reach the ceiling of the dungeon, this place has long been left to the spore growth. A long time ago, this outpost has been a flourishing place to rest and resupply inside the dungeon, one of the few where someone could hope to have a decent night of sleep after a hard day of work fighting the dangerous monsters inhabiting the other, more volatile areas of the deep underground, now abandoned. This shadow of a place was simply a landmark between many inside the dungeon. Navigating the main pathway, the adventurers were on edge at any sign of movement. With abandoned houses and shacks still holding up despite the years, there were many ways for a foe to take them by surprise in this labyrinth. The most disturbing part of all was that there was nothing else to be found. Without any fly or other small animal to fill the silence, their own footsteps were the only thing reaching their ears and potentially whatever was nearby. Staining the road, pools of blood were filling the air with iron. Trails of the red liquid led deep into shady alleyways and streets that ended up everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Without any corpse to be seen, their best option was to find one and hope to get decent information out of it. Following the bloody trail, Fanny and her team turned multiple corners in search of the one who once held all the blood, making sure to be ready at every step. They proceeded carefully to avoid any unpleasant surprise from whatever was roaming the outpost. Covering their back, the archer was watching with an eagle eye the rooftop and windows of the house surrounding them. With a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, his single mission was to keep the group safe from ambush and surprise attacks. Needless to say, he always did his job impeccably without ever failing, otherwise, He wouldn't be there to do it again. Sandwiched in the middle of their formation, Fanny and her witch friend were to provide magical support to the one on the front, either with stone spikes, lightning rays, defensive walls or basic healing. While they both graduated from the University of Magic, their respective career led them to specialize in different ways. Fanny, with her light brown hair, always preferred to stay close to those needing her help, sometimes even using her own staff to fight off stray enemies coming for her. Having earned the title of Guild Master with her exceptional use of her earth affinity, she was ready for her first fight in a long time. Her friend preferred to stay away from any potential melee battle that could harm her. Instead, she used her profound knowledge of both magic and the dungeon to support those to earn her trust. On the front line of the formation were the two last members of the group. With the two men both equipped with a spear and shield each, their role in the group was simple: make the enemy regret not fleeing when he had the chance. Minutes of careful trailing later, they found a young man lying on the ground with his face against the wall. His armor was bathed in his blood, with multiple sections simply shattered in pieces around him. Approaching carefully, one of the two men turned the young lad over for a proper view of his body. With his nose forcefully retracted in his head, the front part of the skull was almost entirely broken, having been smashed against the wall far beyond what was needed to kill him. Showing lots of the inside, his head was unrecognizable to anyone who would have known him. What was left wasn't even a face only a mother could love. This was a brutal sight, even for veterans of the field. "Anything about that monster?" Fanny asked, her eyes avoiding the remains of the bloody man. Even if this was a rescue mission, any information about whatever did this would be great for later. Sending a potential hunting party without a drop of information about their target would not end well when it would be time to exterminate the thing. For now, sightseeing would do, as gross as it was. Not much, but yeah. Best guess is that the monster first took this guy by behind and pierced his torso, with what, I don't know. Then it dragged it here and proceeded to finish him by delivering some fresh air to his brain. There's something like a hand imprint in this guy's hair, so the thing must have hands that resemble ours. Is it humanoid? A reinfliction perhaps? I know this is rare, but the disease still appears from time to time, so if it is a rare humanoid then at least we know what we are dealing with. Unfortunately, this is not. There's 6-finger mark on his head, so it's not the result of the reinfliction. There's never been a report of the disease provoking growth of new appendages, and there is no humanoid race with 6 fingers. Also, there's no fur here or anywhere, so it probably doesn't have any. No way it could avoid losing a single scratch of hair or fur with all the mess it caused. So we're still in the dark about what that thing is. If it means not encountering it, I prefer it that way. The witch said, "Let's go back to the main road and verify the other trail." "I doubt it, but maybe it kept one of its victims alive," the archer suggested. "Probably not. There isn't a single bite on that guy. Either it already had it full when it gutted him, or it not even hunting for only food." "You think it kills for the fun of it?" The archer's face was disturbed at the thought that such barbaric behavior could be possible. He had seen many kinds of monsters and humans in the past, but none that would desecrate the dead just for entertainment. "Yeah, something like that," answered the man. "Otherwise, there would be no need for that much violence." The guy was bleeding heavily with just the hole in his chest, and the first time he ate the wall was probably also his last sight. But the monster still continued until his victim was beyond unrecognizable. It's a miracle it didn't rip the head off altogether. "Still, let's search for other bodies. If we are sure that it doesn't spare anyone, then we will leave. In the case that there is still someone alive down here, their life is in our hands." Lurking in the shadow of a mushroom tree, the creature climbed the tree surface, avoiding any too luminous spots that could reveal it, before reaching the heaven of the ceiling. Using its tin, but muscular and long arms and legs to stick to the ceiling, the monster took chase toward the direction where he could hear the voices of new prey to kill. Almost 100 meters above the strange assembly of construction, the creature crawled silently between patches of darkness not lit by the mushroom trees. In its natural environment, it only needed its dark smooth skin scales to perfectly hide and wait for its prey to drop their guard. Even the movement of its very long pointy tail was invisible in the darkness that he was born in. Hidden under a thinner part of his robust skull, the monster's eyes could see in the darkest corner of the dungeon. Its head was slightly elongated forward, with a mouth filled with teeth that could shred the thickest of meat with ease. Reaching above the sound intruding his brain, the creature saw 5 life forms that walked in a bipedal manner like him, but unlike him. They were prey and not predators. Recognizing the resemblance they had with the prey he hunted not long ago, his mouth began salivating, not at the thought of filling his stomach, but instead at the simple idea of satiating his ever-hungry killing instinct. The ones he encountered earlier were weak, defenseless and cowards. Even with their superior number, he had made short work of them. His only regret was that he wasn't able to catch them all, allowing some of them to escape. In his silent rage, he wouldn't let any prey escape like before. After all, they were just that, prey. Their life was finished. As soon as he set his sights on them, letting go of the ceiling, the creature landed silently on a nearby rooftop. Tracking his targets, he stayed out of sight by localizing them with his sharp hearing. They moved slower than he thought they would, carefully progressing through stone and wood construct. The creature knew that somehow, his prey were aware of his presence and that they wouldn't be easy to catch by surprise. Their movement and formation were methodical, precise and at the ready in case he was careless. Compared to the complete chumps he gutted earlier, they knew what they were doing. Still, no matter the danger, no matter the risk, he was hungry for their blood. If worse came to be, he would simply hide and launch another surprise attack when they expected it the less. But no matter what, there was nobody to stop his thirst to kill, so they would die. Fanny the Guildmaster. Fanny and her team have found a few more corpses by now. The fate of each of the poor souls they found was bloodier each time. The one in front of them was no exception. The girl had a big slash across her body, with multiple holes spread on her torso. With one of her arms not too far away, the stains of blood on the pavement made it clear that her body had been played around with by throwing her and her inert everywhere. Fanny had to hold on to avoid desecrating the dead with her vomit. The rest of her team was also shocked, but the thought of joining the bloody girl splattered on the ground kept their sense sharp. "Can we go now? I don't think we're gonna find anyone alive in this damn place," the archer asked. "Almost done, give me a minute," the front guard answered. With an expert eye, he observed each detail the body was telling him. Clothes that have been pieced from outside, small drip of a thick liquid akin to saliva, and the precision of having only hit vital organs. All these little things that could have gone unseen by the other were telling him a story. First, the girl has been separated from her group and dragged here by a tail that had served as a hook. Then, the monster ended her by destroying every organ inside her torso. For the severed arm and nasty open wound on her, these were simply made for the fun of it. It was rare, but there were a few monster species that took pleasure in toying with their victim body for the brutal spectacle they could create. The only reassuring fact was that this kind of monster had the tendency to deliver the finishing blow quite fast, and then inflict whatever fatality they wanted to the lifeless body afterwards. "Once you're done, we'll be leaving," Fanny said with uneasiness. "I don't want to chance it more than we already do. We know enough for now that I should be able to form an appropriate team to exterminate that thing." Staying away from the corpse's horrible smell, the other spear and shield wielder stood on guard with his back against a wall. When his friends were busy talking, he was the one to make sure nothing disturbed them. Generally, he was silent and kept his opinion to himself, as it wasn't his job to argue and complain. This time, however, he agreed with their feeling to want to leave this place. With droplets of what he thought were humidity dropping on his armor, he was ready to speak his mind about this whole thing. "The sooner we leave, the better." Vanishing abruptly, both his voice and himself disappeared into the shadow of the roof behind him, never to be seen ever again. "Kurt, did you say something?" Having heard the voice of her friend for a second, Fanny looked around to where she thought her teammate was a second ago. "Guys, where's Kurt?" A look of suspicion appeared in her eyes. It was a common understanding to never split up from the team when on a quest or in the dungeon. This applies especially when doing a dangerous mission like this one. Something wasn't right, and it didn't take long for her to see that. A small pool of blood was splattered against the wall and dragged up to its roof. Useless to say that it wasn't there before. "We lost Kurt." "Battle ready everyone, protective formation now." At Fanny's order, the group of 4 put themselves back to back and each watch a different direction. This was a standard formation that any group of adventurers learned to do quickly. In the heat of a battle, this kind of positioning could save lives, especially when against multiple enemies or a single hidden enemy. What happened? at the ready with his spear and shield. The man was, as usual, extremely calm. "I don't know, there's blood where Kurt was a minute ago." "Shit." Knocking an arrow in his bowstring, the archer searched with his eyes for the killer. Surrounded by tons of possible paths and roofs, his head tried to guess the next direction from where the monster would attack, but to no avail. He just didn't know enough about his target to be sure of what to think. If he was against a human or a normal monster, he wouldn't have any difficulty mimicking their way of thinking and guess the optimal attack point they would take. But he was at a total loss against the pure brutality of whatever took his friend. "Fanny, your order? Tell me we are leaving." The witch held her staff tightly as if her very life depended on it. As she was good enough to cast spells quickly, she only needed to see what she needed to obliterate to send a fury of lightning ray at it. As not only a guild master but also the leader of this team, it was her decision to leave or to search for their missing friend. Having known him for years, it wasn't an easy decision for her. We are leaving." Toward the main entry. "Let go." On her order, they began running in the direction of where they came from. Diving into the labyrinth-like narrow streets of the outpost, they expected an ambush at every corner and were ready in case there was one waiting for them. Still keeping an eye on their back, the archer ran beside Fanny. "Are you serious?" he said. "We're not even gonna search for Kurt? He may still be alive. You saw what that bastard did to the other adventurers. There is no way it's spared him. If we are lucky, the monster is too busy playing with his corpse to chase us." "But, shut up," she yelled at him. "Complain all you want when we get out of the dungeon. For now, our only goal is to be alive, so we can make a toast to his memory." Reaching the main road, they left behind the narrowness of the alleyway to the open way leading to the exit, maintaining their speed. They still had a few hundred meters to cross before leaving the bioluminescent mushroom outpost behind. As they continued their run, a faint noise riffled through the air and passed right beside the archer's head. A fraction of a moment later, a spear pierced into the witch's stomach. Going all the way in and beyond, the metal head had entirely gone through her as she began bleeding. Fortunately for her, the shaft of the spear was stuck inside her inert, blocking most of the hole and keeping the wound from leaking too much blood. "Jesse!" The front guards screamed. Stopping in their track, the archer readied his bow and searched for the one having thrown the spear, as it had come from behind them. Meanwhile, Fanny cauterized the wound to the best of her ability and the guard broke both ends of the spear, leaving the middle part inside his friend's stomach. He noticed that the spear he had just broken was the one once used by his friend, but the urgency of the situation kept him from minding it too much. The witch was in too much shock to do anything and she needed proper medical attention as soon as possible. Crippling on the ground toward him just outside his peripheral vision, a black tail, seemingly coming out of nowhere, slowly unrolled around his feet. When he noticed the strange thing circling his leg, he was too slow to react. Having been detected, the tail grabbed the man's leg and swept him off his feet as he crashed face first into the ground. The sound of his heavy armor rang on the pavement as he was dragged away. His scream became less and less loud as he was lost to the inert of the outpost, taking her injured friend in her arms. Princess Carrie style, Fanny and the archer resumed their run toward the exit, more desperate than ever. When they were nearly there, they could see the narrow cave that would lead them to safety. If they could make it inside, there would be a single path to survey and block, making things easier for them if they could reach it. At only 5 meters away from the exit, the archer's sharp ears caught a single small rock being kicked on the ground where he was a moment ago. Trusting his instinct, he let go of his bow, grabbed his dagger, turned round and sliced at the emptiness behind him. Green blood coated his weapon as the monster appeared in front of him, the pain having made it lose its camouflage. A head taller than him, the archer looked at the monster trying to understand what kind of uncharted atrocity he was looking at. He tried to attack it again, but the monster was quicker than him. Ignoring the wound on its arm, the monster spun around and rammed its tail into the archer's side, sending him flying away with multiple fractures. Entering the tunnel alone with the witch in her arms, Fanny glanced behind only to see the monster coming for her at top speed. In the corner of her eye, she saw the archer knocked out on the ground. She was the only one left. Using all the magic she could, Fanny concentrated her mana and cast a spell. Emerging from the ground, a stone wall covered the entire passage behind her, separating her for good from her imminent death. taking a moment to take in the situation. She leaned her back against the wall and did her best to calm her breathing. With her friend still in her arms, she guessed that she should hurry back to the surface in the hope that she wouldn't be the only one to make it out alive. As a few tears rolled down her cheeks, she heard the sound of something hitting the other side of her earth wall. Being almost a full meter thick, the chance that the creature could destroy the wall was small but possible. She didn't know how long the creature would need to destroy her wall, but she was confident that she had a few minutes. The problem was that it might not be enough. Not wanting to be right there when the wall would be broken, she held her friend tight and rushed deeper into the tunnel, leaving the sound of the creature away from her ears as the earth protecting her crumbled more and more with each ruthless hit. https://pikesci.art/artwork/1664291581433468958 copy_web https://pikesci.art/artwork/1664292212016904312 copy_web 5. Chapter 30, Trade Offer. You want food, we want you. Yesterday, Lavender agreed to spend more time focusing on completing quests that have been stacking at the guild for a while. When I woke up, she was already out there doing just that. Even without her to train me, I wanted to do something productive, and that is why I was gonna spend the day with Relia and Fyralia. This time, Tara and Highbury followed me with the egg resting safely with Nash in my room. Like that, the egg would stay guarded, and I would know through Nash's feelings if something were to happen. After a light breakfast, we decided that we should go outside the city and find a calm spot where they could teach me some magic spells and things about a pure elf. I already told them my whole story, and they believed me on the spot. At first, I thought it would be a good idea if we could do it here, but they said that it was better somewhere where nobody would be spying on us. The city was safe, but information about pure elves was not to be shared with Lucy's. If worse came to be, the cult I heard about could discover that we lived in Dawnriver and try to hunt us down. In that mind, the forest not too far away from the city, where I trained with Lavender yesterday, was a good place to go. All of that led to a problem I didn't think about. To actually get there, we needed a mount as it was too far to go simply on foot. 2 days earlier I would have used Lendrick or Mendry, but without them, I was stuck on foot. I'm pretty sure Lavender would be kind enough to lend me Randall if I needed him, but relying on him constantly while he was her familiar and not mine didn't sit well with me. As neither Relia nor Fyralia ever needed one, they never thought about buying one. The expense to keep it fed and lodged would be too high for the amount of time they would need it. In time of actual need, they told me that they just borrowed or rented one from one of the city stable. We could do exactly that, but I didn't know how long it would be until my dragons came back, so renting one each time would be too expensive in the long run. Since money wasn't a problem and I had an actual need for one, officially buying a mount was the best thing to do. Near the city wall, there were multiple stables that had the reputation of selling reliable mount, so that is where we searched. At least that is what I heard. When we arrived, multiple stables were open for business. On the display, rows and rows of horses and other animals and monsters that I didn't recognize were up for sale. With the standard reliable horse, they were also monsters with bird features like wings and beaks. The other monsters that were considered mounts also included big lizards and big cats, looking like lions and tigers. On the surface, everything was fine. Most of them seem healthy and well cared for, with appropriate muscle and training to do just about everything I need. The problem was their price. From 30 gold for the cheapest and least desirable option to 600 gold coins for the best of the best they could offer. Even the classic horse that I saw just about everywhere cost at the very least the price of Flashbang, the sword I bought not that long ago, and even then these horses were juvenile and not trained. If I wanted something already ready to use and abuse, there was nothing cheaper than 60 gold. For other monsters, their price just got higher and higher. The rarest they were. I had money, but it was not like I was rich. 60 was a lot and far from being pocket money in my coin pouch. True be told, I had the money to buy one of their trained horse, but that still didn't cover the cost of lodging, food and care it would need. The hay they feed on was not very expensive when I asked for the market price, but the real problem was care and shelter. My inn actually provided lodging for its customers, monsters and all, but it would still cost a little extra to the price I was paying. On top of that, the amount of need and time it would take me to take care of a horse would be high. As always, my inn offered this kind of service, but if I was to buy a mount, I wanted to at least take care of it myself. Who knows what could happen if I was in the wild with a mount that won't obey me? It could run away, do something stupid or put us in danger. With these thoughts in mind, it was just better to avoid that problem altogether. When I asked, the seller said that they were species that required less care, but those were extremely expensive as their demand by noble and rich merchants was high. In his expert opinion, rookies or first-time buyers generally stick with a juvenile horse to learn how to handle properly those kinds of animals. Looking at the other stable nearby, their offer was just about the same, and I really didn't want to commit to something as demanding as a juvenile horse. Again, I had the money for a normal horse, but not the desire to work tirelessly just to take care of it. I also wanted a mount that could fit all three of us if possible. I expected it to become normal to travel with other people, and it would allow them to save some money instead of renting each time. My aim was for either big enough or strong enough to pull a small carriage. In that mind, they also agreed to help with money and food, as it would be used by the three of us. Since it would be something we would use and share onward, we agreed to register it under my name, as I was the one buying it. They could use it whenever they needed it, but as they rarely ever left the city, I would be the one using it the most. No luck then. Relia said when we exited the last stable, "We have been searching for more than an hour for the perfect mount but to no avail. If there's truly nothing, it might be better just to rent the horse when we need it." I muttered, "Hey, there is still one last stable we haven't looked at yet. Maybe they have an interesting offer." Firelia called out. The stable she was talking about was a bit further away from the ones near the wall and had a sad, decrepit look to it. The only reason we know it was open was because of all the recommendations and advice I got from the stable owners. This particular shop hasn't been named once, except when they just told me to avoid it. When I asked about where I could find more options, they all suggested their friend's shop instead. "You're sure about this? This place doesn't appear very appealing to me." If someone wanted to attract customers, fresh paint and a few signs could have done miracles for that place. Instead, it was almost like they suggested going to an abandoned shop to see what ghost haunted it. Maybe, we don't know until we try. It's not like we lose anything by at least seeing what they offer. Observing the stable, Firelia was the most enthusiastic one compared to me and Relia, who didn't feel like this was a good idea. It's that, or we buy one of their expensive horse, or even worse, we rent the horse at 2 gold each every time we need one. Firelia continued. "Honestly, I don't feel like being scammed by all these stables. It is obvious they have some kind of arrangement with each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't be as open to suggest their competitor." As we didn't have any better option, we entered the suspicious stable. The inside was surprisingly the total opposite of the outside. It was like opening a book with a sad-looking cover in shamble, only to find the most beautiful and best story inside. The change was confusing. With clean white walls and a marble floor, the entrance was composed of a single reception missing its receptionist. Paintings were displayed on the left wall, each representing monsters that I never saw before. The right wall also had lots of paintings, but instead of depicting monsters, they depicted people of all races. While we were observing the well-made art, a voice coming from the reception caught us by surprise. "Welcome, dead customers. May I learn what you are looking for?" Behind the counter, a well-dressed older-looking man was looking at us curiously. We're looking for a mount, preferably one that can carry the three of us or pull a carriage." "Then you are at the right place. I only offer the best slave and the monster available, and I just so happen to have received a new arrival of creatures that could suit your needs. This way please." The twins and I looked at each other for a moment. We never thought we would be dealing with a slave trader, and it was apparent that neither of us was comfortable buying slaves. Surprisingly, I was the first to follow him. Slavery was not illegal but had strict regulations in this country. For example, it was illegal to enslave innocent people, and becoming a slave was exclusively for those who committed big enough crime. On top of that, it is not like they were treated as total garbage. They had the right to a minimum amount of dignity depending on their age, sex and crime. Or at least that is what I read when I informed myself about some of the basic laws of this country. Slaves weren't what I was looking for anyway. If he had the amount I wanted, then I would have no problem buying from him. If that slaver was confident enough to tell potential new customers that he was selling both monsters and people, then the quality of his products must reach the threshold designated by the country. Otherwise, he could become a slave himself. The room we entered was bigger than the reception we just come from, filled with rows and rows of creatures and peoples. Each of them was doing their own things. Monsters were sleeping or eating, and men and women were knitting or doing other manual labor. Contrary to what I expected, all the slaves were free to roam around as they pleased and talked between themselves freely. The only sign that they were slaves was the collar on their neck. If it wasn't for that, I would have thought that this was a gathering house or something like that. It was not like they looked exactly happy, but sadness and despair weren't what I saw when looking at them. As for the monsters, they all had different levels of freedom. Some were free to roam around, while others were restricted to their cage. Those didn't look that aggressive. To begin with, they probably just preferred to be left alone. Looking through one of the room windows, I saw that the middle of the whole place was actually an open interior garden filled with animals and monsters cohabiting with each other. Some slaves were even doing some gardening with flowers and plants. You are free to look around as you please as long as you do not bother anyone. The same goes for your familiars too, the old man said. Almost all of them are to sell. So if anything or anyone catches your eye, please do not hesitate and I will tell you their price. Snapping his fingers 2 times, a woman in her 30s answered his call. She was relatively young compared to the old man and did what I would call a magnified face with a seductive maid costume that appeared to be very tight on her figure. It had no effect on any of us, but I was sure that any man would have a hard time keeping his eye away from her. Me? Please do your best to find a suitable monster that could fulfill their demand. At her master's command, the woman told us to follow her. My name is Bmi, pleasure to make your acquaintance. May I learn more precisely what you are looking for? At first glance, it was obvious that she was a slave. The collar on her neck was surprisingly fitting with the way her maid costume was made. If it wasn't for it, I would have thought she was a regular employee. Repeating what we told the owner, she led us to a showcase of multiple monsters that could fill the role. In front of us was a big black wolf, a monster-looking cat the size of a horse, a bird-like monster with white wings and a long beak, and at last was a giant lizard resembling a Komodo dragon sticking to the ceiling and observing all the movement happening in the room. When she ordered them to, they all sat down on the ground and awaited further command. On top of being trained, these were rare subspecies of monsters we saw at the other stables, making them more special in their own way. Impressive. Relia commented. To have them do exactly as you want without resistance. I never thought Night Wolf could be so obedient. When she got the chance, Relia began petting the wolf with great interest in his fluffiness. Burying her face in the comfy fur, it is all a matter of training and caring. They know that as long as they do as we say, they are fed and cared for. These are exceptional monsters that could fulfill your demand. Does any of them fancy you? Answering any questions we had, we took some time to contemplate our options. It was not a choice to make lightly, as whatever we chose would stay with us from now on. After discussing with each other, we weren't able to agree on which one was the best. Obviously the Night Wolf is the best choice. Relia said. He's so fluffy, that makes him so comfortable to be on. On top of that, he is big enough that we can all fit on his back with no problem. Traveling with him would give us both the best pillow and the comfiest of transport. As I saw earlier, she was really enthusiastic about the wolf. If she had the money herself and I wasn't the one actually buying it, I was sure that she would have already bought it and be playing with it. Dear sister, it is self-evident that the best option is the runner bird. Not only is she fast, but she can also jump high and hover short distances, making her the best in terms of both versatility and speed. I think we should pick the runner bird. Firelia seemed more interested in the runner bird, as Bmi called it. I did think that it was a decent option, but I thought the other monsters could do better for what I needed. I disagreed. If we are talking about speed, then the Pumu is better. I'm pretty sure they run extremely fast and can even climb trees like it is nothing. But personally, I think the Kydera lizard is better suited for what we need. Based on what Bmi told us, it can climb pretty much everything, and camouflage itself. Since we are mainly going into forests and maybe the dungeon one day, not having to worry about where to keep our man safe could be really good, especially if we need to run away. With how much distance we would usually travel, speed wasn't really a priority in my opinion, and just keeping our means of travel alive was far better. Yes, the other monsters could run away when needed, but with his camouflage, the lizard could stay relatively close to us without attracting attention. That was just an idea, as I didn't really have any experience in the subject. What Relia and Fyralia picked was probably more appropriate for what they had in mind. Our argument continued for a little longer until Bme caught our attention. It seems that clients arguing over each other wasn't the best for business. Ladies, if you wish, I can show you one last monster that may suit your search. This is a brand new arrival that arrived here a few days ago. If my hearing is right, I believe that none of you will regret it. Since we were in a total draw, we agreed and followed her into the center garden of the place. This entire place was much bigger than I initially thought. The outside of the seemingly decrepit stable did absolutely no justice to this place. I wondered if it could still be called a stable at this point. Honestly, this looked more like a hidden mansion compared to the simple barn used by the other merchant. Here, she said, pointing toward the corner of the garden. On top of a rock in the middle of an artificial pond, laid a small fox with 9 tails, or, to be more precise, a kitsune. The creature was alone amidst the rather busy yet peaceful garden. It seems that everyone was staying away from it, and it did the same. This is a kitsune. Normally when monsters arrive, we make sure to give them proper training and teach them to follow orders properly. This one right here had not received such education yet, but she makes up for it in intelligence. With the different levels of intellect that monsters and animals can have, most of those that are domesticated are smart enough to learn how to understand our say and orders. Without that minimum level of intelligence, a subjugation collar is required and mandatory to ensure protection against accident, she said, tapping the collar around her neck lightly. Kitsune are far above such simple-minded monsters, although the use of subjugation collar is still required by the law. Kitsune are also great with magic and can increase their size to become big enough to pull a carriage, on top of being fast and agile. Come on, little one. It is time for you to greet your potential buyers properly. Waking up slowly from her nap, the small fox, no bigger than the hydra in my arm, yawned and stretched itself until its eyes were fully open. First looking at me, the kitsune then analyzed each of us with its amber eyes until it looked back at the maid. I have no interest in being someone's lapdog. Unless you are going to bring me a full meal, I will appreciate if you go back to whatever you are doing and leave me in peace. The voice was soft and feminine, and yet I could hear aggressiveness in it. From its tone, I understand that it didn't want to be messed with. What surprised me the most was that the voice was obviously coming from the kitsune. Unflinching under the imposing stare of the fox, me and the creature saw each other as a total nuisance to their lifestyle, none of them wanting to give up under the pressure of the other. If you wish to have so much of a meal, may I remind you that you still haven't fulfilled your task of the day. The fact that you can speak does not exempt you from doing your work. If you want to eat, you must do your part. It was clear that Bme was at least annoyed, but she hid it pretty well since she was in front of customers, meaning us. Letting out a low growl, the kitsune didn't appreciate the resistance offered by the maid. Do not belittle me. The food you offer isn't good enough for me to even think about doing you any favor. If you want me to consider helping you with anything, you should hire a professional cook or buy better ingredients. I do not understand how any of you can have such a blissful face when eating something I can barely digest. It almost disgusts me how happy you are being prisoners here. I could see anger rise in the maid's eyes as the kitsune insulted not only her but the other slaves as well. I won't let you insult us like that. We are all doing our best to live and provide as much as we can. We are all doing that, except you. You do not know how good we have it here. If the food here is not to your taste, why not go with the 3 ladies here? Who knows, maybe you won't have to our disgustingly happy faces anymore. If you are lucky, they may even give you better food than here. At that point, she was forcing herself to keep a neutral face, and I could perfectly imagine her spitting in the fox's face if she could have done so without repercussion. Since she was the one responsible for the slaves here, she probably had to restrain herself, otherwise, the owner would not be happy. Up until this point, the kitsune gave us barely glances here and there, but now we had her full attention. and it wasn't that pleasant at the moment. It was like she was trying to stare into our very soul. Only Tara seemed unfazed by the assault. 3 pure elves, huh, such rarity might be worth more than that stench here. Who could attract every single horny man in the area? It's a miracle she hasn't already done so. One of you even has a plague affinity. I guess this is better than staying here and catching every disease available just by eating the same food as that slutty maid. Ladies, me retorted before we could say anything. Normally the price of such a rare monster would be quite high, in the 500 gold I would say, but the lack of training of this one drops the price to a measly 50 gold coin. Though I must warn you, she can be quite picky with her food. Relia, Fyralia and I looked at each other for a moment. That kitsune actually instantly recognized us as pure elves, which was a feat we hadn't seen yet. On top of that, she sensed our affinities and was great with magic-related things. As a kitsune with 9 tails, she was also 9 times more fluffy than the wolf we saw before, making her great for travel comfort. I had no doubt that her enhanced size could be quite fast and strong, meaning that speed and carriage were also covered. And with her naturally small size, she could hide and stay safe when we would enter into combat, eliminating any worries we might have. Her character was quite the show, but the subjugation collar stopped her from doing anything too excessive like running away, so there wasn't any risk of her leaving. Also, if she wanted food, she had to stay with us, so as long as she was ready to work for a good meal, we didn't think we would have too much problem with her. With a small nod of approval each, the only thing left to do was get the kitsune agreement to work in exchange for food. If she wasn't going to do anything for us, then we would go back to the other monsters. We wanted a mount, not a leech. I approached her and crouched to her level, making sure that our eyes were staring into each other. My name is Emery. To my left is Relia and to my right is Fyralia. What's your name? My parents named me Mizuko, she said proudly. Mizuko, we are in search of a mount for when we will travel. We know a great restaurant that serves delicious food. It is expensive but worth it. If you want to eat there, you will have to serve as our mount whenever we need it. There will be no exception to that. If we need you, you're with us. If you're hungry we give you the best food we can. As I will be the one who will use you the most, I won't always have the possibility to give you everything you want when we are outside the city, but I will do my best. There was no sugarcoating to the offer. It was simple. If she came with us, she knew what she was getting into. With any other monster, I would have no need for such a transactional offer, for the better or worse. As she was thinking about it, we continued to stare at each other. Her tails were wagging slowly and softly, something that wasn't happening before when she was talking to me. At some point, she also looked at the little hydra in my arm and the spider behind me. I knew that she could sense that they were my familiars, and she was probably trying to see if I was worth it. After more waiting, we received our answer: https://pikesci.art/artwork/1669751108543590520?? _source=copy_web https://pikesci.art/artwork/16697514016301433?? _source=copy_web 4. Chapter 31, Magic and Picnic. Running along the wind of the forest, we traveled at high speed between the trees. To our great joy, Mizuko agreed to become our mount. To prove to her that we didn't lie to her about the great restaurant, we got her the best meal they had. Her reaction to the actual food was a show in itself, as she ate the whole thing in only a few minutes. Our direction was the small clearing I found with Lavender yesterday. As there was a lot of space and water, it made a great training area close enough to the city to allow us to ride on her back. Mizuko used magic to drastically increase her size. If before she was no bigger than Hybrid, if I didn't take into account her 9 tails, now she was almost as big as Randall. She told us that she could grow even bigger, but that this was enough to have us on her back. With me, Relia and Fyralia holding onto her comfy, fluffy fur, she dashed with ease toward our destination. On her back, we were a little tight, but not that much considering it was our first ride. With experience and more adjustment of her C's on the way, she altered her size little by little until we found the perfect balance between not too big and comfortable. Holding Hybrid in my arms, it wasn't long before we reached the training ground near the river. Before leaving, Tara decided to go back to the inn and leave us to our day. As I didn't really have any plan for her specifically, I didn't mind. I always thought that she had a motherly attitude toward Hybrid and now the dragon egg. I didn't know if it was because she had been a mother before I slaughtered her entire family and adopted her into my own. But one thing was sure, her maternal instincts were sharp. So, what do we train today? Elven or magic training? Even if I was the one asking them to train me, they were the ones to decide what should be my priority for the moment. We would get to other subjects and areas at some point, so I was fine either way. Elven training. They said in unison. Even if you weren't born a pure elf, you are one now. The simple fact that you can't do a simple trick like camouflage is almost an affront to the entire race. Why be a pure elf in the first place if you don't know what differentiates them from half-elf? Let's not waste any time and get camouflage out of the way. Closing her eyes, Firelia began taking big breaths as I could see small details about her change. First, her emblematic long and sharp elven ears disappeared into normal human ears. Her hair grew a few inches and changed from her previously blonde to a darker color still in the yellow range. Lastly, I could very clearly see that her average breasts changed to a closer melon size, causing her to recoil lightly to the new weight on her chest. It goes without saying that her shirt and armor were holding on to the best of their ability against the unexpected pressure. When she finished, her breath was a little exhausted as she supported both her new assets with her arms. If she hadn't been in front of me, I wouldn't have believed that this was the Firelia I knew. Her facial structure didn't change at all, but if it wasn't for it, it would not be possible to recognize her. Lesson 1, she said, still exhausted. Camouflage modifies your body's very structure, allowing you to shape it into whatever you want. It is impossible to change the face, skin damage or your gender, but pretty much everything else can be modeled to your desire. Still, this is not easy. Relia continued in her sister's stead. First, as you see, this is very exhausting. Your body uses both magic and its energy to do the modifications. You can't do it if you're out of either of them. As long as you know how, you can pretty much change into whatever race you want. The only thing you can't change into are species too different, like monsters and animals. At first, you only be able to camouflage into species in which blood flows through your vein, as your body instinctively knows its own composition. Great, how do I camouflage? Exactly. Since you were born to a human mother, your body should be able to change easily between human and elf. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Let your heart relax and try to feel every inch of your body. Doing as she instructed, I closed my eyes and took a deep, long breath through my nose. Since I was already used to meditating with lavender, it wasn't long before my heartbeat slowed. Perfect. Now imagine a single thing that you want to change about your body. Your hair is the simplest part to change, so try that first. Concentrate on the magic in you and let your instinct do the work. Camouflage is a survival tool as its core, and your body know how to use it. You only need to find that tool in you. When you do, just focus your magic on your hair. Deep in my mind, I focused on my elven instinct. I searched and waited as I let go of any doubt or insecurity and let my instinct take charge of my body. Feeling the flow of magic deep within me, I focused it on the core of my hair and tried to change its color. My mind and body were getting tired just from trying to do so, but I pushed on nonetheless. At some point during the process, even without opening my eyes, I sensed that my hair gradually changed to the black color I was aiming for. As I continued and pushed the transformation, I felt some kind of resistance, and instead of going the way I wanted, my body tried to revert my work to what it was before. Doing my best to not undo what I had done, I sensed that the process was almost completed and focused all my thoughts on finishing it. The whole thing was like pushing a giant boulder uphill, as if my body didn't like where it was going. At some point, my body stopped all resistance and I felt like everything was back to normal. Opening my eyes, I saw that my hair was now the same black as Lavender's hair, exactly what I wanted. I couldn't contain my smile as I suddenly felt tired. I sat on the ground, trying to stay awake. Good job. Relia and Fyralia said together. Fyralia soothed me as I felt her smooth hand against my hair, admiring my work. It's normal if you feel tired, so don't push yourself. Your body used its energy to do the actual change, so it is not something you can do endlessly, at least not without rest and experience. With time, you'll be able to do it quicker and easier, all while using less energy. For now though, eyeing my black hair, she patted my head vigorously, until they were all messy enough for her taste. You've done great, but it is not the end of your training. I know we just started, but can't we wait? I'm tired. At my word, Tenta, who served as my belt, unrolled and vanished into the ground. Seconds later, it was back with a handful of tasty mana leaves. This time, it had the kindness of letting me eat them instead of shoveling it all down my throat. See, you be fine. We are practicing your magic next anyway, so as long as you have mana, you're in no state to complain. What kind of spell are we talking about? It depends. First tell us about what spells you generally use. Uncorking the 2 bottles attached to my real belt, I controlled the 2 liquids inside and made them float in a spear-shaped position behind me. I use water and plague pretty much the same way, maneuvering the 2 liquid spears. I slashed at the empty air and aimed at a tree to show them what I meant. With a single dual lateral slash, my attack pierced about 2 inches deep into the tree. My water blade was finer and so ended up a bit deeper, and as my acidic blade was thicker, it melted around the point of impact, but did not go as deep as the water. With the demonstration done, I retracted the 2 liquids back into their bottles, as I didn't want to lose too much of them. The main weakness of this usage was that the more I attacked with them, the less liquid I had left, as acid that melted something was instantly lost and water splashed into 2 small droplets couldn't be controlled. If I ever had a source nearby, I could always replenish my reserve, but this wasn't something I could count on in the middle of a battle or everywhere for that matter. I see, Relia mumbled. What next? Fire, I guess. I can use it like a flamethrower or a concentrated ray. For the sake of the forest, I won't do any of those. Once, I also created a burning aura around me for a few seconds. Flamethrower. I think I get the idea. What about your other affinities? I never used shadow or light before. That is one of the reasons I bought Flashbang. Since this is a magic sword, this makes it easier to cast spells using light, although I am pretty new to it. Got it. What about shadow? Not a clue about how to use it. Great. We are focusing on that then, since your plant affinity seems the most developed of them all, and I have no idea what you can do with it. We leave it to you and your tentacle to find ways to use it. Fiery. Relia turned to her sister. You're the one with the shadow affinity between us. Can you teach her a few spells? I thought you said that. Fine, but I already use a lot of mana with the camouflage I showed you before, and turning back also sucked me dry, so I be teaching you only 2 shadow spells for today. This is a very mana-hungry affinity, so we won't be able to do much more than that. And you still have to turn your hair back to blonde before we go back to Dawnriver. For most, pure elves and their camouflage ability are just truma, fairy tale almost. Let's keep it that way. Searching in Mizuko's saddle, Relia took out multiple cooking wares such as pans and some ingredients. While you both be busy, I be making some food with what we bought before leaving the city. Can't leave Mizuko's stomach hanging for too long, can I? I'm no professional cook, but I'm rather confident in my cooking skills. I look forward to the restaurant again, but in that wait, there is little harm in trying your food, I guess. Do your best, the kitsune said, desperately trying to hide her growling stomach, responding to the word food, her fluffy fur belly muffling just how hungry she was. In the middle of our small camp in the clearing, I was panting from exhaustion on the grass. Fyralia taught me 2 spells for the better part of the day before it started to get dark. The whole process has been extremely exhausting, more on my mana than anything else. Just like she warned me, shadow affinity spells consumed a lot of mana and needed a constant flow of magic to function properly, making it awkward to use in an elongated fight. Worse yet, only a very few of them could deal actual damage to an opponent. As she explained, they were more for disturbance and getting slight but critical advantage rather than pure power. Snaking on leaves and soup, we were chatting in the camp after a long but productive day. Feeding some dry jerky to Hybri, who heads happily battled for the meat. Just playing with him brought a smile to my sweaty face. After all, He was one of the reasons why I wanted to get better. Protecting my family and familiars was an obvious reason and a righteous one, but Highbury was a more special case than the others. As a calamity monster, he was fated to become extremely powerful and dangerous, just like his father, who almost killed me. If it wasn't for Tenta, or rather my plant affinity altogether, I would have been lost. While the fact that it was a matter of time before Highbury could grow and claw any enemy that may dare to look at me wrong, which I know Highbury wouldn't take dearly if it was to get known, people were bound to try to kill him before he gets to that point. Calamity monsters were not very appreciated and were considered a threat to be taken seriously should one appear. Even if it took a lot of manpower just to repel one, people with the means would not spare Highbury if they had the opportunity to kill him. The fact that he was young only made it more tempting for them to preventively end the threat before it got out of hand. Some people may even try to kidnap him for research or the merit of having a calamity monster as a pet. Unless I swore allegiance to someone, I was basically a wild card that was unpredictable to everyone and a potential threat. I had no intention of pledging loyalty to anyone except maybe the gods, since I owe them this very life. Far better than my last one. The best way to avoid any of these situations was, at least for now, to lie low and avoid parading Highbury to those I don't fully trust. The fact that I have more eyes-catchy familiars did help in that, since two giant fire-breathing lizards, a mean-looking spider bigger than a child and a dog in decomposition were more noticeable than a little hydra that constantly stay in my arms, generally using my boobs for pillows. Since Mizuko was also a kitsune, something rare, she too was distracting away from my cute hydra. I accepted a long time ago that it was impossible for me to just avoid having people stare at me and my familiars, so the only thing to do was keep their attention away from Highbury at all costs. While we rested, Mizuko lay near the river, slowly enjoying a large bowl of meat soup that Relia had prepared. It was not her first serving, and she seemed to appreciate the soup, that she kept calling acceptable more and more as time went on and asking for another serving as soon as her bowl was empty. I wondered if increasing her size made her more hungry, but it was our job to feed her, so we didn't ask. In the midst of her feast, Mizuko perked up her long ears as she abruptly stopped eating. With her eyes wide open, she tilted her head to better perceive what was bothering her. Realizing that something was wrong, we began to pack up the camp as quickly and quietly as possible. If a monster had approached, I would have sensed it with my root detection ability, so at least I knew it wasn't that. What is it, Mizuko? Kneeling beside her, we finished packing up our improvised camp and were ready to leave this place. There was a magical spell used a few kilometers up east, big enough that I sensed it from here. Whatever it was, it must have been something extremely powerful. Hearing Mizuko's words, Firelia suddenly turned worried. East of here is the dungeon and a small village nearby. Mizuko, do you know what affinity the spell was? Fire. I'm pretty sure it was a fire spell. I can smell something burning in the same direction. You're sure? I asked. She nodded. I am confident in the art of magic. I know what I sensed. For a brief moment, we didn't move, knowing full well what such a powerful spell could mean. What do we do? Relia muttered. We should go help. Firelia started tying her bags on Mizuko's saddle. Are you crazy, sister? This is suicidal. Whoever did that must be at least someone the level of an S-rank adventurer. We don't stand a chance. What? You want to let that village burn to cinder? No. But what if it's a new calamity monster? We should get back to Dawnriver and tell the guild about it. Maybe it's just an adventurer who lost control of his spell. Maybe there's nothing to worry about. I do not know much about your adventurer, Mizuko said. But, I guarantee that this is not the work of a monster. The way they use magic is very different from the way your people cast spells. Wait. I can feel it was not someone alone. At least 10 people worked on this spell, and their mana signatures are still in the spell residue. This is a collective work. Bandit maybe? Probably. We should go to the guild and warn them. Come on. Firelia shook her sister out of her shock. If they need so many people just for that one spell, then they must be pretty weak. We can take them on. We can save the village. It is also possible that they used all their mana with that spell, but they have the advantage of number. That much is sure. See, listen to Emery. Each of us has the abilities of a B-rank adventurer. These scrubs stand no chance against us. Rah, fine. But, if it gets too dangerous, we leave. Promise me that I won't risk both of your lives." "I swear it." "Same, but first I'm gonna try scouting the area from here." Putting my palm against the ground, I extended my connection to the root system of the forest as far as possible, concentrating on range rather than spread. As I searched the direction, the ground eventually grew hotter and hotter until my mind was forced out of the roots by the infernal burn of the village in fire. The ground over there was far too scorched for any grass or root to have been close enough to the surface to feel anything but general movement, nothing precise. In some places where the flames didn't reach too deep, I faintly felt a repetitive change in the pressure on the ground. Many steps pursued a smaller group of people. Those being pursued must have been villagers because the other group followed them religiously in a straight line wherever they went. At some point, more people joined the chase, and I felt some arrows penetrate the ground. At the very least, I had a general sense of the area, because some of the houses must have crumbled on themselves, creating heavier patches of pressure on the roots deep under them. When the following group stepped into burned territory, I lost track of the villagers, only to feel their hunters disappear after them. "It clearly bandits," I said. "Some people are still alive, but not for long if we don't do something to help them. There is no way the guild can make it in time." "Let go then," the sisters yelled together. As getting help was not an option, Relia had now agreed to go. She wasn't going to let an entire village die without doing anything. Climbing on Mizuko, we settled quickly on her back, and I held Hybrid tight in my arms to make sure he didn't fall off. We gripped on Mizuko's fur and at our signal, she sprinted toward the burning village with haste. We were adventurers. It was our job to help people in need, even if the odds were against us. https://pikesci.art/artwork/1671713204512476227 /source=copy_web https://pikesci.art/artwork/16715922194225910/source=copy_web 4. Chapter 32, A Ravaged Village in Need of Rescue. We were riding on the Kitsune back when we started seeing glimpses of smoke escaping the trees. Mizuko was fast, and I mean real fast. It took her less than 5 minutes to cover the distance until we arrived at the village on fire. In that little time, I completely lost the ability to sense anything with my roots, as everything was far too burned for any plant life to survive. Relia and Fyralia dismounted Mizuko, and soon after, she shrank back to her smaller form. We were hiding behind bushes where the flames hadn't reached yet, and some people armed with swords, spears and bows still pillaging the village. There was no way for us to handle them without serious reinforcement, as we didn't know how many of them there were. "What do? We can't just rush in," Fyralia whispered. "Our priority is to save who we can." "But where are they?" Relia noticed. Looking around, there were a few villager corpses here and there, but not enough to cover the entire population of the village. According to Fyralia, this village held around 300 people. "Look." I pointed at a small pathway between two houses. For a brief moment, we saw a few persons tied in rope being escorted by bandits toward the town center. Looking at the houses, most of them were burned to a crisp and their fire started to slowly die down. One strange thing was that there was no smoke coming from the town center. Even if we didn't have any direct line of sight with it, we looked at the sky and saw no smoke coming out of it. It has probably been spared for one reason or another. At least they take prisoners. They probably took them to the town center for now. We know where to look, but how do we get there? If even one of them sees us and calls for reinforcement, we be in trouble. Best case, we are able to run away. Worse, we either get killed or captured. We need reinforcement. Got it, Mizuko? Fyralia said. Yes? Can you go back to Dawnriver and get to the guild? It's a big building in the town plaza, so you can't miss it. Inside, tell the receptionist to send high-rank adventurers. We can't take all of them on, but we might be able to shrink their number a little and buy the guild sometime. If you run fast, we can expect help in 2 hours or less if we're lucky. Sure, give me something to make sure they take me seriously. Otherwise, they might think I'm just a random monster speaking nonsense. I took my guild card and attached it to Hybrid with a vine. Here, take Hybrid with you. There's a wolf receptionist named Sophia, ask for her. She will recognize Hybrid. The little Hydra kept protesting that he wanted to stay with me, and held tight on my shirt. I insisted that we really needed that help and this was the best way to get it. In the time it would take the guild to get here, it was possible that the bandits would be long gone with their hostage. If we stayed here, we could buy some time and maybe follow them to a potential hideout. In that mind, we required the three of us to stay here, do what we could and cover each other back. When the Hydra finally relented, I tied him up to Mizuko so that she could go at full speed without worrying about him. I will be back with help, the kitsune said, before vanishing in the forest. It's still gonna take some time. I'm going to try to call Nash. You can? How? I can sense the mental state of my familiars and their location, meaning it probably goes both ways, and they can sense mine. Although I don't really know how it works. Then why not call your dragons and maybe even Tara? You could also tell her to bring Lavender and Mom to help us. Sorry, but I'm pretty sure that's impossible. Landrick and Mendry are both way too far away to make it here in less than a day. As for Tara, I can't send messages, only general feelings. There is no way I can transmit something as complex as that. Can't you tell her to come too? We need as much help as we can. Nash is a dog, he can track me with our bond and his flair, so he won't get lost in the forest. He's also fast, really fast. Tara is a spider. She can't really run as fast as him, so there's no way she can keep up with Nash. I prefer if she stays in Dawn River and protects the egg. Got it. Call Nash then. All of that is based on if I succeed. It's the first time I'm trying something like that, so no promise. Focusing on my bond, I never tried to send emotion and feeling to my familiars before. It just sort of happened. Whenever one of us had a strong feeling, I filled my mind with the specific thought that I needed Nash's help, hoping to get a reaction from him through our bond. Feeling absolutely no difference in his mental state, I knew that nothing happened. So I tried again. This time, I concentrated all my thoughts on Nash without any emotion attached to them. If I was, at least, able to understand how to send him some thought, then I could probably figure out how the whole thing works based on that. Unfortunately, I sensed no reaction from that either. Seeing me stare at nothing but the ground, Relia tilted her head, wondering how I was doing. So, did you do it? Still trying. It's okay if you can't. Your bond with your familiars is still young, so don't push yourself too hard. If I don't push myself, who will? You think too much. Firelia said. Do it or don't. At least you tried. I stopped my attempt for a moment. Maybe she was right. Until now, all these exchanges of thought between me and my familiars were spontaneous and involuntary. We just glimpse at each other's mind whenever we feel the other thinking about something. If I could make them search my mind themselves instead of forcing my thoughts on them, maybe Nash could see that I needed his help. The problem still remained. How do I do it? The answer was simple. I can feel when one of them is looking at my thoughts and vice versa. We never really did it, because we never really had the need for it, since we generally spend most of our day with each other anyway. Now that we were separated, it was the perfect time to do it. Concentrating on the presence of Nash in my soul, I let his sense flow through me and override my own. The ground at my feet vanished abruptly, and all sound became none as my vision blacked out. When the light appeared again, I was not in the forest anymore, but in my room. I could see Tara on the bed, with me lying on the ground. The most disturbing part was that I wasn't the one moving my head. Instead, I began looking around as if something disturbed me. Even if nothing disturbed the peace in the room, it was only when I noticed a small gooey dark green liquid dripping near my eye that I realized that I was looking through Nash's eyes. His body was always in a decomposition-looking state, even when he was perfectly fed and healthy, probably an effect of being a plague dog. At least now I knew that he still had eyes. His eye sockets were always hidden in perfect darkness even in broad daylight, making them unseeable. So I was never sure until that moment. When Nash realized that it was me probing his senses, he began looking at my mind to make sure that everything was fine. When he felt that something was off about me needing help with enemies nearby, he jumped on his paws and rushed to the door. He tried to twist the door handle, without success. No wonder, since as a dog, he had no fingers. Entering his field of view, Tara used her sticky leg to easily do what Nash couldn't. After a small lick of thanks, Nash rushed at high speed through the inn corridor, leaving my room far behind. When he reached the stairs, He completely jumped each set with haste. Still looking through his eyes, the experience was far too much for my normal sense, and before I knew it, I was back in my body, forcing the content of my stomach to stay inside. I was being held in Firalia's arms. When I asked them what had happened, it looked like you lost consciousness for a minute as if you were asleep. Since you looked fine, we waited until you woke up, which didn't take long. Did you succeed? The other sister asked as she made sure I was truly fine, verifying my face with more vigor than necessary. Yeah. It was strange, but Nash is on his way. Should be here in less than an hour. Perfect. They whispered in unison. Relian unsheathed her sword with a smile, admiring the reflecting character of the blue of her blade. My sharp spray is finally gonna taste some blood. About time. Why buy a sword if never to use it? We brought our magic sword at the same time, so it makes sense both of us never used it in a real fight. Something that we knew was about to change. Let's keep the killing to a low, Firalia interjected. To both villagers and scrubs, we never know, there might drop names. The guild would want them to pay for their crimes, so please try to limit the bloodshed. Although it wasn't night yet, it started to get darker and darker with each passing minute. Putting on black cloaks that we took before Mizuko left, we approached a carbonized house with precaution. When we were sure that nobody was in sight, we moved from house to house, getting closer to the village center as we avoided crowded lines of sight and patrolling groups. Some bandits were searching houses, breaking furniture and doors in search of valuable items they could sell. We heard little bits of banter about how there wasn't much loot to find around. Normal since this is a small village. Being relatively close to the dungeon didn't make this place very flourishing, contrary to what someone might think. From what I understood, the dungeons in this world were more like an underground cave system that ran deep within multiple layers of different biomes. Even if monsters were roaming it, it wasn't that common to encounter one, as the upper layer have been hunted dry of any regular monster that once populated them. Only the lower levels contained monsters actually worth something, but due to the lack of maps, few adventurers dare to search them, especially considering the amount of traveling rations and equipment required for such exploration. Item boxes, spatial bags or magic storage weren't really common or even rare, but I did hear that they did exist, although not for most people. For example, magic storage requires someone to have an affinity with spatial magic, something that I heard is almost as rare as my plant affinity. I did meet the goddess of spatial magic, Anastasia, but she didn't bless me with such overpowering magic. Honestly, I was grateful enough to be in this world that I wouldn't have asked her even if I had known at the time. I already have storage summoning if I ever need to store something for later. The capacity was limited but enough for me, not that I used it much in the first place. It required both material and a summoning ritual, making it impractical for abusive use. Still, just the fact that I have it gives me an advantage compared to others. I have Lavendel in the book she gave me to thank for that. Summoning was more versatile than I initially thought. With some luck, I hope to someday use it to actually summon a creature instead of just inventory space. Maybe after dealing with the bandit, I could give it a try, I thought. Sticking to the shadows, we didn't find a lot of villagers on our path. Unfortunately, those we found were long past saving. After slowly making our way, we reached the outskirts of the village center. Burned remains of what once were humans litter the plaza, their lifeless corpses being left to nothing as even the crows couldn't eat them. Multiple scraps of stalls and their content were spread around, showing that at some point, this was the place to go to buy fruits and vegetables. There, a group of bandits was escorting a few tied-up villagers toward what I thought was the village community hall. This one dwelling was a lot bigger than the other regular house, being made of solid stone instead of wood like the other houses and having a double door instead of a simple one. Traces of burn marks could be seen on the stone of the hall, its superior material having protected it from the gigantic fire spell that marked this place forever. The hostages let out some tears at the sight of their loved one being left to cinders. Knocking on the door, a man appeared and took the prisoners by the rope binding them. He dragged them inside. Watching from our hiding spot, before the door could fully close, we were able to spot more prisoners inside. Free of their burden, the bandit group walked away in search of more potential prisoners. With them gone, the center was now empty of life. We need to get inside and free them. What do you suggest? I asked Firalia. We knock on the door and as soon as the chump opens it, We force our way inside, closing the door behind us. If there's more of them, we handle them. As long as there's not a whole army hiding inside, a few bandits shouldn't be a problem for us. Fine by me. They won't expect resistance at this point. Really? No problem with me either. If all the prisoners are there, that makes the whole thing easy. They might deliver more villagers to us since this is where they keep them. Making sure that there was truly nobody else, we rushed to the double door and Firelia knocked on it. As soon as it was slightly opened, she kicked it, and it took the guard by surprise. Firelia used this advantage to splatter the flat of her sword on the man's face, sending him to her feet, knocked out cold. Relia and I rushed inside, and I closed the door behind us as she ran straight at one of the bandits coming at us. There were 9 bandits inside, 8 if I didn't count the one we already dealt with. Surprised and spread, they scrambled trying to reach their comrade. With the only door behind us, they didn't have the option of running away and calling for help. With all the hostages packed into a corner, I put myself between them and the bandits. With 4 of them going after Relia and Firelia, the other 4 came straight at me and the hostage. It was time to use my newly learned shadow spell. I fueled the mana in my hand and when it was ready, I let it all go around me. The dark magic spread until it reached the thugs, creating a zone of complete darkness where nothing could be seen inside. The spell was named Sightless Void. It created an area of pure pitch black, where not even night vision or the caster could see through the darkness. Only light affinity spells had a chance against it, but they didn't know that. The 4 bandits inside my spell began walking carefully toward the hostage. The spell didn't alter their sense of direction after all. It only blocked their sight. Ready with his sword, the closest of the 4 saw a small glimmer of light just ahead. He probably thought this was me because he didn't waste a second and charged at the light, trying to stab it as if he were aiming at my chest. Unfortunately for him, the only thing he hit was flashbang, the tip of the sword emanating a faint glow that could be seen even in the darkness of Sightless Void. Truth be told, I wasn't even close to where he thought I was, having used the length of my blade to my advantage. With a devilish smile, I slid the tip of flashbang along his blade and smashed his arm with the flat. The impact made him lose hold of his sword, his only weapon now lost to the void. Now that I knew where he was, I didn't let him go and immediately followed with a hit in his face. The man lost consciousness and stumbled backward, directly into one of his comrades. "What the fuck is that?" the man yelled, revealing his location to my good hearing. A moment later, he kissed my sword and joined his friend on the ground. The last 2 only heard their comrade yell, and with the sound that followed, they correctly deduced that he bit the dust. I heard their unsure footstep as they tried to leave the void. In a quick motion, I smashed the head of the first one and made the other lose balance by sweeping him off his feet. When he was on the ground, still conscious, I kicked him in the face multiple times, until he wasn't anymore. Whether his face was recognizable or not wasn't my problem. Now that my bandits were handled, I cancelled my spell. Even if the whole exchange took less than 30 seconds, it still used about a full third of my mana. At least I had some spare mana leaves with me. When the Sightless Void disappeared, I saw that both sisters were already finished with their share. The poor scrubs were littered with contusions and bloody scars that wouldn't allow them to walk for a while. At least not without healing, something we weren't thrilled to provide. Firelia smiled at me as she stepped on one of the bandit faces. "So how's your new toy? Thirsty and effective." Walking to the hostages, there must have been 100 of them at most. Their teary eyes looked relieved as we freed them from their binds. "Thank you." They kept showering us with praise and thanks until we were able to calm them. The women and children were in tears but otherwise fine. Having surrendered without a fight to the thugs, the lack of elderly left a bitter taste in the sight. It wasn't hard to imagine what happened to them. The men were a bit worse for wear. They numbered less than the women, the fate of most of them being leaving their widows behind. Those who were alive were covered in injuries, leaving some of them in critical state. I doubted they'd be able to walk alone if we wanted to leave the city hall right now. Even if they were a liability, they gave their best against their attacker to protect their loved ones. We would leave this place with them or not at all. Without wasting more time, the sisters and I began cauterizing the men's injuries to the best of our abilities. We couldn't go all out, since we needed to keep some mana in case we needed to fight more bandits. The women in nun uniforms and others volunteered to help the healing process. allowing us to stabilize the men's conditions rather quickly. Those with fire and light affinities were in charge of mending the biggest wounds. Water was useful in disinfecting and preventing infection of the wounds, so it helped a lot. The others fetched simple ointment and suture kits from the storage room to treat smaller trauma. One of the men forcibly stood up despite his injuries. He was helped by one of the nuns. "Please, my brother isn't here. He must still be out there with his wife. Their house is near the outskirts of the village. There a chance these bastards haven't reached there yet." "Calm down. If his house is near the forest, maybe he already left with his wife," Firelia said. "I doubt it. She is heavily sick and can't leave her bed. His son is here too. He was playing with my daughter when they attacked. There is no way he left without knowing his son is safe, but he also can't leave his wife alone." "Please, please, I want my dad." A kid not older than 5 years old cried as he gripped my shirt. "Where is the house?" I asked. "In the west part of the village, almost at the forest. It is rather isolated from others and it's far enough that I'm sure it's been spared from the flames." "Please." "Got it, Fiery. How long until help arrives?" "An hour, I say." "Be careful out there, Emery. If you can't make it back here, hide in the forest. As soon as they're able to walk, we are leaving this place. It's a matter of time before a patrol arrives and finds us. We can't risk it." "There's a basement," a nun interjected. "We could hide in it if we can't leave. The trapdoor is sturdy and there are tons of stuff to block the entrance. Don't get caught, Emery. I would hate to have to free you too," Relia said with a smirk. "Don't worry. I have Tenta with me. I'll be just fine." Holding up my hand, a green tentacle came out of my sleeve and high-fived it. Tenta retracted to its hiding spot a second later. https://artwork/artwork/16737216698051312 4. Chapter 33, No Light in the Night. It was pretty much night when I left the community hall. The ruined village had a quiet ambience that made the crippling sound of cindering houses all the more unsettling. People lived here before, they were happy, and their lives were probably going well until these bandits attacked them and destroyed everything they owned. By the villagers we rescued and the bandits' policies about capturing, it was clear that they wanted to sell all the people they deemed valuable in the village. But something was off. Why now, of all the time? As far as I know, this village existed for a long time and never added any real profitable venture that could have made it valuable to ruffians. The only thing that separated it from other everyday villages was its closeness to the dungeon entrance, but even adventurers didn't think much of this place when they went to the dungeon. Dawn River wasn't very far and was much bigger than a simple village living off its crops. To raid this village and still stay here after capturing most of the villagers, they must be in search of something, or someone. Whatever they were after, our priority was the safety of the villagers. Properly kicking these bastards' asses could wait for later, when the guild would be here to help. Following the directions given to me, I stuck to the shadows and moved toward the outskirts of the village. I sneaked past multiple patrols made up of at least 5 bandits each, as fighting all of them wouldn't have been smart. If I could avoid combat, then it was what I would try to do. A few agile, silent rushes and close calls later, I reached a point where the houses were getting too far away from each other to avoid the direct road. When I was sure there was nothing on the left or right, I ran across the street. As I reached the other side, I heard people talking and reflexively dived into some bushes that had been spared from the fire. With me crawling on the ground, the bushes were just tall enough to hide me completely. I searched who was talking, until a group of 2 lancers and an archer came out of a burned house, kicking at rubble along the way. "Shit, still nothing," the big man said, destroying the last pillar supporting the house just behind them. The house, which barely held up until now, crumbled under its own weight. "Calm down. She must be nearby," another man said. "She can't hide forever, and she was carrying someone injured. There is no way she took her chance in the forest with an arrow in the stomach and knee." "That's strange. The report said she was in a group of 5, but she looked alone, except for the woman she was carrying. I wonder what happened in that dungeon." The archer added, "They probably died. Our contact said there's a strong monster in there. Must be why she left sooner than expected." "Damn it, if we had been just a few minutes late, we would have missed her entirely. We can't let that big of a fish escape us. We got good hits in, just keep looking and we will find her, eventually. Just try not to die. It's already hard to look at your sorry face. If the healer needs to fix you, I don't think you're gonna get prettier." At the remark, the bulky guy touched the wound on his face, painting his fingers with his own blood. "That healer better do her job, otherwise I pound her until she can't walk anymore." His tongue licked his lips, tasting his own blood in the process. The smile he had was not something I wanted to ever see again. "Don't forget the boss order. Don't touch the healer if you want to keep your head. She's much more valuable than a scrub like you. It's already strange enough that the boss was able to buy her obedience back then. That she stuck with us for years is a miracle. Her healing magic saved everyone's ass more time than I can count." I was still hidden in the bush when the patrol left, leaving me unable to hear more of their conversation, but what I had heard was already a lot. The woman they talked about was probably the guildmaster. Sophia told me that the guildmaster and her group were the last ones to have permission to enter the dungeon. So it was clear that it was her the bandits talked about. That explains why they attacked the village. She must have run here searching for safety, and as Dawnriver was a couple of hours away, this village was the closest option. Putting an entire village at risk for her potential survival was questionable, but in the same situation, I could understand valuing my own life over the one of others. They said she was injured and carrying someone. I didn't think slavery and being exploited by scrubs was something I would want for myself or my friends, so who am I to judge her decision? Hell, if Aurelia and I weren't confident in our ability, we would totally have abandoned this place and got to the guild instead of trying to help directly ourselves. As for what they said about having a healer, the little information they unwillingly shared was plenty to make a guess. But that could wait until later. If the guild master was hiding somewhere, that added her as someone in need of help. They weren't the first patrol I saw in the area, meaning they probably hadn't finished checking around yet. I better find her and other villagers before they do, otherwise, too many lives would be sacrificed for no reason. Continuing my search, I doubled my caution as I sought any isolated house that could hide those I was searching for. At that point, the ground and houses weren't in fire anymore, just ransacked to the point of looking deserted. With the grass and ground being healthy again, I got my route detection ability back online and was able to scout the area much faster. I still had to inspect the inside of the houses myself, but at least I knew where the patrols in the area were in real time. Any dwelling that was ransacked made it pretty clear that it had already been searched, so I focused on those that were still intact. I found it pretty strange that I didn't find any villagers in my search. The only explanation I could think of was that most of them had been gathered near the village center when the attack happened, leaving only some stragglers here and there. It was also possible that some of them tried their chance through the forest, but they weren't my focus. Trying to find them, even with my detection routes, was near impossible. The area to cover was just too big. It would have been worse than trying to find an assassin in a haystack. Impossible and suicidal. Who knows what horrible and disgusting monster could be roaming the forest at this hour of the night? Just how many of these bastards did they bring here? I whispered to myself. If I counted all the groups and patrols I encountered up to that point, their number was at the very least 100. Sophia told me that the guildmaster and her group were all A rank. They really didn't underestimate her, that much I could say. To my disappointment, things would have been so much easier if they had been just a fraction of them. Instead, they probably were closer to 200, as I haven't checked all the village yet. As I looked around, I noticed a cabin more isolated than the other, smaller than the other house. My mind became confused each time I tried to look at the hut, as if my eyes couldn't bear to watch the unsettling dwelling. When I tried to focus on the cabin, it disappeared from my sign entirely. It was still there. The weight I sensed with my roots was indicating that the hut was there, but my eyes were blind to it. Approaching the cabin, it wasn't until I was right in front of the door that I was able to see the property properly. Gently opening the door, I entered the hut with careful steps. The single-room hut was illuminated by a single lantern hanging on the wall. For a normal human, this would have been pretty dark, but I wasn't normal, let alone human. Lying on two beds were two women, looking more unconscious than asleep. From where I was, I could see that they had difficulty breathing, and needed medical attention. Leaning on one of the bed frames, a third woman was looking at me fiercely. Her breathing was ragged, and she had multiple bandages covering her wounds. Blood was leaking from some of the patchwork. Despite all of that, she was ready for a fight. Before I could say anything, Tenta sent me a warning, and before I could react, a tentacle blocked an axe swing aiming straight for my head. With a swift motion, Tenta unrolled the axe and disarmed the one wielding it. I put my sword against the man's neck as he put his hand in the air as a sign of surrender. The man was not a bandit. He was dressed as any hunter or local farmer would in his early 20s. A simple green shirt with brown pants. Please, I surrender. He wasn't afraid, but at the very least, he knew when to give up. Without his weapon, there wasn't much he could do other than die trying. Clearly not a threat anymore. I sheathed flashbang in its scabbard hanging at my hips. I'm an adventurer. I'm not here to hurt you, I said. The man sighed in relief. At my word, the injured guildmaster's attitude softened too, and she clenched her stomach wound. She was not in a good enough state to fight. I approached her and took a look at her injuries. Are you all right? I will live, for now. Her voice was clearly in pain. Lifting her shirt, the wound on her stomach had half of the arrow still lodged in her, but at least it was covered by a bandage. As long as it was there, I couldn't perform basic treatment. Her knee was also in bad shape with a hole in the side, but a bandage was stopping too much blood from leaking. Bad enough that it would need more than just my limited healing knowledge, but nothing a professional healer couldn't do. I can perform basic healing spells. Hey, give her something to bite. I signaled the man. He rushed to a cabinet and took out a piece of woof meant for such an occasion. When he offered it to her, she bit into it. For now, I started with her stomach wound. Putting away the bloody cloth, I grabbed what was left of the arrow and took it out in one go. She muffled in a pain, as the wound had gotten a little worse than before. Throwing the arrow away, I immediately began casting both light and fire cauterization to close the gaping hole. She clenched the wood between her teeth during the time that the fire did its work. When I finished, I switched to her knee, taking out the bandage. This time there wasn't any object to take out, so I performed the healing immediately. The skin closed as the spell did its work and the hole disappeared. I only healed the outside, so she couldn't walk, but she could worry about that later when the risk of dying would be much lower. There was also a risk of infection, but again, that could wait for now. Thank you, she said with difficulty. What's your name? Emery. And you? I'm Fanny. So you're the new girl in town, with the dragons. Sophia, keep telling me about how you're gonna be a great adventurer in the future. Can't believe I get to experience it firsthand. Are you alone, or with a party? I got my 2 friends holding the community house. As soon as the villagers we rescued are in a state to walk, they are gonna try to leave. If they can't, they just hole up until help arrives. The community house. Do you know if my kid is there? He was playing with my niece. He's safe and with your brother. Do the guild know about what happened here? Fanny asked. Not why, but they are on the way. Should be here in an hour, 2 at the most. We just need to last until then. We need to rejoin with your friend. My light spell is already gone, so this place isn't hidden anymore. They have more people in the forest, to make sure nobody escapes through the wood. They truly want you, don't they? Can you move? She put a hand on her knee and cast a spell. Her mana transformed into a stony material and covered all her legs in a stone-like legging. Think of it as a temporary prosthetic. Can't run, but I can walk. And what about these 2? I pointed at the 2 women lying in bed. The other one is my friend. She lost consciousness when she was wounded. It's fine for now, but she needs better care. My wife, the man said. She is sick, and can't leave her bed, but I can carry her. The woman looked pale, extremely pale, with blue veins appearing all over her body. Sensing my plague affinity fire up, I let it circulate and looked at the man's wife with my new senses. My plague affinity detected traces of a disease inside her, and although I didn't know what the infection's name was, its effect was far from pretty. Most of her body was infected with something, paralyzing the body's internal mana circulation. If this wasn't cured, her organs would get damaged over time by the surplus of mana until her body broke entirely. Following my instinct, I put my hand on the woman's head and began absorbing the disease. What are you doing? The man asked, unsure. I ignored him. If I somehow messed this up, the entire process would fail, and she would die on the spot. Fanny looked at the procedure with curious eyes. After a long minute, the disease was eradicated from her body. and my plague affinity absorbed the excess mana for good measure. She's cured, but her body still needs rest. Ah. You serious? I nodded. I can't thank you enough. I'm afraid I don't have the money to pay, but I can do it later. How much does it cost? He looked relieved, but also afraid of what I was about to say. I could guess why. A plague affinity was rare. More than that, I was the only one in the whole country who had it. That is what the guild told me. A competent healer or medic could have done something for the woman, but the rarity of a service says his price. In no world, such treatment could be afforded by normal people. Not even back on Earth. It's on me, so don't worry about it. He bowed respectfully. Thank you. When he finally stopped thanking me, I felt something in the palm of my hand. There I noticed a green and purple crystal the size of a mouse. The mana indicated it was made of plague magic crystallized from the disease I absorbed. Thinking it could be useful later, I slid it into a pouch on my belt, ready to leave the cabin. The man took his wife in his arms, Princess Carrie style, and Fanny did the same with her friend. As the only one who could fight, I opened the door in search of bandits. Seeing nobody, I lead the group toward the center of the village. Slowly but surely, the second we would be found, dozens of enemies would be swarming us. Letting that happen was out of the question. Fanny said she couldn't cast any spell, as she already used most of her mana to keep them safe until I showed up. It was up to me to protect them. The moon was shining high in the sky. The night would have been beautiful if it wasn't for the burned and cindering house appearing as we moved closer to the plaza. The man looked pained by the sight of the few corpses lying around but did his best to ignore them. He needed to concentrate on the living, not the dead. A few minutes away from the community hall, I had to double my vigilance. My route detection was back offline. The ground too burned to allow it to function. As we moved silently, a loud silence suddenly settled on us. Everything was too calm. There was no crippling, no wind, no bug, only the small whistle of an arrow coming for me. Reacting for me, Tenta padded the point of impact, using all its body mass to cover my shoulder. I felt nothing as the projectile fell to the ground, unable to pierce Tenta's thickest protection. Behind us, a group of 5 bandits were rushing at us while a few more rained arrows on me. I also noticed one of them running away, probably to get more reinforcement. Go, I handle. I yelled at Fanny. When the first enemy entered melee range, I cast a glow on the tip of flashbang, blinding him. During the 2 seconds it took his eyes to adjust to the shift in light, I stabbed him in the stomach. The man fell to the ground, alive, but not for long without help. The second bandit used his spear to keep me on my edge, as the third swung its sword, aiming to disarm me. A few more arrows came, but Tenta blocked them all, so I could concentrate on the enemy in front of me. After backstepping a swing, the 2 last bandits joined the front line, and I was about to get overwhelmed. Opening the 2 flasks on my belt, I controlled my water and acid and shaped them into a snake-like form. The undulating and unpredictability of the liquids allowed me to cover them in cuts and injuries. Throwing some acid at their swords, they were now left without any weapon to defend themselves. Still, they pressed the offensive, aiming to fight with their fists. To put them out of the fight for good, I used more acid and aimed it at their pants, the least protected part of their low-quality armor. When they saw the hungry liquid eating at their armor and clothes, they tried to unfasten their belt and buckle as fast as possible. Only one of them was able to do it in time, while the other fell to the ground in pain. They desperately grabbed their crotch with their hand, hoping the pain would dissipate to spare their manhood, something I absolutely didn't care about. Bandits were bandits. If they wanted to keep their manhood, then they should have acted like real men, not bastards. A knight in shiny armor would have been useful at the moment with all the enemy reinforcement on the way. https://artwork/artwork/1675346235243642996?UTM_source=copy_web. What should I try to improve first in general? Combat, downtime, relax moment, traveling. Description: house, clothes, environment, character description, feel of the different places: city, town, forest, dungeon. Total voters, 6. Cast vote, view results. Oops, we ran into some problems. View results. What should I try to improve first in general? 2. Chapter 34, a sword, an elf and the bloodbath behind. Next. My one-on-one against the last bandit wasn't very difficult. He was pantless, without a weapon, and no better than the others. Using the pommel of flashbang, I knocked him in the head after blinding him with a light spell. He joined the other on the ground, luckily painless for him. Seeing their front line fall, and their arrows being ineffective, the archers left without a fight to get help. I could have run after them, but our presence has already been exposed, so there was little use to that. I rejoined Fanny, who was waiting for me further down the pathway, just before the main street. We proceeded to continue our hastened walk to the community hall, as hiding now would just lose us time. As we progressed, I heard a lot of voices where we were not long ago. To lead them astray, I destroyed a house in ruin in the opposite direction we were going. Since I had done this alone, I was able to sneakily run there and break what was holding the house up. When I saw the distraction worked, I regrouped and made sure we weren't followed. There were multiple alert patrols on our path, but they seemed to focus their search effort where they thought we would hide, not where we were going. When we reached the village center, the community house was only 100 meters away, but to reach it, we would need to traverse in plain sight if we wanted to avoid wasting minutes in a detour. Multiple dead bandits were on the ground, each crippled with arrows. Fanny and the man couldn't run, so if we were found at any point, there would be a break for the community hall anyway, so might as well start it now when there was nobody around. Before I left the shadow for the main plaza, I noticed someone hiding on top of the roof of our objective. It didn't take me long to realize that it was Fyralia waving at me with her bow. Making a run for it, the man held his wife tight in his arms as he ran as fast as possible toward the safe area. Fanny couldn't move as quickly with an injured leg and her friend being princess carried to avoid aggravating her injury, so I stayed with her to make sure she wasn't alone. When we were halfway, the man reached the door and knocked. Relia opened, and when she saw me in the distance, she let the man enter without question. He was out of danger. Suddenly, Tentacle left my shirt by the collar neck and extended 2 meters in a zigzag shape to protect Fanny from multiple arrow hits. The projectiles penetrated but didn't have enough force to traverse fully and were left stuck in the tentacle. Dozens of bandits came out of the shadow running toward us, while some preferred to stay away with their bows, munching on mana leaves. I opened my 2 flasks and let the rest of my 2 liquids run free. I shaped the acid into multiple small spear-like projectiles and fired them at any archer I saw. They did keep their distance but didn't hide their presence at all, so it wasn't hard to know where to shoot. Their scream of pain melted with the boiling sound of potent acid. I had to make sure those I hit were out of commission, so before I shot, I chose to increase the acid potency to the maximum I was able to. That meant that while each projectile cost more acid, anyone hit by them would be too preoccupied with the pain and his wounds to think about us. I didn't need to worry about missing since I controlled my projectile myself with magic. Of all the acid spears I launched, only 2 out of 13 missed, the targets avoiding them at the last second. I was out of acid. I could have used my water the way as the acid, but it wouldn't do as much damage as the Hungry Plague liquid. Something I noticed was that my projectiles got harder and harder to manipulate as they got far away from me. Being able to still control them was already a boon, but my water was best employed as a blade rather than a weak projectile. It would been too hard to fight the archers at a distance with a lagging water sword. I wasn't stupid enough to waste all my water like that. Instead, I fended off those who rushed at us for a melee fight with normally impossible maneuverability from my water blade. Since the sword was made entirely of water, it could bend, compact itself, extend, and do many other things that a regular sword couldn't. These advantages allowed me to take the enemies by surprise, as nobody expected a sword to fight like a snake. I had to avoid any damage to the blade, as any liquid that was too disrupted by a direct impact was lost. That also meant my blade was dwindling after each hit, but there was nothing I could have done about that. Being on top of the community hall, Fyralia used her bow and her high ground advantage for suppressive fire. Her precision with the bow forced most of the enemy's archers to either hide or be dead. I could have done the same with my bow, but some bandits were already just a few feet behind us, so I didn't have that luxury, letting my water blade handle the enemy further behind. I took on the first wave of 4 scrubs. It was hard to concentrate on both my water and myself. but the result wasn't that bad. The only drawback was the water blade was more stalling than doing real damage. The first enemy swung his sword downward. As I used the second shadow spell, I learned to make him miss. The spell was double presence. It allowed the user to create an autonomous shadow replica of himself to feint, bait and confuse the enemy. The shadow wasn't real and couldn't deal damage or interact with anything, but the enemies didn't know that. While the man saw me trying to parry his sword, I ducked to the side and trusted flashbang deep in his stomach. By the time he realized anything, he was already on the ground, with my shadow double. The three other scrubs didn't know which one was real and tried to attack both of me at the same time. My clone rushed at them, making sure to use easily avoidable moves, so they had plenty of time to dodge before they could realize there was no blade. With their attention on my shadow, we used coordinated attacks to take one out. My blade heavily injured his chest as the shadow switched to the next target. The two other swordsmen swung their swords at the closest enemy available, hoping to take one out as quickly as possible. Tenta was still protecting Fanny and me against some archers, so I wasn't able to stray more than 2 meters away. With the two thugs just out of reach for me to attack, I had to let my shadow buy time herself. Slowly approaching the community hall, my water blade gave his last liquid by taking out the two bandits holding my shadow with a slash behind their knees. As more enemies approached, my shadow rejoined my side, and we held our flashbang with confidence. Less than 10 meters away from our destination, it took me a second to notice that no more arrows were shot at us. Anchored on me, Tenta pulled Fanny holding her friend closer to me just in time as a wall of fire emerged where she was about to step. The fire formed a blazing wall stopping us from getting to safety and locking us in a corner as bandits circled us. Clapping his hands, someone walked toward us as the bandits let him pass with smiles on their faces. Impressive, truly impressive abilities you have there. The man laughs. Contrary to the other scrub, he wore expensive-looking clothes with a specific accent on the color red. At this point, it was obvious who set the village on fire. Stepping in front of Fanny, Tenta retracted into my shirt as my shadow and I blended into myself to separate again. With this method, they had no way to know which one of us was the real one. My goal wasn't really to fight them while protecting Fanny, there were far too many of them for that. If I was able to at least keep him talking long enough, our reinforcement might make it in time. His magic abilities were no joke. "Hey, didn't see you there with all the trash lying around," I said, obviously referring to all his goons. "Can I assume you're the one who's in charge?" My shadow continued. The scrub's smiles vanished into a rage, but they didn't move. Going against their boss's order was probably not a good idea. "What a clever girl." "You're right. I was hoping to talk with the lady behind you." "May I?" "Sorry. Do you have an appointment? If not, I recommend getting one at the guild in Dawn River. I'm sure you're gonna have a very entertaining welcome." "Although it would be my pleasure, I'm afraid I do not have time for that." "Unfortunately, give her to me, and I promise to leave you and this village alone. It is her that I want." "If you are still hesitant, perhaps we could agree to an arrangement." "Even better, I could hire you under my service. You won't have to worry about money ever again. You have my word. I'm sure someone of your caliber can find much better than just being an adventurer." Dangling one of his pouches, the clinging sound of money could be heard across the battlefield. He even took a handful of coins out to show that they were gold coins. When he finished, he put the pouch with the others on his belt. There must have been at least 8 of them. For a second I wondered what the other pouch contained. I could find the answer later. He was less cocky and over his head than I expected. His smile was only slightly arrogant, with a taint of persuasion in it. Even if he was telling the truth, I wasn't about to let trash order me around, was I? I had a reputation to behold. The goddess I met did call me arrogant. Who was I to prove her wrong? "If you want her, then you're gonna need more than just that." I nodded toward his 60 bandits. I could see in their face that they so wanted to toy with me until I regretted every word I ever spoken. I had to hold back my smile. We were far enough to allow me to munch on my reserve of mana leaves without them noticing it. If I was able to get just a little more mana back, I could do something about that firewall behind me and hopefully get inside. The flame wall still hasn't dropped or weakened yet, which meant he was still supplying it with mana. Having a fire affinity myself, I knew that thing was voracious. especially considering the size of the flame he used. If I could somehow deal some damage to that bastard, then there was a chance the pain would make him lose his concentration on the flames. But how? Close combat was a no-go with their numbers. I didn't have any water or acid liquid. I should have spared some in case of a situation like this. Both of them could have done something about that fire. The center of the plaza was scorched to a crisp, without leaving any spot green enough for my plant affinity. I did a flashbang in my hand and it was probably my best shot. Even if we could see in the night, no problem with both the light of the moon and the wall of fire. An abrupt shift in the light would give me a few seconds to act, but it was still not enough time to attack him with anything. If I hadn't missed that only shot, we were dead. Emery, still carrying her friend, Fanny whispered. Since the start, she was behind me, hiding from the man's sight. Even if that village destruction was all her fault, I had no intention to give her away. I have enough mana to cast one frail sand shield. It could protect us against the firewall, but it won't be enough to stop all these archers. If you could do something about them, then we have a plan. Well, that was perfect. I'm gonna cast a huge flashbang that should give you enough time to get into the hall. The moment I lift my sword, you cover your eye, turn around and get to safety. What about you? You're not gonna come? She looked more curious than worried. Just behind their boss, I saw a small silhouette crawling and hiding out of their sight. When I realized what it was, I couldn't hold the creepy smile on my lips. Don't worry about me. I entertain them until I'm done playing. Trust me, I fought worse than some cocky scrubs. Until now, my main concern had been to protect her from arrows, but if she was safe, then I move freely with Tenta only having to protect me from enemy projectiles. You're sure? Individually they are garbage, but their number is quite high. As a guild master, I can't let you handle that many alone. My shadow grew an even bigger smile than mine, this one tainted with even more malice than my own. Don't worry, we are not alone. The bandit leader probably thought we were discussing giving up because he was rather relaxed until now. It was my strange smile that got him impatient. He probably wondered what we were going to do. I am getting tired of waiting. Ladies, I won't ask again. Surrender and live or don't and die with this village. Either way, you, guild master, will be mine. I already have interested buyers. I can't let them down. As the leader of the Raptured Moan, I have a reputation to hold, after all. Ha 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 ha. What makes you laugh? Sorry, I tried to say, but the Raptured Moan, ha ha, that's all you found. I mean, I'm pretty simple with names myself, but that pushing it a bit far. Sorry, where were we? The visage of the scrubs was filled with rage, and it said it all. They wanted to toy with me so badly. I won't ask again, said the boss more seriously than before. He didn't take my joke very kindly. Something was telling me that wasn't as keen on sparing me as before. All the better because I didn't intend to run away anyway. In a quick instant, I lifted my sword, the tip pointing toward the sky. Fanny closed and hid her eyes as my shadow hid behind me to avoid what was about to happen. This is where the fun begins. Instantly, a big light emanated from the flashbang tip, covering the entire plaza in a blinding light. I used all the mana I had left on that blinding spell. If my shadow was destroyed, I wouldn't be able to conjure it again, hence why it hid from the light. Even if it couldn't interact with anything, a decoy was always useful, especially for what was about to come. It's snack time, boy. I signaled to the silhouette just behind the enemy boss. Without hesitation, the thing jumped out and aimed straight for their leader. Before he could react, the bandit boss yelled in pain as something bites deeply in his shoulder. Dragging him to the ground, the thing then hauled him by the skin into the darkness. "Ah" was all that could be heard until the sound was too far away to reach my ears. When I looked behind me, I saw Fanny with her friend in arm jumped into the wall of fire, a thin layer of sand covering their body. There was no way for the enemy leader to retain his concentration after what just happened, so it was a matter of time before the wall disappeared completely. Not that I was going to wait for that anyway. It took the scrubs a few seconds to adjust to the return to darkness after I cancelled the flashbang. There was no point in maintaining the area lit. The behemoth moon was plenty enough for that. Some bandit rushed after the call for help from their boss somewhere further away, while others just stood there wondering what to do. In response to them just standing there doing nothing, my shadow and I jumped the bandit closest to us. The man tried to grab my replica with his spear, but he didn't scrap the shadow of her skin before I showed his stomach some fresh air. We raced to the next right afterwards and did the same with everyone we encountered. Those who had bow were useless against Tenta's defense, even when he wasn't performing optimistically. His tentacle already tanked a decent amount of damage, but it was not like I didn't dodge anything and just let him do the work. My shadow gathered about half the aggro and could dodge any projectile easily since it moved with better agility than me. Tenta did help strengthen my body whenever I needed to adjust the power or angle of my attack. The vines were also super useful to either parry their attack or trip their feet for an easy finisher. There was no real threat as we decimated the majority of them with ease. When the wall of fire was low enough, Firelia joined the cleaning by showering enemies with arrows. The flame blocked her vision before, but now she was able to help me deal with the garbage around. I was rather grateful she didn't shoot before having a clear field of view. I didn't want to be hit by one of her arrows by accident. Those who received one looked in rather big pain, enough to make them squeal on the ground as if it was the end of their career. Between me, Relia and Firelia, I was sure Fiery was the best in archery. Some more bandits joined the party as time passed, and as long as they didn't take me 10-on-1, I didn't have any difficulty dodging their attacks. Their movement and combo were infinitely weaker and more predictable than when I trained with Lavender. It made me feel like an advanced sword fighter bullying amateurs. The feeling was not great, it was amazing. None of them knew how to use magic, so I didn't have to worry about magic. Their boss was the only real danger, and he was at this point getting munched in some random street I don't know where. My style was truly more suited to fight against beast and monster, but it just made each of my swings more impactful whenever I aimed at their gut. If I ever attacked their head, I use blunt attack using my pommel for obvious reasons. I wouldn't kill them if I didn't have to. Not that I would mind killing them, but traumatic brain injury and spilled gut were good enough for the job. Although some with dirty looks on their face did end up with their head sliced by my sword. If not having empathy toward killing someone was a sign I lost my humanity, I didn't care. My life as a human has been trash anyway. In this world, in this new life, nothing will stop me. If I wanted to do or have something, I would do or have it, one way or another. The limited show of absolute brutality I offered was actually more frightening for them, as they didn't know if I would aim for their head or stomach. The suspense would only end when they hit the ground with or without a head. The attack pattern of my shadow was noticeably easier to dodge than my real swing, but even those who realized it weren't able to abuse that fact. Having a sword swing at you, even if you knew it was just an illusion, would still trigger a reaction in your brain. The sheer fear of dying was stronger than most people admitted, and I took advantage of that. My clothes tainted with bloody red probably added to the effect. Right after slicing another head, I heard a bark coming toward me. When I saw a beautiful, decrepit and carcass-looking plague dog running toward me, I quickly finished the scrubs trying to kill me and crouched to pet the good boy. I let Tenta strangle to death the last enemy as he struggled in vain against the vines suffocating him. What a good boy. Did you finish him? Enjoying the petting, the plague dog looked me in the eyes with the darkness of his eye sockets. I wasn't really expecting an answer. I already knew what happened. Nash dropped what he was holding in his mouth on the ground. The heavy belt, previously owned by the bandit leader, hit the ground with a fat sound with still all its pouches attached to it. I smiled silently as I pet him even more. I couldn't have trained him better. He was already perfect. What a good boy. https://pikeside.art/artwork/1678071802385586251 ? Ut_source equals copy_web 1